This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tomorrow is the job transfer test. Finally, this day has come. I can kill monsters properly. I'm going to transfer to an elementalist. At that time, a fireball will blow up a bunch of monsters. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I envy you. You have enough energy. Unlike me, I only have a strong physique, so I can only transfer to a shield warrior. I can be a meat shield at ease. Don't be discouraged. You can transfer to a berserker. At that time, you can resist and fight, and your output will be off the charts. As for me, I'm going to transfer to a fire explosion mage. I will be the output core of the team in the future. Woohoo will take off. At this time, Hanyu was sitting in the second to last row by the window, staring out the window in a daze. Jiang Ziki, my deskmate, poked Hanyu's arm. Hanyu, you have all the attributes that meet the standards. What profession are you going to change to? Ah? Hanyu woke up from his deep thoughts. Oh, I haven't decided yet. What about you? I want to change to an elemental mage. But my dad said that there are already 2 mages in the family, and fighting and killing is not suitable for girls, so he asked me to change to a priest. I'm not like you. All the attributes meet the standards, and I can choose by myself. Elemental mages and priests both have requirements for energy, but elemental mages have higher requirements. What if all the attributes meet the standards? They are just at the passing line, and none of them have broken 10. It's better to have one outstanding one. Hanyu said indifferently, thinking about the summoner training system that he had awakened the day before yesterday. This is Class 4 of Donghua Middle School in the Han Kingdom. Now everyone is discussing tomorrow's job transfer test. Hanyu is not a native of this world, but he traveled from his own world 3 years ago. This place was no different from the Earth where he originally lived, until 90 years ago, when it was invaded by the game. The mysterious game space overlaps with the Blue Star space. Secret dungeons appeared everywhere on Blue Star, and players with various strange abilities appeared among humans. There are all kinds of treasures in the secret realm, but there are also endless monsters. When they first appeared, they caused a huge disaster on the global scale, with beast tides raging and monsters rampant. But after a brief period of chaos, humans quickly stabilized the situation, and even relied on the magical abilities of players to enter the secret dungeon again and again to explore, and finally controlled the monsters in the secret realm. By now, the situation has basically stabilized, and various countries have also opened corresponding player schools to train warriors to deal with the monsters that are constantly refreshed in the dungeon. In order to protect the survival rate of players, the Han Dynasty has a special team leader in each class, who leads the team to brush the dungeon before level 10 to improve the level of students. Let those who have player qualifications officially enter the dungeon battle independently after changing their jobs at level 10. This can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the player group, so that everyone with player qualifications can play the greatest role. The reason why Hanyu is still hesitant is that the day before yesterday, he finally awakened his cross-traveler Golden Finger. Summoner development system. What a pitfall. Is this system not keeping up with the version? Everyone knows that summoners are a sewer profession for thousands of years. This was Hanyu's first thought when he awakened the system. Every player, even everyone in the world now, knows that summoners are a profession that even dogs don't choose. Summoner. Summon powerful creatures from other worlds to fight for you. The level of the summoned creatures fluctuates 3 levels above or below the master. The greater the level difference, the lower the probability. The same summoning skill can only be used again after the summoned creature dies. Hanyu recalled the introduction of the summoner profession in his mind. It was clearly introduced as a powerful creature from another world, but in fact, it was not much different from the player's level. Moreover, the level of the monster and the level of the player cannot be generalized. Players of the same level, with skills and equipment, can kill monsters of the same level in a dungeon. What's more annoying is that for the same skill, in addition to the CD, you have to wait until the previous summoned creature dies before you can use it. This completely cuts off the way for players, who reduce the cooldown and play human sea warriors. The advantages of the summoner profession are that although there are requirements for various attributes, the requirements are very low. After level 30, you can learn the calling type of skills and summon the summoned creature by name. At that time, the combat power is considered stable, but it is only catching up with the combat power of players of the same level. The early development is difficult, and the combat power is not explosive enough in the later stage. It is natural that summoning has become a profession that most players look down on. But even so, there are still many summoners. After all, most people have mediocre talents. In this dangerous world, summoners at least have more self-protection abilities than ordinary people. Of course, such people cannot enter Donghua No. 1 Middle School. So now only those who happen to have player qualifications, but whose attributes do not meet the standards of other professions will choose. But even if you change your job, you can't pull people to the dungeon. You can only brush it slowly by yourself, and you will soon be pulled down by people of the same level. When the summoner develops to level 30, others may have reached level 40. But Hanyu has met the standards in every item, and his energy is also outstanding. If this golden finger does not come, he will also prepare to change his job to an elemental mage tomorrow. How cool it is to be a mage in the team, with a tank in the front to resist damage, and an auxiliary sister to add status to himself, and he only needs to move around in the back, and then use a charged big move to kill everyone in seconds. It's a headache. Hanyu now doesn't know whether to believe in the version or the system. System, can't you tell me what functions you have? Hanyu called his system in his heart. There was no response, but a panel appeared in front of Hanyu. Hanyu ID, Ruoshui. Level, LV10. Constitution, 8. Strength, 8. Energy, 9. Agility, 8. Profession, not changed. Free attribute points, 10. The only difference between this panel and the panel that comes with the game is that there is an extra free attribute point at the bottom. But no matter how Hanyu clicks, this attribute point cannot be used. There will only be a prompt. You haven't changed your job to a summoner yet, so this system cannot be used. You get 10 attribute points right away. After the first change, each player can get 2 free attribute points when they level up. 10 free attributes, which will allow Hanyu to be 4 or 5 levels ahead of other players. Hanyu weighed the pros and cons, and finally made up his mind. Versions are shit. I want to be a god who goes against versions. If it doesn't work, I add all my attribute points to strength after the job change. I can be a melee summoner, and I can get a staff and a long sword to kill monsters. Some weapons in this game are not restricted by profession, but by attributes. For example, you can equip them when your strength reaches 10 points. Having made up his mind, Hanyu no longer hesitated and began to search for summoner strategies on the internet. As he expected, there were only complaints. The only strategy was, Summoners 18 tricks to lick, teach you how to successfully blend into the team to gain experience, and cheer for your teammates in battle. The future is bleak. Hanyu sighed in his heart. The next day, the job transfer test was about to start, and the square of Donghua Middle School gathered 10 classes of freshmen. A bronze gate stood in the center of the square. On the rostrum, the principal Jiangwen came to the stage to give a speech. This job transfer test. It is your first battle to become a formal player. We will record the scores of each student. It is an exam that concerns your life. If you can get a good score, the reward goes without saying. If you can get the top 100 scores in the country, all our teachers and students will celebrate for you. Haichang will also be proud of you. But the higher the score, the more powerful the secret realm will be guarded, and the more powerful monsters will be dealt with. Are you afraid? The principal shouted loudly on the rostrum. Don't be afraid. All the students shouted in unison. The equipment produced by high-level copies is much higher in quality than low-level copies. If you can get a magic weapon, it will be a step to heaven. It is completely acceptable to take a little risk for this. Okay, classmates. This battle is for the glory of Donghua. For the glory of the Han Dynasty. Fight. For the glory of Donghua. For the glory of the Han Dynasty. Fight. All the students shouted at the top of their lungs, and everyone had a fire in their hearts. They have been waiting for this day for too long. Jiangwen glanced at the time. Okay, the time is almost up. Get ready. Chapter 2. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the bronze gate slowly opened, revealing a whirlpool that was spinning faster and faster. A deep and vast breath gushed out of it, covering everyone in the square. All the students looked at the gate of the secret realm, and disappeared on the spot with their minds. Jiangwen also stepped down from the rostrum, and sat in his seat. Although I have experienced this more than a dozen times, I still feel a little excited every time I see such a scene. Wu Ao sighed, as he watched the students disappear one by one. Don't pretend, old Jiang. Yesterday you said that you have been using this word for more than a decade. There is nothing new about it. A man in soft armor sitting next to him said that Wu Ao, the vice principal of Donghua Middle School, did not give Jiangwen any face. You? Jiangwen's expression collapsed instantly. He glanced at the 10 head teachers who were trying to hold back their laughter and calm down again. Today's job transfer test is a big deal. I, the wizard, won't bother with you. Mage? Let's fight. Wu Eo took out his sword and slammed it on the table. Jiangwen glanced at him and pretended not to see it. A wizard and a berserker fighting? I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'd be beaten to death. Out of sight, out of mind. He admitted his weakness on the surface, but he was very proud in his heart. What's the point of being arrogant? My daughter is still being pushed by my pig. This kid has finally done something that makes me feel comfortable after so many years. The 10 head teachers were silent. They all knew what happened between the two principals, and no one dared to speak. Jiangwen turned to the other head teachers and said, "The job transfer test is about to start. Are there any special students?" Seeing that Wu Eo did not make any other moves, the head teacher of Class 1 spoke up. In fact, there is no suspense about the job change, the attributes are determined. It mainly depends on the subsequent tests. After the talent awakens, even if the attributes are the same, the combat power is very different. At this time, Lu Baofeng, the head teacher of Class 4, spoke up. "If you want to talk about special ones, there is really a good seedling named Han Yu in our class. All 4 attributes are 8 or 9 points. I asked him yesterday, and he has not yet determined the job to change to. Attribute points are the initial attributes of the player, and it is rare to develop so balanced. Class 4? I haven't heard Ziki say that there is such a special student in the class." Jiangwen became interested when he heard that it was Class 4. His little daughter is also in this class. "Haha, so balanced, why not change to a summoner?" Another head teacher said jokingly. "When the 4-item balance is mentioned, people think that all 4 are not good, so change to a summoner. Don't worry, I've already told you that our school can assign teammates to warriors, swordsmen, and mages, as long as they don't change their job to summon." Lu Baofeng looked confident. Although they couldn't make choices for students, they could provide suggestions. "Okay, the scene is connected, let's just watch it directly." The floating projection appeared, and the scene in the secret realm appeared in front of everyone. The student who just disappeared appeared again on a quaint square. In front of them were 5 job transfer entrances. They corresponded to 5 professions: shield warrior, swordsman, priest, elemental mage, summoner, and an entrance that had not yet been opened, archer. Soon the crowd began to move, and the students walked to the job transfer entrances they had already thought of. The most envied elemental mage was actually one of the least visited, with only 1 in 7 people walking to the elemental mage window. The requirements were too high, otherwise it would not be so noble. The rest of the people rushed to the windows of swordsman, berserker, and priest. As for the summoner, no one went over. Everyone moved, except Han Yu, who was still standing there. He wanted to see which side was the summoner's job transfer. Now he looked up and saw that the one without anyone must be. Outside the secret realm, Lu Baofeng pointed to the big screen and said, "The one standing in the middle is Han Yu. He is probably still struggling with which profession to transfer to. He must have a fear of choice." "Hey," he moved. "Which direction? Is it the summoner's job transfer?" Lu Baofeng was explaining when someone found that Han Yu had already started to move. He walked towards the summoner's job transfer without rushing. "Ah?" Lu Baofeng, who was just introducing it happily, was stunned. "Did you go in the wrong direction? That's the summoner's job transfer." Lu Baofeng shouted across the secret realm. But how could Han Yu hear it and walk directly into the job transfer space? "Is this the good seedling you mentioned? I think there's something wrong with his brain." Jiangwen watched Han Yu walk into the summoner's job transfer space. His face changed. "Our Donghua Middle School is actually going to produce a summoner. It's really embarrassing. Dongcheng No. 2 Middle School next door will laugh at us for 3 years if they know. I don't know what this kid is thinking. Why would he suddenly want to change his job to a summoner? Isn't this kid a bit rebellious?" Lu Baofeng carefully recalled what he had said to Han Yu. He did say not to change his job to a summoner, not that he had to change his job to a summoner. He shouldn't take the blame for this. A moment later, Han Yu came out of the job transfer place with a 6-pointed star symbol on his chest, indicating that he had successfully changed his job and officially became a summoner. Now, the last bit of hope in Lu Baofeng's heart has been shattered. Now there is really one more summoner in the class, which is really embarrassing. Glancing at Jiangwen secretly, with a gloomy expression on his face, Lu Baofeng could only remain silent and dared not say much. Jiangwen was the first to speak. After the test, let him come to the office. I want to ask him what he thinks. Yes, principal. I wanted to say a few good words for Han Yu, but looking at Jiangwen's gloomy expression, I couldn't open my mouth. When everyone came out of the job transfer space, everyone had a badge representing their respective profession on their chest. The dungeon test officially started at 10 o'clock. Those who had just successfully transferred suppressed their excitement and began to look for the team they had already agreed on. Prepare to team up to brush the dungeon and strive to get a good score in this test. Hanyu found an empty corner and sat down. He didn't contact his teammates in advance. He refused anyone who came to him before the job transfer started. If others knew that he changed his job to a summoner, they might turn around and leave. Hanyu opened his system interface. He finally changed his job to a summoner. He could try what the free attribute points were for. Free attribute points cannot be used without a summoned beast. The system prompted again. Not yet. I'm already a summoner. Hanyu wanted to call out his summoned beast right now. Just after changing his job, he awakened his first professional skill. Interstellar Communication LV1 can be upgraded with 1 skill point. The maximum level is LV3. Communicate with the other world and summon 2 random creatures from another world to fight for you. There is not even a variety of creatures. Completely random. It is really an authentic summoner style. An auxiliary skill. Fiery Totem. Summon one of the ancient totems on the field. Provide strength +1, constitution +1 amplification for the surrounding friendly summons. And a professional talent. Increase the damage caused by all summons by 20%. A mediocre talent. Not very outstanding. I can only wait until it is summoned in the dungeon and try it. But fortunately, this is just a test and the difficulty is not high. I can use the return scroll. Chapter 3. After that, Hanyu sat on the ground in a daze, waiting for the dungeon to officially start. Most of the players on the field had already formed a 5-person team, and they couldn't wait to try out their own job transfer skills. There were also many who wanted to recruit Hanyu to join the team. Hanyu's talent has always been above average in the class, and he thought that his strength after the job transfer would not be bad. But as soon as they walked in front of Hanyu and saw the 6-pointed star pattern on his badge, they left immediately. Someone has changed his job to a summoner. Did you see it? It's right there. Why is he squatting there alone? No one must want to team up with him. This is nonsense. He doesn't have the output of a mage, and he needs protection. He is balanced in everything. If he is not good at anything, which team would need such a player? Isn't that Hanyu? I heard that all his attributes are good. Why did he think of changing his job to a summoner? He is really crazy. The people around him were discussing in a low voice. Hanyu had become the most interesting topic on the field. If he gets a D-level evaluation in the next test, he will probably become a joke in the whole Haicheng soon, and he may not even graduate. Jiang Ziki walked to Hanyu under the gaze of everyone. Hanyu? You changed your job to a summoner? She originally came to recruit Hanyu to join the team. When she came just now, she heard that someone changed his job to a summoner, but she didn't expect it to be Hanyu. Yes, look at this badge, it's handsome. Hanyu didn't have any regrets, and looked no different from the other students. Why don't you join our team? There are only 3 people in our team now. Forget it. Before Hanyu finished speaking, a boy stood up from behind Jiang Ziki. Hanyu changed his job to summoner? Squad leader, if that's the case, we can't add Hanyu to the team. This will lower our score. Summons are still very useful in the early stage, and there is no equipment gap between them and us. And maybe we can summon a powerful creature and push it directly. Jiang Ziki retorted. Squad leader, you said it's possible. If we summon a waste, our score will drop. At that time, no one's score will go up. This is a test that determines our lives. I don't agree with Hanyu joining the team. Stop, stop, stop! Hanyu waved his hand hurriedly. I'm going to play alone. No need to form a team, you guys hurry up and get ready. Hanyu didn't plan to form a team at first. He still had to experiment with the summoner training system, so it was more convenient to be alone. Summoner solo? Aren't you afraid you won't graduate? Do you want to solo the dungeon by summoning creatures? You think one person is a team. If you summon 2 slimes, it will be difficult to get a D-level rating. You really won't graduate then. Hanyu's job change to summoner had already attracted a lot of attention. Now seeing the debate, everyone came to watch the fun. Okay. Jiang Ziki blushed. She knew that no one was willing to take the risk of this exam. Then I quit the team and team up with Hanyu. Don't, sister. Hanyu had just said that when Jiang Ziki had already terminated the team relationship and asked Hanyu to team up. Actually, I really plan to solo. Hanyu said weakly. Agree. Jiang Ziki glared at Hanyu, and all the anger for not being able to convince Zhang Lin was directed at Hanyu. Okay, you are the eldest lady, you have the final say. Hanyu clicked to agree, and the 2 became teammates, and will participate in the dungeon test together next. Okay, Zhang Lin, go find the team just now, They should still be short of people. How can he protect you with one summon? You can't find the rest of the teammates. Zhang Lin didn't want to leave yet, and continued to talk. We have terminated the teammate relationship. You go find your own teammates, don't worry about us. Jiang Ziki waved his hand, and Zhang Lin left in a huff, and glared at Hanyu before leaving. Hanyu pretended not to see it. Since he changed his job to summon, it was normal to be looked down upon. Hanyu said, Squad leader, this is not good. You said you want to quit the team, so you quit the team. Hey, just now a 3-person team pulled us, but unfortunately we are also 3 people. He wanted to kick out the warrior. I told him that there is another teammate here, so he came over. Who knew that you changed your job to summon? Now, he can just go find the 3-person team. He is so happy. Hanyu smiled and said nothing. He wanted to kick out the warrior. Clergy are popular everywhere. He must not want Jiang Ziki to leave. Don't think too much. I'm afraid you can't graduate. If the class leader knows that there is a person who can't graduate in our class, I guess he will scold me to death. Haha, I guess he is scolding outside now. After all, our class has a summoner. Our school hasn't had a summoner for 2 years. The two chatted happily. Jiangwen's face outside had turned into a liver color. Lu Baofeng. Tell me what's going on. How did this kid hook up with my daughter? Ha ha. Wu Il laughed loudly beside him, almost overturning the table. Oh, I feel relieved. Shut up. Lu Baofeng, tell me the answer. If you can't tell me the answer, the fireball in my hand is not a vegetarian. Lu Baofeng was sweating profusely, and he had already cursed Hanyu 1,000 times in his heart. This kid was really good at causing trouble for himself. Well, principal, they are deskmates, it's normal for them to be close. Ziki is the class monitor, so she might be worried that Hanyu won't graduate. Can't graduate? What does graduation have to do with my Ziki? Jiangwen blew his beard. Also, why did you arrange Ziki to sit at the same table with this sharp-nosed and monkey-faced kid? Did you accept benefits from this kid? No, principal, the class monitor is responsible for the seating arrangement in the class. I don't usually care about this matter. She said she wanted to practice her abilities more, so I left it to her. Lu Baofeng's words became smaller and smaller. Although these were all facts, seeing that Jiangwen's face was getting worse and worse, he didn't dare to say anything more. Oh my, I'm anxious, Jiangwen is anxious. It's all in vain after half a day, happy. I'm so happy today, I have to drink a few more glasses when I go home. Wu Il laughed wildly again. This was the happiest thing for him in the past few days. Jiangwen took a deep breath. Who else can I choose? Choose a summoner. If this guy dares to let Ziki get hurt in the dungeon, I will roast him until he is burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Alas, this won't do. I am going to take such an excellent boy as my apprentice. Train him well. Don't even think about touching my apprentice. Wu Il spoke hurriedly, and the joy on his face could not be hidden at all. You, a berserker, take a summoner as your apprentice? Are you crazy? Why, I am happy. Wu Il looked like he was going to beat me up. Ahem. Jiangwen coughed twice and whispered beside Wu Il, don't interfere in this matter. My son, Ba, you want to teach him a lesson. Really? Really? It's okay to fall in love, but he also took the girl to the hotel to discuss strategies, so he should be taught a lesson. But he is a mage, don't be too harsh. Jiangwen added in his heart. The key is that he was caught by his father. Originally it was about proposing a marriage, but now I have made an enemy in school. Wu Il smiled happily when he heard this. Okay. I will go catch him after today. You have to tell me the address in advance. Chapter 4. It was finally 10 o'clock, and the dungeon was officially opened. Welcome to Cat Demon Dungeon. Difficulty, normal. You have obtained Return Scroll. You can leave the dungeon after using it. Cannot be used during attack. It's actually Cat Demon Dungeon? This test is much more difficult than in previous years. The class teachers outside the dungeon all frowned. The usual tests were low-level goblin dungeons, and this time it was a cat demon, which was beyond their expectations. Although both are low-level monsters, cat demons are much more flexible, and there are more mutants. If the player is not careful, it is easy to be added with various debuffs, and even the return scroll may not be used, and they will be entangled to death. Sure enough, there are more and more mutants, and the requirements for newcomers have also become higher. Jiangwen sighed, as if he had expected the difficulty of the test to increase. The other class teachers were still worried. The students were originally prepared for the Goblin Dungeon, but now it has become a more dangerous Cat Demon Dungeon. The students will be caught off guard. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki disappeared together. After a dizzy moment, they appeared in the depths of a forest. The surrounding trees seemed to be broken by a huge force, leaving a clearing where the two were. There were rotten bones scattered on the ground, and the smell was fishy. This is just the preparation layer of the test dungeon, and no monsters appeared. Han Yu waved his hand and put on the equipment. In fact, there was only a white scepter and a robe that slightly increased the attack and defense power. These were all standard equipment designated by the organizing committee to ensure the fairness of the test. Han Yu waved his scepter and used his first skill, Summon from Another World. A complex summoning array was formed on the ground, and a black shadow formed in the array. Finally, a black cheetah was formed, with smooth muscle lines and explosive limbs. On its back, a girl in green clothes sat diagonally, with a childish face and pointed ears. She carried a longbow behind her and looked taller than her. Summon creature, Cheetah LV9. Constitution, 7. Strength, 8. Energy, 5. Agility, 7. Skill, Captivation. Roar to make the enemy lose consciousness for a short time, 3 seconds. The control time is affected by toughness and energy. Summon creature, Young Elf Archer, LV10. Constitution, 6. Strength, 9. Energy, 7. Agility, 9. Skill, Scatter. Shoot 9 arrows at the same time. Each arrow causes 80% damage of a single arrow, with a knockback effect. Not very lucky, 1 level 9 and 1 level 10. Han Yu looked at the two summoned beasts that walked out of the summoning array. I secretly complained about the summoner. He was indeed unstable, and even had a child. A leopard and an archer walked slowly to Han Yu, bowed their heads slightly, and the elf archer said in a childish voice, "Fight for the master." So cute. Jiang Ziki saw the elf and almost pounced on it. I knew I would have changed my job to summon a summoner, so I could summon such a cute elf sister. Huh? Wait, Han Yu, you are not a pervert. Random. Don't talk nonsense. Han Yu hurriedly argued. He wanted to summon a burly man to protect himself, but he summoned a child. Now he could only rely on the system. If the system abandons him again, he may not be able to graduate. Han Yu opened the system interface and clicked to add points for himself. Adding points failed. This attribute point can only be used for summoned creatures. Please reselect. It can only be used for summoned creatures. But summoned creatures will go back. Han Yu was stunned. He was not being scammed. The summoned creature only came to work. After I added points to her, she went back after finishing her work. The next summoning is random. The other world is so big, how can I meet again by chance? Once the free attribute points are used for the summoned creature will establish a permanent contract with the host. Unless the summoned creature dies, the next time the contracted summoned creature can be summoned first. It seems that after the summoned creature came out, the system was finally activated and answered Han Yu's question. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Han Yu's heart was finally put back in his stomach. This way, he would not throw meat buns at dogs. Han Yu opened the interface of the two summoned creatures. Sure enough, after seeing the attribute interface of the Elf Archer and the Black Panther, there was a small plus sign. After checking the attributes, this Black Panther is a sensitive attack type, usually used as a mount. But now it can only be used as a meat shield temporarily, and the Elf Archer is the main output. Han Yu added 5 points of Constitution to the Black Panther, 3 points of Agility, and 2 points of Strength to the Elf Archer. Agility affects the Archer's attack speed and reaction speed, and Strength increases damage. After the attribute allocation was completed, Han Yu clearly saw that the eyes of the two summons had a little more agility, and the body of the Black Panther had also grown a circle. The Black Panther seemed to know that he had become stronger, and he couldn't help but roar, and his limbs kept moving on the open ground. The elf seemed to realize something and said, "Thank you, master." "What's going on? How come you suddenly become handsome?" Jiang Ziki was just familiarizing herself with her skills nearby. When she turned back, she saw that the Black Panther had grown a circle. "What do you mean by handsome? It's obviously stronger. With these two summons, we should at least get an A-level evaluation today. You're just bragging." Jiang Ziki rolled her eyes. None of your two summons are beyond their level, and the archer has a high single target attack, but it is not as good as the mage in clearing monsters. Don't worry, I have a good idea of my summons. Until now, Jiang Ziki has not asked Han Yu why he chose to change his job to a summoner, and Han Yu has no way to explain it. Jiang Ziki looked at the archer, who looked like a girl, and the Black Panther, who had not changed at all. He really couldn't imagine how he got an A-level evaluation. Okay. Jiang Ziki took his equipment. One of my skills is healing, which has an additional healing effect. One is to increase agility and strength. If the summoned creatures are not good, we will take turns to fight monsters. It is not a problem for us to get a B-level evaluation. You are a priest, just stand back and strengthen the aura for the elves immediately, and then watch my performance. The two said, and officially opened the door of the dungeon. Outside the secret realm copy, Wu Ao's face was crooked with laughter. After what happened just now, all the teachers in Donghua focused their attention on Han Yu's team. As a result, they saw what Jiang Ziki said. Wu Ao approached Jiang Wen. Principal, your daughter wants to help another man fight monsters. The lethality of this sentence is no less than your girlfriend flashing to heal me. Jiang Wen's face was livid, and sparks kept appearing in his hands, as if a fireball could condense at any time. What about self-cultivation, Principal Jiang? It is not popular to rub fireballs here. Wu Ao said righteously. You say I have a hot temper every day, and your cultivation skills are not very good. Don't worry, I'm holding back a big fireball, and when that guy comes out, I hit him in the face with it. Jiang Wen said with gritted teeth. Lu Baofeng was so scared that his neck shrank and his head lowered even lower, fearing that the anger would burn on his head. Chapter 5. Han Yu pushed open the door of the first floor of the dungeon, and a sound was heard. Dozens of cat demons raised their heads from the ground, stood upright on their feet, and looked at the two people who came in with red eyes. A series of piercing screams were heard, and the cat demons approached quickly, with a faint light on their sharp claws. Without any order, the Black Panther rushed up directly, and the elf archer drew his bow and shot arrows. The archer used the scattering skill, and fired 9 arrows at once. The tails of the arrows were shining, and they scattered like fireworks. The cat demons were about to pounce, and 9 arrows swept out like a fan. The sound of arrows hitting the flesh came, and 1 arrow missed. 8 cat demons were hit by arrows in various parts of their bodies. The slender arrows made the cat demons fly backwards, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer, and then they were nailed to the ground. Without even a scream, they were completely dead. Jiang Ziki's hand, which had just been raised to add an amplification aura, stopped. Seconds. Jiang Ziki rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that the cat demon lying on the ground was dead. Han Yu. What kind of summoned beast is this? Are you sure it's not level 13? You can kill a group of them with just a raise of your hand, and it's an archer? Oh, these are just ordinary monsters. There are 2 dark curse cat demons behind them. The archer will definitely not kill them in seconds. Dark curse cat demons will be slowed and poisoned if attacked, which is the most disgusting to players. As he said, the elf archer looked at Han Yu, and seemed a little dissatisfied. He raised his hand again and pulled the bow. An arrow shot out, hitting the dark curse cat demon's eye socket. The dark curse cat demon, which was rushing towards the 2 people, screamed, but did not retreat at all, and continued to rush towards Han Yu. Look, I said seconds. Han Yu had just said half of his words. The elf archer quickly pulled the bow, and his slender arm left an afterimage on the bowstring. 3 arrows were shot almost at the same time, hitting the dark curse cat demon's eye socket again, and the arrowhead of the last arrow even drilled out from the back of the cat demon's head. The dark curse cat demon fell to the ground again before he could react. Including the time when the first arrow hit, all 4 arrows were shot within 1 second, which is still considered a second kill. Continuous arrows? Seconds again? Han Yu, what kind of monster did you summon? Jiang Ziki didn't believe Han Yu's words this time, and seriously suspected that he had hidden his strength. Han Yu was also confused. This archer obviously only had a scattering skill. Where did he learn the continuous arrows? The corners of the elf archer's mouth curled up with a smile, and he was very satisfied with Jiang Ziki's reaction. Then he aimed the longbow at another dark curse cat demon. Han Yu also noticed this scene. It stands to reason that summoned creatures are emotionless, and will only obey orders and fight. Besides, why doesn't your Black Panther lose blood? Jiang Ziki saw that the amplification aura was temporarily useless, and turned to look at the black cheetah being beaten by several cat demons. But although the cheetah was surrounded and attacked by several cat demons, it was at best at the level of skin being broken, and it didn't even lose much blood. Well, isn't this normal? It's a tank. But it's only level 9. Jiang Ziki looked unconvinced. These ordinary cat demons are also level 10 monsters. In less than a minute, the elf archer dealt with another dark curse cat demon, freeing up his hands, 1 arrow at a time, and cleared all the monsters on the first floor. At this time, Jiang Ziki finally used his first skill, a healing spell on the Black Panther, to help it repair the slight injuries on its body. After the battle, He rested and recovered his strength. Hanyu called the elf to the side. This elf actually had skills that he didn't even know about. It seemed that the system's introduction was not complete enough. Archer, why do you know how to shoot arrows in succession? Hanyu asked the lowly elf carrying a longbow in front of him. The elf frowned and didn't like the name Archer. Master, my name is Alicia, you can call me Ellie, and this is my pet Huyung. As he spoke, the Black Panther circled around Ellie, like a docile black cat. Do you have a name? Hanyu didn't react for a moment. No, do you remember your own name? Of course. Who doesn't have a name? Ellie raised her head, but at first, I seemed to have forgotten my name, and only remembered to help the master fight. But then the power given by the master made me stronger, and reminded me of my name. At the same time, I remembered some fighting skills. Just like the continuous arrows the master just mentioned, it's just shot faster. That's not faster, that's very fast. Jiang Ziki complained weakly. This is just the basic skill of our elves, Madam Priest. I understand. Hanyu realized that ordinary summons were just pulled over to fight, and their original memories were blocked. But after Hanyu used the free attribute points, the two established a permanent connection. They also began to gradually restore the memory of the original world. This is an extra gain, and combat experience is also part of strength. If you die in this world, will you really die? Hanyu asked again. Ellie shook her head. I don't know, it seems like I'm in this world for the first time. Or, I've been here before, but I don't remember it. Okay, since you're not just a summoned creature, don't call me master, call me brother. Originally, I was just a summoned creature, so I could call him master. Now I find out that he just lives in another world. It's too abnormal to be called master by a little lowly. It's still very abnormal. Jiang Ziki's faint voice came from behind Hanyu. Master, according to human age. I'm more than 300 years old. Call me captain, or whatever you like. With Jiang Ziki's reminder, Hanyu felt that calling him brother seemed a bit abnormal. Okay, master, captain. Ellie was not used to calling him master either. She had the pride of an elf. But after traveling from another world, the world's will was to issue orders to obey Hanyu. Okay, let's go to the next floor. Hanyu took 2 steps, but felt that Jiang Ziki didn't catch up. Looking back, he found that she was squatting on the ground drawing circles. No wonder her voice was so low when she called herself a pervert just now. Who are you cursing with the circles? No one, I'm Emo. I thought you were showing off by playing solo, and I came here to lower your score. Miss, what are you talking about? Hanyu pulled Jiang Ziki up from the ground. I'm just lucky, and the summoned creatures are strong. If I get attacked, you have to help me heal. What if I get scratched by the dark curse cat demon and poisoned to death? Let's go quickly. The monsters below must be getting stronger and stronger, and your aura will be useful. Why are you pulling me? I can walk by myself. Jiang Ziki's face was flushed. She just regretted it. She felt that she had to follow and cause trouble for Hanyu, but she didn't expect Hanyu to take action directly. Okay, stop being emo. Let's go, I clear the way for you. The two successfully pushed open the door to the second level of the dungeon, while the rest of the team was still struggling on the first level, and had just begun to adapt to the attack rhythm of the cat demon. They were all new players, who had just changed their jobs, and even the elemental mage could only throw fireballs, and throw big fireballs. It was no problem to hit the cat demon if it hit, and there was even burning damage to harvest the remaining blood. But the skill proficiency of these players, who had just changed their jobs, was already worrying, and the cat demon was fast, so it was common for the fireball to miss. They could only rely on shield battles to attract monsters, and the mage was attacking with fireballs. Zhang Lin, can you hit it more accurately? You hit me again. Zhang Lin, who had just teamed up with Jiang Ziki, was throwing fireballs in a hurry at this time, and accidentally threw it on his own shield warrior. Oh. Sorry. I'm not very skilled yet. This is the second time. I was not broken by the cat demon, but by you. Chapter 6. Zhang Lin, who originally thought he would pass the dungeon easily, did not expect that this test would be a cat demon dungeon. Even he himself was scratched on his robe because of his careless positioning. His embarrassed appearance was far from what he imagined an elemental mage to look like. Be careful, there is only one priest in our team, so we have to save mana. The boy behind Zhang Lin patted his shoulder. It was Ji Min, the captain of this team, who had invited Zhang Lin to join before. Okay, captain. Ji Min invited Zhang Lin and the others to join before because they had a priest and an elemental mage in their team. Ji Min did not like to be a bad guy, so he wanted Zhang Lin to speak up and kick out the shield warrior. After all, they were all classmates. When Zhang Lin came to form a team again, he agreed to let them join because of Zhang Lin's elemental mage. But there was only one priest in the team, and the support pressure was great. If Zhang Lin's skills are not accurate, it will be difficult for them to get an A-level evaluation. After all, the difficulty will increase with more team members. The captain casually released a fireball as if to demonstrate, accurately focusing on the running cat demon. Calculate the trajectory of the cat demon's movement, and then attack it. Ji Min looked calm and smiled, but he was cursing in his heart. You could even throw the fireball wrong. Why don't you change your job to summon? I'm really blind to invite you to join the team. Okay, thank you, Captain. Zhang Lin finally understood what was said before. Even if the attributes are the same, the abilities after the job change are very different. Not only the awakened talents are different, but also the combat skills are different. Well, just practice more and you'll be fine. Most teams were caught off guard by the cat demon dungeon. There were 2 magicians in Ji Min's team, so their advancement speed was actually above average. They were almost done clearing the monsters on the first floor, and most teams were only halfway through. None of them didn't scold the examiner for choosing the cat demon dungeon for the test. And Han Yu, at this time, had already cleared the cat demons on the second floor with Jiang Ziki. Except for the addition of a dark curse cat demon, there was nothing special. At this time, outside the field, a class teacher was looking at the miserable state of the students in the field. It seems that this cat demon has indeed caused a lot of trouble. Before, these guys were in a hurry to swipe monsters and get equipment independently. Now they know the dangers of swiping monsters. On the first floor, many skills are still not accurate. Once you are familiar with the attack rhythm of the cat demon, it should be almost the same. Another class teacher answered. Jianwen scanned the screen. Why don't I see that brat Hanyu? Ah, principal, if you want to see it, I bring it up right away. The teacher who was responsible for connecting the images immediately started to operate. They had hidden Hanyu's image, because they were afraid that Jianwen would see his daughter, and other boys going crazy. Humph, you still want to play the cat demon dungeon alone? I want to see how you were scratched half to death by the cat demon. Jianwen didn't want to see Hanyu at first, but now that he saw the miserable state of other students, he couldn't wait to see Hanyu's miserable state. Hanyu's image appeared in the middle, and the two were about to push open the door to the next floor. Have you finished cleaning it? A class teacher asked in surprise. Just now, Donghua had not seen a team that had finished cleaning the first floor dungeon. No, look at what's written on the gate. 3 floors, they have cleared the monsters on the second floor. They are about to push open the door to the third floor. Jianwen, who wanted to see Hanyu's miserable state, was also stunned. What was going on? He cleared 2 floors so quickly. Was he just pushing it horizontally? Everyone looked at Jianwen. Jianwen came back to his senses and said with a serious face, Why are you looking at me? Principal, did you give Ziki a purple weapon or consumable scroll that ignores the level? If the organizing committee finds out, our entire school will be punished. Xian Zhengxian, the head teacher of Class 1, looked incredulous. What a fool. What do you mean by if we are found out? We will definitely be found out. The entire test process is recorded in video. It's over. There is no year-end bonus left. Luo Shu, the head teacher of Class 2, was shrugged and looked sad. He felt that there was no hope for his life. Jianwen stood up with a red face and slapped his palm on the table. You are rebellious. Am I that kind of person as your principal? Wu Il pulled Jianwen aside. Calm down, old Jiang, these young people are ignorant. At the critical moment, you are still reliable, old Wu. Jianwen saw that the other class teachers also had an expression of disbelief, and grabbed Wu Il's hand. Finally, someone believed in him. I said I didn't want to be the principal, but you still did this to me. Why did you do this? Alas. Wu Il pulled Jianwen to sit down, looking gloating. Eat my fireball. Jianwen directly hit Wu Il's face with a fireball. He thought Wu Il believed in him, and wanted to be the principal. Wu Il waved his hand, and a shield appeared in front of him, and the fireball disappeared. Why are you in such a hurry? They will enter the third floor soon. Just see how they pass the level. Yes. Why are you in such a hurry? I can prove my innocence soon. He glared at Xian Zhenxuan and Luo Shuxin. You two are so eager to put a hat on me. You want to be the principal too, right? The two of them shrank their heads. Principal, we are worried about our year-end bonus. It was really that Hanyu's team passed the level too fast. When others were still struggling on the first floor, they were ready to enter the third floor. The key is that this team has 1 priest and 1 summoner, and there is not even a proper main sea. How can they clear the map? Do they go up and hammer people with a staff, or rely on that thin little archer? There is not even any dust on the two of them, let alone any wounds. It is obvious that they are very relaxed, and did not let those cat monsters get close to them. On the screen, Hanyu pushed open the door, and entered the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Behind him was a young elf archer carrying a longbow, and a huge black panther. Is this Hanyu's summoned beast? It actually summoned a humanoid summoned creature. Good luck. Xi Jinchuan said. What's the use of a humanoid? It looks like a child, not even as tall as a longbow. I think it's a bit difficult to draw the bow. Those cat monsters can't be shot to death by this little girl. Jiangwen pursed his lips, and agreed with the head teacher's opinion in his heart. But if it weren't for Hanyu's summoned beast, their clearance speed would be even more inexplicable. Jiangwen also began to mutter in his heart. He did give Jiang Ziki a few purple clothes that ignored the level and a purification scroll. But those were used to save lives. He had already told her not to use them in the test. Maybe she had equipped them because she couldn't beat them. My dear daughter, you can't abandon your father for your little lover. Jiangwen's face was full of bitterness, and he was even more unsure whether Jiang Ziki used illegal equipment. Old Jiang? Did you really equip Ziki? Wu Ao asked in a low voice, looking at Jiangwen's constipated appearance. Nonsense, you didn't prepare a few life-saving items for your daughter, but I have already told her not to use them during the test. Chapter 7. TSK, a girl can't be controlled by her father when she grows up. Wu Ao smacked his lips, and the meaning was very clear. Jiang Ziki used equipment or scrolls that violated the cabinet to help Hanyu graduate. Don't mess with me, I feel like I can spit out a fireball now. Jiangwen also thought of this possibility, so his face was uncertain. Wu Ao immediately stopped talking and focused on the scene on the screen. Hanyu and his partner finally entered the 3rd floor. There was still a group of cat demons. When they saw someone coming in, they immediately stood up with red eyes. Behind them, there were 2 cat demons with faint glow on their bodies. It's a mutant fluorescent cat demon that can heal companions. Ellie, attack the 2 glowing ones first. Yes. Ellie's small body drew a bow and shot an arrow. When she pulled the bow, a beam of amplification light fell on her. It was Jiang Ziki's power amplification. Hanyu did not neglect it, and directly summoned the fiery totem to add a layer of buff to the Black Panther and Ellie. Ellie felt that she had reached her best condition. She focused her eyes slightly, shot an arrow, and then quickly drew her bow, and shot 2 arrows in succession. 3 arrows hit the fluorescent cat demon's eye sockets almost at the same time, forcing it to retract its newly opened claws, but it was only a bloody skin left, and immediately jumped back, trying to recover its blood. Ellie, don't let it recover. As soon as the cat demon moved, Ellie shot another arrow, nailing it to the ground, and it was no longer breathable. It's really a high-level elite monster. It can't be killed in a row. Hanyu sighed. As the number of layers increased, the monster's strength also began to increase. After solving a fluorescent cat demon, Ellie seemed to have no consumption. She used the scattering skill again, shooting the ordinary cat demon that passed the Black Panther, leaving only bloody skin, and adding a repel effect, making it difficult for them to get close, leaving it to the Black Panther and Jiang Ziki to collect the heads. She concentrated on dealing with another fluorescent cat demon, and used another set of combos, plus a normal attack, to take the head of the fluorescent cat demon. This time, Ailey also began to pant slightly. Frequent use of combos still consumed a lot of her. Hanyu found that the skills brought by the proficiency of this summoned creature seemed to be not limited by the cooldown time, and would not consume mana. But if you don't follow the rules of the game, you need to follow the rules of reality. According to Ailey's current physical strength, you can only use it twice in a row, otherwise the accuracy and precision of the next attack will decrease. After dealing with the 2 fluorescent cat demons, the battlefield entered the harvesting mode again. Black Panther was like a god of war, surrounded and attacked by several cat demons, and there were 2 dark cursed cat demons, constantly adding poisoning status to Black Panther. However, the Black Panther seemed to be unhurt. He slapped a few away with one palm, and then quickly caught up with the cat demons that wanted to attack Hanyu and Ailey, and pressed them down and stomped them wildly. Ailey was like a head harvester, constantly pulling the bow to kill monsters. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki were wandering around the field, just making sure they were not attacked by the cat monsters. Seeing that the Black Panther's health had dropped by 1/10, Jiang Ziki immediately cast a healing spell, causing Hu Yun to scream happily. Hanyu was really fine after releasing the totem, and just threw a few general attacks to improve his sense of participation in the battlefield. 8 minutes later, the cat monsters on the battlefield were cleared out again, and several people began to sit cross-legged to rest. After recovering, they were ready to enter the next level. Outside the field, all the class teachers were stunned. 8 minutes? It took only 8 minutes to clear the monsters on the 3rd floor? Luo Shushin looked at the time without believing it. No wonder others were still on the 1st floor, and Han Yu had already entered the 3rd floor. Killed in seconds? That's a level 11 mutant, and it was killed in one shot. This archer must be level 10, and why does it have 2 skills? This is unreasonable. Xi and Jinchuan also looked incredulous. Who would have thought that the humanoid archer summoned by Han Yu was simply a monster? The damage is higher than that of the mage, and there are range attack skills, plus the single target kill shot. This is simply a dream teammate in the early stage. It should be an archer with particularly outstanding attributes. Although it is only level 10, the attribute points are only concentrated on strength, and the other attributes are very low, so it can shoot such a powerful arrow. Lu Baofeng, who had been silent, finally spoke. Before, a summon in his class made him unable to raise his head. Now that he saw that the summon was not so weak, he could finally raise his head and speak. That is to say, her strength is very high, but her physique and energy are ridiculously low. He can meet such a low possibility. This luck is too good, Xi and Jinchuan said. According to the current player attributes, the 4 attributes should be basically balanced before free addition, and each attribute should be outstanding. There are very few people like Han Yu who are particularly balanced, and even fewer who are particularly unbalanced. But this is the only explanation. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how a level 10 elf can kill a level 11 fluorescent cat demon in seconds. Humph! Jianwen snorted coldly. Didn't you say that I helped my daughter cheat? Ah! Principal, I was anxious just now, and said it quickly. This? It's okay, it's not that I'm relieved. Xi and Jinchuan, who was still immersed in the unbelievable, was frightened by Jianwen and hurriedly explained. Yes, Principal, I was led astray by Brother Jinchuan. How could you be that kind of person? I was confused. Luo Shushin also hurried to explain. Ouch! Xi and Jinchuan, why are you stepping on me? I won't take the blame for you. You too, sweep the toilets of the whole school for a week. Ah! No way, Principal. Luo Shushin was about to speak, but was covered by Xi and Jinchuan. If I find out that you asked students to help, don't blame me for throwing fireballs at your home. Jianwen's eyes condensed, and he knew what Xi and Jinchuan was thinking. No skills are allowed, clean it yourself. After saying this, Xi and Jinchuan's hand covering his mouth stopped, and Luo Shushin also had an expression of wanting to cry but no tears. I didn't expect this kid to be so good, and the summoned creature is so powerful, maybe he has awakened some special talent. Wu Eo said beside Jianwen. What special talent? Good luck. He can summon such a powerful summoned creature, and my daughter likes it. This guy has used up all his luck in this life. Next time he enters the dungeon, he may summon a slime. Jianwen took a sip of the tea in front of him, and finally put his heart back in his stomach. In any case, his daughter seems to have gotten a good score without using the equipment he gave her, which is a lot of peace of mind. In addition to the school, there are a large number of people on the internet who are paying attention to the test once every 3 years. The current blog hot search is, this year's player college entrance examination dungeon is actually a cat demon dungeon, which is much more difficult. And the most concerned thing in Haicheng is the test site of major high schools. Countless people are watching the live broadcast in the secret dungeon online. And following Jianwen's perspective, everyone saw Han Yu's summoned creature killing everyone. Countless comments were floating. This was the fastest team to clear the map after watching so many test live broadcasts. I feel that the summon is okay, not as weak as imagined. Weak? Don't you think it's too strong? What kind of monster is it? Does strength matter? You straight men. Look at those pointed ears. It's obviously a lowly elf, my god. I also want to change my job to summon. Summoners are really great. At administrator, immediately ban the pervert above, thank you. This summon is indeed very strong, but the biggest weakness of the summoner is instability. This time it may summon a powerful summon, and next time it may be a slime. If you want to summon a powerful summon with a name, you need to be level 30, and complete the second transfer. And the maximum difference between the summon and the master is only 3 levels. In the midterm, even if the summon is 3 levels higher than the master, the level difference will be made up by the equipment of players of the same level. And skills. So maybe Han Yu is just lucky. He summoned a powerful summon this time, but it may not be the case next time. Thank you for the answer, Brother Dong, but Loli is so cute. I still want to change my job to summoner. Don't think about it. This thing depends on luck. Maybe you will summon a skeleton. I will hug you to sleep every day. His team is too fast. Will they enter the top 100 this time? A most useless profession. The test score enters the top 100 in the country. It's exciting to think about it. What are you thinking about? The summon has a duration. When the time is up, even if the summon is not injured, it will leave, and the summoner needs to summon it again. It's impossible for Hanyu to be so lucky and summon such a powerful monster again. That's a pity. I thought I could witness a miracle today. Chapter 8. Hanyu's team sat down to rest in the field, and Jiang Ziki cast 2 healing auras on Ellie and Black Panther. Healing wounds and relieving fatigue, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki did not consume much, mainly leaving time for Ellie to recover. Ellie bowed slightly. Thank you, priest. Hu Yuan, a wu. Jiang Ziki asked, very polite, how long can these 2 summons last? Hanyu checked the game interface. About 10 minutes, it should be enough time to finish the next level. The duration of the summon beast is related to the player's energy attribute. The duration of the summon of Ellie and Black Panther is about 40 minutes. It's okay, we can pass the 4 levels directly, at least we are rated B. Don't worry about you not graduating. What are you thinking, you won't graduate? The summoning time is over, I can summon Ellie again. Hanyu curled his lips, he wanted to be a man in the top 100. Do you think you are the chosen one? Although she didn't know much about summoning, she knew that the biggest weakness of the summoner in the early stage was the uncertainty of the summoned creature. Those who can specify the name to communicate the summoning are all after the second transformation. Don't worry, I have awakened a mysterious talent. Hanyu said mysteriously. My talent is to establish a connection with the summoned creature, and there is a high probability that the next summon will summon the same summoned creature. With this talent, I can ensure the stability of the summoning technique. Do you think I am the chosen one? Hanyu will definitely be noticed if he keeps summoning the same summoned creature in the subsequent battles, so it is better to say it is his talent in advance. Jiang Ziki was a little surprised. Special effect talent? If you can summon Ellie to fight stably, you will be no different from others before level 15. I saw that Ellie's damage was so high, and I thought you had a talent to increase the attack of summoned creatures. Hanyu nodded guiltily. This girl actually saw through his original talent at a glance. Then what is your talent? I also have a special effect talent. Jiang Ziki's face was proud. Special effect talents are much rarer than data talents, but the effects are strange and varied, and the uses may not exceed ordinary talents. But it is useless in the early stage. The talent is called Mark Superposition. Every time a skill is released, a layer of enhanced mark is obtained. Each layer of enhanced mark provides 10% effect enhancement for the next skill. But within 30 minutes, the same skill can only be triggered once, and the enhanced mark will disappear after 30 minutes. Jiang Ziki was a little annoyed when she said this. If there are only 2 skills, her talent is not as good as others' data talent that directly enhances 25%. A magical skill. Hanyu finally understood what talent was. When you have 12 or even more skills in the later stage, the subsequent skills can be increased by more than double. Oh, of course, you have to have enough mana. In the early stage, as long as you learn a few more skills, there will be no difference between you and others. Jiang Ziki nodded. She also knew that this talent had great potential, but just complained, it's a pity that you can only use skill books after level 15, otherwise, I would ask my dad to buy me 2 low-level spells, and I can just stack buffs. Hanyu gave a thumbs up. A young lady is a young lady. Skill books are consumables, and the production rate is not high. With a huge number of players now, a low-level skill book can be priced at hundreds of thousands. If it can be used in the later stage, it is not uncommon to upgrade the skills to more than 1 million. At this time, Ellie stood up. Captain, Hu Yuan and I have rested well. Okay, let's go to the 4th floor quickly. Pushing the door open, the 2 entered the 4th floor of the Cat Demon Dungeon. At this time, the people outside the field saw Hanyu's team taking action again, and they became excited again. The 4th floor. Most of the other teams are still struggling on the 2nd floor, and only 1/10 have entered the 3rd floor. Don't worry, the summons are about to disappear. Let's see what summons he can summon next time. If it's a slime, I laugh. It's okay, as long as you can pass the 4th floor, at least it will be a B-level evaluation, which is considered to be in the middle among all the candidates. A team with a summoner and a priest can get a B-level score. It's good. Jiangwen and the teacher of Donghua No. 1 Middle School have the same idea. Lu Baofeng said, As long as we can pass the 4th level, if we fail to summon a powerful summon creature, we can just use the return scroll to come back. Considering their speed, we may even get an A grade. Yes, for a summoner, this kind of luck is already very good. Jiangwen's face also improved a little. Although it was embarrassing for Dongwon No. 1 Middle School to have a summoner, it would be better if the score was acceptable. But he still said, I just hope that kid has some sense and doesn't take Ziki to take risks, otherwise I won't let him off easily. Hanyu pushed open the door of the 4th floor, and the cat demons jumping up and down looked at the people coming in. In front of the 2 fluorescent cat demons in the back, there were 2 more green cat demons. Poison Cat King. Jiang Ziki exclaimed, and there are more mutants on this floor. The identification information of the Poison Cat King appeared in front of Hanyu. Poison Cat King, LV-12. An enhanced mutant of the Dark Curse Cat Demon. Attack method: condensing the toxins on the claws in the body to form a poison sac. It can be directly sprayed out, adding a poisoning effect to the target and creating a slow/poison terrain. This is the first time they have encountered a long-range cat demon, so the long-range advantage of the elf archer is greatly weakened. Hanyu glanced at the whole scene. There were a total of 12 cat demons, 4 ordinary cat demons, 5 dark curse cat demons, 2 level 12 poison cat kings, and 1 level 11 fluorescent cat demon. There are healers, tanks, and ranged units. This is a monster team. Moreover, there are more mutants in the team than ordinary cat demons. Lu Baofeng and Jiang Ziki outside the field had similar reactions. His heart, which had just been put down, was hanging again. Why are there poisonous cat kings on the 4th floor? There are 2 of them. It's not a boss level. Lu Baofeng looked at Jiangwen, hoping to get an explanation from him. Jiangwen was silent. He also sensed the recent changes in the abyss, and guessed that the organizing committee would increase the difficulty of this test, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Xi and Jinshuan saw that Jiangwen didn't speak, and said, this is troublesome. The biggest advantage of Han Yu's team is the super high-ranged attack of the elf archer. This advantage is greatly weakened, and according to our previous speculation, the other attributes of this archer should be very low. Once attacked, he may be killed instantly. If the 2 of them are also inflicted with the poison state, they may not be able to use the return scroll. Everyone looked serious, knowing that Han Yu would not be able to pass this level. Chapter 9. Han Yu immediately retreated when he saw the Poison Cat King, and reminded Jiang Ziki, stand behind me, protect yourself, and don't be splashed by the venom. He didn't expect to encounter 2 Poison Cat Kings on the 4th floor. Ali, be careful of the long-range attack of the Black Poison Cat King, and still attack the Fluorescent Cat Demon first. As Jiang Ziki retreated, he added 2 amplification effects to Ai Li and Hu Yun. If Ai Li is injured, we will have no output. If the situation is not right, use the return scroll as soon as possible. Don't worry, the venom attack can't hit her. Others only saw the high damage of the archer, but he knew that Ai Li's agility was the highest attribute, and the trajectory speed of the venom could not hit her at all. Hearing Han Yu's reminder, Ai Li nodded lightly, and then calmly pulled the bow like the previous copy. Scattering opening, all the cat demons rushing over were repelled. Hu Yun also rushed up at the same time and began to bite the cat demon frantically. It was a pity that it was not killed instantly. The cat demon that was hit still had a quarter of its health left. If the fluorescent cat demons were not cleared in time, their status would soon return to normal. Then a burst of shots and a series of shots accurately hit the fluorescent cat demon at the back. The fluorescent cat demon was a long-range one, and its health was not high to begin with. Now it only had a little health left. Ellie drew her bow and shot again. With just one more arrow, she could take away a fluorescent cat demon. But the 2 poisonous cat kings also quickly locked onto the target and attacked Ellie at the same time. Moreover, the 2 poisonous cat kings happened to be standing on the left and right sides of the map, and the attacks they launched formed a pincer attack on Ellie. Whether she dodged left or right, she might be splashed. However, Ellie seemed not to have seen the 2 balls of venom flying over. She calmly pulled the bow to the full extent and stared at the fluorescent cat demon running towards her companions, as if she was determined to take away this remaining blood. Even Han Yu did not expect this operation. Ellie had recovered her memory, and would not make such a reckless move. It's over. The audience outside the venue all thought of these 2 words. The archer with the most fragile body was hit by 2 attacks from the Poison Cat King. He was afraid that he would disappear on the spot. Han Yu, you are a shrimp rice. Woo woo, you actually let such a cute lowly girl die for you. Don't get excited upstairs, this is just a summoned creature. If it dies, it dies. But the only output is dead, and they are not far from being wiped out. I think they should use the return scroll quickly. Although, that is an elf lowly with long ears. It's too cruel to let her die. The 2 balls of venom were only more than 1 meter away from Ellie, and Ellie's bow was also pulled to the maximum limit. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Ellie's pupil shrank slightly, and she finally reacted to the impending attack. She leaned back suddenly, and at the same time, she shot out with a longbow, and the arrow shot upward with a stream of light. At the same time, her right hand released the bowstring and stretched it behind her. Her petite body fluttered in the air like a butterfly, and landed steadily after a circle, which was equivalent to moving back 2 steps at the fastest speed. As soon as Ellie left, 2 balls of venom fell to the ground, forming 2 black toxic slow areas, but Ellie's body was still clean, without a drop of venom. Damn, so handsome. Mom, this archer knows martial arts. Coach, I want to learn archery. I want to change my job to an archer. The tense hearts of the audience outside the venue finally relaxed. No one expected that. Everyone thought that only the archer with outstanding strength could dodge the attack with such a dazzling move. Wait! Look at that arrow. As Ellie rolled backwards, she shot an arrow up to the sky, drawing a perfect arc in the air, falling at a faster speed with the momentum of breaking through the air. The fluorescent cat demon, which had just been attacked continuously, had quickly hidden behind an ordinary cat demon. It had released a healing spell for itself, restoring 1/4 of its blood volume, and adding a healing effect, which continued to restore blood within 30 seconds. But when it just breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was safe, a sound of breaking through the air came from the top of its head, and an arrow kept magnifying in its eyes, and then fell into its huge mouth that was wide open due to fear. The arrow sealed its throat, and the blood bar of the fluorescent cat demon was instantly emptied, turning into a corpse without breath. Ah! Did anyone see that arrow? Before dodging, the cat demon's escape trajectory had been calculated, and it was killed with 1 shot. This is too cool, I surrender. But I am uneducated, and I can travel the world with just 1 word. What kind of operation is this? I know. This is the long-lost bow fighting technique in the world. I don't know anything else, but this elf must be a math expert. I just got here, and I want to ask when the archer profession was added, and why don't the 2 summons at the back go up to resist damage? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Ellie landed lightly and shot another arrow, killing an ordinary cat demon with low health. But the other cat demons were approaching, and after the fluorescent cat demon died, they no longer needed to protect themselves, and the next attack of the poisonous cat king was also brewing. Stay away, I have to go. Hanyu took out a steel knife from his backpack. Hanyu felt that he had to do something. If this continued, the school might give the graduation certificate to Ai Li. Ah, where did you get the knife for a summoner? Jiang Ziki had not recovered from Ai Li's smooth movements just now. Oh, as a summoner with balanced 4 attributes, it should be reasonable for me to bring a knife. Before entering the dungeon, Hanyu thought that the attribute points were added to himself, and he was ready to be a melee summoner. Even if Ai Li's agility was high enough, and she dodged the attacks of the poisonous cat king again and again, the poisonous swamps formed would not disappear for a while. At that time, the places where Ai Li could hide would be limited little by little, and there was no way to free her hands to attack, and she would only be worn down by these cat monsters. And Huyun had no taunting skills, and he could only try his best to entangle 4 or 5 cat monsters. Hanyu had to share some of the firepower. Hanyu raised his knife and stepped forward, shouting at Ai Li, "Clean up the ones with low health first, I help you attract the attention of the poison cat king." Yes, Captain. Ai Li retreated in response, away from the attack range of the poison cat king, and began to harvest the cat demons that were scattered and had low health before. Hanyu made a circle, avoiding the cat demons that were rushing towards Ai Li, and quickly approached the poison cat king. The poison cat king was puffing up his mouth, ready to spray venom, and saw Hanyu rushing over, and immediately opened his mouth and roared, calling the cat demons to protect himself. The cat demon that had just rushed towards Ai Li immediately turned around and changed its target to Hanyu. But Hanyu didn't even turn his head back, and still rushed towards the poison cat king. If all the cat demons came to chase him, then Ai Li could output with all her strength, and these cat demons were afraid that they would all die on the road. Sure enough, the cat demon chasing Hanyu just turned around, and Ai Li's arrow had already fallen. The ordinary cat demon that had been attacked by the scattered attack was killed in 1 blow, and the dark cursed cat demon was only hit a few more times. During the hesitation between Ai Li and Hanyu, it was already beaten to a low health. The poisonous cat king dared not stand to attack, and hurriedly retreated, but Han Yu approached quickly with his 8-point agility attribute. When the distance between the two was only 2 meters, Han Yu reversed the handle of the knife, stepped forward and cut. His body turned into a stream of light, and moved directly behind the poisonous Cat King. Damn! He used E? Isn't this a summoner? How can he also use step forward? This is a prerequisite skill for warriors and swordsmen. I know this. Senior Han Yu is called the most mediocre genius by our Donghua Middle School. All 4 attributes are above 8 points, but none of them is above 10. The 4 attributes are balanced, but none of them is outstanding. It is normal that he can learn the prerequisite skills of other professions. TSK. No wonder he is called the most mediocre genius. He deserves the name. I seem to know why he changed his job to summoner. I don't quite agree with the above words. With 8 points for each attribute, he can change his job to any profession, but he chose summoning. I think there is something wrong with his brain. Chapter 10. Han Yu stepped forward and slashed, appearing behind the Poison Cat King, with a fragile neck right in front of him. Han Yu smiled, drew his sword out of its sheath, and slashed at the back of the Poison Cat King's neck with all his strength. The Poison Cat King's fur exploded, and the human just now suddenly appeared behind him. It was too late to dodge, and could only make a shrill cry to seek support. But Han Yu's sudden knife could no longer be avoided. Han Yu's knife fell, and the sound of the sharp blade breaking through the flesh was heard, and a trickle of blood flowed out. A number floated above the Poison Cat King's head, -80. Huh? The damage is so low? Han Yu was stunned, and then he remembered that he was only level 10, and the Poison Cat King was already a level 12 monster. And he was a summoner of pure blood. The Poison Cat King was also stunned, and touched his neck. It seemed that it was indeed just a little skin broken. I thought I was going to die if I was attacked, but now I was just bitten by a mosquito. The Poison Cat King turned around immediately, and with anger of being deceived, he scratched at me with 2 cat claws. Han Yu hurriedly retreated, raised his knife to block the attack of the Poison Cat King, and his arm was numb. Han Yu quickly took another step back, and left the attack range of the Poison Cat King. At the same time, he used the summoner's trick and shouted loudly, "Ailey, save me!" Ailey had already noticed Han Yu's side, and before she finished speaking, an arrow shot at the back of the Poison Cat King, causing it to pause. Another Poison Cat King's attack also arrived, but as Han Yu retreated, a poison bullet hit the back of the Poison Cat King in front of Han Yu. Although the Poison Cat King was immune to poison damage, it created a slow field under its feet. This negative terrain did not distinguish between enemies and friends. Melee summon, there is still a long way to go. The Poison Cat King was slowed down, and Han Yu had enough time to dodge the attack and started scraping. -80, -80, -100. Critical hit. Looking at the 2000 HP of the Poison Cat King, Han Yu felt that there was still hope of scratching him to death. Anyway, his goal was just to interrupt the Poison Cat King from releasing poison bombs, and he didn't expect to cause much damage. Another Poison Cat King kept trying to attack Han Yu, but he hid behind his companions again and again, so he could only point the target at Ellie again. The audience outside the field watched Han Yu in the center of the screen holding a steel knife and scraping continuously, which was too boring compared to Ellie's dazzling archery skills. Why is the screen focused on this summon? I want to see the elf Loli. Is this a melee summon? It's so fragile and has no damage. I love it. But at this time, the CD of Ellie's scattering skill was ready. With one scattering, she took away all the low-health cat demons on the field. Ellie officially started the harvesting mode. Even the 2 poisonous cat kings were hit by an arrow each. Huyun finally got rid of the entanglement of the dark cursed cat demon and rushed towards the poisonous cat king in front of Han Yu. The poisonous cat king finally broke free from the slow field at this time, but Han Yu had already run 3 meters away. Now Huyun has freed his hands, so he still needs to scrape it here. The poisonous cat king wrestled with Huyun in helplessness and rage, and was taken away by Ellie with a series of shots and several general attacks. The last poisonous cat king on the field had no power to fight back, and was dragged to death by Huyun and Ellie, and fell to the ground with a bang. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were surrounded by light, and all their injuries were healed. After finishing the 4th floor, they finally reached level 11. Huyun calmed his breath and looked down at his claws, which were becoming ethereal. He jumped to Ellie's side with a few big jumps. Ellie jumped lightly and sat on Huyun's back. "Captain, my time is up and I have to go back." Han Yu looked at the time and saw that the summoning time was about to end. Ellie and Huyun turned into stars and disappeared on the spot. The audience outside the venue saw Han Yu's summon disappear and knew that the duration was up. Han Yu's mental power is not low. The summon should have existed for 40 minutes. Let's see what the next summon is, but I guess the 4th floor is already the limit of this team. It's impossible to summon such a powerful archer every time. Although I know that there is little hope, I still pray to Buddha. Use my 10 years of life in exchange for me to see my beloved Ellie again. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki didn't care about Ellie's disappearance. Anyway, she would be back soon. The two of them had just upgraded at the same time, and now they could distribute the 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point they had obtained from the upgrade. But in addition to this, Han Yu heard a long-lost system prompt when Ellie disappeared. This hunt has been completed, and the settlement is in progress. Hunting gains 6 free attribute points, special for summons. Complete the first summoning mission, unlock a new function, talent sharing. Talent sharing. Synchronize the attributes and abilities of the summoned creature with the host. If the attributes are higher than the host, the original attributes will be overwritten, and if the attributes are lower than the host, the original attributes will remain unchanged. Duration 10 minutes. Each summoned creature calculates the cooldown time separately, 30 minutes. Note: a summoned creature that has established a permanent connection with the host can still use talent sharing skills even if it is not summoned. Unlock a new function, Talent Awakening. Talent Awakening. Consume attribute points to awaken new skills for the summoned creature. The first awakening requires 10 free attribute points. Talent Sharing. Han Yu completely ignored the second function. After being hit by the 80 points of damage, he had already given up his dream of melee summoning. But with talent sharing, he can share the attributes and skills of summoned creatures. Melee summons are nothing. As long as there are enough summoned creatures, he can even experience all professions. As for Talent Awakening, the attribute points are not enough for the time being, and the current level is too low, so it is more cost-effective to enhance the attributes. After all, the skill damage is also based on the attributes. At this time, Jiang Ziki patted Han Yu on the shoulder. Have you added points? Hurry up and call out the summoned creatures. Oh yes, not yet. I was thinking about something just now. Han Yu then opened his game interface. After upgrading, he gained 2 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After a little consideration, the main output now still depends on the summoned creatures. Han Yu added both summons to the energy, increasing the duration of the summoned creatures and his own amplification strength. After adding points, Han Yu opened his own panel. Han Yu ID, Ruoshui. Level, LV11. Physique, 8. Strength, 8. Energy, 11. Agility, 8. Profession, Summoner. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 1. Finally, 1 attribute has broken through 10, which is considered to be the fulfillment of Han Yu's pursuit. The next step is skill points. Han Yu now has a total of 2 level 1 skills, and only needs to consume 1 skill point to upgrade. Han Yu did not hesitate, and upgraded the communication with the other world to level 2. The communication with the other world upgraded to level 2 can summon 3 creatures, which is a great enhancement in the early stage. Han Yu chanted the spell, and a complex magic circle appeared in front of him. A skinny humanoid creature appeared, and it seemed to be carrying a long-handled weapon. It started. It summoned again. Let's see what creature it is. A short skeleton limped out of the summoning circle, with soul fire flashing in his empty eyes, and some dirt on his skeleton, as if he had just walked out of the grave. Chapter 11. On his shoulders, he was carrying a hoe instead of a weapon. The skeleton moved in front of Han Yu, leaning on the hoe and leaning towards him. The sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard from his mouth, and then his chin fell to the ground, which scared Han Yu. But the skeleton seemed to be used to it. He raised his chin with a swing of the hoe and pressed it skillfully. Apart from anything else, the speed of swinging the hoe was quite fast. Han Yu just wanted to cover his face. What the hell was this? His skeleton was almost falling apart, and he was still working. Don't you guys do quality inspection? The audience in the live broadcast room had the same reaction to the skeleton as Han Yu. I really? Ha, what the hell is this? Sorry, I laughed too loudly. What did you summon? Are you sure it won't break its skeleton when attacking? Bad news, the farmer skeleton was summoned, which has little combat power, but the good news is that even if his bones are broken into 206 pieces, he won't die. Yeah! Jiangwen was also stunned when he saw Han Yu's summoned creature. Although he wanted to beat Han Yu very much now, he still hoped that he could summon another powerful summoned creature. After all, it is the college entrance examination now. With Han Yu's current progress, if he summons another powerful summoned creature, it is not impossible to enter the top 10 in the country. Haicheng is not a big city. In last year's test, there was no one in the top 10 in the whole of Haicheng. Every student who can enter the top 10 can be written into the history of Dongwon No. 1 Middle School. Even if he is a summoner, it can make him proud. What a pity. Wu Eo shook his head. I just checked the progress of other cities. If we can summon another creature of the level of the elf archer, we might be able to enter the top 10 in the country. Jiangwen had the same idea in his heart, but he refused to give in. Rely on a summoner? I just hope he brings my daughter out now. Taking this kind of creature to challenge the boss level is basically the same as seeking death. Han Yu waved his hand to let the skeleton retreat to the side. The summoning array has not ended yet. The skeleton limped to the side, and a figure sitting on a mount appeared again in the summoning array. This figure? Look familiar? Ali! Is my Ollie back? Thank the Buddha, my wish has really come true. Wait, you won't let me pay the price, Buddha? I'm kidding. It's over, the upstairs is dead. The administrator came out to collect the body. Huyun carried Ollie out of the summoning array, and Ollie jumped down. Bowed to Han Yu. Master, fight for you. Get up. Ollie shook her head. Her eyes became clear. Back again. Ollie looked around. Nothing seemed to have changed. Ali, do you still remember me? Jiang Ziki saw Ai Li's face full of surprise, ran over to hold her hand, and wanted to touch her head. She had heard Han Yu say that he could sign a contract with the summoner before, and she was a little bit unconvinced, but now she saw Ai Li and felt relieved. Ai Li seemed to be so close to others rarely, and pulled her hand away awkwardly. Of course, priest. In the school, Jiangwen, who was a little disappointed with Han Yu just now, was shocked. How is it possible? It's that elf archer. Indeed. Wu Eo had the same expression. Exactly the same. It's the same summon, and the Black Panther next to her is also the same. Jiangwen looked at Wu Eo, his eyes full of disbelief. Is this possible? It is said that all summoned creatures come from another world, so it is possible to summon the same summoned creature twice, but there has never been such a record. The same kind is common, but the same one has never been seen. Except for the name-calling summon after the second transformation. Wu Eo also found it difficult to understand how Han Yu did it. Is it possible that it is a talent? Han Yu's class teacher Lu Baofeng said, new talents appear every year. Han Yu may have awakened a new talent. All eyes were focused on his face. Lu Baofeng said in an uncertain tone, when the elf archer appeared just now, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki did not show any shocking expressions. It seems that they had expected it. Otherwise, as witnesses, they must have been more shocked than us. Of course, I am just guessing. Everyone looked at the screen again. Indeed, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki on the field did not show any shocking expressions, as if they had already expected that the elf archer would appear. Yes, it is very likely. I think Brother Baofeng is right. Luo Shushin also nodded, and everyone thought that this speculation made sense. After all, there are so many different kinds of talent awakening that it is still impossible to count them clearly. Can you choose your own summons? If so, then summoners are not such a scumbag. Jiangwen said. If Han Yu really has this kind of talent, maybe he can continue on the path of a summoner. Wu Eo shook his head. No, look at that skeleton, it looks so weak. Han Yu is also disappointed when he sees it. If he can choose a summon, Han Yu will not choose it. I guess it should leave a mark on the summoned creatures that have been summoned before, and continue to summon them next time. But the summons can't keep up with the progress of the players. Archers are useful in this dungeon, but after a few levels, they are useless, so they are still in the sewer. That's right. Jiangwen was poured with a basin of cold water, but at least this dungeon can be passed smoothly. Maybe we can really get a top 10 for our school. If so, I won't hold him responsible for the private transfer of summons. Lu Baofeng was about to continue to plead for Han Yu, but after hearing Jiangwen's words, he shrank his neck again and complained in his heart. Datu is seducing your daughter, Han Yu. You better pray for yourself. The teacher can't save you. In the dungeon, Huyun ran directly to Han Yu's legs and rubbed against him, seeming to be more intimate than last time. Ali also said happily, Thank you, Captain. After we went back, we found that our strength has really become stronger. This way I have a better chance of passing the adult assessment in half a month. Before, she thought that the power of this world could only be used here. After returning to her own world, she found that she had really become much stronger, no longer inferior to adult elves. While she was cheering, she was pulled over by Han Yu again. Huyun was more intimate with Han Yu because of this. It took him several dozen minutes to grow here, which was equivalent to the speed of several years of growth in the elf forest. Now it knows who is its breadwinner. Okay, take a break. The next level is the boss level, which may be more difficult. Save your energy. Yes. Captain. Hanyu called the little skeleton with a hoe on his back to him, and was about to open his interface to hit points for him. But Ailey took a step back, quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow, aiming directly at the skeleton, undead creature. Huyun also showed his fangs to the skeleton and roared. Don't. Hanyu was about to stop him. The skeleton also felt the danger. The hoe behind him swung directly in the air, dug a big hole in the ground, and laid down in it at lightning speed. The soil automatically covered him, and buried him tightly. Don't. Do it. Hanyu didn't expect the skeleton to react so quickly. Before he finished speaking, he had already crawled into the soil. What is this summon? It doesn't look very smart, and it can still escape. Now it's in the dungeon, and it must bury itself before it sees the monster. Hanyu looked at the small mound on the ground and was speechless. Chapter 12. The audience outside the venue and Hanyu's reaction were similar. Damn, did I see an afterimage? Is this the trembling skeleton just now? I see, this is the skill of the summoned creature. I bury myself before the enemy attacks. I kill myself, how can you kill me? It's an invincible move. Hanyu issued a mandatory order, and finally let the skeleton crawl out of the ground. After a good explanation to Ellie, let her let down her guard against the undead creature in front of her. It seems that the summoned creature's memory recovery is not all good. There are more faction prejudices. The summoners summoned all kinds of strange creatures before, and they have never encountered such a situation. Although she knew it was a teammate, Ellie still took 2 steps away from the skeleton. Captain, this kind of weak skeleton can be crushed to death in our world. I think we should bury it. You take a rest first, I take a look. Hanyu still has 6 free attribute points. If this skeleton is really not worth cultivating, he can simply strengthen Ellie's attack power, and summon it again next time. Hanyu opened the skeleton's panel. Ruoshue's summon, Skeleton Mage. Level, LV11. Constitution, 6. Strength, 6. Stamina, 12. Agility, 9. Skills, Dream Vine. Throw seeds at the target, and vines will quickly grow, wrapping around the target within a 1-meter range, forming a flower and grass cage, and absorbing the target's blood to strengthen itself. The flower and grass cage will become stronger over time, and reach its maximum power, after 30 seconds. Race, Undead. Race characteristics. It is difficult to die unless his soul fire is destroyed, but after the bones are broken, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Is this level 11? Hanyu looked at the small figure in front of him, and was a little bit unbelievable, but this skeleton actually had a high energy value of 12 points, and its basic attributes far exceeded Hanyu's expectations. And there is a group control skill, which can be cultivated. Now there are 2 poison cat kings on the 4th floor. It is estimated that the number and quality of monsters in the next boss level will be higher. Having a control skill can make Ellie fly a kite better. After thinking about it, Hanyu added 4 points of energy to this skeleton, making him a farmer skeleton mage with 16 points of energy. Then he added 2 points of strength to Ellie again, to ensure that she can cause effective damage to the boss. Ellie felt her body lighten and her strength increased by 2 points. She was happy. Thank you, Captain. Aww. Huyun made 2 coquettish calls, and rubbed against Hanyu's legs. Next time, next time. Hanyu touched Huyun's head. What Huyun lacks now is not the attribute, but the taunting skill of the shield battle. After Ellie finished speaking, the soul fire of the skeleton became brighter, and he looked around curiously. Because after Hanyu gave the attribute, he just reacted to what happened. Master. Master? The skeleton began to speak after regaining his memory. Do you have a name? I'm Finn, a skeleton who likes to farm. My goal is to become the most famous gardener skeleton in the world. No need to work hard. I think you are already the best skeleton in the world at farming. There are no serious skeletons who like to farm. No, master, you don't understand. The flowers I want to plant are different from others. They don't agree with human aesthetics. They only please the dead. Thank you for your gift, master. I feel full of energy now. This seems to be a new world. I can't wait to leave my work. Finn may not have spoken for too long, and the skeleton's jaw kept clicking when he spoke. Stop, stop, stop! I just want to ask, how many times can your flower and grass around be used? We are going to fight monsters soon. Oh. Finn immediately became serious when he heard about fighting monsters. After all, this was the mission he was summoned to this world. Finn took out 3 seeds from the cracks in the skeleton. It can be used 3 times, and then you need to wait for 30 minutes before it can be bred. But master, this is not just a skill, but a variety of lustful dreams that I carefully cultivated, which can. Then became excited again when he talked about planting. Okay. Has Ellie rested well? Let's go. Yes, Captain. Before Finn finished speaking, he quickly carried a hoe and followed the team. Master, really, my lustful dream vine is not only beautiful but also. Hanyu stood in the front and pushed open the bronze door with force. Behind this door was the last level of this assessment, and also the final boss level. The bronze door opened, and Hanyu's team appeared on the 5th floor. A strong smell of blood permeated the 5th floor and penetrated everyone's nose. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki frowned. All the previous copies had no such pungent smell. What a nice smell. Finn, who had been standing timidly at the back, stood in front and sighed from the bottom of his heart. I just don't know where his sense of smell came from. I smell the rich nutrients in this land. If I can plant my favorite flowers and plants, they will definitely grow very beautifully. Hanyu ignored the neurotic skeleton and looked at the center of the venue. The source of the bloody smell was right there. A cat demon with its back to them was gnawing at something. Next to it, a cat demon skeleton was lying in a mess. It seemed that it was the only living cat demon left on the entire 5th floor. Hearing the sound of the door, the cat demon turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, and he held a broken cat demon corpse in his mouth. It looked like a fluorescent cat demon, but the flesh and blood of its body had been gnawed almost, leaving only some flesh and blood hanging on its legs. This cat demon? Eating its own kind. Jiang Ziki covered his mouth. Even though he had done desensitization exercises before entering the dungeon, he couldn't help but want to vomit when he saw this scene. What kind of mutant is this? Hanyu was also shocked. Although cat demons are not very intelligent, they are still different from wild beasts. He has never heard of cat demons having the habit of cannibalism. Hanyu hurriedly identified and checked the attributes of this cat demon. Mutating bloodthirsty cat demon, LV-15. Mutation progress, 88%. Do not let him suck blood, otherwise the mutation process will be accelerated. Skill, ? Attack method, ? I know why the poison cat king ran to the 4th floor. A big monster appeared here. Those who did not run away were eaten. Only the name and level were identified, and the skill attack method was unknown. At this time, the bloodthirsty cat demon had completely turned around, stood up and looked at Hanyu and others. He threw away the cat demon corpse in his hand, as if he had found more delicious food. At this time, the bloodthirsty cat demon stood up completely, and everyone realized what kind of monster it was. It was 3 meters tall, more than twice the height of a normal cat demon. The 2 front paws were placed in front of the body, and the muscular hind legs were slightly bent, ready to jump up and attack at any time. The 2 canine teeth had become saber teeth, which were 30 centimeters long. The overlong fangs had pierced through the upper lip and drilled out of the flesh. On its body surface, the skin was broken, and bright red flesh and blood squeezed out of the cat's skin, which seemed to be the result of incomplete mutation. Being stared at by this monster, everyone felt creepy. Chapter 13. Attack first, don't get entangled by him, Hanyu said, and quickly released a flame totem in the field, providing amplification for all summons. Just as Ailey was about to draw her bow and shoot an arrow, the bloodthirsty cat demon opened its bloody mouth and let out a sharp roar. Roar! The huge sound shook the air and penetrated everyone's eardrums. Hanyu's brain was like being hit by a giant hammer, and there was only a blood red in front of him. The arrow that Ailey had just drawn fell directly to the ground, and everyone was affected by the sound wave and fell into a blood-red shadow. Originally thought it was just a roar of venting, but it turned out to be an indiscriminate range control. This skill instantly put everyone into a passive state. Outside the field, when Jiangwen looked at the monster on the screen, his heart was lifted up, and now something unexpected happened. He stood up directly. What kind of monster is this? A level 15 mutant with boss skills. When did the test become so difficult? According to the rules, the difficulty of the dungeon is automatically adjusted according to the number of people. Logically, Hanyu's team only has 2 players, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki, so the difficulty should be much lower. But looking at the dungeons they passed, the first 3 levels were normal, but 2 poisonous cat kings appeared on the 4th level, and this kind of monster that has never been seen before appeared on the 5th level. None of these difficulties can be compared with the dungeon tests of other students. Jiangwen directly called the organizing committee. As the principal, he had the authority to contact the organizing committee directly. But as soon as he got through, Wu Ao pressed the phone. Old Wu. What are you doing? This arrangement is obviously unfair. A team of 2 people, the The dungeon is so difficult, isn't this asking Ziki to die? Sit down. Wu Ao pulled Jiangwen down. Even if the secret realm has been around for almost 100 years, can we really control the monsters in it? The organizing committee can only try to control the difficulty of the dungeon, but mutations are happening all the time. There are hundreds of students who die at the hands of mutants every year. If you call the organizing committee now, you will only receive replies that if you are alive, your score will be increased, and if you die, you will be given a merit badge. What's the use? It's better to wait and see if the two of them can use the return scroll. Let's wait and see. I hope nothing goes wrong. Wu Ao saw Jiangwen finally put down his phone and added another sentence. But that's Ziki. Jiangwen still looked like the principal, and the head teacher next to him was looking at the screen with a worried face, not daring to breathe. In the field, Han Yu's team, including the summoned creatures, were all stagnant, and the bloodthirsty cat demon would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. The muscular hind legs kicked on the open ground, leaving two deep pits, and the huge body jumped into the air, bounced, and landed in front of everyone. The whole process took less than a second. The first one to wake up was Finn. He just felt like someone patted his head. His high energy made him wake up quickly from the controlled state. Although he just wanted to hide in the soil, as a summoned creature, his first rule was to protect Han Yu from harm. He threw a seed backhandedly, landing at the place where the bloodthirsty cat demon landed, and then stood in front of Han Yu with a hoe on his back, and started digging a hole, with the hoe flying. Master, you must remember my contribution. Finn shouted loudly, cheering himself up, restoring the summoned creature's combat experience, and also making the summoned creature not look at death with indifference. But the bloodthirsty cat demon did not rush towards Han Yu, but rushed towards Huyun next to him. He was extremely eager for flesh and blood now. Huyun had the best physique, and his vigorous blood had a fatal attraction to the bloodthirsty cat demon. Finn took out a seed with his backhand and threw it in front of Huyun. The seed grew rapidly, and vines emerged from the ground. But at this time, the bloodthirsty cat demon had already arrived in front of Huyun. Huyun woke up from the control at this time, and what he saw in front of him were two bloody fangs. He hurriedly raised his front paw, but was still bitten by the cat demon and fell directly to the ground. The bloodthirsty cat demon's sharp teeth penetrated Huyun's back and began to extract blood frantically. In just a moment, Huyun's blood volume dropped by 1/3. At this time, Jiang Ziki and Ellie also woke up. Holy Light Healing. Jiang Ziki cast a halo on Huyun, raising blood and adding healing effects, temporarily slowing down the speed of its blood volume reduction. Huyun. Seeing Huyun being suppressed, Ailey was anxious and immediately drew her bow and shot arrows, preparing to fight back with scattered shots. Don't use skills. Han Yu immediately stopped Ailey. When the bloodthirsty cat demon sucked blood, a thin golden light covered its body. That was the sign of dominance, indicating that this blood-sucking was one of the skills of the bloodthirsty cat demon. Now the damage taken by the attack is only 50%, and it will not be interrupted by control skills. But Huyun? Ailey's longbow was already pulled to the fullest, but because Han Yu's command could not be issued, she was anxious but had no way to do it. Don't move. Prepare to fight back with scattered shots. Han Yu roared. He didn't have time to explain to Ailey. Since it is a skill, it must have a duration. It is impossible to be in a dominant state all the time. Han Yu was calm in his heart, knowing that this was the most difficult monster he encountered today, and he must be careful, otherwise he and Jiang Ziki might stay here. Under the bloodthirsty cat demon's feet, the seeds that Finn had just thrown were growing, and the vines were climbing up the bloodthirsty cat demon's hind legs, but it did not move, immersed in the enjoyment of sucking blood. Ellie's slender arms were trembling slightly, ready to shoot the arrow at any time, but without Han Yu's command, she could not attack. In 3 seconds, even under the protection of the healing aura, Huyun's blood volume still dropped to only 1/4, and he could no longer withstand the next attack of the cat demon. But the bloodthirsty cat demon's saber teeth were finally pulled out. A satisfied look appeared. Han Yu saw that the degree of mutation on his head had changed from 88% to 92%. If he was allowed to come twice more, he would really mutate into a complete form, and then they might have no chance at all. In the live broadcast room, outside the venue, the audience saw the speed at which the Black Panther's blood volume dropped, and their hearts were in their throats. Are you still not using the return scroll? Let the summons take over, and use the return scroll quickly. This is really bad luck. I encountered a dungeon that is still mutating. The difficulty of this dungeon is simply uncontrollable. Once the mutation is complete, this cat demon can be said to be a monster of another level. It is simply not something that a novice player of level 10 can resist. If his summons were only disposable, Hanyu might really let Ellie and Finn take over and use the return scroll directly. But Hanyu had just cultivated these summons, which consumed more than a dozen of his attribute points. Hanyu felt a little distressed to give up like this. He also couldn't bear to give up the elf archer who jumped and called him captain, and the big cat who liked to rub against him, of course, except for the broken-mouthed skull for the time being. Chapter 14. Shoot! When Hanyu saw that the bloodthirsty cat demon finally pulled out the fangs and was ready to attack again, he finally gave the order to attack. Ellie was already impatient. She pulled the longbow in her hand to the full and scattered it, drawing a perfect stream of light in the air and hitting the bloodthirsty cat demon hard. -180, -180, -180, only 3 arrows hit. 3 red numbers floated up. The damage was better than nothing for the bloodthirsty cat demon with 5000 HP. But the repulsion brought by the scattering slightly repelled the bloodthirsty cat demon, interrupting his attack and allowing Hu Yun to escape from the suppression. Entanglement. Hanyu ordered again. Master, look at my work. Finn took off the hoe on his shoulder and held it upright in his hand. At the position of his hoe, a faint light shone, and there was actually a magic crystal there. Hanyu had been wondering where the magic wand of this group control mage was hidden. He never expected that he could transform the hoe into a magic wand. Of course, it is also possible that the magic wand was transformed into a hoe. Finn pointed the hoe at the location of the vines. Bloom. My lovely flowers and plants. The vines that were originally just gently wrapped around the bloodthirsty cat demon grew wildly, and quickly became as thick as a baby's arm. The epidermis began to crack, and inside was not plant juice, but flesh-like substances that seemed to be wriggling. From the torn epidermis, tentacles like baby palms emerged one by one, drilled into the wound of the bloodthirsty cat demon, and began to twitch rapidly, extracting the cat demon's blood. The bloodthirsty cat demon kept floating the number -120. At the same time, these vines used the cat demon's flesh and blood as nutrients, became thicker, and stretched out more tentacles. I knew the flowers planted by the undead were not normal. Hanyu muttered inwardly. He had thought that this was a skeleton who cultivated his body and mind. Why doesn't he struggle? Hanyu originally thought that the bloodthirsty cat demon would struggle violently, but the cat demon entangled by the vines had a face that twitched and twisted from time to time, but did not struggle violently. Master, I added the flesh and blood of the dream snake when cultivating the vines. It may now think that it is hugging a few female cat demons and having fun. It is indeed an evil undead creature. This skill is simply amazing. It has control, damage, and hallucinogenic toxins. I really underestimated this skeleton before. Hanyu had never heard of the dream snake. It should be unique to the other world, but he could roughly guess its function by hearing the name. Ellie was about to raise her hand to attack again, but was stopped by Hanyu again. If she could suck the bloodthirsty cat demon to death in her dream, it would be the best result. Attacking would instead make him get out of this state. Hanyu looked at the progress of the mutation on the head of the bloodthirsty cat demon, which was slowly decreasing. 92%, 91%, 90%. When it reached 90, Hanyu actually saw a frowning expression on the cat demon's face, like a human. 89%. The bloodthirsty cat demon's eyes suddenly opened. Sure enough, it still didn't work. The bloodthirsty cat demon is now extremely sensitive to blood, and blood drawing will make him extremely irritable. Shoot! Hanyu immediately ordered, and Ellie was already ready. She shot 3 arrows in a row, and nailed them firmly on the head of the bloodthirsty cat demon. -621. You can always trust the archer's long-range output. With the blood that was constantly absorbed by Finn's flowers and plants, the bloodthirsty cat demon has lost more than 1,700 drops of blood. The cat demon let out a terrifying roar, but this time it didn't have the effect of seducing the spirit, probably because the skill was cooling down. The flesh and blood that had originally bloomed from the cat demon's skin began to shrink back, and there was a little more room for movement in the vines. Finn immediately began to shrink the vines, but the vines, which had become as thick as an adult's arm, were shrinking a little slower after all. Ellie continued to shoot arrows in her hand, calmed her breath a little, and shot 3 arrows in a row again, consuming the bloodthirsty cat demon's blood. The bloodthirsty cat demon stretched out its claws as soon as it could move. Even the vines that had become as thick as an adult's arm were like children's toys in front of its claws. With a swing of its claws, the vines in front of it were directly cut off. New vines were growing, but they could no longer stop the cat demon from escaping. Finn threw the last seed in front of the bloodthirsty cat demon and quickly drilled out of the ground, hoping to control the cat demon for the second time, but the cat demon was extremely fast and escaped in an instant. Han Yu pointed his finger at Ellie. Talent sharing. He suddenly felt that his body was much lighter, his agility and strength had a qualitative leap, and at the same time, he had a lot of experience with bows and arrows in his mind. But the problem is that Han Yu has no bows and arrows. Although he has balanced 4 attributes and prepared various weapons, he really hasn't prepared something unpopular like a longbow. But Han Yu still raised his hand and drew the bow in the void. Scatter. Talent sharing, he also shared Ellie's scattering skills. In Han Yu's hand, a longbow of the same style as Ellie appeared, but it was transparent and looming. With his right hand, he drew the bow, and 9 arrows flew out silently like air, shooting at the bloodthirsty cat demon, who was about to escape. The audience watching the live broadcast could not even see the bow and arrow in Han Yu's hand, but only saw Han Yu making a bow drawing motion. What are you doing? Posing? Do you still have time to pose at this time? Do you want to leave a perfect image before you die? My suggestion is, let the summon quickly top up now, use the return scroll, and there is still a glimmer of hope. Hey, wait, look at that monster. It seems to have been really shot. Finally, someone noticed that after Han Yu made the bow drawing and arrow shooting motion, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. There were several more wounds on the bloodthirsty cat demon, just like the arrow wounds shot by arrows, and even bigger wounds, as if several invisible arrows exploded on the cat demon. Fuck. What is this, an arrow of thought? As long as you believe that you have shot an arrow, there will be a real arrow? In the field, Han used scattered arrows. Although the arrows were invisible, the cat demon who was about to escape was still repelled. Master. Good arrows. Thing gave a thumbs up, and the flesh and blood vines finally had time to re-enter, and quickly wrapped around the bloodthirsty cat demon, but the cat demon's claws were free, and it only took one claw to cut the vines in front of it. No, master. This claw is too sharp, and the vines don't have time to form a cage. The bow and arrow in Han Yu's hand disappeared, and the long sword appeared in his hand. Although there was no bow, he shared the agility and strength attribute bonus of Ellie, and he could still exert his combat power with other weapons. Ziki, give me a reinforcement, Han Yu said, while swinging the sword forward. Jiang Ziki's magic wand flew in his hand, and a halo fell on Han Yu's head. You are reinforced. Come on. Han Yu's agility and strength were enhanced again. He felt as light as a swallow and landed in front of the bloodthirsty cat demon in a few steps. He slashed with his sword, facing the wrist of the bloodthirsty cat demon. When the sword and claws collided, Han Yu and the bloodthirsty cat demon both took a step back. Han Yu's tiger's mouth had already cracked. Although he shared strength and agility, his physique was still not good. The root of the cat demon's claws entangled by the vines also tore open. When Han Yu repelled it, the vines had finally had time to grow. Chapter 15. Trapped, there is hope. The audience outside the venue breathed a sigh of relief for Han Yu when they saw the cat demon trapped again. The huge size of this cat demon is too oppressive, and it has many skills. Even now, more than half of its blood has been consumed by Han Yu and his men. But it is a mutation of a bloodthirsty cat demon. As long as it catches a creature to absorb, it can quickly recover blood and then kill Han Yu's entire team in seconds. What I want to ask is, when did Han Yu become so powerful? Didn't he only reduce 80 points when he killed the Poison Cat King in the last copy? Did you see the number just now? It reduced 331 points. Even this boss was chopped to pieces. And the speed is so fast, this agility must be more than 10 points. From this point of view, it should be a burst. My senior Han Yu has awakened the second bloodline and transformed into a Super Saiyan Man. Super Saiyan Man? It's 2121. No one still watches that kind of old anime, right? You've exposed your age. Jiangwen and others were also relieved when they saw the cat demon trapped again. But what made them more curious was that this seemingly fragile skeleton could actually trap a level 15 monster. Old Jiang, summoning is also considered a magic system, right? What do you think the skeleton is? How did Han Yu summon such a powerful summon every time? Jiangwen thought for a moment and said, she is not at a high level, but she has great energy. Her energy attribute must be far beyond her level, otherwise the spell would not have such power. This again? Wu Eo was a little unconvinced. They had said before that Ellie's high damage was because her strength was outstanding, but it turned out that her agility was not bad either. I always feel that this kid is not simple. I'm afraid he has awakened some extraordinary talent. Wu Eo touched his chin, feeling that Han Yu was full of secrets. As long as he is not infected by the abyss and becomes a mutant, it's fine. As for talent, it's his own business. Jiangwen glanced at the head teachers next to him while speaking. Everyone understood the meaning. As long as Hanyu is strong enough, they don't need to ask about the rest. After the abyss invaded, there were countless strange things on the earth, and the awakening of talents varied from person to person. The official never said that they wanted to know the player's talent. As long as they fought for humans and didn't fall to the monster camp, it would be fine. In the field, Hanyu forced the bloodthirsty cat demon back with a knife. His hand was slightly numb, and even the steel knife began to crack. This rubbish blank weapon has too low durability. Increase the difficulty of the test, and don't give us any good weapons. But now that the cat demon is trapped again, it can be regarded as a relief for Hanyu. The trapped cat demon began to struggle violently, staring at Hanyu with wide eyes, looking like it could pounce at any time. Can we let him sleep? Hanyu asked Finn next to him, a little further away. Now the knife would only cut the vines together, so he had to protect his own safety first. No, it's already on guard, and it's big. The venom of the dream snake probably won't have much effect. Shrink quickly. He's getting smaller again. As he spoke, the bloodthirsty cat demon's body began to shrink again, and Hanyu asked Finn to shrink the cage in time, making it difficult for the cat demon to escape. The bloodthirsty cat demon only had 1/3 of its health left, and now it would be killed by the double damage of Ellie and Finn in just 2 minutes. The cat demon in the flower and grass cage slowly closed his eyes, as if he was too weak to resist the poison of the dream snake. The poison is working again? Hanyu said in surprise. Maybe it has become weak because it has sucked too much blood. Seeing that his work has played such a big role, and showing off in front of his master, Finn was also excited. Degree of mutation 86%. Degree of mutation 85%. Degree of mutation 75%. Hanyu, who was carefully observing the bloodthirsty cat demon, was shocked to see that the number above his head suddenly decreased by 10%. Abnormal. There may be something wrong. Be careful. Hanyu reminded loudly, so that the few people who were a little relaxed could regain their spirits. The cat demon in the flower and grass cage suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs bulged out, and his eye sockets were directly squeezed. The whole body began to swell, and the already broken fur was completely stretched out, and then fell off, and the bright red flesh was directly exposed to the air. In just a moment, the bloodthirsty cat demon's body grew larger, and the vines directly pierced into the flesh, and then quickly broke apart. It's no use, master. The vines don't have time to grow. Finn had just finished speaking when all the vines were directly broken, and there was nothing left to control the monster. Mutated bloodthirsty cat demon in blood fury state. Achieve status, doubled attack power, doubled attack range, have cooldown, have defense. There is a second form. Is this a test? This is going to kill me. Hanyu originally thought that the cat demon had some way to escape, but he didn't expect it to transform directly. The audience outside the venue saw the cat demon explode directly and grow larger, and they all understood that Hanyu's team had encountered a mutated copy. There is also a second form. Organizing committee, come and tell me, is this a level 10 copy? Is this a high school graduation test? This is not something the organizing committee can control. The copy is mutating every day. It can only be said that Hanyu's team is too unlucky to encounter a copy that is mutating. If the mutation is completed, the recommended level of this copy should become level 15. In fact, there are candidates who die every year for this reason. But there is still a chance. The cat demon's defense has also been reduced. Only they can withstand the first wave of attacks. There is still a great chance of killing the cat demon later. I will use the 10 years of life of the lowly control just now to exchange for Hanyu's team to withstand the attack and kill through the copy. You? Copy this paragraph and lend the power to Hanyu. The cat demon just got out of trouble and did not pounce immediately. Instead, it howled to the sky, and a strong bloody smell quickly filled the surroundings. Skills. His skills are ready. Hanyu was shocked. If he was controlled by it, no one could withstand it, and the blood consumed by it would be quickly replenished. Talent sharing. Hanyu aimed at Finn this time. He had the highest energy, and would hardly be affected. As expected, the cat demon roared, and everyone's brains were hit by a heavy hammer, and they stopped the rhythm of their attacks. Hanyu shared Finn's energy attribute, and quickly woke up from the control. Looking back, Finn had already started digging a hole with a hoe. Finn, you have no more seeds. Yes, it will take more than 10 minutes to plant the next seed, but master, don't worry about my speed. I will dig a big hole, and I will definitely be able to bury both of us. Then please block it. Hanyu grabbed Finn's bones. Finn's skeleton was almost weightless, and was thrown out by Hanyu. The bloodthirsty cat demon was jumping and pounced, with a faint light on its teeth. Whoever was bitten would be suppressed, and then sucked a lot of blood by him. "Master, I am a mage," Thin shouted, but his body was already in the air. "But you have no blood." "I don't believe that he can still suck blood from the skeleton." Chapter 16. Thin is an undead anyway. Although his health is not high, he has the characteristics of immortality. The bloodthirsty cat demon, whose whole body swelled up, jumped down from the air and ran into Finn, who was thrown by Hanyu. The two fangs collided with Finn's bones, and a bone-crushing sound came out. "Master, you can't do this. I have done meritorious services for you." Finn was thrown into the air, watching his bones shatter piece by piece, and screamed. The bloodthirsty cat demon's body emitted golden light, indicating that he entered the hegemonic state. Use the skill directly. Hanyu's eyes lit up. The cat demon entered the hegemonic state, but also controlled himself for 3 seconds. "Ailey, attack. Don't use the chain first," Hanyu shouted loudly. Ailey just woke up from the control and immediately raised her bow to shoot. Although the golden hegemony has a damage reduction effect, the cat demon is now under blood rage and suffers double damage, and it is already at low health. The cat demon in the second form is too strong, and Hanyu can't wait any longer. While Ellie raised her bow, Hanyu now shared Finn's attributes, holding the void in her hand, took out 3 seeds, and threw them out at the same time. As Hanyu expected, although Finn's bones were cracking little by little, the bloodthirsty cat demon did not recover his blood volume. The cat demon's face was full of doubts, wondering why he, as a bloodthirsty cat demon, sucked in loneliness. Maybe his brain, which did not grow with his body, had never seen a creature like the undead in his life. Under the feet of the bloodthirsty cat demon, 3 vines were growing rapidly, and Ellie's bow and arrows kept opening and closing, and arrows were shot out one by one, hitting the cat demon's head. 3 seconds had passed, and the cat demon slapped Finn in front of him away. He was too seriously injured and needed to find new prey. The blood bar representing Finn's health value on his head only had 1 drop of blood left. It was the characteristics of the undead creature that kept him immortal. The cat demon wanted to jump again, and the 3 dream vines exerted force at the same time, quickly binding the bloodthirsty cat demon, but each vine had its skin burst because of the cat demon's struggle, but it also stretched out more tentacles to extract the cat demon's blood. Ailey continuous. The vines can't trap it for long, and it must be solved before he escapes. Jiang Ziqi's staff flew in his hand, and a power-enhancing halo was put on Ollie. 3 consecutive arrows were shot out, making a big hole in the head of the bloodthirsty cat demon, and the skull could be clearly seen. But the cat demon's struggle became more intense, and Hanyu, who was controlling the vines, felt a splitting headache. It would be better to let Finn, who had no sense of pain, do this job. The scepter in his hand pointed to the position of the vines, controlling all the vines to drill into the wound that was just shot by Ellie. Countless tentacles immediately swarmed out, frantically sucking the blood flowing from the cat demon's wound. The 3 vines were nourished by the blood and quickly became as thick as an adult's arm. The blood made them more excited. The bloodthirsty cat demon's blood volume quickly decreased. It was still struggling, but its strength was getting weaker and weaker, and Hanyu's pressure was also reduced a lot. It was only a matter of time to grind it to death. Ellie calmed down her breath. The previous battle had consumed her too much. Now her arms were still shaking, but she still pulled the bow to full again and fired another string of arrows. But only 2 arrows hit, hitting the wound that was hit by the string of arrows before. The last arrow flew crookedly for a while, and fell to the ground. The longbow in Ellie's hand also fell to the ground. She had exhausted the last bit of strength. Hanyu also noticed Ellie's situation. "Take a good rest, it's solved." "Yes, Captain." The bloodthirsty cat demon was shot by the longbow again, and could only let out a wail, and no longer had the strength to break free. Hanyu did not wait for him to die. Now he was testing, and if he could kill him 1 minute earlier, he would get more points. The vines, which had become as thick as pythons, swam quickly on the body of the bloodthirsty cat demon, and their tentacles were deeply embedded in the bloodthirsty cat demon. All the vines exerted force in the opposite direction at the same time, and the bloodthirsty cat demon, whose defense was already reduced, was instantly torn in half by the huge force. Blood and flesh splattered. The cat demon's blood volume was reduced to 0, and finally died. A shiny stone flew out of its body, and fell on the open ground. "Huh?" Jiangwen, who was outside the field, breathed a sigh of relief. He had just seen the bloodthirsty cat demon mutate again, and he almost crushed the chair. When he let go, he left 5 finger marks on the chair. This kid is still a bit good, he actually passed the level. Maybe it's another talent. Wu Il was much calmer than Jiangwen just now. Just now, he used the skills of his summoned creatures, otherwise it would not be possible to pass the level so easily. I suspect Han Yu has dual talents. Dual talents? Several class teachers were shocked. All their attention was on the battle just now, and they didn't think of this. It's very likely. Jiangwen nodded. He was too concerned about Jiang Ziki just now, and now he thought of this. In the history of our Dongwon No. 1 middle school, it seems that there has been a genius with dual talents. Seeing that Jiangwen seemed to be in a better mood, Lu Baofeng immediately said, so with dual talents, summoning can also be very strong, and Han Yu's choice is not wrong. Unexpectedly, Jiangwen slammed the table and said, how dare you say that? With such good qualifications, he changed his job to a summoner. How can you be a class teacher? After the test, you and Han Yu come to my office together. Ah? Lu Baofeng didn't expect that his plea would make Jiangwen think about the change of job to summoning again, and the smile that had just been relaxed turned bitter again. Okay, Lao Jiang, if Han Yu didn't change his job to summoning, he might not have dual talents, but it's better than the title of the most mediocre genius. Cleared. Abyss Dungeon Cat Demon Dungeon. Rating. SS. The game prompt sounded, indicating that this difficult dungeon test was finally over. Dungeon rewards have been issued. 2 Bronze Edge cards fell into the hands of Han Yu and Jiang Ziki. Han Yu turned over the card. Obtain Purple Grade Equipment, Blood Blade of the Civet Cat. Obtain Purple Grade Equipment, Bracelet of the Heart. Clear the dungeon and obtain SS rating, double the experience. A white light flashed across Han Yu's body, and he was upgraded again. A dagger and an emerald green bracelet also appeared in his hand. They should be the Blood Blade of the Civet Cat and the Bracelet of the Heart. Blood Blade of the Civet Cat. Main weapon, dagger. Physical attack power, 187 to 189. Agility +2. Attack speed, extremely fast. Trait 1, backstab. Attack from the back of the enemy, guaranteed to be a critical hit, and cause 150% damage. Trait 2, tear. Attacking will cause the enemy to be in a bleeding state, deducting 10% of the attack damage per second, for 30 seconds. Wearing requirements, agility greater than 7. Bright Heart Bracelet, accessory, bracelet. Spell defense, 18 to 22. Energy +2. Casting speed increased by 20%. Equipment characteristics, increase resistance to mental attacks by 25%. Wearing requirements, energy greater than 7. Not bad. Han Yu looked at the dagger in his hand. The main weapon with 2 characteristics is rare in purple equipment. After all, it is much more difficult to increase the characteristics of equipment than to strengthen the attributes. Chapter 17. Ouch, ouch. I have blocked arrows for the master. I have made contributions for the master. Master, you can't do this to me. Han Yu was about to increase his attributes when he heard Finn's screams, and the sound was getting louder and louder. I almost forgot that Finn was still lying on the ground. Should I cast a healing spell on it? Jiang Ziki pulled Han Yu's sleeve and said, no, he is an undead creature, and your healing spell may cause harm to her. Han Yu walked to Finn and squatted. Thank you for your hard work, Finn. It's not hard, it's not hard. I am willing to die for the master. Seeing Han Yu coming, Finn stopped screaming immediately. Just next time, can you not throw it so suddenly? In fact, I still have a defense shield. As he said that, he actually stood up with a hoe. Your injury doesn't seem that serious, and you can still stand up. Oh, serious, very serious, master. Finn shouted again. But as long as the master gives me a little bit of that mysterious power just now, I will be much better, and I will grow more beautiful flowers and plants for the master. This is the sweetness of Han Yu's increase in attribute points for him. He didn't expect that the vines of the Dream of Lust were so lush just now. Now he feels that Han Yu is the life mentor he studied, and he has to take advantage of this time to get more benefits. The attribute is gone, give you this. The attribute needs to be settled after the summoning ends, and now it is gone. Han Yu took out the Mingxin bracelet, which is quite suitable for Finn. Then hurriedly took it respectfully. Thank you, master. As soon as he got it in his hand, he immediately took a close look at the bracelet, and even put it on his own skeleton to grind it. Han Yu showed him the properties directly. Thank you, master. This really suits me. With this bracelet, I will definitely get a good ranking in this year's Undead Flower Fair. Then quickly stuffed the bracelet into the unknown bone gap. How long will it take for your bones to be repaired? Can you still participate in the next battle? Don't worry, master. I have hundreds of years of experience in repairing bones. I can repair the broken bones if they are not serious. For the broken ones like this one. then knocked on the place where he was attacked by the cat demon just now. I will buy a few high-quality bones in the market when I go back. Okay, you take a rest first. Hanyu walked away with an unclear expression. It seems that not only this skeleton is abnormal, but the undead in the entire other world are not normal. There is a flower fair, and there is also a bone trading market. Hanyu decided to communicate less with Finn, so as not to be infected. Hanyu walked to the body of the bloodthirsty cat demon. When the cat demon was torn open just now, he saw a crystal-shaped object falling out. Sure enough, when he got closer, he saw a diamond-shaped crystal, which was transparent and fell out of the cat demon's body, but it was not stained with blood. Mutation crystal? Jiang Ziki also came over and looked at the crystal on the ground. It looks like it should be. Hanyu looked at the crystal and picked it up. It looked like an ordinary crystal, but when Hanyu took it away, he saw a sea of blood. The energy that kept pouring out made Hanyu's fingers numb, and he had a little more killing impulse in his heart. Low-level energy stone detected. 20 free attribute points can be obtained after absorption. It's a profit. The official recycling price of the lowest level mutation crystal is 1 million. Jiang Ziki said with surprise. Jiang Ziki is not short of money, but she knows that Hanyu has been living alone and should be short of money. Then I will put it away first. When the money is collected, we will share half of it. It will be enough for college tuition. Hanyu felt that the energy of the mutation crystal was trying to enter his body, and hurriedly put it into his backpack. Forget it. This dungeon depends entirely on your summons. I didn't help much. I just flipped the card and got a purple outfit. I am satisfied. Wait until I collect it. Hanyu thought about the prompt given by the system just now. Low-level energy stone. Can the system absorb it? But Hanyu had no intention of keeping it. All the mutation crystals were collected uniformly by the official. It is strictly forbidden to circulate in the market and privately hold them. Hanyu was in the test. It is estimated that there are countless viewers watching outside. If he absorbed it himself, he would have no explanation if he could not take out the crystal at that time. There is another reason. For Hanyu now, money is as important as attribute points. If it were not for the compulsory education of players in the Han Dynasty, he might not even be able to go to school. Hanyu scanned the area, picked up a steel knife, and ran to cut off the bloodthirsty cat demon's fang. What is he doing? This shouldn't be a material, right? Jiang asked Lu Baofeng next to him with some curiosity. Nowadays, many wealthy businessmen like to collect this kind of things. Hanyu has been living alone, so he may be short of money. Oh! Jiang nodded. Then I will apply for more bonuses for him. This time he performed well, and Ziki was not injured. Lu Baofeng was relieved after hearing this. It seems that the principal is also a kind-hearted person with a sharp tongue. He is not prepared to do anything to Hanyu. Hanyu put the fangs into his backpack. The mutated monster fangs, the college entrance examination limited edition, should be able to sell for tens of thousands of yuan on the market. There are also 2 attribute points, and 1 skill point obtained from the upgrade. Hanyu did not use the skill points. He had no plans to upgrade the flame totem for the time being. It would be better to save 2 skill points to continue upgrading the communication with the other world. The attribute points continued to be added to the energy to increase the amplification strength of the flame totem. As for the dream of becoming a melee mage, Hanyu held the blood blade of the spirit cat in his hand. It is enough to share talents. Share the attribute values of Ellie, and then have fun for 10 minutes. After checking the battlefield, there were no missed spoils. Hanyu turned to Ellie and said, "This exploration is over, I will send you back." "Yes, Captain." "Awowo. Goodbye, Master, my flowers will definitely look better next time." This summoning has ended, and free attribute points have been obtained. 6. Please use them in time. Are you sure you want to exit the dungeon? Yes. After Hanyu made his choice, he and Jiang Ziki left the dungeon and appeared in the job transfer hall just now. They can't go out now. They need to wait in the square for everyone to finish the test. 2 hours after the test begins, all players will be forced to teleport back to the real world. I don't know how the ranking is. Hanyu looked at the sparse people in the square. His team wasted a lot of time because of the poisonous cat king and the bloodthirsty cat demon, so there should be no advantage in the clearance time. At least it's A, maybe it can be in the top 100. Look at these few people in the square, and they are all dejected. They probably didn't pass the level, and used the return scroll. But don't expect to be in the top 10 in the country. It took us 55 minutes to kill the boss. Last year, the top 10 results were all within 45 minutes. When passing the level, the score given by the game will only affect the dungeon reward. As for the score of this exam, there will be a special examiner who will give the final score based on the clearance time, clearance method, and combat ability. Okay. Hanyu didn't ask for too much. He would be satisfied if he could get first place in the school. The principal, who pays so much attention to grades, should be able to give him a lot of rewards, right? He must be able to. After all, in Hanyu's memory, the principal has always attached great importance to the honor of the school. Chapter 18. In Haicheng Live Broadcast Room, Barrage. The time is out. It's 55 hours 1 minute and 32 seconds. I looked at all the schools in Haicheng, and this is the first one to pass the level. Haicheng's top student is out. It's not just based on the time to pass the level, but also the performance in the dungeon. It's a bit too early to say the top student now. Do you think there are people who are so lucky to encounter the dungeon in the promotion and pass it at such a fast speed? Well, that's true. Haicheng's top student is out. But this year's test is much more difficult. Last year, there were more than a dozen people in Haicheng who passed the level within 50 minutes. It's said that there are more than a dozen people, and only 3 or 4 teams can break the record of passing the level in 50 minutes every year. Aili Yisheng, haha, we've talked so much. I fainted after my wish to see Aili again came true. I just woke up now. Brother, you're still alive. Aili Yisheng, hey, why do I have so many white hairs? I've been staying up late playing games too much lately. One good news, one bad news. Good news, your Aili successfully passed the level without getting hurt. Bad news, it cost you 10 years of your life. Aili Yisheng, great. Are you there? Are you still there, brother? I sit at the table with the kids. After Hanyu and Jiang Ziki stayed in the square for a few minutes, some people started to come out of the dungeon. Everyone's equipment was tattered, and even the elemental mage had a lot of scratches from cat claws. The difference is not big. Hanyu whispered. The difficulty of this dungeon has indeed increased a lot, and everyone's progress is not fast. Less than 10 minutes later, Ji Min's team also fell out of the space and landed next to Hanyu and Jiang Ziki, but they looked very embarrassed. As soon as they left the square, all the team members sat down on the spot, looking exhausted. A female priest sat on the ground. I really don't have a drop left. Why are there 2 poisonous cat kings? Shao Jia, you have worked hard this time. I will thank you separately after the test is over. Ji Min smiled warmly at him. No need, President. We are all in the same team. It's alright. It's just you, Zhang Lin. If you can use your skills less often, I can save some energy. Zhang Lin, who was sitting next to him, had his robe torn into strips, and it seemed that he was pressed to the ground and scratched by the cat demon. His face was ashamed, but he couldn't say a word to refute. And the shield warrior sitting next to him still had traces of being burned by the flames. That's right, I was almost burned to death by you. You should change your job for the second time. Elemental mage is really not suitable for you. There are no monsters with fire element in the cat demon copy. It seems that all of them were burned by Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin didn't expect that the shield warrior he despised the most would also mock him. He couldn't bear it anymore and tried to explain, Okay, Zhang Lin just changed his job, and it will be much better after he gets familiar with it. Ji Min, who had been silent just now, interrupted at this time. It sounds good, but in fact, what he thought in his heart is similar to what his teammates complained. Puff. Looking at their appearance, Jiang Ziki couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Hanyu. If I team up with them, I might not be able to pass the level. Hanyu and the other 2 didn't know that their copies had mutated yet, and thought that the difficulty of everyone's copies was about the same. Zhang Lin, whose face was flushed, wanted to speak but was blocked by Ji Min. Now he was so angry that he had no place to vent. He turned his head angrily when he heard the laughter behind him. It's over. Hanyu felt something was wrong when he heard Jiang Ziki's laughter. This is the passive trigger of the system. If it goes as expected, someone will come to cause trouble next. System, do you get attribute points for slapping in the face? There is no such option. Forget it. Hanyu stood up. Ziki, let's go sit somewhere else. More and more people are about to clear the copy. Okay. Jiang Ziki patted his butt and stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Zhang Lin. Squad leader? You didn't pass the level, did you? Let me guess. Which level did you use the return scroll? The 3rd level? No, seeing how spotless you are, you must have used it on the 2nd level, but you can only get a C-level rating at most. You can only graduate with difficulty. Jiang Ziki turned around and looked at Zhang Lin's beggar clothes, which were completely different from the high-spirited look when he just changed his job to an elemental mage. With a smile on her face, she replied to him nonchalantly, Aw no, we passed the level. Why would a priest like me get covered in dust? I'm curious about how you, a mage, became like this. You should join our team and pass 5 levels, and you can at least get an A-level rating, Zhang said to himself. Wait, you passed the level? How can you two pass the level? You just passed the level. Do you still need to tell me how you passed the level? Jiang Ziki tilted his head, looking confused. At this time, Ji Min also came over and patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder. Okay, Zhang Lin, after all, your class leader's teammate is a summoner, so it's normal to quit early. Ji Min had a bright smile on his face and stretched out his hand to Jiang Ziki. Jiang Ziki, classmate? We still need a priest in our team. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. He is now thinking that if Jiang Ziki is willing to join, kick Zhang Lin out, and the shield warrior stays, it might be a better choice. There are still 10 opportunities to explore dungeons during the summer vacation, so teammates are better to be reliable. As the class leader, Jiang Ziki has also heard of Ji Min's name. As the president of the student union of Donghua Middle School, although the high school student union does not have much power, Ji Min has run the student union very well. But Jiang Ziki always felt that Ji Min's smile was too hypocritical, and waved his hand. Let's talk about it when there is a chance. We leave first. After that, he followed Han Yu to a corner of the square and sat down, waiting for the test to officially end. Zhang Lin looked at Han Yu and left without saying a word, showing a disdainful smile. A summoner, a priest, and said that he has passed the level, who would believe it? The test will end soon, and everyone can see the game video. That Han Yu is very rational, and he left without saying a word. Unlike your squad leader, he is stubborn. Ji Min would not say bad things in front of others, but he knew that the best way to get two people closer is to say bad things about others together. Jiang Ziki sat and looked at Zhang Lin's smug look, and was very dissatisfied. They definitely don't believe that we have passed the level. If they don't believe it, then don't believe it. Just wait until the results come out. Han Yu didn't care. Anyway, everyone looked down on summons for a long time. Even now, he's successfully passed the dungeon, and it is estimated that the title is only changed from the most mediocre genius to the luckiest genius, completely relying on summoning 2 powerful summons to fight. It would take him a long time to explain one by one. I wanted to show him our return scroll. He was so arrogant even after being scratched by the cat demon. You are indeed a young lady. You have a bad temper. Who do you say is the young lady? I think you are asking for a beating again. I told you, this is a test. Don't do it, young lady. You're still yelling, right? Move away. Move away. Why is there still a picture of Han Yu when I've cleared the game? Turn it off. Jiang Wen covered his chest, and felt his blood pressure rising again. Move away right now. Move away right now. The operator hurriedly cut off the live broadcast of the square, and temporarily stabilized Jiang Wen's blood pressure. Chapter 19. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the test officially ended. Even the students, who had not finished the dungeon battle, were forcibly teleported out. And those who could not be teleported out could only stay in the dungeon forever. The bronze door appeared again on the square, and everyone returned to the school. The teachers and students who had been sitting and watching the game stood up and applauded them at the same time. No matter what the result was, these students had completed their first experience. All the teachers also came down to comfort their students and ask how they felt and whether they were scared to pee their pants. But Jiang Wen didn't say much and walked directly to Han Yu's position. Zhang Lin and Ji Min's team happened to be standing in front of Han Yu. When they saw the principal and the vice principal walking towards them, they immediately straightened their chests. Could it be that my performance in the dungeon attracted the principal's attention? My performance doesn't seem to be very good. It must be that our team's performance is good. The teams before us all withdrew early. Zhang Lin straightened his chest and waited for the principal to ask about his feelings. He even thought of a rhetoric. Ji Min was the same. He was confident that his performance was perfect this time. If Zhang Lin hadn't held him back, he would have been able to pass the level even faster. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wen didn't even look at them, and walked straight forward to Han Yu. Aren't you looking for me? Zhang Lin was disappointed. Han Yu. Jiang Wen shouted before he even got to Han Yu. With that tone, Han Yu is going to be in trouble, haha. Zhang Lin suddenly became excited again. It must be because he retired too early. Han Yu was also shocked. His performance should not be bad, so why was Jiang Wen so angry? He just changed his job to summoner. It shouldn't be that serious. I'm sorry, principal. I acted on my own. Han Yu apologized directly. Lao Jiang was in charge of his scholarship. Hey, Lao Jiang. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Didn't we agree? He even risked his son's life. Now Hanyu finally got out, but he didn't let him vent his anger. Reporters are here. We talk about it next time. Reporters? Jiangwen looked back and saw dozens of reporters carrying long guns and short guns rushing in from the school gate. What's going on? Why are there so many reporters? After the test every year, reporters are indeed allowed to enter and take a few photos of the test to promote the school's fighting spirit, but there are never so many in any year. It's not just us who watched the video. Now the internet is saying that Hanyu has the potential to be the top scorer. Our Haicheng will finally have a top 10 student in the country this year. Even if he can't enter the top 10 in the country, Hanyu's clearance speed and the difficulty of the dungeon are unique in Haicheng. These reasons are enough to attract reporters. I guess these people are here to interview Hanyu. Don't be impulsive now. There will be more opportunities in the future. It's more important to maintain the image of the school now. Sure enough, while talking, the reporters have already arrived at the student camp and are pulling a student to ask, "Excuse me, which one is Hanyu?" After receiving the instructions, all of them came towards Hanyu. Jiangwen saw Hanyu looking at him with a puzzled look on his face, touched his head and laughed, showing a kind smile. "Hanyu, what are you sorry for? You performed very well, and you worked hard on the test." A reporter just came over and heard the conversation, and immediately said to the microphone, "Hanyu is still very dissatisfied with his grades, and came out to apologize directly." The principal comforted him softly, and cared about the students. "There is a future, there is a future. Just write it like this." These voices naturally fell into Jiangwen's ears. Zhang Lin numbly gave directions to the reporter. Why did he feel that things were not the same as he thought? Didn't the principal come to trouble Hanyu? Why did he comfort him? And what's going on with these reporters? Why did so many reporters come, and they all came to find Hanyu? As a large group of reporters came over, a space quickly vacated around Hanyu. Hanyu felt that the principal was strange today, but still replied, "Fortunately, the copy is not too difficult." This scene was photographed by the reporters who came over, and it is estimated that it will soon be on the headlines of today. The principal of Dongwon No. 1 Middle School condolences Haicheng's top scorer. "Student Ziki, you are not injured, right?" Jiang Ziki showed a bright smile. "Thanks to the care of classmate Hanyu, I am not injured at all." "Haha, good, very good, remember to go home early after the test." Jiangwen forced a bright smile. "Principal Jiang, I'm a reporter from Haicheng Daily. I take a photo with Hanyu." "Okay, Lao Wu, Lu Baofeng, come here too. If Hanyu really makes it into the top 10 in the country, this photo will be the best publicity material for Donghua." This is Hanyu and Jiang Ziki's homeroom teacher. Jiangwen pointed to Lu Baofeng beside him, and explained. Xian Jinchuan and Luo Shuxin looked at their students with sour faces. At first, they mocked Lu Baofeng's students for changing their jobs, but now, he has become the homeroom teacher of the top student. "Okay, look at this, I take a triumphal photo for you." The 5 people stood in a row. Hanyu stood next to Jiangwen. Jiang Ziki leaned next to Hanyu. Jiangwen's arms were bulging with veins, but he still showed the brightest smile. "Thank you, Principal Jiang. Can we interview Mr. Han?" "Of course." The reporter came for this. Jiangwen had no reason to refuse. After getting permission, a group of people rushed to Hanyu. "Mr. Han, what do you think of this college entrance examination test? Do you think the difficulty has increased a lot?" "Well, I actually feel it's okay." Mr. Hanyu thinks the difficulty of this dungeon is quite low. Hanyu frowned. If the difficulty increases again next year, the candidates will definitely hang themselves up and scold him. "You encountered a monster that was beyond the level, and was mutating in the boss level. How did you kill the monster step by step?" "Well, this monster is indeed difficult, but as long as you find the right method, you can still defeat it." Mr. Hanyu means that as long as you find the right method, there is no difficult dungeon. Hanyu frowned his eyebrows. This is to establish an image of Long Outhian for himself, but he is obviously very low-key. Student Hanyu has always been known as the most mediocre genius. What do you think about this? Student Hanyu, your talent is obviously very good. Why did you choose to change your job to summon? Student Hanyu, your summons don't seem to be random. Did you awaken some special talent? Student Hanyu, do you have any special training methods to achieve today's results? Questions came out one after another, and Hanyu felt that if he didn't do well, the principal might deduct his bonus. At this time, Hanyu felt a hand holding him, and turned his head slightly. Jiang Ziki was pulling him and mouthing, "Let's go." "Well, I can achieve today's results thanks to the teaching of my head teacher. You can ask him any questions." After saying that, he suddenly flashed and disappeared in the crowd. Hey, student Hanyu." The reporter didn't expect Hanyu to leave so soon. Lu Baofeng shook his head and explained for him. He just passed the test, maybe he was too tired and needed a rest. The class has a top student, and he now feels that his life has reached its peak, and his face is glowing. Hanyu has already left, and Lu Baofeng's words are also reasonable, so it is difficult for reporters to stop him. So they all pointed their guns at Lu Baofeng. Then Teacher Lu, Hanyu is obviously very talented. Why did he choose to change his job to summon? Is this also what you taught? Ah? The first question made Lu Baofeng stunned. As a class teacher, do you think Hanyu will have a better future if he changes his job to other professions? Do you provide job change guidance for students before the exam in school? Hanyu. Come back here, you stinky boy. Lu Baofeng looked at the background of Hanyu who was leaving, and roared angrily in his heart. Chapter 20. Zhang Lin watched Hanyu being surrounded by reporters and ran away. His mind was confused now. He grabbed a student next to him. Junior, what did Hanyu do? Why are there so many reporters here? The student, who was called over, took a look at Zhang Lin's miserable outfit and explained. Senior, you may not know that Hanyu is basically the top student in our Haicheng. He cleared the dungeon in 55 minutes, and the dungeon he encountered was mutated, which is the most difficult dungeon he has seen so far. Wait, you said he cleared the dungeon? Zhang Lin asked again in disbelief. Yes, what's so strange about this? Not only did he clear the dungeon, but he took the longest time in Haicheng, and got a double S rating when the dungeon was settled. Zhang Lin was stunned and looked at the figures of Hanyu and Jiang Ziki leaving. Now he realized that they really cleared the dungeon, but they were just too lazy to explain it to him. Zhang Lin looked back at Ji Min, who had the same opinion as him before. Ji Min pinched Jiang Wen's shoulder. Maybe he was just lucky and summoned some powerful summon. Hiss, Captain, you heard me. Oh, sorry, everyone has worked hard this time. Go back and have a good rest. Ji Min let go of his hand and turned to leave. Hanyu? Is a summoner really that strong? Ji Min clenched his fists and thought to himself when he left. What if I can defeat Hanyu? After all, the strength of a summoner is very unstable. Ji Min looked up at the sky. Jiang Ziki pulled Hanyu and ran out of the school, letting go of his hand, his face still flushed. Looking at Hanyu, she said, those reporters are so annoying. What kind of questions are they asking? They misinterpreted my meaning. Just now, the reporters couldn't gather around Hanyu, and many of them went to interview Jiang Ziki. Haha, but they seem to want to portray you as a cool and arrogant academic master, which is totally inconsistent with your personality. Hanyu pursed his lips. Who said that? I am obviously very cool, and an academic master, okay. Okay, let's go. To celebrate your performance today, this lady will treat you to milk tea. Let's go. Hey Hanyu, your grades are so good, which university are you going to? Jiang Ziki asked as she walked. I haven't considered it. What do you mean my grades are so good? We both completed the same copy, so the grades must be similar. You are kidding me. The grades are scored by the invigilator after watching the video. Everyone is different. Although I am riding on your light, my grades are definitely not as high as yours. This is indeed the truth, and Hanyu has no way to refute it. But I still want you to take me to the map. Can you not apply to a school that far away? My dad won't let me go too far. Sure. Hanyu agreed happily. Anyway, he didn't have a particular school in mind, so it didn't matter where he went. And Jiang Ziki's grades would definitely not be bad. At least, he could get into any domestic school. Okay. That's settled. Jiang Ziki gestured and jumped forward. The two of them walked around for a while, and happened to walk to the street downstairs from Hanyu's building, so they went back to their own homes. The results would probably take 3 to 7 days to come out. After all, it was a manual review, and if the game scores were similar, the organizing committee would need to discuss how to rank them. Hanyu opened the door of his room, which was a small room of more than 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It was the only property left to him by his parents. 10 years ago, Hanyu's parents died on the battlefield of the third monster invasion. The original owner of the body tried various methods to improve his attributes before going to high school. After failing, he didn't know where to find a method to stimulate muscles with electric current, hoping to improve his physical fitness to 10. As a result, he failed as expected and died on the spot, otherwise Hanyu would not have come through. Although he still had the obsession of revenge for his parents in his subconscious, Hanyu knew his talent. Even if all 4 attributes grew to more than 8 points, he still needed to add the most mediocre 3 words in front of genius. After finally living again, he would not choose the radical way of the original owner. It was enough to do what he could and protect the people he wanted to protect. After Hanyu cleaned up the room, he prepared to cook. As a poor family, he still needed to be self-reliant. Hey, when can I summon a chef to cook for me every day at mealtime? Hanyu was still muttering while busying himself. I wonder if Ellie can do it. Thinking of Ellie, Hanyu shook his head again. Elves eat fruits, how can they cook? At this time, Jiang Ziki also jumped home and persuaded Hanyu to choose a school closer to home. She was in a good mood now. Before entering the door, she was still a little nervous. But thinking that this should be the busiest time at school, Jiang Ziki pushed open the door lightly. Mom! Jiang Ziki opened the door and saw that there was no one at home. He called out tentatively. After hearing no response, he lay on the sofa with his legs spread out. But just after sitting down, the door suddenly opened. Jiang Ziki was startled and sat up immediately. Dad, Mom, why are you at the door? Jiang Ziki looked up and saw Jiangwen and his mother Su Xueqing standing at the door. Dad, why are you holding a hammer? Shouldn't school be very busy today? Why are you back so early? Jiang's mother said with an ambiguous smile. Your dad is in a hurry to catch a thief. Thief? How can a thief break into our house? Didn't Dad put an automatic protection scroll at home? This thief, the protection scroll can't prevent it. Jiangwen put down the hammer and said, Where's Hanyu? Didn't he send you back? No, we walked around for a while, and when we got to his house, he went back first. Jiang Ziki seemed to understand something, and her ears turned red. You also sent him home? Jiangwen threw the hammer away, covered his old face, and felt that he had raised his daughter in vain for more than 10 years. It's hopeless, totally hopeless. I'm not sending him off. It's just on the way. We just happened to walk to that street. Okay, let's not talk about this. What's your relationship with Hanyu? Why did you go to the dungeon with him? Do you know how dangerous it is? He's a summoner. What if he didn't summon such a powerful summon creature? What if he didn't awaken such a strong talent? He's just an ordinary classmate. What's the problem? I'm the class monitor. Of course, I can't let my classmates fail to graduate. It will be embarrassing for you, Dad. Jiang Ziki's voice became smaller and smaller, and his face was as red as an autumn maple leaf. Su Xueqing couldn't hold back the smile on his face. What's wrong, Ziki? Haven't you guys confirmed your relationship yet? He's like a fool. How could it be? Jiang Ziki's voice became lower and lower, and then she suddenly reacted and grabbed the pillow next to her to cover her face. Oh! Mom, what are you talking about? No, nothing. Ha ha, okay, I know you and that guy's name. Su Xueqing looked at Jiangwen. Hanyu Jiangwen gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. I'm just an ordinary classmate with that classmate Hanyu, and I definitely don't plan to fall in love. Jiangwen looked at his daughter hiding behind the pillow like an ostrich, feeling that the cabbage he had grown for more than 10 years was pushed by a pig. Ziki, Daddy doesn't stop you from falling in love, but you're still young now. Dad. Jiang Ziki poked her head out from behind the pillow. I'm going to college soon, and I'm an adult. Chapter 21. You? Jiangwen didn't expect Jiang Ziki to refute. Just after saying one word, Jiang Ziki shrank her head back again. Okay, Ziki is grown up. Why do you care so much? Su Xueqing patted Jiangwen's shoulder. I talked to her. Su Xueqing sat next to Jiang Ziki. Then tell me, what about that boy? Jiang Ziki poked her head out from behind the pillow. Well, he's very good, knows a lot, but doesn't seem to care much about what's happening around him, but he's not depressed. He works very hard and has always wanted to improve one attribute to 10 points, although he didn't succeed. And he often hums some strange songs that I've never heard of, and tells funny jokes, but he often looks sad. A little strange, but quite interesting person. As he said this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Jiang Ziki tilted his head and said a lot, and when he saw his mother looking at him with a smile in her eyes, he shrank back again. Su Xueqing turned to look at Jiangwen. It's confirmed, your daughter is hopeless. Mom. Jiang Ziki, who felt that she was being tricked, called out like a spoiled child. Forget it, I'm tired of the test. I'm going back to my room to rest. After saying that, he turned around and left. But before pushing open the door, he turned back again. Dad! You are not allowed to cause trouble for Hanyu. He doesn't even know I'm your daughter. After saying that, he closed the door and went into his room. Xueqing, What should we do? Jiangwen's face was full of worry. What do you mean? Isn't this good? Su Xueqing was happy, and seemed to be happy for Jiang Ziki. But Ziki, you are just worrying about nothing. Ziki is going to college soon. Can you still go with her? She is not going to an ordinary school. She will have to fight those monsters in the future. Wouldn't it be good to have someone to protect her? It's better than being alone. By the way, how are the grades of that child? Su Xueqing asked curiously. He is a summoner, and he just changed his job today. Jiangwen thought about it, and Su Xueqing seemed to have some truth in what he said. Summoner? Su Xueqing was stunned. Didn't he say that Han Yu was very good, so why did he change his job to a summoner? But he got the first place in the test today, and it is estimated to be the first in Haicheng. Ah? A summoner? He still has a chance to hit the top 10 in the country. Many reporters came to the school to interview him today for him. Ah? Su Xueqing felt a little incredible. Then you still want to hit him? It's not that he is not worthy of your girl. I just feel uncomfortable. Jiangwen scratched his head. Han Yu's results are indeed not bad. If he can enter the top 10 in the country this time, his future will definitely be smooth. Su Xueqing rolled his eyes at him, turned his head, and shouted to Jiang Ziki's room. Ziki, bring Han Yu home when you have time. Let Mom take a good look at him. Jiang Ziki was lying on the bed in the room. He heard it but did not answer. After saying that, he turned his head and said, You are not allowed to make trouble for Han Yu. Hear me. Wait until I see this child's character and take a good look at him first. By the way, has Lao Wu calmed down? It's not good for Ziyuan to hide outside every day. If he calms down, let Ziyuan come back quickly. After hearing this, Jiangwen immediately replied, It will calm down, it will calm down, it will definitely calm down after today. Really, you gave me a gift. When did that old man become so good-tempered? Well, it's like this, I told him my son's address. He should be able to come back tomorrow, after being beaten up today. Ah! Are you crazy, Mr. Jiang? That's not your son, he's a mage. How can he bear being beaten up by that old man? Don't do it, don't do it. I'm doing this for your daughter. You're heartless. You're my daughter, but you're not my son, right? The next day, Jiang Ziki's brother Jiang Ziyuan was carried home on a stretcher, still cursing, who was the bastard who saw him, and told Wu Ao. Then he was scolded by Jiangwen again, saying that he couldn't say bad words at home. Jiang Ziyuan could only lie on the bed and silently swallow his tears. After waiting for 3 days, the official test results were still not announced. During this period, Han Yu recovered the mutant crystals that the cat demon exploded. The quality is pretty good, and the recycling price is 1.2 million. After Han Yu's persuasion, Jiang Ziki finally agreed to accept 500,000. Han Yu thought he was finally rich. He thought that he had given Finn an equipment last time, but Ellie, who contributed the most, had nothing. He wanted to go to the trading market to buy a better longbow for Ellie, but he didn't expect that any main weapon would start at 1 million. And it seemed that the quality might not be as good as the one in Ellie's hand. Han Yu quickly dispelled his unrealistic idea. I'm so poor. It turns out that only Krypton gold can make you stronger. On the 5th day, after the college entrance examination, Han Yu had just returned from a morning run and received a call from Jiang Ziki. Han Yu. Top 10. Top 10. Go check the notice, the results are out. What top 10? Top 10 in the country or the province? Okay, I go check it out myself. Han Yu took a shower before logging into the official website to check this year's results. Opening the ranking of this college entrance examination notice, the first thing is a row of gray bold names. These are the students who will stay in the dungeon forever in this college entrance examination test. At the end of the list, it says, Heroes should be remembered forever. Han Yu roughly counted the names. There were more than 200 people, dozens more than last year. Sure enough, the difficulty of this dungeon has increased, and the casualty rate has also increased greatly. Suddenly increased the difficulty of the test? The mutants have suddenly increased. Is the 4th beast tide coming? Even a low-level player like Han Yu felt that the world was changing and becoming more dangerous. Han Yu continued to scroll down the list and saw the ranking this time. The first name was himself, Han Yu, LV12 Summoner Haicheng Donghua Middle School. Rank, top 10 in the country, number 1 in Nanming Province. Clearance time, 55 hours 1 minute and 39 seconds. As a rule, the top 10 players in the country are not ranked specifically. All of them have their own strengths, and it is difficult for the judges to make a specific ranking. But being listed in the first place may also prove the opinions of some judges. To be honest, Hanyu did not expect that he could enter the top 10. A clearance time of 55 minutes is not considered excellent. The player behind him only took 45 minutes to clear the level, which seems to have added a lot of points in other aspects. I said my copy was too abnormal. I almost died in it. Hanyu also knew the reason. He didn't know whether it was bad luck or luck that he encountered a mutated copy. If the mutation is completed, the recommended level of this cat demon copy is level 15. But the successful clearance also made his score much higher. Hanyu continued to scroll down and finally found Jiang Ziqi's name in the 99th position. This time, Jiang Ziqi's ability had no room to play, and his own talent was a late-stage talent, so the ranking would not be too high. But she still managed to enter the top 100, and she could choose any college in the Han Dynasty. After receiving the withdrawal notice, Hanyu was in a very good mood, as he had completed the task beyond his expectations. Let's see how much reward I can get, I'd be rich this time. But when the notice was sent out, the internet was already in an uproar. Haicheng, a small city, actually produced a provincial champion and one of the top 10 in the country. And it was a sewer profession call. Chapter 22. Since the game invaded 90 years ago, only a few dozen people in Haicheng have entered the top 100 in the country, and the top 10 only once. This news directly set off Haicheng, and everyone paid attention to this sewer professional summoner. The reporters who came to the school to interview when the test just ended were excited. They thought it could only be the top scorer in Haicheng, but they didn't expect it to be the top scorer in the province, and it was also ranked in the top 10 in the country. The interview materials in their hands immediately became first-hand news, which quickly increased the publicity and occupied the homepages of major websites in Haicheng. And those reporters who didn't get to the school when the test just ended were not willing to lag behind, and quickly surrounded Donghua Middle School. Unfortunately, Hanyu was not in the school, so they could only interview Hanyu's class teacher and classmates. Jiangwen and Lu Baofeng were both flushed when they saw this grand occasion in the school. Before this test, they never dreamed that one day Donghua No. 1 Middle School would be so lively. Until Lu Baofeng was asked the fatal question again, student Hanyu is so talented, why did he change his job to summoner? Every time he was asked this question, Lu Baofeng wanted to beat up Hanyu and the person who asked the question. I'm just the class teacher. I can only make suggestions, not decisions. I don't know why that brat wants to change his job to summoner. This is just a thought in his mind. Lu Baofeng has thought about how to answer it in the past 2 days. Hanyu is a very opinionated child. I gave him other suggestions, but he still chose the path he likes most. Do children in your school choose any career they want? Then if there are other students who want to change their job to summoner, do you support them too? I'm busy, I won't accept interviews for now. Lu Baofeng turned around and left. Although it was not easy to get a chance to show his face, he would be pissed off by reporters sooner or later if he continued the interview. On that day, all the headlines in Haicheng were about Hanyu. The strongest summoner in history? Kill through the mutant copy. Haicheng's first provincial champion. The most mediocre genius? If he walks on the road to becoming a god step by step. Humble genius. Why did you change your job to summon? Hanyu's class teacher said so. Summoner champion? Can this path really continue? Most of them congratulated Hanyu and won glory for Haicheng, but there were also some discordant voices, thinking that Hanyu could get such a good result just because he coincidentally summoned a powerful summon. And this unsustainable strength is meaningless, this time he just happened to get the champion. Most of the opponents were from other cities, thinking that Haicheng got a bargain this time, and might not be so lucky next time. Some even threatened to challenge Hanyu and pull him down from the position of champion. The war of words was born. Supporters defended Hanyu's status as the top scorer to the death, while opponents said that he was the worst top scorer and his true strength would be exposed sooner or later. Hanyu was leisurely preparing to go out to buy 2 pieces of pork ribs and make a soup at noon to celebrate. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Jiangwen, asking him to go to the school. Hanyu immediately said all his achievements were taught by the principal and the head teacher, and reporters can interview them. It would damage the reputation of the school if he, a child, accepted the interview. Jiangwen was silent for a while before saying, "Come here quickly, and give you the top scorer reward. If you don't come, it will be gone. Give money." "Really, why didn't you tell me earlier, principal?" I'm here. Hanyu left immediately after hearing that there was a reward. When he arrived at the school gate, the gate was already blocked. In addition to the reporters who swarmed in, there were also many parents who came to check in, hoping that their children could get a good grade next year, or at least pass the test safely. Han Yu entered from the side door where he often skipped classes, and came to the principal's office. Unexpectedly, there were several reporters sitting in front of Jianwen. Just as he was about to slip away, he was grabbed by Lu Baofeng, who was standing by the door, and pinched Han Yu's shoulder. "This is Han Yu. You can ask him if you have any questions." While speaking, he gave Han Yu a fierce look and gritted his teeth. The several reporters in the office were all brightened when they saw Han Yu. The real person looked much more handsome than the photo on the student ID. He had an upright figure, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Because of years of exercise, he had a high spirit. This appearance and figure were very suitable for publicity. Several reporters nodded their heads repeatedly, giving the impression that they were here to pick a son-in-law. Han Yu looked at the reporters with a satisfied look and said, "Principal, I just graduated from high school. Didn't you find a few blind dates for me? Why, do you still want to go on a blind date?" Jianwen glared at Han Yu with a bad look. "No, no." Han Yu shook his head hurriedly. Han Yu, who just wanted to be naughty, felt that the atmosphere was wrong. He had just won the top prize, so shouldn't the principal and the head teacher praise him? Why did they all look like they wanted to cause trouble for him? Ahem. Jianwen coughed and said, "These are all reporters from the official media. They will take a few photos of us as a statement. No need for an interview." Han Yu asked with some doubt. "Haha, it's just like what Teacher Lu said. Han Yu is very low-key. Don't worry, we're just taking a few photos. The whole Nanming province will know your name in the future. You will also be a common role model for hundreds of thousands of candidates in Nanning." Several reporters immediately explained after seeing Han Yu's reaction. Han Yu didn't reject the interview. It was the first time that he was scared by the misinterpretation of several reporters. He was afraid that a few words he said casually would become a declaration of war to all players. After taking the photos in cooperation, Jian would introduce the rewards to him. Nanming Province will give him a cash reward of 5 million and an A-level summoner skill book, which can be used at level 15. Haicheng will give him a cash reward of 3 million and a top-level purple summoner scepter. Donghua Middle School, a school, also prepared 1.5 million in cash for Han Yu. After all, it is just a high school, and there are not many good things. Han Yu was not surprised when he heard the previous things, but when he saw that his school also took out so many things, he couldn't help asking, "Principal, our school is so rich?" Lu Baofeng patted Han Yu's head. "This is all the principal's efforts for you. Don't forget your alma mater when you go to college." "Don't worry, Lao Lu, I am the most grateful person, but as a class teacher, don't you show your gratitude? Get lost, I am a working-class person. How can I give you so much money?" Lu Baofeng didn't expect Han Yu to take advantage of him, so he refused directly. "Hey, I didn't expect the class teacher to be so poor. Do you want me to help you first? I be a multi-millionaire soon." "Haha, multi-millionaire? When you get to the point of strengthening your equipment, you know that 10 million is not too much." Previously, a powerful man named Renshushi wanted to strengthen his main weapon to plus 15, and spent hundreds of millions of funds to collect materials. At the last moment of plus 15, the weapon was broken and the materials were all wasted. From then on, he became crazy and said things like strengthening ruins a lifetime, and amplification makes 3 generations poor all day long. So you better keep your money. You have to cry poor in the future. Chapter 23. Han Yu also knew that the subsequent funds needed to be consumed were huge. After completing compulsory education, all the resources needed by players need to be fought for by themselves. Jianwen also said, "But I still want to remind you, those who want to advertise with you and give you things, you must be careful to identify them. Their money is not so easy to accept." "I know, Principal." Han Yu nodded. Since the results were announced, he has been receiving various calls, and when the phone can't be connected, he will start bombarding with text messages. There are those who want to discuss cooperation. As long as they say an advertising slogan, the price is up to Han Yu. Some directly claim that villas and luxury cars are given away for free, without any cost, just to support Haicheng's top scholar. Han Yu has lived 2 lives, of course. He does not believe that these capitalists will do a loss-making business, and he ignored any of them. "Take the reward, take it, take this money, maybe one day you will burn your hand." After sending the reporters away, Han Yu, who was about to leave, was stopped by Jianwen again. "The Nanming Province Job Fair will be held in our school in 2 days, come early." "Okay." Han Yu agreed and left the school through the side door again. The job fair will gather the top 10 colleges and all the top 100 students in Nanming Province. The schools will select outstanding students, and students will also select their favorite colleges at the job fair. Every year, the job fair will be held in the school of the provincial champion. This time, the venue is finally Haicheng. Looking at Han Yu's leaving figure, Lu Baofeng said, "Principal, this kid is actually quite good, but his personality is a bit eccentric. I can see that he really doesn't take you, the class teacher, seriously at all." Lu Baofeng scratched his head. "Did you say you wanted to get along with the students? Principal, you are not going to cause trouble for Han Yu, are you? Let's wait and see." Jiangwen remembered what his wife Su Xueqing said, "If he dares to do anything out of line, I will settle all the old and new accounts." Jiangwen added silently in his heart, "For example, if you take Ziki to the hotel to discuss strategy, I will roast you until you are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." Back at the gate of his community, Han Yu found that the gate of his community was also crowded with people. They all looked like people from major companies. They couldn't be contacted by phone or text messages, so they came directly to the door. A banner was hung at the door. "Warmly congratulate Han Yu, a resident of this community, for winning the first place in Nanming Province in the college entrance examination and job transfer test. Well, you are not allowed to go home." Han Yu turned around and left, and directly called Jiang Ziki to come out for a barbecue. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, he sent Jiang Ziki home and returned to his community, and it was much quieter. "Just after I got home and packed up, I received an angry call from Jiangwen. 'What did you do at night? Didn't you go home?' Ah?" Han Yu was stunned. He didn't expect the principal to ask this question. "The door of my house was blocked by people, so I went out to meet my classmates and had a barbecue to celebrate." "Just had a barbecue? What else? What else can I do?" Han Yu always felt that this principal was always weird recently. He got angry at him without knowing what he was doing. "Do men also have menopause?" "No." "Oh, then it's okay." "That's it? Principal, why are you so concerned about me all of a sudden?" Han Yu was stunned. This principal must have a problem. "No, there is one more thing. Mengya Company couldn't find you, so they found me and wanted to sign a live broadcast contract with you." "Mengya Company?" Information about Mengya flashed through Han Yu's mind. A live broadcast company that emerged after the game invasion. Its main business is to broadcast the dungeon battles after the game invasion, and it is also the largest game strategy station in China. It is said that there is official support behind it, otherwise it would not have been so prosperous for decades. Yes, this company is actually controlled by the official. Anyway, the dungeon videos will be spread out in the end. It is better to sign a contract with a live broadcast company, and you can also earn a little extra money and resources. The contracts they sign with college entrance examination candidates have no restrictions. It can be regarded as national support. Now they enter the dungeon entrance in the city through the official teleportation array, and in the sky near the real entrance of the dungeon. You can see the scene of the players fighting in it. It is unobstructed and clear. So no matter who is fighting in the dungeon, it won't take long for the video to be uploaded to the internet. So Mengya simply set up a live broadcast company, so that people who are not near the dungeon rift can also see the battle scene, and by the way, players can get some benefits, and new players can learn combat skills. Okay, since you are the one who approved it, I will not refuse. Okay, write down the phone number, I will ask them to contact you tomorrow. The next day, the manager of Mengya Company came to the door as scheduled, and the contract given to Han Yu was indeed very generous. Sign the contract, pay 2 million yuan directly, and 70% of the income from the gifts received during the live broadcast will belong to Han Yu. In addition to at least 5 live broadcasts during the summer vacation, there is no mandatory live broadcast requirement afterwards. 2 months after the college entrance examination, each college entrance examination candidate can also get 10 opportunities to enter the dungeon through the teleportation array, which is also the last benefit of compulsory education. After all, it costs money to maintain the teleportation array, and it takes time to refresh the monsters in the low-level dungeons. They cannot be supplied infinitely. After this summer vacation, students can only fight for cultivation resources by themselves. After confirming that there were no problems, Han Yu signed the contract readily and became a game anchor of Mengya Company. When the manager left, he said to Han Yu, "Mr. Han Yu, please inform us as early as possible when you broadcast live during the summer vacation. We will arrange a big promotion for you on the homepage. I believe the income will not be small." "Okay, I will tell you when my live broadcast plan comes out." "Okay, happy cooperation, welcome to join Mengya, and contact me at any time if you have any questions." 2 days later, Han Yu came to school again. Today was the time for the job fair. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, the whole school looked brand new. It was obvious that it had just experienced a brutal cleaning. My juniors have worked so hard these 2 days. Fortunately, I have graduated. It is a school tradition that students must be organized to clean up the whole school before major events, requiring that there should be no garbage in the trash cans and no books on the desks. Entering the school auditorium, most people were already there. Although Jiangwen had told him to come early as the protagonist, Hanyu still habitually entered the auditorium on time. Ji Min was also among them. Although he did not make it into the top 100 in the country, he still ranked 49th in the province due to his performance in the team. As soon as Hanyu came in, the originally noisy auditorium immediately became quiet. Everyone looked in the direction of Hanyu. Is this our provincial champion Hanyu? He looks handsome, but unfortunately he's a summoner. What's wrong with being a summoner? He still won the provincial champion. TSK. The provincial champion is also valuable. I think this year's provincial champion is the least valuable. It just relies on powerful summons. Isn't it just a matter of luck to roll the dice? If you roll a big die, you pass the level with 1 life, and if you don't, you die. These words were not meant to avoid Hanyu at all, and some were even said deliberately for Hanyu to hear, but Hanyu didn't care. He glanced and saw Jiang Ziki waving at him. Chapter 24. Hanyu sat down next to her, and Jiang Ziki said softly, "Many people say that your title is not very valuable. Aren't you angry? It's not valuable to begin with. I have half as many military medals as you do. How valuable can it be?" "Bah! If you say that, then I have 3/4 of your military medals among the top 100 in the country. Then I have 4/5 of yours. I have 5/6 of yours." Jiangwen sat on the stage with a smile on his face. He had only dreamed of holding a job fair at Donghua Middle School in his lifetime. It's comfortable. This should be the peak of my 10 years as a principal. Jiangwen said to Wu Ao in high spirits. Jiangwen scanned the venue. On the stage, the top 10 domestic colleges and universities sat in their seats. Off stage, each of them was a top 100 talent in the province. Their future achievements were limitless, but now they were gathered at Donghua Middle School. There is also the provincial champion of our Donghua Middle School. Jiangwen looked at Hanyu's position. Below the stage, Jiang Ziki and Hanyu chatted non-stop, seemingly arguing about something, but they were getting closer and closer, with an uncontrollable smile on their faces. The smile on Jiangwen's face gradually twisted. Calm down, calm down. Today is an important day. You can't be angry today. You can't be angry. Looking at the time, Jiangwen suppressed the urge to rush down and beat Hanyu violently, tidied his clothes, and calmly went on stage. After a set of standard speeches, everyone applauded, and the double election meeting officially began. Jiangwen returned to his seat. Wu Ao patted him on the shoulder. "How about this set of words? You are not tired of it?" "Of course, I only read it once in my life, and it is probably only this time. I didn't expect Hanyu to bring me such a big surprise. But I see that several top universities from other provinces seem to have something to say." Wu Ao looked at the university seats opposite. "Then let them talk. I want to see what they can do." Jiang would also notice that several people from other provinces seemed to be mumbling when they came. They were all discussing Hanyu and Hanyu's profession. From time to time, they shook their heads and seemed to be dissatisfied with this year's top scorer in Naming Province. Sure enough, just as Jiangwen announced the start of the double election meeting, a young man walked out from behind Yu Shuang, the leader of Jiaozhou University. He said, "President Jiang, I heard that the profession of your Naming Province's top scorer this year is a summoner?" "I heard? Didn't you see the test ranking before you came? Or did your teacher just bring you here for fun?" Jiangwen glanced at the leader in front of him, picked up the cup in front of him and drank it, looking like he didn't want to pay attention. "You?" The following words were already prepared, but were choked back by Jiangwen's words. "What are you talking about, you little bastard? If you have anything to say, let your team leader say it. I really don't know how your school teaches." Wu Ao slammed the table directly, making the young man's face turn red. Jiangwen and Wu Ao waited for the top school opposite to speak, but unexpectedly only a young man came out. The team leader of Jiaozhou University just sat there motionless, as if he didn't see what happened. The young man calmed down and continued, "What I said only represents myself, and has nothing to do with the school. I just think that the scoring of the organizing committee this year is very unfair. A summoner, no matter how well he performs in the test, his strength will not be stable. How can he be qualified to become the provincial champion? And his name is listed first among the top 10 in the country. It's ridiculous." Jiangwen narrowed his eyes. "Boy, what do you want to say?" Principal Jiang, my name is Panwenjua, not boy. He bowed to Jiangwen, looking polite. Seeing that things were finally going in the direction he planned, Panwenjua relaxed. I don't mean anything else. I just want to talk to the younger students below. He turned and looked at the audience. Does anyone want to challenge your provincial champion this year? If you win, the generous conditions prepared by our 10 colleges are all yours. If you lose, it doesn't matter. It just proves the strength of your provincial champion and shuts up the online trolls. Damn, you are so sinister. Wu Eo gritted his teeth and said, It sounds good, but it's a slap in the face of Nanming Province. If Han Yu loses, it means that the champion of Nanming Province is a joke. He can't even beat the top 100 in the province, so how can he be qualified to enter the top 10 in the country? If he wins, fighting against the top 100 players in the province, isn't it natural to win? In the end, he will be labeled as a player in Nanming Province, who is not in harmony. Jiangwen frowned. What grudge do we have with Jiaozhou? Humph, the student behind Han Yu is from Jiaozhou, a swordsman, and it takes 45 minutes to pass the level. Wu Eo also guessed the reason. Although he knew the other party's intention, it was already an open conspiracy, and the students below were already tempted. If Han Yu was any other profession, they would naturally not have the courage to challenge the champion of the province. But Han Yu is a summoner. What if he is unlucky this time and summons an extremely weak summon? The honor of defeating the provincial champion and the generous treatment given by the top colleges to the provincial champion, I believe no student can refuse. Jiangwen looked at the students below, and they began to get restless. They seemed to be considering their own strength and whether to give it a try. This is much safer than going to the dungeon to fight hard. I believe that even if he loses, Han Yu will not kill anyone. What's more, they are already considering letting others go first, and wait until Han Yu's physical strength is almost consumed, and then apply for a challenge to get a big bargain. Ji Min clenched his fist in the audience. Maybe, I have a chance too. Jiangwen saw that the situation was developing in the worst direction, and now he could only suppress it himself. He just hoped that at this time, his reputation as the host could play a role, and the students below could understand the general situation. But just as he was about to stand up, he was pulled by Wu Eo. Han Yu stood up. Wu Eo said. Jiangwen looked at the audience, and sure enough, Han Yu had stood up from his seat. Without saying anything, he jumped onto the stage and stood opposite Panwenjua. Well, your name is Panwenjua, right? Han Yu looked as if he hadn't heard what he just said. Han Yu? Panwenjua looked Han Yu up and down, knowing that Han Yu deliberately called him the wrong name to disgust him. But he still smiled and said, Junior, don't be verbal. These juniors and sisters below are all waiting to challenge you. Who is your junior? Jiaozhou University, right? A top 10 university can teach someone like you? But? You said you want to challenge, so let me go first. Han Yu chuckled. Let me do it. Chapter 25. You come? What do you mean? Panwenjua showed a puzzled expression. Since you are so comfortable calling me junior, your strength should be not bad. I come to challenge you, and it is a good opportunity to test the teaching level of Jiaozhou University. Ha ha ha. Panwenjua seemed to have heard a big joke, and laughed. Are you going to kill me, you? A level 12 summoner, you want to challenge me? Do you know what level I am? I am an 18th level elemental mage, and I was promoted to level 20 after the school started, and I became a second level mage. Do you know how many battles I have experienced in 1 year in college? You actually want to challenge me, Junior, are you crazy? Mediocre, no matter when you are mediocre. Han Yu replied softly. When speaking, Han Yu did not have any extra emotions, as if he was just saying a very ordinary truth. But it seemed that a light fell on Han Yu, making him the focus of the whole audience and the center of this venue in an instant. The idea that Panwenjua had just provoked in the students in the audience gradually disappeared, and only one sentence remained in their hearts. Am I really worthy of going on stage to challenge? Behind the podium, the person in charge of the job fair yelled directly, Lights. What's wrong with you? You are not the principal. Why are you turning on the lights? You don't want the bonus. The lighting teacher was admiring Han Yu's dazzling appearance under the lights, and was suddenly awakened by the yelling. He immediately turned off the spotlight on Han Yu in a hurry. Oh, I just think the atmosphere is right. Turn it off now, turn it off. Panwenjua looked at Han Yu in front of him with a distorted face. Although he was not the top student in the province, he was a child of destiny a year ago, otherwise he would not have been able to enter Jiaozhou University. But now, he was called a mediocre person by a person who just graduated from high school, and anger ignited in Panwenjua's heart. Well, I accept your challenge, but my skills are not easy to control. If I hurt you, don't complain. He was ready to teach this ungrateful boy a lesson. Is Hanyu so impulsive? Wu Eo had only seen Hanyu once on the test screen, and he didn't expect him to be so impulsive. No, he is not such an impulsive person. He should be prepared. Because of Jiang Ziki, Jiang Wen had already asked Lu Baofeng about Hanyu's experience from childhood to adulthood. In his impression, Hanyu has always been more cautious, not like someone who gets angry after a few words. Looking at Hanyu standing opposite Pan Wenjue, there was no extra expression on his face, and he didn't look angry at all. If we can win, it will be the best solution. If we lose, we can say that Jiaozhou University bullied the college entrance examination candidates. At least we can avoid civil war. Now this is the only way. If the opponent is too heavy, I will go up to stop him. But this character is quite to my taste. I really want to accept him as an apprentice. Wu Eo said with a smile, and he didn't seem to worry about Hanyu at all. You? He is now the provincial champion. Do you deserve it? Jiang Wen glanced at Wu Eo. Okay, you are his father-in-law now, and what you say is what it is. Then let's start. Hearing Pan Wenjue's agreement, Hanyu took a few steps back to leave room for the battle. Pan Wenjue took out the staff from his backpack and held it in his hand. Do you want me to give you some time to summon it first, so that you don't lose too badly? The casting time of summoning is longer than that of the mage. The chanting time is not long, but it also takes time for the summoned creature to come out. The total time is not shorter than the casting time of the mage. So even if the front row can be summoned, they are still the people in the team who need to be protected, which gives summoning another reason to be disliked. Pan Wenjue said this, and a faint light flashed on the staff, indicating that he was accumulating strength. This kid is too sinister. Let your son beat him up later. Jiang Wen was angry when he looked at Pan Wenjue now, and he, who had always been elegant and easygoing, burst into swearing. Why don't you let your son go? How dare you say that? Last time I asked you to be gentle. My son's injury has not healed yet, so I have to sleep in the study for a few days. Well, I promised to find a chance to beat him up. I have disliked this kid for a long time. Wu Eo smiled, and he did not control his strength last time. Hanyu looked at Pan Wenjue, who was full of confidence and did things very decisively. He was really not careless at all. Who told you that I need a summon to fight you? Hanyu did not take out the staff, but took out the blood blade of the spirit cat. This purple weapon was obtained in the cat demon dungeon. Blood blade of the spirit cat. Main weapon, dagger. Physical attack power plus 23. Agility plus 2. Attack speed plus 50%. Trait 1, backstab. Attacks launched from the back of the enemy will definitely hit critically, causing 150% damage. Trait 2, bloodthirstiness. Attacks will cause the enemy to have a bleeding state, deducting 10% of the attack damage per second for 30 seconds. At the same time, talent sharing was used to share the talent of the elf archer Ellie. Agility was instantly maxed out, and Hanyu left a shadow on the spot. In 0.5 seconds, Hanyu was already in front of Pan Wenjue. So fast. What is that? Body movement or skill? How can Hanyu be so fast? The students below were waiting for the elemental mage battle summons, but they didn't expect Hanyu to suddenly sprint, and they didn't even see how Hanyu appeared in front of Pan Wenjue. Hanyu appeared in front of Pan Wenjue and showed a bright smile. Mediocrity. Pan Wenjue was shocked, and the attack magic in his hand was instantly cut off, and he released defense magic instead. Protect. As soon as he said the first word, Hanyu stepped forward and appeared behind Pan Wenjue. Before the shield was formed, the blood blade pierced Pan Wenjue's robe at an extremely fast attack speed, piercing from the back waist, and blood splattered. Pan Wenjue fell to the ground without releasing any skills. Hanyu looked at the teacher leading the team from Jiaozhou University, and showed a sincere smile, bowed slightly, and put away the blood blade. Since you like to be polite, we Dongdonghua can't lose our manners. Pan Wenjue whimpered in pain, and the pain made him unable to stand up. He curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. There was no other sound except Pan Wenjue's wailing. Everyone was thinking about what happened just now. Isn't it a summoner fighting an elemental magician? How come it became an assassin killing a magician? Summoners use daggers instead of scepters? Seeing that everyone was unmoved, Hanyu finally softened his heart and said, "Friendly reminder, I seem to have used a little too much force just now and stabbed his kidney. If a priest doesn't come to heal him, he may not have sexual happiness for the rest of his life." Waken up by Hanyu's voice, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Woohoo! So cool! Yushin is invincible. Awesome. Killing a level 18 player in one move. Yushin is awesome. Yushin, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. A girl who was shouting wildly suddenly felt a chill on her back, and her keen sixth sense made her shut up quickly. Chapter 26. This kid is ruthless enough. The plan is cancelled. Jiangwen couldn't control the smile on his face. He had already thought about how to clean up the mess. He never expected this result. Ji-min touched his lower back below, feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, he was not injured. He was really blinded by desire just now. How could he have such a crazy idea? Hearing Han Yu's words, Yu Zhuang, the leader of Jiaozhou, finally walked out from behind the boy. Seeing that Panwenju's lower back was still bleeding, he immediately cast a healing spell on him. Panwenju's wailing sound was a little smaller, but he was still bleeding. The boy could only look at Han Yu in confusion. Oh, the weapon just now has a bleeding effect. Let him bleed for 30 seconds. The boy felt a tremor in his heart. What kind of plague god did he offend? He carried Panwenju aside, and said thank you before leaving. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts see the doorway. The students below were all shocked by how fast Han Yu was, and how cool his posture was. And the teachers of the top colleges were also shocked by why Han Yu was so fast. Although Han Yu's victory was a trick, he was caught off guard, and didn't need to summon anything. He solved the battle with a dagger. But Han Yu's melee combat ability was enough to surprise them. If Han Shan could maintain this combat power in the dungeon, in addition to summoning, he could also serve as an assassin to harvest, which was equivalent to having one more player in the team. How did you do it? Isn't he a summoner? Why is his agility so high? One of the teachers asked. It's really a double talent, and it's even stronger than I thought. Another teacher smiled and said, it's possible to improve his attributes to such a terrifying level without using summons. We must get this champion from Liangzhou University. Is it settled? With the conditions in Liangzhou, Liangzhou University should not have recruited the provincial champion for several years, one person said disdainfully. Dual talents? The other few looked at each other when they heard this. Geniuses with dual talents are not available every year. Before coming to Donghua Middle School, many people thought that this year's Naming provincial champion was a fake. What's so good about a summoner? It took the longest time to clear the level and the summoner profession, but by chance, he encountered a copy that was undergoing a mutation. The organizing committee raised the score and got the title of provincial champion, and he was lucky enough to enter the top 10 in the country. So some of the team leaders did not even watch the video of Han Yu's clearance, but only watched the first 4 levels of battle scenes and then left. Ing Yuzhu, the team leader of Nanzhong University, sighed softly and cursed inwardly. Stupid guy from Jiaozhou. Originally thought that she could pick up a leak today, but now it seems that she has to show the real thing. She had already determined Han Yu's dual talents before coming here, but this time she came with a mission, and she must keep Han Yu in Naming. Jiangwen walked to Taichung with a smile on his face, and used a cleaning spell to clean up the bloodstains. Just a small episode. Okay, let's continue the double selection meeting. As soon as Jiangwen finished speaking, the teachers in the college, who were discussing, focused their eyes on Han Yu. Just like a hungry wolf in the jungle seeing fresh blood and flesh, Han Yu couldn't help but take a step back. These leading teachers are all level 40 and above 3rd level players, and it is indeed impressive to look at them together. Student Han Yu, join our Liangzhou University, and you will have 50 credit-free dungeon exploration opportunities every year, plus 3 purple top-quality equipment. How about it? Is this what you must take? We have 5 purple top-grade equipment, 3 purple-grade reinforcement materials, plus 10 credit-free dungeon explorations every year. In addition, classmate Han Yu should still be single. We have many beautiful clergy seniors in Dongda. You may meet the love of your life in Dongda. We are not a Buddhist temple like Liangda. 60 times. 60 credit-free exploration opportunities every year. As long as you brush enough maps, there will always be equipment. How about classmate Han Yu consider it? Liangda spoke again. Liangzhou University said it must be taken, but the resources are indeed not as good as other schools. The only competitive thing is the number of times you enter the dungeon, which can be upgraded quickly. After all, Liangzhou University is near a huge abyss rift, and the teleportation cost is the lowest. But this condition is actually very attractive to Han Yu. He needs to enter the dungeon to earn attribute points. The opportunity to enter the dungeon is more important than equipment. Unfortunately, Liangzhou is too far away from Naming. Han Yu has promised Jiang Ziki to choose a closer school. If you want to recruit students, then recruit them. Don't say that there are other things you don't have. The teacher leading the Chu University of Technology glanced at Dongda, who wanted to impress Han Yu with her beauty. She stood up and said, Student Han, you can actually consider our Yunchu University. We have prepared a level 20 exclusive pink suit for you, the Summoning Scepter. Pink suit? Artifact? Everyone was stunned. Is it so hard? In order to recruit students, even artifacts have been released. Pink suits are also called artifacts because of their powerful properties. Each artifact is unique. If you release it, others will never be able to get it again. The value of an artifact is basically equivalent to 2 sets of purple equipment, and it has to be the kind with a set effect. This condition made everyone present excited. Artifact. How many people dream of equipment? And it is the main weapon of the summoner, which is very suitable for Hanyu now. You know, the value of the main weapon is much higher than other equipment of the same level. Chu Guang, the leader of the Yunshu University, saw that everyone stopped, and he was proud. This time, it was his biggest trump card in Donghua. An artifact was at his fingertips. He didn't believe that Hanyu was not tempted. Although the artifact is precious, all the characteristics of this artifact are aimed at improving the summoned creatures, so Chu Guang said that this is a summoner-exclusive equipment. The key is that there is no summoner in the entire Yunshu University. Before Hanyu, how could a summoner enter the top 10 colleges? So this equipment is useless to Jingda. It's a pity to throw it away, and it's tasteless to eat it. Now there is a provincial champion in the summoner profession, and he has double talents, which is completely worthy of this artifact. To be honest, Hanyu was also tempted. He had only heard of artifacts, but never seen them. Once the artifacts came out, other conditions were a little eclipsed. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Humph! A cold snort came from the seats of the school. It was Yu Zhuang, the leader of Jiaozhou University. A fake provincial champion is actually worthy of an artifact. I really don't know what you think. With this condition, it is better to recruit a few more top 100 students. Yo, teacher, you hasn't left yet. Why don't you take your students to the hospital? I said that kidney injury is likely to leave sequelae. Jiangwen saw that Yu Zhuang dared to speak, and he directly confronted him. In terms of strength, he is naturally not Yu Zhuang's opponent, but now it is a job fair, and the students can just compete. If the teachers also fight, I am afraid the Jiaozhou University will be punished. A fake top scorer? Chu Guang glanced at Yu Zhuang and said, then the teaching quality of your Jiaodong University is even worse. I took a year of practical classes, but was defeated by a fake top scorer in one move. How dare you call him fake? Chapter 27. It was he who proposed the artifact. Yu Zhuang meant that he had a problem with his brain. The universities were originally in a competitive relationship. The annual ranking would affect the allocation of resources. Naturally, they would not save face when they were fighting each other. That was his sneak attack. I was careless, I didn't dodge. I can still use the shield. I have countless ways to block this attack. Pan Wenjue weakly defended himself. He never expected that a summoner would rush over with a dagger. Very quickly, a knife stabbed his waist. He was an 18th level elemental mage, who fell without using any skills. Student Hanyu didn't use summons either. Why don't you try sneak attacks with the elemental mage skills? Chu Guang looked at Pan Wenjue with disdain. He was a little curious why Yu Zhuang would bring such a stupid student out and say something like carelessness. Didn't he learn anything from a year of practical teaching? Shame on you, shut up. Yu Zhuang looked at Pan Wenjue fiercely. He looked quite smart before, but he didn't expect him to be so unbearable today. Yu Zhuang didn't know that Pan Wenjue's face with a bright smile flashed in front of Hanyu from time to time, and whispered to him, mediocrity. Hanyu said this only to him. Even the teacher in charge only saw Hanyu's mouth move, but didn't notice what Hanyu said. It's not that he couldn't accept failure, but he didn't expect it to be so humiliating. A joke that just graduated from high school humiliated him in front of him, and then killed him in one move. This will be a shadow of his life. When he saw Hanyu's face now, anger and fear surged in his heart, and he couldn't be as calm as usual. At this time, Ying Yuzhu from Nanjing University also spoke up. I still suggest that teacher you go out. If you don't discipline him, he will cause trouble at another school's job fair. It will be a disgrace to Jiaozhou University. That's right. A Jiaozhou student came to our Nanming to cause trouble. The students below saw the teachers from the colleges and universities quarreling, and they also quarreled. Without other interests, they naturally stood on Hanyu's side. I just figured it out. This Jiaozhou student is too insidious. He just caused internal fighting in our Nanming province. Fortunately, our Yushin is strong enough. It would be better if he really calculated it. Yu Shuang's face was livid. He originally came to make the top scholar of Nanming province lose face, but now he has lost all the face of Jiaozhou University. He didn't want to stay any longer and got up and left. Pan Wenjue and another boy were about to follow, but were stopped by Yu Shuang. Why are you two leaving? Recruit people for me. If you can't recruit 5 students, don't come back, After saying that, Yu Zhuang walked out of the auditorium directly. Pan Wenjue looked at the people in the audience with despair. How can he recruit people now that things have become like this? But they all came out with a mission, responsible for the enrollment of a province. If they get nothing at the job fair, they will definitely be punished when they return. Yu Zhuang naturally knew this, and now he directly put the blame on the two of them. Ing Yuzhu looked at Yu Zhuang leaving, showing a satisfied smile, and continued, Okay, classmate Han Yu, the troublemaker is gone. The conditions of Chuyun University are indeed very attractive, but you could also listen to our Nanjing University. More. Some of the leading teachers have already started whispering. Isn't a magic weapon enough to recruit a provincial champion? Such good treatment has never been given in previous years. Artifacts are good, but you have to wait until level 20 to use them. They won't improve you in the early stages. Ing Yuzhu glanced at Chu Guang with apologetic eyes, indicating that she had no ill intentions. It would be bad if you were left behind by others. If you choose to enroll in Nanjing, we will provide a set of purple suits, a total of 4 pieces. The properties of the suits are definitely stronger than 5 purple equipment. Let me reveal that the suit effect can save your life. In addition, there are 4 sets of reinforcement materials. 20 credit-free exploration opportunities are added every year. If you can get the first place in your school, and the top 3 in the country, in the domestic college competition in your first year of enrollment, we will also find you a level 20 artifact. At that time, you have just completed the second transfer and can choose the one that suits you best. How about it? Another artifact. When did artifacts become so worthless? It's just a blank check. It's not that easy to get the top 3 in the country. If Han Yu can really get the top 3 in the country, a level 20 artifact will be given to him, and Nanjing University will be so happy. But even Yanshu University's conditions are good enough. When did the provincial champion become so valuable? Nanjing is striving to become a top 5 university. It wants to surpass Nankai University in the province. It has been recruiting students in the past 2 years. Forget it, don't fight. Even if it's a double talent, it's still a summoner. It's okay to save some resources to recruit other provincial champions. After weighing it, the other universities stopped talking and gave the opportunity to Yanshu University and Nanjing University. Han Yu thought about it. The suit strengthening materials, exploration opportunities, and artifacts, this condition is the most tempting. Although the artifact is conditional, Han Yu still has some confidence in the top 3 in the country. Now the system has just been activated, and it has not really started to work. 1 year later, he is confident that he will stand at the top of his peers. After a glance, no one is ready to speak. It seems that they feel that their conditions are not as good as Chu Guang and Ing Yuzhu, and they have given up. A guaranteed artifact, and a relatively generous opportunity to obtain an artifact. It depends on how Han Yu chooses. Han Yu did not think much, and bowed slightly to Chu Guang. Teacher Chu Guang, thank you for your school's attention. I think Nanjing University is more suitable for me. Okay, your own choice is the most important. Chu Guang sat down. Since Han Yu has expressed his position, there is no need to argue. Teacher Ing, please take care of me in the future. Ing Yuzhu showed a bright smile. The mission was completed. I welcome you on behalf of Nanjing University, but don't slack off during the summer vacation. Nanjing University is full of elites. I am waiting to see your performance in the entrance test in 2 months. Han Yu's school was confirmed, and the double selection meeting officially began. If they failed to recruit the top student in the province, they could still use the remaining resources to recruit more students in the top 100 in the province. Of course, except for the 2 people from Jiaozhou University who were staring at each other, it seemed that they would return empty-handed today. Han Yu chose Nanjing University, and Jiang Ziki did not hesitate and also chose Nanjing. It took a whole half day for the job fair to officially end, and the top 100 students in Nanming province had chosen their own schools. It was just that Jiaozhou University did not recruit a single person until the end. If it was really determined to recruit people, it might be okay to increase the reward. But there were only 2 students left in Jiaozhou University. They didn't dare to say this, nor did they dare to leave. They could only stay here for a long time. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki confirmed that the school had left early, and Jiang Wen had to host the job fair, watching the 2 leave hand in hand. Chapter 28. After leaving the school gate, Jiang Ziki asked, It's finally over. How is it? Have you decided where to go? What to do? There are still 10 free dungeon opportunities during the summer vacation. Don't waste them. Han Yu said that the artifact was right in front of him, and he couldn't slack off. Oh! Jiang Ziki was a little disappointed. The college entrance examination was over, and she wanted to go on a trip with Hanyu. Unexpectedly, Hanyu didn't want to relax at all. Is this the secret to becoming the provincial champion? It seems that I have to continue to work hard, and can't be left behind by Hanyu. Jiang Ziki quickly cheered herself up, and severely refuted her decadent thoughts in her heart. Hanyu was thinking about the summer vacation plan in his mind. When he turned around and saw Jiang Ziki lowering her head, he finally realized that she was a little unhappy. But, we have studied for 3 years, and finally achieved such good results. To celebrate, it is only right to go out and have fun. Really? Jiang Ziki raised his head suddenly. Where do you want to go? But it's not good for just the 2 of us. Hanyu scratched his head. If Jiang Ziki's father knew about it, he would kill himself. Hanyu called her miss every day for no reason. Jiang Ziki once told Hanyu that his father was a 2nd-level fire explosion mage, and often went on business trips to the provincial capital. He sounded like a big shot, and he was definitely not his opponent. Of course not. What are you thinking? Jiang Ziki's face suddenly turned red. It's mainly because my brother and my future sister-in-law are planning to go on a trip, so I want to go and have fun. If you don't go, I will be bored to death watching them show their affection alone. Is that so? Then your brother will definitely decide where to go. We can just go along. Hanyu suddenly realized and understood. Okay, then I go home to see my brother's plan. I contact him after it's confirmed. At this time, Jiang Ziki's brother Jiang Ziyuan was applying medicine to himself. The healing technique could help him heal his injuries, but the bruises were still there. He never thought that he had planned a trip without knowing anything. However, after being beaten, Jiang Ziyuan could finally be with Wu Ao's daughter Wu Yunyan openly. But he also received Wu Ao's warning that if he dared to do something to let Yunyan down, the punishment next time would not be so simple. On that day, Hanyu went home and slept peacefully. Jiang Ziki went home and patiently explained to his brother why he wanted to go on a trip. It was not easy to announce the relationship, and he also got the consent of both parents. Now is a good time to consolidate the relationship. And going on a trip can also get rid of the surveillance of Wu Ao and his parents, and you can play as you want. The last words touched Jiang Ziyuan's heart. He said that it was his sister who was thinking about him. If he could use his brother in the future, he could speak up. Then Jiang Ziki said that she had just finished the college entrance examination and wanted to go out for fun. He wanted to take himself and a classmate with him. Jiang Ziyuan agreed immediately. With his sister, he and Wu Ao's daughter Wu Yunyan would not be traveling alone. It was just right. Everything went very smoothly until Jiang Wen finished all the things for the job fair and returned home. At the dinner table, Jiang Ziyuan happily told Jiang Wen about going out for a trip, and Jiang Wen readily agreed. Su Xueqing also smiled and nodded. You are quite smart. I thought you were fooled by the old man Wu Ao. Work hard and get your wife back quickly. It will also be a wish of your father and me. It's not me who is smart. It was my sister who gave me the idea. Ziki has just graduated, so I will take her out to relax. Su Xueqing casually said, Why do you two take your sister with you on a trip? Isn't it embarrassing for her? No, there are her classmates who are with us. I can protect their safety. As soon as Jiang Ziyuan finished speaking, Su Xueqing and Jiang Wen's eyes were focused on Jiang Ziki. Jiang Ziki just ate silently without picking up any food. Is your classmate surnamed Han? Jiang Wen asked tentatively. Jiang Ziki raised her head. Yes, I plan to learn from Han Yu how he became the provincial champion. Wow, he is still the provincial champion. You are amazing, sister. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Jiang Ziki and his eyes lit up. He wanted to touch her head, but was slapped down by Jiang Ziki. That's a man. Jiang Wen said in despair. I guessed it a long time ago. Jiang Ziyuan smiled confidently. Do you really think your brother is stupid? If it wasn't for love, how could you persuade me to take you on a trip so hard? Dad, I have to say something to you. Ziki is really young now, and it's normal for her to have feelings for him. You can't learn from my Uncle Wu and beat him up like he beat me up. Yes. Jiang Ziki didn't expect that his brother, who knew the truth, would still stand on his side. Is this really what it means to sympathize with others and appreciate each other? And he is the provincial champion. I've heard the name Han Yu so many times these past few days that I'm almost tired of hearing it. Isn't he a good match for Ziki? Okay. If you two get married, I have peace and quiet. Go ahead, I agree. Su Xueqing made the decision directly, but Ziyuan, you have to keep an eye on your sister. If Han Yu dares to make a move, burn him. Mom, What are you talking about, getting married or not? Jiang Ziki, who thought she could keep calm in front of her parents, still blushed. Yes, mother. Jiang Ziyuan raised his hand and saluted happily. Alas! Jiang Wen sighed deeply. Although this was his home, he was already isolated and helpless. And seeing that Jiang Ziyuan and Jiang Ziki looked like they loved each other, how could he complete the task of surveillance? It seems that we still need to find another way. Jiang Wen thought about it and came up with a plan. After dinner, Jiang Wen came to Jiang Ziyuan's room. Son, do you know how your Uncle Wu found you? Jiang Ziyuan immediately became alert when he heard this. Dad, do you know who told you? But he shook his head again after he finished speaking. It is possible that someone else saw my whereabouts by chance. After all, only you three know where I live. Yes and no. Jiang Wen nodded and shook his head. We are all your family members. How could we betray you? But your sister is now deeply trapped in the stinky quagmire of love. I feel that her mind is not clear. Maybe she let it slip. Dad, what do you mean? Jiang Ziyuan still didn't understand what this had to do with Jiang Ziki's love. Let me tell you one more thing. Your Uncle Wu is very optimistic about Han Yu, and has wanted to take Han Yu as his apprentice several times. Jiang Wen looked like you understand. Anyway, he was just stating the facts. If Jiang Ziyuan thought about it, it was none of his business. Chapter 29. It's him. Jiang Ziyuan's fist hardened. Just now, he felt that he and Han Yu had the same suffering and sympathized with each other. He also wanted to match Han Yu and his sister, but he didn't expect that this boy would report him. Oh, forget it. I can't let Ziki's happiness be delayed because of my affairs. Jiang Ziyuan thought about it, and still put the overall situation first. His sister is the apple of the family's eye, and he was beaten up, which was considered a test, and it was not a purely bad thing. I didn't ask you to do anything big. When you go out to travel, just keep an eye on Han Yu. If you have the chance, you can vent your anger. That's right. Jiang Ziyuan smiled. He created some small problems, didn't offend his sister, and could vent his anger. He had the best of both worlds. Dad, you are still good to me. That's right, you are my son. Who can I love if I don't love you? Seeing that his son finally understood, Jiang Wen left the room with satisfaction. After Jiang Wen left, Jiang Ziyuan had a plan in mind. Don't do it just after high school graduation. Let him make a fool of himself, and then Ziki will definitely come out to help him out, which will also promote their relationship. Great, I am such a competent brother. The next day, Han Yu was watching a live broadcast of a level 20 summoner on the official website of Mingya. This was a summoner live broadcast that Han Yu had spent a lot of effort to find. After watching the summoner summon the creature, he moved left and right, using graceful movements to dodge the monster's attacks again and again. Then the summoned creature outputs, grinding away the monster's health bit by bit. At the same time, the anchor was still explaining, the biggest weakness of the summoner is the uncertainty of the summoned creature, which requires us to formulate a battle strategy for this game as soon as possible after the summoned creature comes out. For example, all the summons I summoned this time were long-range summons, and there was no front line. I had to kite them constantly. You see, the attack speed of the goblin thrown by the opponent was impossible to hit me. Although the movement was indeed very coquettish, Han Yu watched for nearly 20 minutes, and he hadn't even finished one layer of the dungeon, so he started to post barrages in the live broadcast room. Is this how a summoner plays? Go up and fight. As a summoner, you can't just rely on the output of the summons. You can make up for the output while moving. Oh! Almost. Look how dangerous this is, you can't just move. Han Yu kept posting barrages, and soon attracted attacks from fans. Here he comes. The king of strong mouth is here. If you can do it, go ahead. And you want to output? In order to cooperate with different summons need to balance the distribution of various attribute points. How can there be any damage? How can you go up and output? Don't pay attention to him. It is probably another profession, who deliberately comes here to show off his superiority. There is no such person in our summoner mutual aid group. The room manager should block the person with the ID Ruoxue. Han Yu just wanted to say a few more words to prove that he is a summoner, but he was kicked out of the live broadcast room. Okay, there is no live broadcast to watch now. Han Yu was just watching for fun. There was actually nothing he needed to learn from ordinary summons. Just after exiting the live broadcast room, the doorbell rang. Han Yu walked over to open the door. It turned out to be Ying Yuzhu from South China University, who had just met yesterday. Teacher Ying? Han Yu said. He didn't expect that he had just met yesterday, and came directly to his door today. Classmate Han Yu, Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Ingyuju smiled warmly. Come in, come in. Hanyu made way for Ingyuju to come in. I didn't expect that you would keep your room clean when you live alone. It doesn't look like a boy's room. Ingyuju came in and looked at Hanyu's room first. A standard single apartment, not big, but very neat. Guess what I'm here for this time? Ingyuju winked at Hanyu. To deliver equipment? Hanyu asked tentatively. Apart from what Ingyuju promised at the job fair yesterday, he couldn't think of any other reason for Ingyuju to come to him. Student Han, I have to criticize you for this. How can you only think about equipment? You will soon be a student of my Nanjing University. I am here to deliver your admission letter to you. Hanyu frowned. That's it? Why did you come here specially? Of course, there are also the equipment I promised to give you. As he spoke, a purple light flashed in Ingyuju's hand, and 5 pieces of equipment appeared on Hanyu's desk. Here is the Luoling suit that was promised to you, a total of 4 pieces. And a summoner scepter that the province promised are all here. Hanyu looked at the purple light shining all over the table. These things would be snatched if they were taken out. They would be worth at least several million in the market. It's ready so soon? Hanyu was a little confused. The double selection meeting just ended yesterday. How come all the promised things are ready and delivered to the door? After all, purple suits are not something that can be found everywhere. Of course, since you won the provincial champion and the province purchased the reward from our school, we have equipped everything. Why? Hanyu was a little confused. The other party seemed to mean that he must be sure that Hanyu would choose South China University. But the provincial champions always choose colleges based on the rewards given by the top colleges, so every year, there is a competition between provinces. If the other party considers the so-called sense of belonging, there is another Nanming University in Nanming Province that ranks higher than Nanjing University. But at the double selection meeting, Yunchu University and Nanjing suppressed him and did not speak. My mission in this double selection meeting is to recruit you to Nanjing University at all costs. Because of your profession and your awakened talent. Summoner? Isn't this a recognized sewer profession? Just because of this? Ingyuju's words made Hanyu even more confused. Yes, it is because of the sewer profession that we can't find a powerful summoner, and you are the most talented summoner we can find. You may still not understand. Take a look at this skill book first, and I will explain it to you slowly. Ingyuju took out a skill book with a black cover from his backpack again. On the leather cover, there was an embossed black dragon soaring in the sky. The A-level skill book that Haicheng promised to give you has been replaced with this one after our communication. Hanyu was now confused, and even more confused, so he could only take the skill book and check it out. Magic Dragon Summoning, LV20 can be learned. Summon a powerful elemental magic dragon from another world to fight for you. The brief description, like most summoning skill books, has no extra explanations, and it all depends on the user's on-the-spot performance. Dragon? Although there was only a short introduction, Hanyu's pupils widened. The elemental magic dragon can be said to be one of the most powerful magical creatures produced by the Rift. It has high physique, high magic resistance, and can release innate magic. Even among the dragon race, its strength is top-notch. It is definitely the summoned creature that all summoners dream of. Chapter 30. Even though the game has invaded the real world for so many years, there are very few records about dragons, or even about the dungeons of dragons, let alone the skill book for summoning dragons. Most people have never heard of it, let alone seen it. He remembered that the reward was written in the reward notice, and the reward was an A-level summoner skill book. Unlike the rating of equipment, since the use of skills varies from person to person, there is no system given grade. But humans still rate skill books based on their judgment of skill strength. But in Hanyu's memory, as long as the skills are related to dragons, they can basically be rated S-level. The quality of this skill book is obviously far beyond the agreed reward. And this is a level 20 skill, which obviously should not be given to me now. Level 20 skill? Elemental Dragon? Hanyu still didn't understand after looking at the skill, and continued to ask Ingyuju. Yes, this skill book can definitely be rated SS level. We replaced your original skill book with this one. That's why we came to you. We need you to learn this skill, and help us summon a specific dragon. Hanyu didn't say anything, waiting for Ingyuju to continue explaining. You should know that every player college is now built on a group of rifts. From the player's perspective, it is a large dungeon entrance. The space there is not stable. There are often rifts that appear and disappear. 2 months ago, we found a new rift dungeon, the Dragon's Lair. This made our entire college ecstatic. Although the Dragon Clan is very powerful, it is also the monster that produces the most loot. The few times the Dragon Clan dungeons were first brushed in the world, all produced epic equipment. We immediately organized a full team of players above level 50 to explore, but we were stopped on the second floor by a level 20 baby dragon. Level 20 baby dragon? No matter how strong the dragon is, it is impossible to fight against such a high level. Han Yu was full of questions. Nanzhong College would not be so weak that 5 level 50 players could not deal with a level 20 baby dragon. Haha, don't worry, there is no problem with the strength of our Nanzhong College. The problem lies in the baby dragon. The baby dragon has a natural sense of danger. Once we, who are far higher than its level, enter, it will hide in its companion eggshell. The eggshell, the level we checked is level 70. A level 70 eggshell. It is immune to magic damage, and physical attacks can only deal force damage of -1, or miss. And it can also repair itself automatically, so we can't cause effective damage to it at all. Level 70? Han Yu was stunned when he heard this. Common sense told him that the current player level cap is level 60, and he has never heard of a level 70 monster or player appearing. Yes. Ing Yuju's face became serious. The appearance of this eggshell, coupled with the increase in mutants in various dungeons recently, we guessed that this so-called invasion game will be updated to level 70. At that time, more powerful monsters will appear. If we don't handle it well this time, it will be another disaster for all mankind. Ing Yuju paused and continued, speaking of this dragon, we have no way to deal with the eggshell, because there are always monsters alive in the second level dungeon, and it is difficult for us to continue exploring. We can only return to the first level, and then give up the exploration and exit the dungeon. Until, during the 296th exploration attempt, we found a skill book on the second floor, which is the dragon summoning book in your hand. We have a solution that is not a solution. Find a summoner with a similar level to the dragon, summon the dragon, and then kill it or take it out of the dungeon, and continue to explore the subsequent rifts. Wait! Han Yu was stunned again. Find a summoner to summon the monsters in the dungeon? Ing Yuju looked at Han Yu's incomprehensible expression and smiled. Yes, the Han Institute of Science has done gene sequencing on summoned creatures and dungeon creatures, and it can be basically confirmed that the creatures in the dungeon are from the same world as your summons. So it is possible to summon the creatures in the dungeon. It was the first time Han Yu heard of this statement. But summoning a dragon requires a lot of energy. We found many summoners at level 20. But in order to improve their survival rate in the dungeon, they all chose to hit points evenly, and their energy was not high. There was only one skill book, and we didn't dare to take risks. The strength and number of summoned creatures will be limited by energy. When the number of summoned creatures reaches the summoner's energy limit, even if there are extra skills, they cannot be used. And if the energy is not enough, powerful summoned creatures cannot be summoned. But evenly adding points is also a solution that summoners have no choice in the early stage. If all the summoned creatures are in the back row, the summoned creatures may need to resist damage by themselves. Physical fitness must be increased, and they must keep moving, and agility must also be increased. After all, no one is willing to team up with summoners, so summoners can only play alone and gather together for warmth. In addition, most of the players who change their professions to summons have poor basic attributes, so it is normal that they cannot find suitable players. So we were going to train a summoner who mainly adds energy to level 20, but then you showed up. If there is a summoner who can summon a dragon, it must be you. So we came to you with the skill book. And one of your talents is to establish a connection with the summoned creature to make sure you can summon it next time, right? If you can summon this dragon and let it grow with you, it won't be long before you are definitely the most powerful summoner in the world. No, one of the most powerful players in the world. Yes. The other party's guess about his talent was the same as he expected. But my first summon was not a specific one, so how can I be sure that I can summon the dragon in the dungeon? Try. Ing Yuju said one word. Don't worry, we have conducted a data survey on all dungeons. There are very few dragons in the other world. The dragons in the entire other world do not exceed 1,000, and the elemental dragons are even fewer. It is absolutely impossible to exceed 200, and the number of level 20 young dragons is even smaller. Combined with the dragon summoning, keep trying, there is a great chance that you can summon the dragon in the dungeon. Has anyone summoned creatures in the dungeon before? Han Yu asked. After all, this kind of thing is too bizarre. If you summon the opposing boss to your side during the battle, you will be so happy that your mouth will be crooked. Ing Yuju shook his head. We have checked all the records, and there is no such thing, so there is only a theoretical possibility of success. But you would have chosen to focus on energy, so that the later summoner can have combat effectiveness. And even if the attempt fails, this skill book is given away for free. No matter what the result is, you will have a powerful dragon summon. Chapter 31. Hanyu nodded. If he didn't have enough energy, the summons would become more powerful in the later stage. He might not have enough energy to summon more after summoning two powerful creatures, so he added energy to all attribute points from the beginning. So this is a win-win situation, and we in Nanjong will also do our best to help you grow and make you one of the most powerful players as soon as possible. I believe you won't refuse. Okay. After a slight hesitation, Hanyu agreed. He had no reason to refuse. The skill book alone was more attractive to Hanyu than a level 20 artifact. Summon a dragon. Then combine his own attribute points to make up for the shortcoming that his summons have no magic damage. He hesitated only because the information brought by Ingyuju today had too much impact on him. The 70 level version is coming soon. The creatures in the game are not what ordinary people think, but come from the same world as the summoned creatures. Ingyuju nodded with satisfaction. So our request to you is to upgrade as much as possible during the summer vacation, reach level 20 as soon as possible, and add all the attribute points to energy. This suit is also specially selected for you, the Falling Feather suit. The attributes of each piece are not outstanding among the purple suits, but the suit effect is to enhance agility and rare life-saving skills. You don't need to add agility and physique, which should be enough for you to survive in the dungeon. After persuading Hanyu, Ingyuju breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and stretched, and his perfect figure was visible. Hanyu, I said so much. Why don't you get me a glass of water? Hanyu handed her a bottle of mineral water. Even if I summon the dragon for the first time, what if I want to explore again and try every time? As far as he knew, the monsters in the dungeon would refresh. If that's the case, it will waste a lot of Hanyu's time, and he must be a little reluctant. No, we just want to do the first brush. Ingyuju took a sip of water. Epic equipment will greatly improve our strength. We want to get it before the 70th level version is updated. As for after the first brush, if the young dragon appears again, we will temporarily give up the copy. Then have you ever thought that since there is a 70th level eggshell, there will be no 70th level adult dragon underneath? If you can't beat an eggshell, if you encounter an adult dragon, you will be wiped out directly. The possibility is very small. The main body of this eggshell is the young dragon, or it is an indestructible building in the copy. It is impossible for a real 70th level monster to appear in the 60th level version. Even if this tiny possibility appears, the epic equipment is worth our risk. Hanyu nodded. Since the other party has thought of all the possibilities, he doesn't have to worry. Hanyu, do you have any other questions? No, thank you Teacher Ing for telling me so much. Hanyu stood up and prepared to see him off. But Ingyuju didn't seem to want to leave. Wait, don't be impatient. Teacher Ing has a personal request. Can you agree to it? Ingyuju suddenly came over. Hanyu subconsciously stepped back. Why, teacher? It's not good for us to do this. Ingyuju hit Hanyu on the head with a slap. What are you thinking at such a young age? I mean, after entering the school, can you choose me as your mentor? Obviously, I am the strongest elemental mage of the same level. Those talented guys always like to find old men as their mentors, but they ignore me, a beautiful mentor. Yeah, it's really big. Hanyu agreed with Ingyuju's statement. If you choose me as your mentor, how about I pick a handy accessory for my collection when you go to school? Look at you, you have all the equipment now, but you don't have a decent accessory. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to collect some small accessories, which are definitely enough for you to choose. The reason why those students didn't choose Ingyuju may be that she is too young and looks a little jumpy. But I'm a summoner. What are you thinking? All the top schools can't find a summoning mentor, you have no choice. How about it? Consider it, Hanyu, I will definitely teach you well. Wait. Can I think about it first? Hanyu saw Ingyuju approaching again and hurriedly retreated. You said it's okay? It's settled. Ingyuju clapped his hands, as if he didn't hear Hanyu's consideration. Oh, right. Ingyuju picked up the skill book on the table. I can't give you this book now. You can come to me after you reach level 20. Although you are very strong, there are dangers everywhere in the dungeon. The skill book will be left in school for the time being. This is because he is afraid that he will die in the dungeon before reaching level 20. Hanyu did not object. Anyway, he can't use it now. Then I'm leaving. Remember our agreement? It's best not to spread the news about the level 70 version, for fear of causing panic. Okay. After Ingyuju left, Hanyu felt a little confused. It seems that he has to improve his strength quickly. If the demon disaster really reappears, he must at least have some self-protection power. After sorting out the current information, Hanyu took a look at the 5 pieces of equipment on the table. The purple light was shining, and each piece of equipment looked extraordinary. Hanyu picked them up and checked them one by one. Falling feather armor. Armor, cloth armor. Physical defense, 127 to 147. Magic defense, 159 to 179. Trait, casting speed increased by 20%. Falling feather cloak, armor, cloak. Physical defense, 89 to 109. Magic defense, 109 to 129. Energy plus 2. Trait, control effect time reduced by 20%. Falling feather belt. Armor, belt. HP plus 500. Constitution plus 2. Trait, provides healing effect to the wearer, restoring 2% HP per second for 15 seconds. Can be triggered once every 10 minutes. Falling feather boots. Armor, shoes. Movement speed plus 20%. Agility plus 2. Trait, where to gain skills. Gallop, gain speed after use, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Set, wearing 2 pieces of falling feathers equipment triggers the set effect. Agility plus 3. Wearing 4 pieces of falling feathers equipment triggers the set effect. Get active skill, falling feather blade. Falling feather rain blade. After releasing, the wearer jumps up from the ground and temporarily stops in the air. He cannot be attacked or attacked for 2 seconds. At the same time, 12 feather blades are released in the cone-shaped area in front of him. Each feather blade can cause 80% damage to the enemy. After 2 seconds, the feather blades are retracted and cause 80% damage to the enemy. Cooling time, 15 minutes. Is this the power of the set? Hanyu looked at the equipment in his hand. Each piece was engraved with 3 feathers, which looked very exquisite. No, this is the power of money. Hanyu gave himself the answer. Each piece of purple equipment costs around 800,000 or 900,000 yuan in the market. If the set effect is added, the price will definitely exceed 5 million yuan, and it is the kind that is hard to come by. The single attribute of Luoling is not outstanding among purple equipment, and it only has 1 trait. But the effect of the 4-piece set, Luoling Rain Blade, has both life-saving and output functions. Just because of this skill, the price of the Luoling set will jump up a lot. After all, the dungeon here is not just a game. There are no resurrection coins to use. If you die in the dungeon, you really die. Finally, it is the summoner scepter prepared for him by the province. Ice scepter. Main weapon, scepter. Physical attack, 38 to 48. Magic attack, 182 to 198. Energy plus 3. Trait 1, Ice Flower. Provides ice flower effect for the designated summon attack, and the attack slows down the enemy. Causes 120% damage to fire creatures. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Trait 2, Ice. When the enemy has 5 layers of ice, the ice will be triggered, the enemy will be frozen for 1 second, and the fragile state will be added. The damage will be doubled in the next 3 seconds. Is this also for yourself? I thought the falling feather suit was already very good, but I didn't expect the scepter to give me a surprise. The 2 traits are absolutely perfect for Ellie. High-frequency attacks can trigger the ice effect as much as possible, and you can also fly kites infinitely. Not bad, not bad. Hanyu was extremely satisfied with these pieces of equipment. Chapter 32. 3 days after the job fair, Jiang Ziyuan, with the enthusiastic help of Jiang Ziki, finally decided on the destination for this trip, Lingui. Lingui has been known for nearly 100 years for its beautiful scenery, and Jiang Ziki has long wanted to go there. 3 days later, the 4 met at the station. Because the dungeons are often projected into the sky, there are very few routes now, and most people choose land transportation for long-distance trips. The 4 are all players, and their things can be placed in their own backpacks, but they don't have much luggage. As soon as they met, Jiang Ziyuan walked up to Hanyu with a warm face and said, "Provincial champion. I've heard your name so many times these days that my ears are calloused. Good job, you have made us Haicheng proud." As he said that, he slapped Hanyu on the back, and the unprepared Hanyu was almost knocked down by the slap. Is this someone with bad intentions? Do you think I'm too close to Jiang Ziki? Hanyu steadied himself and looked at Jiang Ziki behind Jiang Ziyuan. He guessed that he couldn't just have fun on this trip. He should be more careful to avoid being cheated. By the way, let me introduce you. I'm Ziki's brother Jiang Ziyuan. Just call me Brother Ziyuan. This is my girlfriend Wu Yunyun, the daughter of Uncle Wu Ao. The last sentence made Hanyu a little confused. He knew Wu Ao, who was the vice president of the school. But he and Wu Ao didn't know each other well except for a few words when they took a group photo. There was no need to introduce them specially. Wait. Han Yu suddenly had an idea. Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Ao's daughter, these two surnames together made him immediately think of the principal Jiangwen. Jiang Ziqi's father is Jiangwen? Han Yu suddenly had this idea in his mind. It's no wonder that Han Yu realized it later. It was Jiang Ziqi who kept saying that she often had to go on business trips to the provincial capital and was very busy. She kept hinting that her father worked in the provincial capital. The surname Jiang was not too rare, so Han Yu did not think much about it. Han Yu looked at Jiang Ziqi, who looked up at the sky, pretending to be calm. Han Yu could only speak for himself. Is Principal Jiang busy recently? I haven't seen him in school recently. Busy, very busy. Isn't it just busy with your graduates? But he is very happy. The school has a provincial champion, and he can't stop smiling every day. Yes, he is happy because of you, and he is also worried because of you. Jiang Ziyuan added in his heart. Han Yu then understood why Jiangwen was always angry when he saw him the last few times, as if he would beat you up if the reporter was not next to him. Han Yu originally thought it was because of his job transfer summon, so he slept away early, but after a long time, the reason was actually Jiang Ziqi. Han Yu looked at Jiang Ziqi again. Jiang Ziqi knew that she couldn't hide anymore. She said weakly, "You didn't ask, did you?" Okay." Seeing Jiang Ziqi's guilty look, Han Yu stopped talking. He really didn't ask. Han Yu didn't like to pry into other people's affairs. Jiang Ziqi was always evasive when talking about her family. Han Yu didn't bother to ask in detail. He only knew that Jiang Ziqi's family was good. Okay, now that we've introduced them, let's get on the bus. If we miss this one, we don't know if we can get a ticket. Wu Yunyan looked at Han Yu and Jiang Ziqi meaningfully. Although Jiang Ziyuan hadn't told her about the two of them, she guessed roughly. Wu Yunyan's voice was very soft, and she looked like a typical Jiangmen beauty, and her personality was also gentle. Han Yu looked at her and really couldn't associate her with Wu Ao, a strong man. The three of them got on the train, and the high-speed train was running fast. The four of them ate snacks, and looked at the scenery outside the window. The four of them finally arrived at the hotel they had booked in the evening. 2 rooms? How can we live here? Han Yu was a little surprised. I will sleep with Sister Yunyun, and you will sleep with my brother. This was booked when we went out. No. Jiang Ziyuan, who had been thinking of ways to cause trouble for Han Yu, finally cheered up. That was just a false impression for my dad and Uncle Wu. You two finally finished the exams and went out to travel. How could I let you squeeze in with us? So I took the initiative and booked an extra room. You and Han Yu each have 1 room. As for me, I will bear with your sister Yunyun for a while, and just discuss the dungeon strategy that needs to be explored in the next semester. Brother. You? Jiang Ziqi didn't expect there was such a trick. Don't complain. Jiang Ziyuan patted Jiang Ziqi's head and happily checked in. The next day, several people went to experience the water of Lin Gui as planned, and also experience the rapids of the Li River by speedboat. Ah! Jiang Ziqi and Wu Yunyan screamed. The water flow was too fast. Even Han Yu was trying to keep his body steady. Fortunately, he had played several times in his previous life and had some experience. He just felt it was quite exciting and didn't scream. In the mist, Jiang Ziyuan smiled wickedly and felt that his chance had come. Now on the water, it was his elemental mage's home court. Water element control. Jiang Ziyuan quietly used his skill, causing the water flow on Han Yu's side to surge unconventionally, and the speedboat fluctuated violently. Han Yu held the side of the boat with both hands, and let the wind and rain blow. I was as still as a mountain. No reaction? Come again! Jiang Ziyuan saw that Han Yu was not frightened at all, and he was almost unable to hold it. He started to increase his strength directly. Come again! Come again! Han Yu also felt something was wrong now. Why did he feel that the water was going to rush up and hit him? Did he offend his own Dragon King or something? Another wave of water rushed over, and the speedboat shook violently. Ah! Jiang Ziqi and Wu Yunyan screamed again. Damn! This was Jiang Ziyuan's cry. What's going on? The water is not that urgent. This was Han Yu's reaction. The speedboat finally couldn't withstand the impact of waves and turned sideways. The 4 people fell into the water at the same time. When falling into the water, Han Yu hugged Jiang Ziqi next to him. At the same time, he saw Jiang Ziyuan on the opposite side hugging Wu Yunyan, and then being pushed away. Han Yu and Jiang Ziqi sank rapidly due to the momentum of falling into the river. Fortunately, they were wearing life jackets, and their bodies were beginning to float up. Hanyu swam with his legs and quickly brushed towards the water surface. Hey, what is that? When he was about to float to the surface of the water, Hanyu saw a bulging bubble on the edge of the cliff. There seemed to be a door open inside the bubble, and there were creatures walking inside. Hanyu floated to the surface of the water, hugged Jiang Ziki, and swam towards the direction of the bubble. Actually, I can swim, Jiang Ziki said weakly in Hanyu's arms. Ah? I forgot. Hanyu quickly let go of his hand and quickly changed the subject. What do you see under the water? A big bubble? The two quickly swam towards the bubble. When they got closer, they finally saw the scene inside the bubble. A bronze door was wrapped in a bubble. The door was open, and a dozen fish-like creatures were crowded in front of the door, as if they were about to rush up. Fisher? Hanyu and Jiang Ziki exclaimed at the same time. They didn't expect to encounter a crack that was about to break here. And judging from the appearance of the bubble, it won't be long before the bubble disappears, and the fishmen inside will come out. Ziki. Hanyu. Are you okay? Jiang Ziyuan swam towards the two. The four of them were good at swimming, and they were all players. With a tribute blessing, they were not restricted in their actions in the water. Brother, there is a crack here. It seems to have been formed not long ago. Jiang Ziki shouted. Fisher? Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Yunyan looked at each other. If a monster suddenly emerged from an undiscovered crack, it would be a disaster for the residents nearby. Chapter 33. Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Yunyan rushed over quickly and carefully observed the creatures in the bubbles. Hanyu looked at the creatures in the bubbles and frowned. This was trouble. Jiang Ziyuan had the same expression. Murky tide hunters? If they were allowed to enter the water, it might be a disaster for the entire river. Murky tide hunters have no offensive skills, but they will summon a baby murloc every minute and an adult murloc warrior every 5 minutes. And as long as the murloc babies have enough food, they will soon grow into adult murlocs. If they were allowed to enter the river system, I don't know how many people would be injured, and it is much more difficult to clean up monsters in the water than on land. And these bubbles seem to be bursting faster because of the impact. Once the tide hunters come out, we can't stop them in the water at all. Hanyu whispered. The distribution of cracks in Lingui shouldn't be so dense, and Shanghai should organize people to check regularly. Generally, they will be discovered before the cracks break. Jiang Ziyuan was a little confused. After the game invasion, humans had corresponding methods to deal with all cracks. If the boat hadn't capsized, no one would have discovered this crack, and the consequences of letting it break out would have been even more serious. I call Shanghai. Fortunately, the phones of several people were placed in the game backpack and did not fall into the water. Shanghai is the official organization of the Han Dynasty to deal with all crack-related incidents. Now the situation is serious, and they can only be found to solve it. Wu Yunyan took out her mobile phone and called Shanghai, touching the bubble with her hand. Yes, the underwater of the Jiuma Painting Mountain in the Lijiang River, the recommended level of the copy is 20 to 25. There are not many species of fishmen, but there are tide hunters. Please send someone over quickly. Our level? 218, 212, yes, we are traveling in this summer vacation. Okay, we'd be here in 10 minutes at most. Please stay there, please. When the other party heard that there was a tide hunter, they immediately knew the seriousness of the situation. Hanyu could hear the other party's hurried footsteps through the speaker. Jiang Ziyuan looked at the shaking bubble. Cracks have begun to appear. I can't wait for 10 minutes. At most 3 minutes, this bubble will break, and the fishmen inside will rush out. No one can stop them at that time. The few people looked at each other. The situation was more serious than they thought. They might not be able to wait for Shanghai to come to support. Jiang Ziyuan took a deep breath and said, I am the highest level here. I will open the dungeon and delay for a while. Kill the monsters on the first floor and then exit. You stay outside first and guide the people from Shanghai. He touched the bubble with his hand and prepared to open the dungeon. These are all native dungeons. Humans have not built a teleportation array. Once you enter, you cannot use the return scroll unless you clear the monsters on an entire floor, or return to the previous floor and choose to give up exploration. I go with you. Wu Yunyan grabbed Jiang Ziyuan's hand. What are you going to do? A level 20 dungeon? Are you going to die? Don't worry, I'll be back in 10 minutes. You're talking nonsense. Don't think you can be a hero alone, Jiang Ziyuan. How can you, an elemental mage, go in with so many murlocs? You've even cleared the first level of the dungeon, aren't you going to die? I don't care. Anyway, I'm going with you. Without a shield warrior to protect you, you can't do anything. Listen, Yunyan. If you go in, we may both have to stay in there. I can't explain to Uncle Wu. Impossible, you said before that we would die if we went to the front line, and we would both die together. Now you want to leave me alone, no way. The two of them had tears in their eyes, and held hands tightly together, as if they had decided to sacrifice together. Hey, big brother and big sister. I am touched, but if you poke this bubble again, it will burst. Han Yu was very touched, but he didn't expect Jiang Ziyuan's hand on the bubble to keep moving. The bubble, which was originally fragile, could not bear any damage now. Ah! Jiang Ziyuan quickly took his hand away, and wiped the tears that were about to flow. Sorry, I lost my composure, You guys go up quickly. Yun and I will come out after cleaning the monsters on the first floor. Jiang Ziyuan said. I go in too. A single level 20 Murloc is not scary. A level 18 elemental mage can still cause effective damage. The most dangerous one is the Tide Hunter. If you go in, you will definitely face the tactic of the Sea of Fish. My summoned beast can slightly offset some of the disadvantages in numbers. But you are only level 12. Wu Yunyan said. Oh, I defeated a level 18 freshman from Jiaozhou University with one move a few days ago. And I have a purple suit given by Nanzhong, and my main weapon is also a level of purple suit. It can be regarded as a full-body top-grade suit. The attributes are not much worse than yours, and there are life-saving skills. If you don't believe it, you can ask Jiang Ziki. Yun, why do I feel that he is extraordinary? Yeah, so extraordinary. Wu Yun pinched Jiang Ziyuan's hand and nodded frantically. It's true. I saw it on the spot. Jiang Ziki immediately explained. But it's not 3 people, it's 4. I want to go in too. No. Han Yu and Jiang Ziyuan said in unison. I have my reasons too. Jiang Ziki got anxious when she heard that she was not allowed to go in. Since you are facing a far greater number of fish warriors, you must be fighting continuously. Without treatment and assistance, you will not last long. Although my level is low, the healing effect is based on the percentage of blood recovery, and I can play a due role. Unless you have no intention of coming out alive. In this case, I will definitely not let you in. And I have this. Jiang Ziki took out a scroll from his backpack. Purification scroll, purify all negative effects, and provide a shield that can withstand 1,000 damage. After 3 seconds, repel all enemies within 2 meters and cause 1,000 damage. Use it regardless of the level of the dungeon. Even if I am besieged, I will not be killed instantly for a while. It is enough to hide in a safe place and continue to use skills. And I will stand behind you and will not be attacked so easily. Purification scroll that ignores the level. Where did you get it? Jiang Ziyuan widened his eyes. Every scroll that ignores the level of the dungeon is priced at a sky-high price in the trading market, not to mention a scroll that can save lives and output. Unfortunately, this could only increase the shield by 1,000, and it cannot be used in high-level dungeons. But the estimated value is also around 3 to 5 million. My father gave it to me. He said that he was afraid that I, a priest, would be too fragile. If there was no other way, he would use the purification scroll to save his life at the critical moment. Elemental mages are also fragile. Brother Ziyuan, don't you have one? Han Yu asked. If Jiang Ziyuan had one, the fault tolerance rate of entering the dungeon would be greatly improved. I have never seen such an expensive thing. Jiang Ziyuan now had the urge to do a paternity test when he returned home. Could it be that he was not his biological child? Was his sister? In that case, let's all go in. Han Yu glanced at the bubble. The cracks on it were expanding, and they could no longer hesitate. Chapter 34. Han Yu put his hand on the bubble, and a game prompt appeared in front of him. Found a copy. Murloc Tribe, recommended exploration level, level 20. Do you want to create a team to challenge the copy? Yes. The team has been created. Please select the copy difficulty easy. Their only goal now is to delay time, and they will definitely not increase the difficulty. After Han Yu pulled Jiang Ziki and the other 2 into the team, he chose to enter the copy. Entering the copy, please be prepared for battle. The 4 people saw a flash of light in front of them and disappeared on the spot. At the same time as the 4 people disappeared on the spot, the bubbles stopped breaking immediately, and all the fishmen squeezed around the bubbles disappeared. This is the rule of the game. If someone challenges the copy, the monster returns to the copy and accepts the challenge of the player. As long as the monster has not left the copy, this rule must be followed. At the same time, all of Lin Gui's loudspeakers that can receive signals rang. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Deep cracks appeared in the Jiuma Huashan section of the Lijiang River. Please leave in time. Repeat. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Deep cracks appeared in the Jiumahuashan section of the Lijiang River. Please leave in time. Repeat. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Deep cracks appeared in the Jiumahuashan section of the Lijiang River. Please leave in time. This news quickly attracted the attention of everyone in Lingui. The appearance of deep cracks has been nearly 100 years, and people are no longer surprised. However, this was the first time that the Lijiang River appeared. Suddenly, people in Lingui were panicked. Nearby residents and tourists evacuated immediately, and countless people began to search the internet for specific news. What's going on? There are cracks in the Li River. Will the monsters come ashore? Why do we need to evacuate? Is it a sudden crack? Or can we stop it? Don't worry. After all these years, you still don't believe in Shanhai's ability. They will soon enter the dungeon to clear all the monsters. When the portal is built, the Li River will still be the Li River. Wait, and see the image above Jiumahuashan. At the same time, a speedboat was speeding on the Li River. There were 7 Shanhai members in combat uniforms on the speedboat. Su Mingkai, who was sitting at the front of the speedboat, cursed. Why did the Li River have cracks underwater? It was not discovered until it was almost completely broken. And it was discovered by tourists. What are you doing for a living? There are tide hunters in this crack. If they rush into the Li River, do you know how serious the consequences will be? I'm sorry, Captain. It's my responsibility to check the water system. Wendong, the deputy captain under Su Mingkai, said. But we just check all river sections every 5 days according to regulations. The last check was 3 days ago, and no signs of cracks were found. Wendong was also dissatisfied. He could take responsibility, but he refused to accept it. Recently, a group of cracks suddenly appeared in Lialu Mountain. We also thought about increasing the inspection frequency to deal with emergencies. But we are really short of manpower. There are a total of 12 people in our team, and 5 of them have been transferred. We are also responsible for such a long area. Checking once every 5 days is already our limit. I know it's not your fault. Su Mingkai clenched his fists. We are short of manpower. The Li River is too big. I know it, but if a tide hunter really enters the Li River and can't control it, the damage caused will not be enough for the 2 of us to die 100 times. I just hope we can make it in time. From the voice on the phone, it should be urgent. The tide hunter is almost rushing out. While he was talking, a huge curtain seemed to appear above the Jiumahuashan section of the Li River. There were 4 people in the curtain, facing nearly 40 grinning fishmen. Why is the dungeon open? Su Mingkai looked at the sky and naturally knew what happened. This is a level 20 dungeon. The highest of the 4 of them is only level 18. There are also 2 level 12 players. It should be too late. The protective cover is about to break. The dungeon must be opened, otherwise the tide hunter will enter the water, and there will be no way to solve it. Wendong said in a deep voice. The thing they least wanted to see happened. But they are sending themselves to death. There is no level 20 player. Challenging a level 20 dungeon is no different from sending themselves to death. Su Mingkai's eyes were red. He knew what Wendong said. He just couldn't accept it. There was a problem in the river he was responsible for, but he had to use other people's lives to solve it. If these 4 people died, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Wendong, report the current situation to the branch, especially the situation of these 4 players. Yes. Wendong immediately contacted Shanhai Lingui branch through the intercom. Text began to appear in the image in the sky. Murloc Tribe Dungeon. Challenge difficulty, easy. Challengers, Jiang Ziyuan LV-18 Elemental Mage. Wu Union LV-18 Shield Warrior. Hanyu LV-12 Summoner. Jiang Ziki LV-12 Cleric. The image above the dungeon is very large, enough for people on the ground to see clearly. The most discussed topic in Lingui City now is the new cracks in Jiumahuashan. Everyone wants to know what happened. As soon as the image appeared in the sky, someone immediately broadcast it online. But when everyone saw the name and scene of the challenger, they were stunned. What's going on? They are not from Shanhai, and why is their level so low? Are they looking for death? This combination is crazy to challenge the level 20 dungeon. Is it to grab the first refresh? The loot from the first refresh is much richer than the monsters refreshed later, but you have to be alive to get it. At this level, grabbing the first refresh is just to die? Everyone watching the image didn't understand why there were players entering the official notification just now. They accidentally encountered a new dungeon, thought they had picked up a treasure, and then went in to grab the first refresh boss? Go to the new notification released by the Shanhai branch. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Amidst the various speculations, someone made such a sentence. Notification? What notification? Before the audience could see it, someone had already transferred the notification to the live broadcast room. A note to all Lindue citizens. 5 minutes ago, we received a notification from tourists that a sudden crack appeared in the Jioma Huashan River section. The barrier may break at any time. There are Murloc TIE finders, who are best at reproduction in the barrier. We are doing our best to rush to the crack to deal with it. But before that, the barrier is about to break. The 4 discoverers, Jiang Ziyuan Wu Yunyun Han Yu Jiang Ziki, had to open the dungeon to temporarily prevent the monsters from entering the Lijiang River. Thank them for their efforts for the Lijiang River, and hope they can exit the dungeon safely. Shanghai Lindue Branch. The originally noisy barrage was flooded with notifications sent by later people. The people who had just guessed were silent for a while. They didn't expect that the situation was so different from their guesses. After a while, the screen was filled with barrages. Come on! I'm sorry, I hope you're safe. Come on! Kill all these monsters. Come out safely. Han Yu? This name sounds familiar. Isn't he the provincial champion of Nanming province this year? His rank is right too, it seems to be true. It's him! It's him! Someone among the crowd had already recognized Han Yu. Now that the college entrance examination had just ended, the title of provincial champion was still quite famous. Chapter 35. This notice was sent very quickly, and this was the only thing Shanghai could do besides rushing over to rescue. Things began to ferment quickly. A crack suddenly appeared in the Li River, and Shanghai was unable to react. In order to stop the monsters in the crack, the top scholar of Nanming province took the risk to challenge the level 20 copy. These events immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jiangwen was thinking about where to hang the photo of himself and Han Yu in the office. It seemed too ostentatious to hang it at the school gate, and others could not see it if it was hung in the office. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Old Jiang, something happened. Jiangwen, who was thinking seriously, was startled. Old Wu? How old are you? Can you calm down a little? You are so irritable every day. Do you look like a vice principal? Your son is going to die. Wu Eo said sternly. What nonsense are you talking about? Ziyuan went out to travel, not to the front line. He just hooked up with your daughter, so you don't have to curse him like that. Your daughter may die too. Wu Eo. If you say another word to Ju Qi, I will be angry with you. Don't say that I don't care about our brotherhood. Jiangwen's eyes were blazing with anger, and he felt that he would get angry in the next second. Watch it for yourself. Wu Eo pushed the video playing on his phone in front of Jiangwen's face. They went to challenge the level 20 dungeon. Jiangwen saw the 4 people standing opposite the group of fishmen in the screen, and almost jumped out of his seat. They are crazy, going to challenge the level 20 dungeon. Bastard, I will break his legs when I come back. You can take a look at the reason first. I think their choice is right. Wu Eo switched to the notification interface sent by Shanghai again. After knowing the whole story, Jiangwen fell silent. After a long time, he finally said, It's okay to die for the country. I hope they are okay. But fortunately, I prepared a purification scroll that ignores the level for Ziki. If she encounters danger, she can still save her life temporarily. What about Ziyuan? If I want to buy one, I will sell my staff that has been strengthened from level 20 to plus 10. I didn't embezzle, so where did I get so much money? Ziyuan can only fend for himself. He is indeed a good father who can betray his son at will. Wu Il looked at Jiangwen with contempt. I only prepared a few pieces of equipment for Yunyun. I don't know if she can survive this level. In the mermaid dungeon, as soon as the few people entered, they heard a series of grinding sounds. More than 40 fishmen appeared in front of them. There is no preparation layer here. After choosing to enter the dungeon, the 4 people have to prepare for battle. The moment they entered the dungeon, the daily clothes on the 4 people disappeared, and they were covered with equipment. Wu Yunyun, who was originally a gentle beauty, was covered with silver heavy armor. In her left hand, she held a rectangular bright silver long shield. A faint purple light flashed, and a layer of metal shell appeared on the shield. In her right hand, she held a one-handed heavy sword. She inherited Wu Eo's talent and chose the profession of shield fighting, but the profession was seriously inconsistent with her appearance. Wu Yunyun saw the fishman rushing over, took a step forward, and stood in front of everyone. Han Yu's Luoling suit was also put on. The purple light on his body was shining, and the 12 white feather blades were looming like substance, which made people know at a glance that he was a Krypton Gold player. Pulling Jiang Ziki back quickly, a summoning circle appeared in front of him. Jiang Ziki took out his staff and directly added a healing effect to Wu Yunyun, who was not injured yet. Standing in the front, she must be the first to bear the damage. There is no chance to relax when challenging the dungeon. Han Yu's cape fluttered, and he chanted a spell. A few seconds later, Ellie, Finn, and Hu Yun walked out of the summoning array one by one. Master, fight for you. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The three summons were summoned this time, and their levels also changed with Han Yu. Ellie, LV12. Hu Yun, LV11. Finn, LV12. According to the rules of summons, the level of summons will fluctuate around the summoner level. When Han Yu upgrades, the level of the summons will change accordingly. The situation is critical. Today, we are not here to kill monsters, but to survive. Finn smiled. Master, I am good at this. Han Yu resisted the urge to kick him out to resist the damage. It is to protect us from death. Hurry up and come. When they had just made all the preparations, the fishmen also rushed towards them. Fortunately, the map was large enough to give Han Yu and his team some buffer time. There are at least 40 or 50 murlocs here. How can we handle them? Jiang Ziyuan felt a little scalp tingling as he looked at the murlocs rushing over in groups. As expected, the number of murlocs far exceeded expectations. Because of the existence of the Tide Hunters, the number of monsters here will definitely be much higher than that of ordinary dungeons, and new murlocs will appear in the future. But fortunately, half of them are murloc babies, not yet fully grown. Most of them are only level 15. If there is group control, I can clear the murloc babies within half a minute, Jiang Ziyuan said. Elemental mages like groups of monsters the most, which can maximize their output efficiency. Hu Yun rushed up directly, and Ailey drew her bow and shot arrows. Finn, don't use your skills yet. Han Yu was looking for the Tide Hunter. If he couldn't kill the Tide Hunter, it would be useless to kill as many murlocs as possible. However, after looking around, he didn't see the Tide Hunter at all. Okay. Finn put down the hoe and started digging a hole in the ground. I dig a hole first, maybe it will be useful. Han Yu saw Hu Yun rushing towards the murloc army, called up the system interface, and added all the 6 free attribute points he got from killing the bloodthirsty cat demon last time to Hu Yun's physique. Although it was a bit wasteful, if the front row couldn't stand, there was no need to talk about output in the back. While sprinting, the Black Panther felt a sudden increase in strength in his body. His muscles bulged, his fangs became longer, and he suddenly became stronger. He was originally a leopard, but now he looked no less than a tiger. And between the 4 legs, 4 white cloud patterns appeared on the originally pure black hair. As the body size increased, the speed was actually faster. Has it started to change? Han Yu saw the cloud pattern on the Black Panther's leg. He had considered before that humans need to change their jobs after upgrading and adding attribute points. If the summoned creatures also add too many attribute points, will the change from quantitative to qualitative? Hu Yun gets enhanced. The skill soul capture control time is extended by 2 seconds. After adding points, Han Yu's icicle scepter danced, adding the ice flower effect to Ellie. In the next minute, her attack will have a deceleration effect. As Hu Yun rushed forward, Jiang Ziyuan's staff finally fell. Fire spreads all over the prairie. In front of the fishmen rushing towards Han Yu and the others, a wall of fire appeared out of thin air, and the temperature of the entire copy began to rise. The wall of fire fell down with a bang, covering all the sprinting fishmen. The smell of burnt flesh and blood came out from the fire, and the blood volume of the fishmen was also decreasing. But this was not enough. The fishmen seemed to be fearless of pain, and continued to rush forward through the sea of fire. The range of the raging fire was not large. After suffering a wave of damage, the fishman was about to cross the sea of fire and rush towards Wu Yunyun. Chapter 36. Wu Yunyun looked grim, ready to block the attacks of dozens of fishmen at any time. She would not let these fishmen pass her by at any time. This was the duty of the shield warrior in the dungeon. If she could not stop them, she would have to use the taunt skill, and could not let them attack Jiang Ziyuan and Ziki from behind. But after the taunt cooled down, what should she do? From the moment she entered the dungeon, it was a precarious situation. However, at this time, Hu Yun had already rushed over. It felt that its body was full of strength, and now needed a big battle. But it was blocked by a sea of fire in front of it. All the monsters were wrapped in it. Hu Yun could only growl beside the sea of fire, ready to attack the monsters rushing out at any time. Seeing that the fishmen were about to rush out, Han Yu immediately said, Hu Yun, use the soul-capturing skill. Hu Yun, who could no longer suppress his desire to attack, opened his bloody mouth and howled to the sky. Roar! The sound was not harsh. In the ears of Han Yu and others, it just felt a little louder. But the Murlocs on the opposite side all stopped moving, and lost their minds in an instant. Some of them even couldn't stand up, and fell to the ground in the raging fire. Easy to control. Jiang Ziyuan saw that all the Murlocs had stopped moving, and his eyes lit up. He began to use instant fireballs to attack the Murloc babies that had been burned by the raging fire, and had little blood left. Ellie also kept shooting arrows, and quickly began to harvest the remaining blood. 5 seconds later, the Murlocs woke up and prepared to rush out of the attack range of the raging fire again. Ellie's scattering had been prepared for a long time, and 9 arrows were shot at the same time, pushing them back into the raging fire again. Crack. A crisp sound came from the Murlocs. Ice crystals appeared on the bodies of several Murlocs in the sea of fire. The skin stiffened and then began to crack. The ice effect was triggered, doubling the damage within 1 minute. The deceleration and knockback caused these Murlocs to take another wave of damage. More than half of the young Murlocs were left in the sea of fire, and only the adult Murloc warriors rushed out. It was a great achievement to kill half of the enemies in the level 20 dungeon. Actually, the level 20 dungeon is not that difficult. Jiang Ziyuan was a little proud of himself when he saw that his raging fire was effective. He felt that as long as the cooperation was good, it would not be too difficult to clear the first layer. Easy to control. Outside the venue, everyone who was watching the live broadcast couldn't help but say these 2 words when they saw the Murloc being controlled. It feels like the summons of the Feather God have become stronger again. Did this Black Panther eat the golden kelp? Why does it feel bigger again? Let me correct you. The summons of the Feather God have not become stronger, but have always been strong. And they can be used all the time. The summoner with this talent is simply invincible, okay. According to this progress, let alone clearing the level, at least the monsters on the first floor can be cleared, and then the dungeon can be exited calmly. I feel like we are worrying for nothing. These are all graduates from Naming Province. Since Han Yu killed the 18th level player in 1 shot, he has been nicknamed the Feather God. Look! What's behind the group of Murlocs? Behind the group of Murlocs just now is a bush. 10 Murlocs are sprinting out of the bushes, and rushing towards Han Yu's team quickly. Tide Hunter. It's the Murloc summoned by the Tide Hunter. I saw the notification that the Tide Hunter appeared, but I haven't seen his figure until now. He actually hid in the bushes to summon Murlocs. This monster's IQ is too high, and it knows how to hide. If we can't find the Tide Hunter, this dungeon will be difficult to beat. This is dangerous. There is no swordsman in their team, and no one can go to the back to find the Tide Hunter. Fuck, there is one more. Jiang Ziyuan saw another Murloc coming out, and then he remembered that the Tide Hunter on this floor is the big boss. What should I do? The Tide Hunter can't kill these Murlocs, and there is no way to deal with them all. Han Yu took a deep breath. I go find it, otherwise we will all die here. You go, you are a summoner, you go to the back to find him? Isn't that looking for death? Jiang Ziyuan's eyes widened. That's right, Han Yu, brother, can't you use the Sea of Fire just now to burn the copy and burn him out? Jiang Ziyuan rolled his eyes. Your brother will die of shock before he can burn it once, and my spells also consume mana, and the medicine bottle cannot be used infinitely. There is no time. Someone must go to find the Tide Hunter. Han Yu frowned. Their physical strength and mana are limited, and they can't stand the attrition war with the fishmen. You need to output. Ziki is a priest, and Sister Yunyun needs to attract the hatred of the fishmen, so I have to go. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Some people look like summoners, but they are actually assassins. Han Yu put the scepter into his backpack, and took out his own spirit cat blood blade, and held it in his hand. Then, give me a seed. You can sense the location of your own seed, right? Finn nodded, and handed over a seed of the dream vine. Han Yu took the seed from Finn and said, Next, you will be in the front and provide group control, but you can only use this seed after receiving my order. Brother Ziyuan, you have learned the level 15 skill Star Calling, right? I don't have much time left, so I must get rid of the Tide Hunter as soon as possible. Han Yu had considered switching to an elemental mage before, and had some knowledge of the elemental mage's skills. Star Calling is the representative of the elemental mage's early explosive output. The longer the charging time, the more mana is consumed, and the damage will increase accordingly. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The mana consumption is high, the attack trajectory is extremely slow, and it is easy to be dodged. Of course I have learned it, but although calling the star has high output, the skill track speed is too slow. If you want to kill the Tide Hunter, you need to charge for at least 8 seconds before it can land. At this time, any living creature will run away. 10 seconds, charge for 10 seconds. We only have one chance. We must ensure that the Tide Hunter is killed. If I find the Tide Hunter, I will let Finn notify you. You will use calling the star immediately, and I will hold him for 10 seconds. How can you hold him? You are only level 12. You may not be able to withstand even a single blow from the Tide Hunter. Don't worry, I have a way. I just became the provincial champion. I won't risk my life. Hanyu was only 60% sure in his heart, but now he had to try. Hanyu held the dagger in reverse and ran to the side. Let's go, wait for my news. With his cloak shaking, Hanyu rushed towards the group of fish without hesitation. At this time, the Shanghai team had arrived at the Jiumahuashan River section, but the dungeon had already started. Now they had to wait until the dungeon was over before they could enter. Chapter 37. Even if they arrived now, they could not do anything. They could only look at the image in the sky and silently cheer for Hanyu and his team. At this time, Hanyu was seen going upstream and rushing towards the location of the Murloc group. What is he doing? Why is he rushing towards the monster? He is not caring about his life. The members of the Shanghai team asked. Go find where the Tide Hunter is. After the summoned beast comes out, only he can move. Su Mingkai looked at Hanyu's figure, running very fast and resolutely in the opposite direction of the Murloc. But he is a summoner. What can he do if he finds it? Even if he finds it, how can he kill the Tide Hunter? Su Mingkai shook his head. I don't know, or they have some plan. Su Mingkai looked at Hanyu's figure, who looked like a student who had just graduated from high school. Level 12 player, high school student, summoner, each of these identities means that he should not be the one to charge at this time, but he just rushed up. Captain, this kid seems to be the top student in Naming Province this year. I saw it online 2 days ago. The top student in Naming Province this year is a summoner. Really? Su Mingkai looked at the summons summoned by Hanyu on the field. Whether it was the Hyunbeo that looked like a tiger or the archer who kept drawing his bow, they all looked strong. Except for the trembling skeleton carrying a hoe. But at this time, the seed thrown by the skeleton that looked the weakest began to grow rapidly, entangled the running fish warrior, and sucked blood from the wound to become stronger. No wonder the summons are so strong. I just hope he is okay, otherwise we really can't explain to the Nanming Provincial Branch. At this time, the battle images here were naturally broadcasted by Nanming Province. Most people recognized Hanyu, the 12th level summoner player, who was called the luckiest provincial champion by many people. Yushin. It's Yushin. Why did he rush up? Now he can only go to the Tide Hunter, but this is a death sentence. Although it is very dangerous, there may be a chance to survive if we gamble. If we don't go to the Tide Hunter, all 4 of us will be worn out to death. But Yushin's speed is so fast. Is this really the speed a summoner should have? In the field, Hanyu was running at his fastest speed. He did not use the talent sharing skills, relying entirely on the agility bonus provided by the falling feather set and the blood blade of the civet cat. Soon, Hanyu came to the side of the Murloc group and killed a Murloc baby with a knife. Then he left in a cloud of dust. The Murloc warrior who felt his companion was attacked only felt that something seemed to run past him, and immediately separated 4 Murloc warriors to chase Hanyu. But after only a dozen seconds, the distance between the fishmen and Hanyu became farther and farther, and their departure actually reduced the pressure on the front. Seeing that they could not catch up, the 4 fishmen returned to the front battlefield. Hanyu saw that they were no longer chasing, and he slowed down a little, and recovered his strength a little. Where is it? Behind the group of fishmen was not an open space, but a low bush. From the perspective of the front battlefield, the Tide Hunter could not be seen at all. But just now, Hanyu saw that the fishmen came out of the bushes. Wherever the fishmen came out, the Tide Hunter should be there. The fishmen just now did not catch up, indicating that they were not worried about the safety of the Tide Hunter. Either they believed that the Tide Hunter was so powerful that he did not need protection, or there were other fishmen in the bushes protecting the Tide Hunter. Hanyu walked into the bushes from the place where the fishmen came out. There was no road inside, but there was a water stain on the ground, which was obviously the trace of the fishmen. Hanyu quickly moved forward along the direction of the water stains. After walking for more than 20 meters, he heard a gurgling sound. He could not understand it, but it was probably some kind of spell of the fishmen. Hanyu hurriedly crouched down, slowed down, and moved forward. The first thing he saw was a pond. In the middle of the pond was an altar made of stones. A fish-headed monster was holding a staff and chanting, Tide Hunter. Hanyu recognized it at a glance, but standing next to the Tide Hunter, there were 2 fishmen holding steel forks, standing on both sides of the Tide Hunter. Hanyu used identification to see that he could only see LV-20, and could not see any other information. I knew it wasn't that simple. Han Yu held the seeds he got from Finn in his hand. The audience outside the venue also followed Han Yu's perspective, and saw the Tide Hunter standing on the pond. It had an ugly face, and was covered with fish scales, but it also wrapped the leaves around its waist as clothes. It was obviously smarter than ordinary murlocs. Found it. Yushin found the Tide Hunter. What if he found it? The two murloc guards are both level 20. There is also a level 20 murloc Tide Hunter. Even if it has no attack power, it is still level 20 health. Yushin can't kill it even if he touches it. The excitement of the audience was instantly suppressed. Yes, what if he found it? And this place is too far away from the battlefield, and is completely out of the attack range of the elf archers. Even if Han Yu is strong among his peers, and is called Feather God by students, he is still a level 12 player who has just changed his job. How can he output without summons? No one can guess what Han Yu will do next, so they can only wait quietly for Han Yu's next move. Han Yu ordered Finn in his heart, "Sense the location of your seed, and activate it immediately when I order." "Yes, master." Finn, who was attacking with the hose energy bomb in the front, stopped his actions, and said to Jiang Ziyuan next to him, "Master has found the location of the Tide Hunter. Get ready to attack." "Okay." Jiang Ziyuan slowed down the speed of his spell casting. He has been restraining his spellcasting frequency for a while, leaving enough mana to cast the star summoning. Yun, push again. Han Yu has found the location of the Tide Hunter. I have to use a big one. Don't worry. I can still hold on. As he said that, he raised his shield and pushed forward suddenly, pushing the fishman warriors around him to stagger. The shield stood in front of her like a door panel, and she swept the broadsword in her hand. "All of you die." The sword swept across the fishmen who wanted to cross her to attack Jiang Ziyuan, causing only more than 100 points of damage. But he stopped them again. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Wu Yunyun. Her silver armor was already covered with cracks, and the durability had been consumed by at least half. The health bar was only half left. Although there was a priest, Jiang Ziki was only level 12 after all. The recovery amount was far from enough for an 18th level shield warrior. Chapter 38. Jiang Ziyuan felt distressed, but he also knew that if they couldn't kill the Tide Hunter, they would all be worn out to death. Looking at Hu Yubao summoned by Han Yu, he had no armor on his body, and was bitten off pieces of flesh by the fishmen. But he was still desperately entangled with the 4 fishmen. Every time the fishmen wanted to attack him and Ailey, they would be bitten back by Hu Yun. It felt like if they couldn't bite me to death, you wouldn't leave today. Hu Yun was the perfect embodiment of fearlessness and fearlessness. It looked miserable, but Jiang Ziyuan saw that Hu Yun still had half of his health. Looking back at Ailey, who was also holding the longbow, she shot arrows one after another, as if she didn't know how to get tired. Although they were all single-target attacks, the damage was not lower than his own, and the attack frequency was much higher than his own. If there was an output settlement, the output would definitely not be lower than his own. Jiang Ziyuan felt that he was a little hit by this level 12 summoner. What kind of monsters were summoned? He is the provincial champion. He is the provincial champion. Jiang Ziyuan muttered in his heart, reminding himself not to lose heart. Invigorating himself, Jiang Ziyuan raised his magic wand. The spirits in the elements, respond to my call, fire calling stars. In the air in the copy, a fist-sized fireball appeared, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Han Yu also used talent sharing, shared Finn's skills, and took out a total of 4 seeds of the Dream Vine. Throwing them out, they just landed next to the Murloc Tide Hunter, who was waving his staff. Release? Han Yu ordered Finn, and at the same time drove his Dream Vine to bloom at the same time. Like a long snake drilled out from the ground, the Dream Vine grew wildly around the Murloc Tide Hunter. In just a moment, it was more than 1 meter high, and quickly entangled the Tide Hunter and the 2 Murloc guards. The location is determined. Take the exit of the bushes where the fishmen just came out as the origin, 24 meters southeast. Finn said while activating the Dream Vine. Okay, call the star in 10 seconds. Jiang Ziyuan never put down the magic wand in his hand. After determining the location, call the star began to fall. The fireball fell slowly, but it kept getting bigger in the process, while frantically drawing the magic power in Jiang Ziyuan's body. Look, what is that in the sky above the dungeon? It seems to be rushing towards the Tide Hunter. When the call was only the size of a fist, no one noticed it. But after locking the position, it began to take shape and turned into a blazing fireball the size of a watermelon. The people watching immediately saw a fireball falling from the sky and rushing towards the Tide Hunter. So slow. It's a skill that the elemental mage learns at level 15. Call the star. If the charging time is enough, it can kill the Tide Hunter with 1 shot. The person who posted this barrage was Shan Xiangyang, a fire explosion instructor at Nanjing University. He saw a level 12 player challenging a level 20 dungeon on the internet. I thought it was someone who was looking for death, but I saw the title said Nanming Province number 1 Hanyu. Isn't he the number 1 provincial student that the school must recruit this year? He actually challenged the level 20 dungeon without knowing what was good for him. I didn't expect that this would happen when I clicked in. But if you want to kill the Tide Hunter instantly, you have to charge for at least 7 or 8 seconds. If you want to ensure a kill, it's best to charge for 10 seconds, but the Tide Hunter won't wait to be attacked. Vine. The skill of the Feather God Summon. Vines can control monsters. As long as they are controlled by vines, Star Summoner will have enough time to hit them. Ideals are great, but the Feather God you are talking about is not a real god. He is just a level 12 player. Even if his summons are much stronger than those of the same level, how can their skills control a level 20 tie caller? There is no solution at all. Hanyu thinks everything is too good, but if there is no way to control the tie caller, all subsequent plans will fail. Moreover, calling the stars will consume most of the mage's mana, and the front battlefield will also be in danger. Shan Xiangyang sighed softly. Hanyu's talent is indeed good, and the power of the summons is far beyond his expectations. But it is obvious that he has not received practical training in college and thinks the battlefield is too simple. As he said, the dream vine grew wildly, but the fishman discovered it when it just appeared. The Tide Hunter sensed the danger as soon as he saw the vines. But the vines have already wrapped around them, and the legs of the 3 fishmen are all wrapped up. Aya! The Tide Hunter did not put down the staff in his hand, and issued an unclear command. Hey! The Tide Hunter made an ambiguous cry. The 2 fishmen guards tried to cut the vines with steel forks. They just cut off a few vines, and the steel forks were also climbed up by the vines. Their weapons didn't seem to be sharp enough. They simply squatted down, and used their fangs to help the fishman Tide Hunter bite the vines. Teeth were their most terrifying weapon. The fangs bit the vines off in one bite. I can't trap it. Hanyu cursed inwardly. He knew that this vine couldn't control a level 20 Tide Hunter. If the dream toxin could work, it might increase the control time. But Hanyu tried to use the piercing blood-sucking function, but it couldn't even pierce the thick fish skin. In less than a second, the Tide Hunter was about to escape. The Tide Hunter even ignored the vines and continued to chant, trying to summon the fishman. Hanyu knew that he could not wait any longer. The caller could not change the orbit. The target was set to the altar. If the caller left, all the efforts would be in vain. Hanyu no longer hid, and jumped out of the bushes directly, rushing towards the altar at a very fast speed. What is Yushin going to do? Those are 3 level 20 monsters. He is going to die. 10 seconds. Hanyu must delay the Tide Hunter for 10 seconds and prevent it from leaving the altar, otherwise the caller will fail, and they will never have a chance to kill the Tide Hunter again. How to delay? 3 level 20s against a level 12 summoner, tell me how to delay. Isn't this just suicide? You will be killed in seconds if you go up. No one knows. I hope he can create a miracle. Although Shan Xiangyang felt that Hanyu was just going to die, it really took great courage to rush up at this time. Hanyu jumped out of the bushes, and used the talent-sharing skill again in the air. Target, Hu Yun. He needed to use Hu Yun's high physique to resist damage. Hu Yun could be the front row, so could he. No matter what, he had to hold on until Huan Xing fell. A Black Panther's shadow appeared behind Hanyu, and then quickly disappeared. More cunning than monkeys and apes, and more brave than leopards and dragons. When using talent sharing, Hanyu felt as if he had really turned into a cheetah, eager to hunt, eager to gallop on the endless grassland. Chapter 39. What a wonderful experience. Hanyu sighed. But suddenly some more memories appeared in his mind. Thank you, Master's Master. You made me stronger, woo-woo. What's going on? Why do the 2 female leopards always follow me? I see the urge of estrus in their eyes, but I am also a female, just a little darker and stronger. They actually went straight into my nest to flatter me, huh, stupid low-level leopards. Wooga, El Sai. Why are there so many female leopards? Damn it. The strong Hu Yun can only run away. Hanyu, who was running towards the Tide Hunter, almost fell down. Why can he still read Hu Yun's memory? It's still such a strange thing. Quickly stabilizing his body, Hanyu quickly approached. At this time, the Tide Hunter also found someone rushing over. Immediately, 2 strange cries were made, and the 2 squatting fishman guards accelerated, instantly tearing off all the dream vines that entangled the Tide Hunter. Hanyu took a deep breath while running. Roar! Hanyu let out a beast-like roar, sharing Hu Yun's skill, mind capture, After the roar, the Tide Hunter and Huyun Fishman stopped moving and lost consciousness. But Han Yu did not relax at all. The level difference would increase the Tide Hunter's resilience in controlling time, and as a Fishman Tide Hunter, his energy would definitely not be low. Sure enough, after a short period of loss of consciousness, the Fishman Tide Hunter had opened his eyes. But Han Yu was already 2 meters away from him. With a leap, Han Yu jumped up like a real cheetah and fell directly on the Tide Hunter. Resisting the urge to bite directly, Han Yu took out the blood blade of the spirit cat and stabbed the eyeball of the Tide Hunter with all his strength, knocking down the Tide Hunter, who just wanted to raise his head. -212, Han Yu was a little surprised to see the floating number. At least the fish skin of the Tide Hunter was not that thick, and he could still break through the defense. But at this time, the Fishman guard also woke up from the psychic. Seeing the Tide Hunter being attacked, the steel fork in the guard's hand directly stabbed over. Han Yu did not dodge at all, but quickly controlled a dream vine to wrap around, tying himself and the Tide Hunter together directly, and another vine passed between Han Yu and the Tide Hunter. If the Fishman guard wanted to rescue the Tide Hunter, he had to move him away first. 2 steel forks pierced through the cloak and cloth armor and stabbed into his back, causing blood to flow. Gan Ning's mother. It hurts. Han Yu slashed at the Tide Hunter's neck, and at the same time drove the vine tentacles to continue to shrink. The vines tied the Tide Hunter tightly, and he himself, like an octopus, was half wrapped around the Tide Hunter, restricting the Tide Hunter's movements while protecting the vines from being bitten off by the Fishman guards. It turns out that it hurts so much to resist damage without armor. If I can get out alive this time, I have to make a set of leather armor for Huyun anyway. Bah! It seems easy to die if you set a flag. Han Yu propped himself up and pressed the Tide Hunter, and stabbed him again. More than 200 injuries have no effect on the Tide Hunter's more than 5,000 health points. Han Yu just wanted to divert his attention from the pain. The Tide Hunter struggled to get up, and the Yameng vines exerted force again, tightly entangling the Tide Hunter and Han Yu, making it difficult for the Tide Hunter to exert force. The Tide Hunter could only open his mouth to bite. Han Yu was not vague and directly stuffed his arm into his mouth, letting him bite. He held the blood blade of the civet cat with his other hand and slashed twice. Anyway, neither the man nor the fish could move, so he might as well deal some damage. Yat Gangda. Yat Gangda. The Tide Hunter tried to escape several times but failed, so he could only shout fiercely for the 2 Fishman guards to help him. He didn't even know what the human was doing. He wanted to kill him? But with this little damage, it would take him an hour to die if he lay here and let him cut him. By that time, this desperate human would have been killed by his Fishman guards. Thinking of this, the Tide Hunter was not in a hurry, but continued to urge the Fishman guards to kill the people in front of him. 2 more steel forks fell. After receiving the order from the Tide Hunter, the 2 fishmen worked harder, and this time, they almost rushed straight to the spleen. Puff Han Yu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and he was closer to the Fishman Tide Hunter. Fuck. He's so ugly. The man and the Fishman were getting more and more entangled. Han Yu almost vomited and chopped the Tide Hunter's neck with a knife. The steel fork stabbed down again. This time the target was Han Yu's head. The Fishman guards planned to kill Han Yu directly and rescue the Tide Hunter. The 2 steel forks stabbed down. Han Yu wanted to turn his head to avoid it, but the Tide Hunter took the opportunity to bite his neck. Then the steel fork hit his head. Blood flowed down his face, and the pain made his face distorted. The heavy blow to the head made him feel a little fuzzy, but the severe pain kept Han Yu awake at all times. Han Yu's face was ferocious, and he vented all his anger on the Tide Hunter, slashing the Tide Hunter's face and neck with a knife. The damage was not high, but it did break the fish skin. Han Yu drove the vines to wrap around and absorb the blood of the Tide Hunter. The Dream Desire toxin was ineffective, but the Tide Hunter's blood was very effective, making the vines grow stronger. Ugly! How can you run away like this? Han Yu's face was covered in blood, but he unconsciously showed a smile from the heart. A desolate and miserable atmosphere was seen by everyone through the live broadcast. Outside the venue, the audience saw Han Yu's appearance and all their eyes turned red. He will die. He will really die. Go Yushin. Han Yu seems to have used some skills. His physique has improved a lot. Maybe he can really hold on for 10 seconds. There is a chance, definitely a chance to kill. But after 10 seconds, can Han Yu still leave? Even if he survives 10 seconds under the attack of 2 fish guards, will Yushin still have the strength to leave the attack range of the caller? Or, he is going to die with the hunter. That smile may explain everything. At this moment, no one discussed it anymore. Zhan Xiangyang looked at the screen with his fists clenched. In this case, all combat skills are useless. Only risking one's life can bring a glimmer of life to teammates. Su Mingkai of the Shanghai team looked at the projection in the sky. A young man was holding the fish-headed monster tightly. The repeated attacks from behind made his whole body covered with blood. But the young man smiled and just pressed the hunter desperately, not wanting him to have a chance to escape. He just waited quietly for the destructive attack from behind. Chapter 40. At this time, no one commented or spoke. All the audience just had tears in their eyes, and counted silently in their hearts. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hanyu grinned and counted, 6, 5. The hunter who was pressed to the ground finally saw that something was falling from the sky. Like a star wrapped in flames, it was smashing towards the altar. Danger! Danger! The hunter's animal instinct frantically warned him to leave here quickly. The hunter didn't want to struggle anymore, focused on avoiding attacks, and waited for his men to kill Hanyu. Finally, he started to get scared and bit Hanyu's neck again with his sharp teeth, tearing off a whole piece of flesh and blood. 3. Hanyu grinned and counted as if he couldn't feel the pain. Go, Yushin. Go quickly, there is still a chance to run. Run! If you run now, the Tide Hunter will definitely not be able to react. Remove the vines quickly, there is still a chance to run. No chance, if the vines are removed, the reaction speed of the Tide Hunter at level 20 will not be slower than Hanyu. Yat Ganga. The Tide Hunter roared quickly, asking the fishmen guards to speed up. But the two fishmen looked up at the sky, and a fireball like a meteorite was hitting here. The steel forks in their hands hesitated, and then looked at each other, whether to run away or save the Tide Hunter. It's impossible to save him, so let's run. The fishmen guards seemed to understand the meaning in each other's eyes, put away the steel forks, and wanted to turn around and leave. 2. Hanyu shouted a number again, and then felt that the attack behind him was gone. He looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that the two fishmen had put away their weapons, and were ready to run away. Run? Stay here. The dreamy vine slithered to the legs of the two fishmen guards, like a snake. The two fishmen stopped running, and used the steel fork to cut off all the vines, but then other vines immediately entangled them. Feeling hot, the fishmen guards finally cut off the vines that were entangled with them, but the stars were already above their heads. 1. Hanyu read out the number, and the vines that bound him were quickly released. He stood up instantly, and the Tide Hunter felt his body relax. But he didn't feel relieved at all. The powerful attack was right above his head, and he couldn't avoid it. The fishman Tide Hunter was now filled with anger and confusion. Why, this human bug that doesn't look strong, actually endured the attacks of two level 20 fishman guards for so long? Why? This person is willing to give up his life and die with me. Why? Thinking of this, the Tide Hunter saw Hanyu jump into the air, looking like he was ready to leave. Want to run? You still have a way to escape. The Tide Hunter was furious. You said you would die together, but you still have a way to survive? The Tide Hunter felt that his fish bubble was about to explode. Now, the Tide Hunter had no way to leave the range of the call star. He looked at Hanyu, who jumped up. Why do you want to run? Aren't you just going to die with me? Get down. Die together. The Tide Hunter screamed violently in the fishman language, and jumped into the air with all his strength, approaching Hanyu quickly. His reaction speed was indeed not worse than Hanyu, and his jumping ability was even better than Hanyu. With just one more hand, Hanyu could be pulled down. As long as the human in front of him could not leave, and stay in the center of the fireball, he would not be able to survive. Then it would be even more impossible for this human to survive. Although he was about to die, when he was about to touch Hanyu's ankle, the Tide Hunter actually felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Die! Die, die together. The Tide Hunter let out the last roar of his life. 0. Hanyu counted the last number in his mind, and at the same time used the set effect skill of the Falling Feather set, Falling Feather Rain Blade. 12 feather blades were shot out of the Falling Feather set in a cone shape, and his body became empty in the air, as if he had temporarily left the copy, and was in an unselectable and unattackable state. And the Tide Hunter's retaliatory grab, of course, missed and fell to the ground. Why can't I catch him when he is clearly there? This was the Tide Hunter's last thought, and the next moment, a meteorite-like fireball fell. Boom! The fireball exploded when it hit the ground, and the violent flames covered the entire pond, and even a miniature mushroom cloud rose up. Even in the state of being unable to select, the huge sound of the attack made Hanyu's mind confused. Is he dead? Hanyu had only this question in his mind. Although this skill called Calling the Star was powerful. But after all, it was used by Jiang Ziyuan, who was level 18. It might not really kill a level 20 Tide Hunter in 1 second. The audience watching the battle outside the field had the same idea. Is he dead? After a few seconds of silence, someone finally sent out another barrage. When calling the star just fell, there was only a piece of fire in front of them, and then the attack landed, stirring up flames and smoke all over the ground, and there was no way to see what happened. Are you still alive? This sentence is to ask Hanyu. If the level 20 Tide Hunter died, can Hanyu, who is only level 12, still survive? AI Lee's life. No harm if there is smoke. The law of no harm if there is smoke. I am willing to exchange 10 years of my life for the safety of the Feather God. If the Feather God is gone, where can I go to see my AI Lee? Woo woo woo. The smoke quickly dissipated, and everyone finally saw the scene. The damaged cloak behind Hanyu fluttered, floating in the air, looking down with cold eyes. After the attack, there was only a sea of fire on the ground, and the altar originally located in the middle of the pond completely disappeared. Even the pond was completely dried up, leaving only a deep pit. Below were 3 fishmen who had been burned to only skeletons. One was lying flat, which should be the Fishman Tide Hunter, and the other 2 were the Fishman Guards, who wanted to run, but didn't. 2 seconds later, Hanyu's body rematerialized, and the 12 feather blades scattered on the ground flew back at the same time and returned to their respective equipment. Hanyu landed lightly on the ground. Apart from being stabbed by the Fishman Guard just now, he was not hurt by the collar. Still alive. Still alive. How did he do it? How did the Tide Hunter die? But he was fine. Although I don't know how he did it, I just want to say God you. Awesome. I knew God you would be fine. He is the provincial champion of our Nanning. Su Mingkai wiped his eyes and smiled. When the fireball fell just now, his eyes were red. Even though the captain of the Shanghai branch was used to fighting, he still couldn't help shedding 2 tears. Chapter 41. The team members behind Su Mingkai also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Murloc warriors had not been dealt with, Hanyu was not seriously injured after killing the Tide Hunters, so he might not have no chance to fight his way out of the first floor. Hanyu took a breath, and he had completed the first step. Fortunately, in the simple difficulty, there were only Tide Hunters on the first floor, and no Murloc Tide Callers with long-range attacks. Next, as long as he kept kiting, he should be able to completely clear the monsters on this floor. But Hanyu, who had just relaxed, was startled. He sensed that Huyun only had 1/10 of his health left, and it was still decreasing rapidly. He could withstand the attacks of 2 Murlocs, entirely relying on Huyun's physical bonus, but now Huyun was in danger on the front battlefield. Hanyu had no time to rest, so he took out a bottle of blood medicine from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. He recovered some of his injuries, and the wounds on his body stopped bleeding temporarily, and he immediately rushed out of the bushes. As soon as he left the bushes, he saw 4 Murloc warriors surrounding Huyun, biting Huyun's flesh and blood frantically. Each bite brought up a large piece of flesh and blood. After biting off one bite after another, the bones of Huyun's huge body could be seen. But Huyun seemed not to notice, and bit the hind legs of another Murloc warrior tightly. The Murloc was rushing towards Ellie. Ellie's hands and shoulders were shaking, but she didn't let a single tear fall out. Tears would affect the accuracy of her attack. She had to control herself, and could only draw the bow and shoot again and again. But those who survived until now were all level 20 Murloc warriors in relatively good condition. They could no longer be killed by a few arrows. Finn also gave up the hoe staff and hid behind a Murloc warrior, trying to attract them to attack him. But after the Murloc warrior bit Finn's bones, he completely ignored Finn's little melee damage and let him hang behind. Jiang Ziyuan was holding a small blue bottle and pouring it into his mouth, while his other hand was constantly releasing single fireballs. The star summoning just now had consumed almost all of his mana. Useless, useless. Jiang Ziyuan threw the medicine bottle directly to the ground, and the blue liquid was scattered all over the ground. He should have just drunk the mana recovery potion, and the recovery effect of the same medicine would be halved within 10 minutes. Wu Yunyan was almost exhausted and knelt on one knee, but she was still entangled with 3 fishmen warriors. The fishmen seemed to know that she was full of armor, and put the breakthrough point on Huyun, but just entangled her to prevent her from going over to rescue. Next to the fishmen's corpses all over the ground were Finn's withered vines. They sucked the blood of the fishmen, but their own duration was also up, and they were completely out of vitality. Seeing Hanyu rushing out of the bushes, Jiang Ziqi's staff trembled, and tears flowed down. Still alive. Hanyu is still alive. Do you have any skills? Hanyu asked directly without responding. He watched Huyun's flesh being torn apart piece by piece, and his heart was broken. Wu Yunyan swept the broadsword, causing the fish warrior to retreat slightly, and replied, I can still charge, but the damage does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and your summons may not be able to cannot withstand it. Just now during the battle, they also found that Han Yu's summons seemed to be different from other summons. They had feelings and could fight without Han Yu's command. This made Jiang Ziyuan feel that these were teammates fighting side by side with him. Hu Yun was desperately helping them bite the fish warriors, and they couldn't bear to attack their teammates. This is why Jiang Ziyuan has always only used single fireballs for output. Now that the fishmen gather together and accumulate magic power to release a raging fire, it is the best way to attack. Use charge to knock them away. Han Yu did not hesitate at all. At the same time, he used talent sharing again and shared Ellie's attributes and skills. He made a bow-like gesture and scattered it ready to go. Han Yu knew that he could not hesitate now. If Hu Yun was allowed to be bitten, he would only be worn to death. Now he could only survive by repelling the fishmen around him. Hu Yun took a deep breath and raised the silver giant shield. Shake the mountain. The silver light flashed on the giant shield, which was already scarred, and slightly repelled the two fishmen around him, but they quickly rushed over again. The shadow of the mountain appeared on the shield, which seemed to suddenly become extremely heavy and hit the ground heavily, smashing a deep pit on the flat ground. Roar! Hu Yun exerted force with both legs, and the shield raised dust like plowing the land, and charged forward without hesitation. The heavy armored warriors under the rapid charge can destroy all obstacles in front of him. The three fishmen warriors around Hu Yun were directly knocked away and thrown high. The shield hit the fishmen biting Hu Yun, and the fishmen warriors, Hu Yun and Finn, were knocked away together. The shield plowed a shallow trench in the center of the battlefield. Hu Yun stopped 3 meters away, and it was difficult to control the inertia of her body, and she fell directly to the ground. Hu Yun was knocked into the air, but he still held the fishman in his mouth without relaxing, and his huge body fell heavily to the ground. Han Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, scattered and released, and repelled the fishmen warriors, who rushed towards Hu Yun again after landing. Then he held the civet cat blood blade and rushed towards Hu Yun quickly. Ugh! Hu Yun panted violently after landing, and it was difficult to stand. But it suddenly burst out its potential, roared, pounced forward, grabbed the fishman warrior that he had just bitten, bit his head, and bit it violently. The level 20 fishman warrior screamed miserably in Hu Yun's mouth. But after only 2 screams, the head was bitten off directly, and there was no breath at all. After biting off the head of the fishman warrior, Hu Yun also collapsed to the ground, and he had no strength left. There were only a few dozen drops left on the red blood bar. Han Yu quickly came to Hu Yun's side, lifted Hu Yun's head, took out the medicine bottle, and poured the potion into it frantically. He didn't know if this potion would work on the summoned creature, he just wanted to try it. But the potion leaked out from Hu Yun's chin, and Han Yu realized that its chin had been bitten through in the battle. Drink, Hu Yun, I help you heal. Han Yu was holding Hu Yun's scarred head, hoping that it could swallow the potion by itself. Hu Yun cried weakly, bleeding all over its body, and it couldn't hold on, with a few dozen drops of blood. Han Yu looked back at Jiang Ziki, who shook her head helplessly. She had just given Hu Yun a treatment, and now her skills were on CD, and the next treatment would be in 30 seconds. The healing effect on Hu Yun's body was still there, otherwise he wouldn't have held on, with a few dozen drops of blood until now. But the speed of blood recovery couldn't keep up with the speed of blood loss. Ailey didn't come over, and didn't even look down at Hu Yun, but numbly shot arrows one after another at the fishman warrior who was rushing towards Han Yu. But her shoulders couldn't help twitching, and tears finally couldn't help flowing down, blurring her vision, and now she could only shoot arrows based on her feelings. Hu Yun looked at Ailey, called out softly, then slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and his blood volume was completely reduced to 0. Chapter 42. When these summoned creatures came to this world, they had no memory or emotions. They only knew how to obey orders and fight for the summoner. But after Han Yu established a permanent connection with them, they regained their memories. Han Yu knew that they were just creatures living in another world, and they were pulled here to fight for him for some reason. As soon as they opened their mouths, they called their master. Hu Yun also liked to rub against his legs, and in his heart, he followed Ailey and called his master's master. The people watching the live broadcast, like Ailey, burst into tears unconsciously. It's just a summoned beast. Why did you make me cry so miserably? Kill them all. Damn it. Kill all these monsters. Why did you invade our world? Damn it. The administrator of XXX blocked me at this time. Be careful, Godju. The fishman is coming again. When Han Yu was sad, a fishman warrior rushed over from behind. Ellie quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow, but her shoulders were shaking and her vision was blurred by tears. This was the first time she had missed the target since she came to this world. The arrow passed by the Murloc, who was rushing towards her. "Be careful." Ellie just noticed that she had missed the target and hurriedly warned him. Hanyu put down Hu Yun's body and stood up slowly. He faced the Murloc warrior, who was rushing towards him. "Brother Ziyuan, accumulate your magic power and prepare to set the prairie on fire. I buy you some time," Hanyu said softly, his voice extremely calm, without any extra emotions. "Okay." Jiang Ziyuan stopped his staff. There were still 6 Murlocs alive. If they couldn't be dealt with at once, they would be worn down bit by bit, as they were almost out of ammunition and food. Facing the Murlocs rushing towards him, Hanyu dodged them by turning sideways. He now shared Ellie's talent, with top strength and agility. With the blood blade of the civet cat in hand, he stabbed the Murloc warrior on the neck artery with a backstab. The thick fish skin blocked most of the damage, but Hanyu still dealt 489 critical damage with a weak point attack and backstab. After a successful attack, Hanyu ran directly to the back. The other Murlocs saw that Hu Yun was dead, and were turning their targets to Hanyu. There were also 3 Murlocs rushing towards Ellie and Jiang Ziyuan. Hanyu's target was them, and now he had to attract hatred to buy time for others. "Sister Yunyun, how long will it take before the taunt can be used?" Hanyu asked while running. 40 seconds. Wu Yunyun shaking of the mountain just now temporarily left the entanglement of the Murloc warrior, giving her a chance to breathe a little, and now she stood up with the broadsword. "Okay, I buy you 40 seconds. It be up to you to avenge Hu Yun." Hanyu quickly rushed to the back of a Murloc warrior, stabbed him in the back again, and then threw a Murloc to the ground, and rolled away. The damage was not high, but it still stopped the Murloc warriors from rushing towards Jiang Ziyuan. But 2 more Murlocs rushed towards Aili. Gallop. Hanyu used the special skill of the falling feather boots to increase his speed to the extreme. After a successful attack, he did not stop and rushed towards the next Murloc warrior. He was not trying to cause damage now, but just to attract hatred and give the others time to recover. "Aili, take a break." "No." Aili's arms had begun to tremble, but she was still shooting arrows. "I order you to stop attacking, and I need your output next." "Yes." She couldn't refuse Hanyu's order. She could only put down the bow and arrow. Slowly adjust her breathing. Looking at Hu Yun's wounded body, she could only close her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. The fish warriors wanted to attack Jiang Ziyuan and Aili, but they were constantly pulled by Hanyu. In the end, they could only change their target to Hanyu, and all rushed towards Hanyu. Hanyu speeded up again. Under the galloping skill and high agility, the fish warrior's short legs could not catch up with him at all. Hanyu also deliberately slowed down to give the fish warriors some hope, so that they would not turn around and attack the others. But soon, the 30-second galloping duration had passed, and Hanyu's physical strength gradually began to fail. The wounds that had just healed began to collapse, and the blood stained the suit red, and the speed was forced to slow down. He could only move around in the center of the battlefield, constantly dodging attacks. Once attacked, what awaited him were 6 level 20 Fishman warriors. Without the blessing of Hu Yun's physique, he would probably be killed instantly. 40 seconds later, the 3 opened their eyes at the same time. "It's okay." Jiang Ziyuan raised his staff, and the fire element gathered on the staff. Wu Yunyun stood up, raised her broadsword, and placed it in front of her shield. Aili couldn't wait any longer, and quickly pulled out her longbow, ready to attack at any time. Hanyu immediately pulled the Fishman warriors towards Wu Yunyun. Jiang Ziyuan pointed the staff in his hand, and a wall of fire fell from the sky. The Fishman warriors, who were about to continue attacking Hanyu, stopped immediately. They had already suffered from this fierce fire once. But the wall of fire had already fallen, turning into a raging fire that enveloped all the Fishman warriors. This time, they did not choose to continue sprinting. Hanyu was not their target in the first place. The sea of fire stopped them, and they could still attack Jiang Ziyuan and Aili. Just as they were about to retreat, Wu Yunyun's broadsword hit the shield violently. The signature skill of the shield warrior, Taunt. After a buzzing sound, the Fishman warriors' eyes turned red, as if they saw the enemy they must kill, and they had no intention of retreating at all, and all rushed towards Wu Yunyun. The raging fire burned their bodies, and their blood volume began to drop. Aili pulled her longbow to the full, and fired consecutive and normal attacks alternately. The ultra-high frequency of attacks has already approached her physical limit. After the taunt skill control ended for 5 seconds, the Fishman warriors had advanced to the second half of the Sea of Fire, and could only continue to rush forward. The blood of the fishmen in the sea of fire began to drop rapidly, infinitely close to death. 1, 2, 3. Those low-health Murloc warriors fell one after another. But there were still 3 Murlocs, who were in good condition before, and were about to rush out of the sea of fire. We can't let them out. I don't have any mana left. Jiang Ziyuan shouted hurriedly. Now he could only use the energy bomb that came with the staff to deal some damage. 3 level 20 Murlocs, even if they were all low health, they also had no ability to resist. Han Yu just relied on his will to hold on for the last 10 seconds, and now even the hand holding the Civic Cat Blood Blade was shaking slightly. Jiang Ziyuan's mana had been exhausted, and Wu Yunyan could only rely on the shield to support her body after using the last skill. These last 3 Murlocs were enough to pose a devastating threat to them. Then let's see who dies first. Chapter 43. Han Yu, who had been forcing himself to stay calm, knew that it was time to risk his life, and finally released his suppressed anger. Holding the blood blade of the spirit cat, he rushed into the sea of fire towards the fishman warrior, hugged a fishman, and the two rolled together in the blazing flames. Wu Yunyan saw Han Yu rushing up directly, without any hesitation, throwing away the heavy shield and broadsword, and also knocked down a fishman and fell into the sea of fire. Jiang Ziyuan followed closely behind, also rushed in, and pressed a fishman under him. The fishman bit Han Yu's shoulder, but Han Yu's other hand, the blood blade of the spirit cat, continued to attack at a very fast attack speed, stabbing the fishman warrior's eye sockets one by one. Jiang Ziqi's CD was just right, and he immediately gave Han Yu a treatment, and he also rushed towards the sea of fire. Die for me! A monster of CNX, I bought a watch last year. Wu Yunyan, wrapped in iron armor, hit the fishman's head with a heavy fist, which was really like Wu Ao. Ailey was still attacking continuously. Now she was the only one who had the ability to continue to output. Her tears had been wiped away. She accurately identified the head of the fishman in the swaying flames, and shot arrows at the fishman warriors. 3 seconds later, the raging flames were completely extinguished. 3 fishman warriors lay quietly on the ground. Their skin was charred, and foul-smelling blood flowed from their wounds. Han Yu moved his limbs to make sure he was not dead. He held on to his breath and struggled to stand up. Looking at the entire copy, there was no living thing except them. It's over. This sentence was said to the still tense Ailey. She still pulled the bow to the full, but she could no longer find a target to attack. After hearing Han Yu's words, Ailey put down her longbow. She could no longer hold back her tears, and rushed over to hug Hu Yun's body. Off-site. It's all done! It's awesome! Yushin is awesome. All of them are great. I'm crying so hard, too strong, so brave. Except for being awesome, I don't know what else to say. 2 level 12, and 2 level 18 challenged a level 20 dungeon. This team is all Lin Gui's heroes. They are all really fighting for Lin Gui. What a pity that Summon Beast died so tragically. Is it called Hu Yun? It's really a strong Summon Beast. What a pity. Although it's just a Summon Beast, it made me cry so hard. I even want to erect a statue for it. Good idea. I'm Lin Gui. I want to erect a memorial statue for Hu Yun in Lin Gui to thank it for its efforts in protecting the Lijiang River system. Count me in. Count me in. I really cried when Hu Yun died just now. Too weak, still too weak. A level 20 dungeon, he had to use all his tricks to barely pass the first level. Han Yu looked at the sky. It seemed that there was no difference between this place and the outside world, but there were all kinds of monsters that would eat people. After coming to this world, he finally lived again, and he always cherished his life. But the level 70 version was coming soon. If the monsters rushed out of the dungeon again, how could he protect himself and the people around him? For the first time, Han Yu felt the urgency of becoming stronger. At this time, Ailey was holding Hu Yun's body without saying a word, but crying silently. Han Yu felt uncomfortable and opened the system panel, where there were avatars of every summoned creature that had established a connection with him. But now, the avatar of the black cheetah was gray. The summoned creature just died, and cannot be summoned. Please summon it again after 3 days. Countdown to summon. 71 hours 57 minutes, and 49 seconds. Han Yu's originally serious face showed a slight fluctuation. He could still summon it after 3 days. Does it mean that Hu Yun is not dead yet? Yes. Han Yu suddenly remembered that Yingyu told him 2 days ago that the monsters in the dungeon and the summoned creatures came from the same world. The monsters in the dungeon can be refreshed all the time, so why can't the summoned creatures? It's just that the refresh time is different, and after Hu Yun died, the refresh time is 3 days. After thinking all this through, Han Yu's mood instantly improved. He walked quickly to Ellie's side. Ellie, don't be sad, Hu-yun should still be alive. Ellie looked at Han-yu suspiciously. Hu-yun's body was lying next to her. She could sense that he had lost a little breath. I can't explain the principle, but Hu-yun is still alive anyway. Han-yu didn't know if this was part of the game rules, nor did he know the principle of summoning creatures. Well, I send you back to your original world first, and see if Hu-yun is still there, Han-yu said, and cancelled the summon without waiting for AI Lee's reaction. When cancelling the summon, the system issued a notification. This summon has been completed, and free attribute points have been obtained, 6 points. Although it is a level 20 copy, but only the first level has been cleared, the attribute point reward is not as generous as Han-yu imagined. Ellie and Finn disappeared on the spot. After a minute, Han-yu used the summoning from another world again. Ellie and Finn walked out of the summoning circle again, and their injuries had not recovered. Ellie's tears were not dry on her face. It can be seen that she cried again in the other world, but she was smiling. It's still alive. Hu-yun is still alive, but it looks very weak and has been sleeping. But I can feel that he is about to wake up. That's good. Han-yu was completely relieved when he heard Ellie's words. His guess was confirmed. You go back and rest first. The summoning was lifted again, Ellie and Finn disappeared, and Han-yu collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, there were no casualties, otherwise Han-yu would be uncomfortable for a while. Is Hu-yun okay? Jiang Ziki saw that Han-yu's expression finally relaxed, and came over to ask. Han-yu nodded. Well, it's still alive in its world, but it can't be summoned these days. Okay, let's exit the dungeon. All the monsters on this level are dead, and you can choose to give up exploring. Han-yu looked back at Wu Yunyun and Jiang Ziyuan. The two had been lying there motionless since the Murloc warrior died. They were too lazy to move. If Han-yu was injured physically, they had squeezed out all his physical strength and energy. Jiang Ziyuan also lost the elegance of a so-called wizard. His robe was burned to tatters and his eyebrows were burned off. Han-yu chose to exit the dungeon. The dungeon has not been explored yet. Do you want to give up the exploration? Yes. Settling. Evaluation of this challenge. C. Rewards are being distributed. 4 cards appeared in the hands of the 4 people. Han-yu turned over the cards. Congratulations on getting 3 physical potions and 3 mana potions. Blue quality armor, Murloc leather armor. Han-yu looked at the properties of the Murloc leather armor. It had no special features, and could only be used after level 20. As expected, a C-level evaluation would not produce anything good, but I guess the Shanhelingui branch will make up for it. After all, I solved a big problem for them. Chapter 44 Exiting the Dungeon. A flash of light appeared, and the 4 people officially exited and appeared on the shore of the Jioma Huashan River. Medical team. Medical team. Come quickly. Su Mingkai saw Han-yu and his companions finally come out, covered in blood. He immediately called the medical team that had been prepared. After they found Han-yu entering the dungeon, they called the medical team, and now it really came in handy. Several team members came out from the back at the same time and carried Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Yunyun onto the stretcher. The stretcher came in front of Han-yu, and Han-yu was about to raise his hand to refuse. He could still walk, but his back was covered with wounds, and it seemed a bit indecent to lie down, so it would be better for him to walk over by himself. But the hand he just stretched out was grabbed by Lu Mingkai. Student Han-yu. You've worked so hard this time. We, the whole Lin Kuei, will remember your efforts, and our team will remember them too. You really helped us a lot. That? I'm actually fine. I don't need a stretcher. Don't be so stubborn. I clearly saw that you were the most seriously injured. Students like you are the future of our Han people. Su Mingkai wiped his red eyes, as if he had just cried. Shenhai will definitely thank you very much, but now your task is to have a good rest. Oh, by the way, you are here for tourism, right? Tomorrow I find someone to take you around Lingui City, and you will definitely have a comfortable and happy time. He didn't say anything about recuperation, and he was still very confident in the player's physique. Come on, get on the stretcher, you are so seriously injured. How can you not need a stretcher? Well, looking at the other party's enthusiastic look, Han-yu had nothing to say, and he obediently raised his butt and lay on the stretcher. Han-yu got on a special medical vehicle, and a priest immediately cast a healing spell on him. Then a surgeon cleaned the wounds of several people. The physical fitness of the players was far superior to that of ordinary people. General external injuries can be recovered quickly, but serious injuries may still leave scars if they are not cleaned in time. But when the nurse uncovered Han-yu's back, she was still shocked by the wounds on his back. Blood holes covered Han-yu's back. Now he has just begun to recover. The bleeding has stopped temporarily, but the bright red flesh at the wound is still exposed. With tears in her eyes, the nurse carefully cleaned Han Yu's wounds and then bandaged them gently. After the wounds were bandaged, Han Yu and others were taken to a special hospital in Shanghai for recuperation. Originally, Han Yu felt that he had recovered almost completely and wanted to get out of bed and walk around, but he didn't expect that he seemed to be more popular than he imagined. In the morning, Han Yu felt that all the nurses in the hospital had come to see him. And they were not empty-handed. Some brought fruits, some brought snacks, and some brought flowers to put on their bedside, which made Han Yu wonder if he had a terminal illness. Finally free in the afternoon, Han Yu opened the game exchange. Before he left Haicheng, the bonus from the province had been transferred to his account. He just hadn't figured out how to spend it. But today, when he encountered an emergency, Han Yu thought it was better to turn the funds into strength as soon as possible. Even if she is not at level 15 now, and the skill book cannot be used, you can buy a suitable longbow for Ellie. Improve the output efficiency of the team. Han Yu's output screening condition, longbow. A row of longbows appeared in the exchange, most of which were blue quality, and they were limited to level 20. Archers are a new profession that will be added after the second transformation, and the level limit of equipment is mostly above level 20. The archer's normal attack does not consume mana, and the attack rate is much higher than that of the mage after the agility is improved. And it can continuously output, which is more stable than the mage. But the archer's skills will not improve your shooting skills. This game does not have the function of assisting aiming. If you have not learned the longbow, you can basically enter the dungeon with zero output by relying on only a few archer skills. Han Yu added a few more screening conditions. Purple quality longbow, ignoring the level. There are only 3 left in the exchange to choose from. Han Yu glanced at the prices behind. 990,000, 1.49 million, 1.99 million. Fortunately, it's within the acceptable range. Han Yu looked at the 3 longbows. The feature of ignoring the level increased their prices a lot, and the attributes may not be much different from other equipment. Han Yu directly clicked on the last purple bow. Green longbow. Main weapon, bow. Physical attack power, 198 to 218. Strength plus 2. Agility plus 1. Trait 1, long range shot, attacks fired from high places, attack distance increased by 20%, damage increased by 20%. Trait 2, superimpose critical hit, after hitting the enemy 5 times in a row, the next attack will definitely be a critical hit, and the critical hit damage is increased to 200%. Continue to look at the other 2 longbows. The attributes are similar to green, but they only have 1 trait, and the extra trait makes it increase the price by 500,000. However, this second trait is quite compatible with my Ice Scepter. After triggering the Ice Scepter, the damage should be able to directly explode. Without hesitation, I bought the green longbow directly. Now Ellie is the main C, and I can't save on equipment. After that, Han Yu began to contact secondary occupation players in the game interface, wanting to customize a set of leather armor for Hu Yun. The exchange did not prepare equipment for summons, so he could only go to a blacksmith. When he reached level 20, the player could change his job and choose a secondary occupation. If you feel that the combat system is not suitable for you, you can also choose to focus on developing secondary occupations, which is still a talent urgently needed everywhere. Han Yu contacted a blacksmith through the channel and told him about his requirements for leather armor. The other party replied after a while, "Are you Han Yu?" Han Yu looked at his ID in the game, which clearly said his ID, Ruoshui. How could he be recognized after just 2 sentences? Ruoshui, how did you know? Give you a hammer, except you, who would be willing to buy equipment for the summoned creatures? After all, most summoned creatures are disposable. Give you a hammer. I am also from Naming, and I have heard of you. Your request is not difficult, but if you want purple quality, the cost may be higher. Han Yu knew that customization was more expensive, so for the time being he only prepared a leather armor for Hu Yun to protect his back and lower abdomen. Give you a hammer. Most forgers can't produce purple equipment stably, unless they pile up materials directly, but that consumes a lot of money. It is estimated that a piece of leather armor costs about 2 million, and it has no characteristics, only the attributes of purple equipment level. Forgers who stably produce purple equipment with characteristics will charge a sky-high price, and 4 million is just the starting point. I suggest you customize a blue suit and then ask an enchanter to enchant it. Of course, the added characteristics of the blue suit enchantment are generally not very good. I will give you a discount on the leather armor material fee plus the forging fee, which adds up to 600,000 and will be completed within 3 days. If you want to enchant it, it will cost about 300,000. Double the price difference. Han Yu thought about it. 2 million is not unacceptable. For Hu Yun's equipment, attributes are more important than enchantments. Ruoshui, just forge it for me according to the purple equipment, the money will not be less. Hu Yun was originally a cheetah, and speed is his strong point, but Han Yu's current summons do not have a decent front row, so he could only let him take over first. This battle also made Han Yu see the shortcomings of his summon lineup. Hu Yunping, who was at the same level, could still resist with the attribute point bonus, but it would be difficult to surpass the level. In order to upgrade quickly, Han Yu would definitely surpass the level in the future. When he goes to college, he may find a suitable shield warrior or second-level dragon rider to cooperate with. At that time, Hu Yun can be used as a mount to improve the output efficiency of Ellie. Chapter 45. Give you a hammer. Okay, the forging of purple equipment will be slower, but I still give you a discount, 1.8 million, pay 30% deposit first, and it will be completed in a week. After paying the deposit, Han Yu used the alien communication to summon Ellie and Finn. Ellie, take a look at this bow, it's for you. Han Yu threw the green longbow that had just been traded. Ellie took the longbow, held the bowstring and flicked it twice, the sound was crisp, and then pulled it hard. When pulling it open, a burst of green light emanated from Ellie's hand, which merged into the green longbow. As if the longbow and the elves had become one, this is the elves' talent for longbows. Gold-grade longbow, thank you, Captain. Ellie stroked the bow, and it was obvious that she liked it very much. It's fine as long as it suits you. How is Hu Yun? Han Yu asked another question. Still asleep, seems to be having a nightmare, but I have consulted the priest, no injuries, just very tired, 2 days of rest will be fine. That's good. By the way, from the time you were summoned to the time you returned, how long did it take in your world? Han Yu suddenly thought of this question. If they were summoned here, what would happen to them in the other world? Ailey tilted her head and thought for a while. No change. It's the same when I left and the same when I returned. Is time temporarily frozen? Are the rules so powerful? Or is there any other way? Han Yu thought mentally, since he knew that summons and monsters came from the same world, and that summons and monsters could be refreshed, he was very curious about the other world. Okay, got it. Han Yu didn't rush to cancel the summon, but thought about how to allocate the 5 free attribute points obtained in this dungeon. Hu Yun's physique has far surpassed the monsters of the same level because of the sudden encounter with the dungeon this time. Ellie's strength and agility are temporarily enough to deal damage. Her output in the Fishman tribe is not inferior to Jiang Ziyuan. With the green longbow, her attack power can be further improved. And Finn's skills are very strong, which is devastating to monsters of the same level or lower level, group control plus continuous output. But the Dream Vine is a plant after all, and it may not be effective at all when encountering high-level monsters or bosses. And there are only 3 seeds, and the cooling time is too long. It takes 10 minutes to breed one. Thinking of the enhancement triggered in the morning, Han Yu thinks that it is better to add energy to Finn first and enhance the control. But to reach the qualitative change standard, the attribute points this time may not be enough. According to Hu Yun's experience, about 10 attribute points can make the summoned creature achieve qualitative change. 5 free attribute points were all added to Finn. A faint silver light began to appear on Finn's body, and his bones seemed to become tougher. Finn also felt the changes in himself. Silver light? I'm going to become a silver skeleton. But the silver light only appeared for a while, and a layer of silver skin covered the bones, and it will no longer appear. Thank you, master. Finn bowed with his hoe. Can you give me some more, a little more? I feel like I'm going to become a real silver skeleton soon. Next time, it depends on your performance. Han Yu glanced at him. You didn't dig a hole to hide this time, which is a good performance. At the end of the battle, in order to help Hu Yun out of the siege, Finn also tried his best to attract the attention of the fish warriors, which made Han Yu look at him with admiration. Okay, master. I will definitely perform well next time. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, Han Yu did not receive any reminder to strengthen. It seems that he needs to brush the dungeon. So he ended the summons, and sent them back to their original world. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the door of Han Yu's ward was knocked again. Han Yu thought that even the nurses from the next door hospital came to see him this time, and put on a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Come in. In the end, the captain of the Shanghai team, Su Mingkai, who was seen at noon, came in. Han Yu, how is your injury recovery? Su Mingkai asked enthusiastically as soon as he came in. Hello, Captain Su. I've recovered from my injury a long time ago. It's just that the nurses here are too enthusiastic and didn't even let me get off the bed. We players are not that fragile. It's normal. Most of them are ordinary people. Seeing that you are so seriously injured, they naturally think that you need to rest well. Thank you very much this time. It should have been our responsibility to clean up the newly appeared dungeons, but you were injured so badly. This is our Shanghai's negligence. It's okay. It's the responsibility of every player to resist monsters. Han, you didn't think so much. If the Tide Hunters were really allowed to enter the Li River, it would be unknown how many casualties would occur. They were the closest. The Tide Hunters would definitely be the primary target of attack. Fighting in the dungeon is better than fighting with the Murlocs in the water. No, not everyone has your awareness. Our leaders have decided to give special rewards to you, and reward each of you with a suitable purple outfit. Hey, actually, this is what we should do. Purple outfits are not important. It would be best if it's an ornament. Han Yu added in his heart. He still has nothing in his hands now, without any ornament. Purple clothes, 1 is not too few, 2 is not too many. It just so happens that Han Yu just spent several million and urgently needs to recover. Unexpectedly, Su Mingkai patted Han Yu on the shoulder. I knew you were conscious, so I directly helped you reject it. Ah? Han Yu almost couldn't defend himself against the sudden turn. I didn't expect that you, Captain Su, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are such a stingy person. Su Mingkai saw the stunned expression on Han Yu's face and laughed. Haha, don't worry, I took the initiative to apply for something more suitable for you. A rift group has recently appeared in the Liela Mountain west of Lingui, and many new dungeons have appeared. We have been busy cleaning them up these days. I found 2 first-time dungeons for you that are just right for your level. After you finish, all the gains from this dungeon belong to you, and the experience of the first-time dungeon also has a 50% bonus. I think it may be more suitable for you. If you need teammates, our team will send people, and we will not share any spoils. After all, from a personal point of view, you have helped our team this time. Of course, if you don't want to brush, I can help you apply for a purple equipment that suits you. Su Mingkai blinked at Han Yu, and he knew what Han Yu would choose without guessing. Without hesitation, Han Yu chose to challenge this first-time dungeon. The first-time dungeon has much richer rewards than the later refreshes, and what Han Yu cares more about is not the rewards, but the experience and attribute points. He planned to reach level 15 before the summer vacation, and the 1.5 times experience reward for the first dungeon clearing would save him a lot of effort. Chapter 46. Then I choose the first dungeon. Thank you, Captain Su. But it will take 3 days to do it. The first dungeon cannot use the return scroll, so it's better to be cautious and wait until Hu Yun is revived. Isn't this just right? Aren't you here to travel? It's really unfair to encounter such a thing before you start playing. I arrange people in the next few days to ensure that you can visit all of Lingui. Su Mingkai patted Han Yu's shoulder, indicating that he would make clear arrangements for Han Yu in the next few days. In the next 3 days, Han Yu and his friends finally returned to their normal graduation tour. Han Yu and his friends completely relaxed and looked at all the scenery in Lingui. Only on the morning of the 4th day did Su Mingkai come to the hotel where they rested. Today was the time they agreed to go to the deer hunting mountain. Let's go! Before going to the deer hunting mountain, we have prepared a little surprise. Su Mingkai said to Han Yu excitedly as soon as he came in. Without much explanation, Su Mingkai pulled Han Yu and the others into the car. In the car, Su Mingkai said to Han Yu, before going to the deer hunting mountain, I prepared a gift for you. For me? Han Yu was a little confused as to why he only gave it to himself. Yes. Su Mingkai nodded. This is a gift from the people of Lingui to you. One is to express gratitude, and the other is a commemoration. As he spoke, the car drove up the mountain and entered a public cemetery. Han Yu and the others were even more confused. Why was Su Mingkai so mysterious that he brought them to the cemetery? Did he choose a feng shui treasure land for Han Yu to express his gratitude? Jiang Ziyuan winked at Han Yu. Han Yu, this place has a really good feng shui. It would be nice if I could be buried here. Well, such a good place should be given to you, Brother Ziyuan. After all, you are older than me, and should need it more. After the last incident of the fish tribe, Jiang Ziyuan completely let go of his prejudice against Han Yu and said in front of Wu Yunyun and Jiang Ziki that the matter of informing was over, and Han Yu would be his good brother in the future. As a result, Wu Yunyun said with a surprised face that it was Uncle Jiang who told him where he was hiding. At that time, Wu Ao went home and drank 2 bottles of herb water. The matter was opened up, and the whole room burst into laughter. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Jiang Ziyuan touched the place where Wu Ao hit him, and once again doubted whether he was his biological son. But he also completely had no estrangement with Han Yu. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Su Mingkai hurriedly explained after hearing the discussion between the two. You know, when we get to the front. Led by Su Mingkai, several people got off the car and entered the cemetery. From a distance, they saw people of all kinds gathered in front of a cemetery. From time to time, someone came forward to offer flowers or place tributes. It seemed that they were mourning someone, and from time to time, someone was wiping tears. Su Mingkai took Hanyu closer, and saw that what was surrounded by the crowd was not a tombstone, but a statue. The sculpture was a black panther as big as a tiger. Every muscle line on its body was carved vividly. It was biting the fish monster on the ground with all its strength. Its body was covered with wounds bitten by the fish monster, but it did not show any expression of pain or fear. Under the statue, there was a line of small words. Thank Hu Yun for his efforts for Lin Gui, and remember him forever. Hu Yun? Hanyu asked. How come the statue came out in 3 days? Su Mingkai nodded. Hu Yun's final performance moved all the citizens of Lin Gui. Although it is just a summoned creature, we can see that it actually has feelings like us. Even when facing monsters, it is more fearless than most people. So someone raised funds online to build a statue for Hu Yun. It was just completed yesterday. I wanted to bring you to see it. Seeing Hanyu staring at the statue in silence, Su Mingkai thought that Hanyu was thinking of someone, and comforted him. Hanyu, you don't have to be too sad. Although Hu Yun left. But he still lives in our hearts, and every citizen of Lingui will remember him. Hanyu was actually struggling in his heart, whether to tell them that Hu Yun was still alive, or let them continue to be moved for a while. I don't know how Hu Yun felt when he saw that he was still alive and well, and had a cemetery. After hesitating for a while, Hanyu still spoke. Well, actually Hu Yun is not dead. Not dead? How could that be? Su Mingkai looked at Hanyu in disbelief. Tens of thousands of people saw Hu Yun lying in Hanyu's arms and dying. How could Hanyu say that he was not dead? It's no wonder that he didn't believe it. After the summoned creature died before, no one ever summoned the same creature. It's like this. He was originally a summoned creature, but he was summoned by me all the time because of my talent. I was originally going to die because of him, but I found out that I could continue to summon him after 3 days. Really not dead? Su Mingkai couldn't help but speak a little louder. In that battle, what moved him most was the sacrifice of Hanyu and Hu Yun. Even he, a player who was used to fighting, couldn't help but be moved. Fortunately, Hanyu had a life-saving skill, so nothing happened. However, Hu Yun died in front of everyone. Even though he told himself again and again that Hu Yun was just a summoned creature, he still couldn't forget the way Hu Yun refused to give up after being seriously injured, and bit off the head of a fishman warrior. Su Mingkai had always felt uncomfortable, and now that he heard that Hu Yun was not dead, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This sentence also made the people who came to pay tribute look over. Hu Yun is not dead. I seem to have heard someone say that Hu Yun is not dead. That person, is it Hanyu and the others? It seems to be true. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Hanyu had to explain. Yes, Hu Yun is not dead, he just went back to his original world to rest. After hearing Hanyu's words, a girl in the crowd burst into tears. I know, I hope Hu Yun can rest well in his own world. Yes. Hu Yun is not dead, Hu Yun will always live in our hearts, no matter what. Hu Yun's spirit will remain forever. God needs the best cheetah in the world, so he took Hu Yun away, woo woo woo. In front of the originally silent statue, a slight sobbing sound began to appear, and someone began to wipe away tears gently. Wait a minute. Hanyu was confused. He said it literally. Can you not be so extraordinary? I know, Hanyu, you may not be willing to accept Hu Yun's death for the time being, but his death is valuable, and all Lingui citizens will remember him. Hanyu felt that whatever he said would be misunderstood, so he simply said, Please move aside, I will call Hu Yun out for you to see. Chapter 47. The mourner saw Hanyu take out the scepter, and made way for him. Is he really still alive? It's impossible. I saw him die in Hanyu's arms. A complicated summoning array was generated in the open space, in the middle of the crowd. A black panther with an elf girl sitting on its back walked out of the summoning array, followed by a skeleton. Master, fight for you. The 3 summoned creatures walked out of the summoning array, and recovered their memories, after saying the phrases set by the rules. Hu Yun had thought he was dead, but now that he saw Hanyu again, he ran over with a howl and rubbed against Hanyu's hand. Human? Looking at the people in front of him, his hand that was originally drawing the bow slowed down. Is the monster a human this time? It's really the best nutrition. Then stood beside Hanyu with a hoe on his back. The ghost fire kept shaking in the skull, scaring the onlookers back. The skeleton seems to be Han Yu's summoned creature. Someone recognized Finn and barely overcame their fear and calmed down. Han Yu slapped him on the head with a slap. Calm down, there's no need to fight this time. Alicia also put down her longbow. She was also a little curious. Since it wasn't a fight, what did the master summon them for? Look, is Hu Yun okay? Looking at the onlookers, Han Yu said with surprise and a little bit of disbelief. I thought he was dead, but then I found that he could be summoned again, but I have to wait a few days. Han Yu gently touched Hu Yun's head. Can I touch it? A girl in the crowd was a little eager to try. Seeing Hu Yun rubbing against Han Yu, she felt very cute. Ellie, who had been silent, spoke up. Hu Yun is a beast and is very sensitive to the smell of other creatures. Don't touch him. Oh! The girl retreated awkwardly. But you can take pictures. You can take a photo with everyone. Han Yu looked at these people and was really moved by Hu Yun, so he spoke up. Really? Okay, let's do it in front of this statue. The crowd immediately got excited. Yes, let Hu Yun stand in front of the statue, and let's take a photo together. Although Han Yu felt that it was a bit strange to let the real owner stand in front of his tombstone and take a photo with others, he agreed to it when he saw everyone was so enthusiastic. After the photo, Han Yu took Hu Yun to the side of the statue to see how he felt about his statue. Hu Yun looked around the statue and didn't have any special reaction. Instead, he kept grinning at the fishman monster on the ground, but soon found out that it was just a dead thing. Then he happily picked up a white-cut chicken in front of the statue and swallowed it in one gulp. Food is more attractive to him than statues, but behind the statue, there was a sobbing sound. This kind of sound in the cemetery made everyone feel nervous. Han Yu looked sideways and saw Finn clinging to the statue, making a cry similar to that of a human, although not a single tear could flow out. Why is there only a statue in Hu Yun? Seeing Han Yu noticed him, Finn cried even louder, and his soul fire began to shake, as if he had suffered a great injustice. What's wrong with you? Are you sick again? Han Yu looked at Finn's appearance. Why would this skeleton still cry? Woo, I have lived 2 lives. I want to be the strongest gardener skeleton. I just want a statue of myself, so that I can be famous forever, but I didn't expect that I could have a statue after dying once. But I can't die. I'm so miserable, master. Alright. I build you a big one later, stop howling. Han Yu said casually. If there is a chance in the future, it won't cost much to build a statue for Finn. Really? Finn stopped crying immediately. Anyway, he couldn't shed a single tear, just to express his sadness. Really, come down. Han Yu didn't expect Finn to have such a dream. Maybe he has been a skeleton for too long. After losing physical desires, you must have some spiritual pursuits to survive. According to Finn, the suicide rate of low-level undead has always been high in the other world. At this time, Su Ming came over and pulled Han Yu's sleeve. Let's go! I see someone has sent a message. If it's too late, you can't leave. Many people have heard that Hu Yun is still alive, and have come to his statue. They may be rushing here now. There are more people who want to see Ellie in person. Ellie has more fans than Hu Yun. Han Yu cancelled the summons, and told the onlookers that he had something to do, and had to leave first. Everyone was inevitably a little disappointed and kept asking to stay. Are you still playing in Lingui? I take you around. Hu Yun seems to like eating boiled chicken very much. I take him to try our best boiled chicken. Why don't we crowdfund for that, Finn? Build a statue next to it. It will be built in 2 days. The skeleton doesn't cost much. Han Yu just waved his hand to indicate that he would return to Haicheng soon. He was relieved when he got in the car with Su Mingkai. The people of Lindue are really enthusiastic. Han Yu sighed sincerely, and was indeed a little scared. Su Mingkai laughed. Lindue people are like this. It's okay as long as you are not scared. Next, we will go directly to Lilu Mountain. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Han Yu and his friends followed Su Mingkai to Lilu Mountain, which is located on the edge of Lindue City. This was originally a small tourist attraction in Lindue. Han Yu and his friends had planned to play here, but they saw on the internet that the mountain was closed recently. It turned out that a group of fishers appeared. The foot of the mountain is now surrounded by barbed wire, and members of Shanghai wearing combat uniforms enter and exit the gate from time to time. This is Lilu Mountain. 2 months ago, we found the first fisher, and then more fishers appeared. Recently, we have been busy cleaning up the monsters here. Su Mingkai said this and led the 4 people into the gate. The guard at the door looked at Han Yu a few more times, but did not interrogate him. Su Mingkai should have greeted them before they came. Su Mingkai continued, Fortunately, The highest level here is only a level 40 dungeon, so we can still handle it, but there is already a high-level dungeon in the main peak next to us, and we are seeking support. For now, it's not a bad thing. The reward for the first brush is still very generous. As long as all the monsters are blocked in the dungeon, it will be fine. Hanyu looked up at the sky, which was full of various images. It seemed that many people were challenging the dungeon. A few people followed Su Mingkai up the mountain. After walking a short distance, Su Mingkai stopped. There was a shield in front of them, and creatures could be vaguely seen moving in it. This is a dungeon prepared for you, a goblin tribe of levels 10 to 15. Because it is the first brush, there is no teleportation array, and the return scroll cannot be used. You should be careful. Okay. Hanyu nodded. The first brush dungeon has higher benefits, but the risk is also higher. You cannot exit before clearing one layer of the dungeon. It's just a little lower level. If Hanyu were to choose it himself, he should choose a level 15 dungeon. He now has the talent sharing and 3 summons, with attribute point bonuses, so it should be no problem for him to clear a normal difficulty level 15 dungeon. Chapter 48. But if it wasn't left to them, this low-level dungeon should have been cleared by Shanghai long ago, and Hanyu would have no choice. Do you really not need teammates? I can call someone from the team. Su Mingkai saw that Hanyu was ready to go in, but he couldn't help asking. In his opinion, it was always a bit dangerous for Hanyu and Jiang Ziki, a summoner and a priest, to brush the dungeon. No, you guys go and do your work. The 2 of us are enough. It's not a very high-level dungeon. Hanyu refused directly. This dungeon should not be difficult for him, and Shanghai is probably busy clearing monsters now. Hanyu was a little embarrassed to let others lead him to brush the dungeon. Then you guys go in, I take Jiang Ziyuan and the others up. Su Mingkai saw that Hanyu really didn't want teammates, so he was ready to turn around and leave. Just after taking 2 steps, Su Mingkai felt the sound of a vortex rolling violently behind him, and the dungeon barrier was opened. Goblin Dungeon Nightmare difficulty has been selected. Do you want to enter the dungeon? Su Mingkai was stunned. Looking back, the originally white vortex had turned dark gray and rolled violently like smoke. Hadn't I just told Hanyu to be more cautious? Why did he choose the nightmare difficulty? The difficulty of the dungeon is divided into 4 levels: simple, ordinary, adventure, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. And the nightmare difficulty has always been rarely challenged. In addition to the high difficulty, even if the dungeon has established a teleportation array, the return scroll cannot be used in the nightmare difficulty. Hanyu saw Su Mingkai turning around and stretched out his hand to say hello. I go in first, Captain Su, thank you. Then he turned around and disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Has he always been so reckless? Su Mingkai said with a dry mouth. He remembered that Hanyu should still be level 12. Although the Murloc tribe was playing the game above their level, Hanyu was rated C, and did not get many rewards because he quit the exploration midway. Don't worry, Captain Su. Our Nanning province's champion is still quite capable. Jiang Ziyuan had worked with Hanyu's summons before. As for Ai Li, in terms of single target damage, she was not inferior to him, a level 18 player. For a nightmare dungeon of this level, he didn't know how Hanyu would lose. He just had to think about how to pass it faster. Seeing that Jiang Ziyuan was so relieved, Su Mingkai continued to lead the 2 of them up. They came to the dungeon prepared for them. Before sending Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Yunyun into the dungeon, Su Mingkai also asked them to confirm that they did not need teammates, and watched them enter the 15 to 20 level dungeon prepared for them. Su Mingkai watched Jiang Ziyuan and the other 2 honestly choose the normal difficulty, and then he turned around with peace of mind. I thought everyone in Nanning province was perverted. After sending the 2 in, Su Mingkai walked slowly down the mountain along the original path. When they returned to the entrance of the dungeon that Hanyu challenged, the 2 team members looked up at the sky near the dungeon and watched the battle scene in the sky. Judging from the degree of wear and tear on their equipment, they should have just finished today's combat mission and were ready to go back to rest. Now on this deer hunting mountain, there are images of dungeon battles everywhere. What is there to see? Su Mingkai also looked up curiously. The image in the sky was Hanyu's challenge in the nightmare-level goblin dungeon. No, it was not a challenge, but a slaughter. In the center of the field, there is a red totem, which makes each of Hanyu's summons glow red and increase their attack power. With the weapon enhancement added by Jiang Ziki, a thin layer of golden light covers Ai Li's longbow. Hu Yun is chasing and biting several big goblins. The big goblin population seems to violate the goblin's thin genes. The body is close to 2 meters, and each of them holds a heavy hammer. But now, these goblins are chased by Hu Yun and run around in the copy. Facing a strengthened beast like Hu Yun, their body size has no advantage at all. Their attacks hit Hu Yun, just like hitting a drum, and all the force was removed, only causing Hu Yun to lose a few hairs. And Hu Yun's speed is extremely fast. If it weren't for preventing these warriors from approaching Han Yu and Ai Li, he could even dodge every attack of the goblin warriors. As a nightmare copy, the goblin soldiers in the field are complete. There are also goblin priests, flame goblins, and throwing goblins in the back. But when Su Ming looked over, 2 goblin priests and 2 flame goblins were already lying on the ground. He estimated that if he had come a little later, their blood would have run cold. One of the 5 throwing goblins was about to throw the explosive stone in his hand, when he was shot in the head by an arrow from Ellie. The stone in his hand fell to the ground, causing a violent explosion, blowing his teammates around him into dust. The other 2 throwing goblins were about to attack, but they found that their feet were covered with vines at some point. When the goblins noticed it, it had begun to grow wildly and entangled their ankles. The 2 throwing goblins were directly pulled down. Under the influence of the dream toxin, they smiled foolishly and became the nutrients of the vines. And Ollie's bow pulling speed was so fast that after images appeared. With the blessing of the green longbow, she didn't even need to use high-cost skills such as Lianju. When the remaining throwing goblin was about to reach out, it was interrupted by Ollie's arrow, and then another arrow was added to instantly harvest the life. After absorbing the flesh and blood of 2 goblins, the control range of the dream vine expanded again. Whether it was a corpse or a living goblin, it became the nutrients of Finn's dream vine. With the tacit cooperation of several summons, nearly 20 goblins on a whole floor fell down quickly like leaks. How about it, a few minutes? A member of the Shanghai team, who looked up below said. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, less than 10 minutes. Haha, you will take my place on the patrol mission tomorrow night, and you are not allowed to regret it. No, let's do it again, and bet on how long it will take to clear the entire dungeon. How about within 30 minutes? Then I bet you can clear it within 30 minutes. I will take your place even if you lose a week of patrol. No, I will also choose within 30 minutes. Another team member immediately quit. Han Yu performed so fiercely, of course, he would choose within 30 minutes to win more. Su Mingkai walked up at this time. What are you 2 doing? The 2 of them were watching too attentively just now, and they found that Su Mingkai had come over, and they were shocked. They stood at attention and greeted him. Hello, Captain. We saw Han Yu playing the Nightmare Dungeon, so we made a small bet. Bet on how long it will take Han Yu to pass the dungeon? Su Mingkai asked. Yes, Captain, do you want to try? The loser will do overtime patrol. Su Mingkai smiled slightly. I'm not a capitalist, how can I exploit you like this? But Li Jiang is really short of people now. Chapter 49. Then I bet that you can't clear the level in 30 minutes. The loser will patrol the Li River for a week, and you are not allowed to complain. If you win, each of you will get a piece of equipment. No cheating. It took 8 minutes to clear the first level, and it will take at least 40 minutes to clear the 5th level. And don't you know that the levels behind are getting harder and harder? The speed of clearing the levels behind will definitely be slower and slower. Really? The 2 looked at Su Mingkai in disbelief. They were just joking, but they didn't expect Su Mingkai to really participate. I'm the captain, how can I lie to you? Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. Oh, by the way, Captain, the 8 minutes we just talked about is the time it takes Han Yu to clear 2 levels of the dungeon. The 2 team members smiled, and showed an innocent smile. 2 floors in 8 minutes? He only went up for a short while. Han Yu had already killed 2 floors. Su Mingkai was stunned. He had just watched for a total of 2 minutes, and there were already many goblin corpses lying on the ground. He thought Han Yu had spent a lot of time cleaning up the goblin priests and the flame goblins. Yes, the next floor is the 3rd floor. Sure enough in the video. Then Han Yu pushed the door to the next floor. It was clearly written with 3 on it. Su Mingkai was speechless, suspecting that the 2 guys just said it to him. You are trying to trick me, right? Don't regret it, Captain. You just said it. Honesty is the key. You are the captain. Captain, you may not lose. The difficulty of the following dungeons will increase. Soon, the 3 people raised their heads and watched Han Yu push the bright red door of the last floor. As soon as the 5th floor door was opened, the first sound was not the sound of shouting and killing, but the sound of friction between the machines. A huge black stone ball smashed towards them, and the stone kept dripping black kerosene, turning into a ball of fire in the air. At the back of the copy, a goblin centurion with a flag on his back was commanding 4 big goblins, operating 2 catapults, and throwing huge stones at Han Yu and his men. In front of the 2 catapults, there were 12 knife-wielding goblin warriors ready to go. On both sides of the catapults, there were 2 tall sentry towers, each with a goblin archer ready to shoot. Fortunately, the 3 people and the leopard were all very agile. When they saw the stone coming, they reacted instantly and dodged to the side. Except for a skeleton, Finn swung the hoe directly, leaving a shadow, and a big pit appeared in front of him, ready to lie down and bury himself. Hanyu picked him up and dodged the attack of the catapult. Master, it's actually safer inside the pit. Finn was still a little reluctant to leave his pit. Why do you always think about your pit? Output well for me. Hanyu came to Finn and threw Finn directly onto Hu Yun's back. The stone fell and directly smashed a big pit on the ground. The stone exploded and flew in all directions with kerosene, which scared Finn so much that his head shrank. It seemed that digging a pit here was not very safe. This last level of the copy was not a mutant or a powerful boss. Instead, it was like breaking into a simple barracks of goblins. Goblins are indeed the lowest level monsters, with the closest intelligence to humans. Hanyu looked at the red-skinned goblin centurion and was a little excited. This nightmare-level copy had disappointed him a little in the previous levels. In addition to a little more monsters and a few more types of soldiers, he had no chance to show his abilities. After placing a flame totem on the open ground, he added an ice flower effect to Ellie. Hanyu put away the scepter. He took out the blood blade of the civet cat. Ziki, give me the weapon enhancement. Okay. Jiang Ziki waved the staff and added a weapon enhancement buff to Hanyu, and a thin layer of golden light covered the blood blade of the civet cat. Hanyu shared Ellie's talent, and with the speed bonus of the falling feather suit, he was as fast as the wind. He rushed towards the goblin warriors rushing in front of him. Ellie, find a chance to knock down the 2 archers. Yes. Ellie raised her bow and aimed, but did not shoot immediately. Now the enemy is at a high place, and if they shoot against each other, the 2 opponents will definitely have the advantage. The attack backswing after shooting at the same time may make her unable to dodge the attack of the 2 goblin archers. Sure enough, the 2 goblin archers of the opponent shot arrows at the same time, and the target was originally aimed at Hanyu. But seeing Hanyu's speed suddenly increased, the difficulty of shooting became greater. Directly changed the target, pointed the longbow at Ellie, and fired 2 arrows at the same time. Ellie was waiting for this moment, and moved her body to the left 1 step, not much, but enough to avoid the attack of the 2 archers. When the 2 goblins on the sentry tower attacked, the direction of the arrows had already appeared in Ellie's mind. Ellie shot out with her longbow, and the power of the arrow did not decrease at all, and it was nailed directly on the head of the goblin approaching her. The blood volume instantly reached the bottom. Although he did not die, he was shot down from the sentry tower by an arrow. He fell from the sentry tower and died on the spot. At this time, Hanyu had already arrived in front of the goblin warriors. 12 goblin warriors waved their swords and rushed towards Hanyu at the same time. 1 sword from each person was enough to cut Hanyu into several pieces. Hu Yun, soul seizing. Hu Yun carried Finn on his back and also rushed over with Hanyu, howling as he ran. Soul seizing was activated, and the goblin in front of Hu Yun instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Hanyu activated the galloping skill, and his speed increased again. He quickly passed through the gap between the goblin warriors' battle formations. His target was not these warriors holding long swords. While the goblin warriors were still in a daze, Hanyu had already reached the side of the goblin centurion. The goblin archer on the other sentry tower just wanted to draw his bow and shoot again, but was also affected by soul seizing, and the bow and arrow in his hand fell directly. Ellie quickly approached and shot another arrow. Shoot down the last goblin archer. The biggest threat to them now is the 2 catapults behind. After Hu Yun's soul seizing, he rushed directly to the goblin warrior. His goal was to entangle the goblin warrior and let Ellie and Hanyu output well. When Hu Yun rushed forward, Jiang Ziki added a healing aura to it in advance. Fun, who was sitting on Hu Yun's back, began to shout, "Brother Hu Yun! Brother, I'm a mage, don't take me up. I just changed my silver skeleton. Stay still, don't try to get into the soil." Hanyu gave Finn an order, and he settled down, throwing 2 vine seeds in the middle of the goblin warriors at the same time. The goblin warriors woke up from the control, and half of them found that their feet had been entangled by the vines, and it was extracting their blood. The Dream of Desire vines gradually became thicker, and entangled the rest of the goblin warriors. The warriors who were not affected just wanted to leave, but were stopped by Hu Yun. They were thrown into the attack range of the Dream of Desire vines. Chapter 50. On the other side, while the goblin warrior was controlling the mind, Ellie also went around, and after a few big jumps, she was already standing on the sentry tower. She was a native jungle elf, and her best skill was fighting in the jungle. Climbing a sentry tower was effortless. After occupying the high ground, Ellie's damage increased again, and she raised the green longbow and started shooting down, aiming at the same target as Hanyu, the goblin centurion standing at the back. Hanyu, who was running fast, reached the extreme speed and was already in front of the goblin centurion. The 4 big goblins next to him saw someone coming and immediately gave up the catapult, picked up the long swords at hand, and slashed at Hanyu together. But Hanyu stepped forward and slashed behind the centurion. Just as the goblin centurion was about to turn his head, a reinforced arrow shot down from the sentry tower, with a sound of breaking through the air, nailed the goblin centurion's forehead. -892. Hanyu was behind the centurion, raised the blood blade of the civet cat, and stabbed at the neck. Backstab critical hit triggered, -1181. Relying on the extremely high attack speed of the blood blade of the civet cat, Hanyu stabbed the centurion twice before he turned around. Continuous. Ailey's second attack came immediately. 3 arrows hit the head. The centurion was unable to turn around in the end, and 5,000 drops of blood were killed instantly. After killing the centurion, Hanyu quickly retreated, and there were still 4 big goblins chasing him. He now shared the talent of Ollie, high agility, and high attack but low defense, so there was no need to confront him head-on. But as long as they didn't go back to operate the catapult, there would be no threat to Hanyu and his men. The bow and arrow with Binghua kept shooting at the big goblins, and the deceleration effect continued. Hanyu shuttled between the 4 big goblins like a civet cat, and these 2-meter-tall monsters had no chance to resist at all. 6 minutes later, the bodies of the goblins fell to the ground. The goblin camp had not yet organized a real resistance, and the dungeon had ended. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Goblin Dungeon Nightmare difficulty. Settlement in progress. Achievement: clear the Nightmare difficulty dungeon within 30 minutes. Obtain title, Doombreaker. Doombreaker, wearing the title increases toughness by 20%, reduces control time, and can be worn after unlocking the title system at level 15. Rating: SSS, Dungeon Experience doubled, Nightmare difficulty dungeon experience increased by 50%. Rewards have been issued. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki were surrounded by white light, and finally upgraded from level 12 to level 13, with 1/5 more experience and 1 more card in hand. Can I get a title so early? The title system is unlocked after level 15, and you can get a title before level 15. But it doesn't make any difference, anyway, he can't use it after unlocking it. He opened his skill interface, and he should be able to learn another professional skill at level 13. Before level 15, players cannot use skill books, and can only learn skills that come with their professions. At level 13 and level 15, players can learn 1 professional skill each. Falcon Assault, exclusive skill for summoning profession. Summon a falcon to fight for you. Summoning skill, Eagle Eye. After summoning a falcon, the summoner will gain the Eagle Eye state, with enhanced vision, and can see the scene in the falcon's eyes. Eagle Eye passive, Eagle Eye will find an enemy's weakness, and teammates will trigger double damage after attacking the enemy's weakness. After the weakness is triggered, the unit will not be found weak again within 2 minutes. A detection skill, plus a weakness breakthrough. A pretty good summon in the early stage, but it can only deal damage with teammates. Hanyu spent 2 skill points to choose to learn. Now, for every additional summon, the strength increases by 1 point. As for interdimensional communication, as an early skill, the maximum level is level 3. Upgrading it will only improve the attributes of the summoned creatures, and will not increase the number of summoned creatures. Hanyu turned over the card. A staff and a purple-covered book appeared in front of him. A skill book has been released. As expected, the first copy of the dungeon has a high drop rate. Hanyu looked at the purple-covered book in his hand. The price of the skill book is much more expensive than ordinary equipment. Hanyu was extremely surprised. He actually got a skill book when he first played the Nightmare difficulty copy. Summoning Shadow Blade Mantis. Consumables, skill book. Can be learned when energy is greater than 20. Can be learned above LV 15. No introduction, just a name and usage restrictions, a complete summoner skill book style. Compared with other professions, the summoner profession seems to have been erased. Most skill books have no description. Shadow Blade Mantis? An insect type summon? Or an assassin type? It can't be used for the time being, so Hanyu put it away first, and wait until he reaches level 15 to learn what this summoner is. Putting away the skill book, Hanyu checked the properties of the staff. Staff of the Flame Goblin, main weapon, staff. Physical attack, 28 to 38. Magic attack, 324 to 334. Stamina plus 2. Trait 1, increase fire element magic damage by 20%. Trait 2, Spirit Bomb, normal attack, has fire attribute damage, causing 150% damage to water/ice creatures and 50% damage to fire creatures. Level limit, can be used above LV 15. A staff, 2 purple equipment with 2 traits, but the second trait has both good and bad qualities, and it will basically have side effects if you encounter a fire element copy. It is estimated that the price will not exceed 1 million. After checking the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment, Hanyu ended the summoning. This summoning has ended, and 10 free attribute points have been obtained. Please use them in time. Everything is over, and the dungeon is officially exited. Outside the field, Su Mingkai watched Hanyu clear the booze dungeon in less than 6 minutes. It was still a rare barracks coordinated battle. The Centurion was directly killed by the close range and archer's bursts. The opponent's catapult only fired 2 shots from beginning to end, and the front row did not stop anyone at all. Is this called a summoner? Su Mingkai finally said this, although he still remembered Hanyu's battle in the Murloc tribe a few days ago. But although Hanyu's performance there was different from that of an ordinary summoner, he only used his life to resist damage and delayed the Tide Hunter. It's not like now, a sudden advance, taking the head of the enemy general in the crowd of thousands of troops. Is this what a summoner should do? Captain! 28 minutes and 38 seconds, less than 30 minutes, ha ha ha. The 2 team members laughed when they saw Hanyu's clearance time. Originally, they made a bet, and neither of them wanted to choose less than 30 minutes. They saw how fast Hanyu cleared the first level. I didn't expect the captain to suddenly come over to help. Su Mingkai looked unhappy. You 2 scumbags, you didn't mean to cheat me. It's obviously the captain who insisted on coming over to help. We didn't say anything, and you still wanted us to patrol the Li River. Okay, I know, I choose the equipment for you. Wait, don't go back to rest yet. Take Hanyu around the mountain again. If Su Mingkai thought Hanyu was brave and resourceful before, now he saw Hanyu's true strength, which made Su Mingkai pay more attention to this young man and have more ideas to get closer to him. Chapter 51. At this time, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki came out of the dungeon and saw Su Mingkai standing in front of the dungeon exit. Captain Su, why haven't you left yet? Hanyu thought Su Mingkai had left a long time ago. Oh, I'm going to see if there are any new cracks on the mountain recently. By the way, Jiang Ziyuan and the others probably haven't finished yet. Let Zhang Han and the others take you around. The deer hunting mountain was originally a tourist attraction, but unfortunately tourists can't enter now. Okay, Hanyu, little brother, I take you around the deer hunting mountain for 2 laps. The 2 immediately responded. Just now, it was all thanks to Hanyu's efforts that they won 2 pieces of equipment from the captain, and now they are very happy. Hanyu estimated that Jiang Ziyuan and the others would have to wait for a while before they came out, so it would be okay to follow them. Su Mingkai watched Hanyu follow Zhang Han up the mountain. Such an excellent talent, why can't he come to our Lingui branch? If not, he can come to the Guangning branch. But on the Deer Hunter Mountain, half of the mountain has been occupied by the crack entrance, which is very different from its original appearance. The mountain is not high, and several people quickly walked to the top of the mountain. Zhang Han explained, this is not the main peak of the mountain, it is only this high, but the main peak is more unstable, and the crack entrance of the level 50 dungeon has begun to form. And recently the new bishop has started to move again. The higher-ups are worried that they will come to the Deer Hunter Mountain to cause trouble, so they will not take you there for the time being. The new bishop has started to move again? Hanyu asked in surprise. They have heard the name of the new bishop since they were young. It is said that he has appeared since the beginning of the disaster. They believe in a mysterious new master, and believe that the so-called monster invasion is just a precursor to the arrival of the new master. When the new master comes, he will destroy anyone who has the heart to resist humans. Only those who truly believe in the new master can be saved and allowed to become the new master's subjects. Every time humans face a disaster, this kind of religion always appears to promote the theory of doomsday. At first, not many people cared about it, thinking it was just an ordinary surrender faction. Except for the new bishop, various religions emerged in an endless stream during that period, and organizations of various countries could not manage it. Until the new bishop appeared with various mutant professions, they seemed to be able to embark on a completely different career transfer route, and the new bishop called it the gift of the new master. For example, the blood spirit warlock who changed from the elemental mage, the puppet master who changed from the summoner. Each profession is powerful and terrifying, and even frequently hunts ordinary players. When the new bishop quickly had its own armed forces, it naturally attracted the attention of organizations of various countries to investigate what hidden career transfer methods the new bishop had discovered. After undercover entering the new bishop, it was found that these so-called hidden professions were just players who had absorbed mutant crystals before level 20. Their second job transfer path will have an additional degenerate job transfer path, and they will transfer to degenerate professional players. The summoner, who was originally at the bottom of the ordinary profession, can almost crush any profession of the same level after choosing the degenerate job transfer path, and is also one of the strongest branches among the degenerates. The price is that the degenerates need to absorb the energy from the mutation crystals from time to time. Once they are not satisfied for a long time, they will lose their sanity and become a monster similar to the mutants. And the subsequent job transfer and weapon enhancement of many degenerate professions require living people as materials. For example, the puppeteer's puppet and the ghost swordsman's enhanced soul. Even if the mutant crystals are replenished all the time, as the level increases, the player will continue to be affected by the degeneration. Once they can't control it, they will become madmen who lose their minds. Moreover, the mutant crystals are originally the aggregation of mutant energy. How can the normal human body bear long-term absorption? Most of the degenerated professional players eventually become neither human nor ghost. After knowing this method, the official organizations of various countries began to prohibit the trading of mutant crystals, but they also did not give up the training of hidden professional players. After all, when the game was just invaded and the magic disaster was everywhere, it was better to degenerate into a monster in the future than to be killed by the monster today. It was not until the magic disaster was completely repelled and the official began to take over most of the copies that the training of degenerated professional players was gradually reduced. The new bishops were also under the attack of various countries, and their influence was getting smaller and smaller, but every few years, they would still jump out and show their presence. It seemed that no matter how the official banned it, they could find a new source of mutant crystals. New bishop. Do all the members have a lot of mutation crystals? Hanyu didn't care about the degenerate profession. Although the degenerate profession was stronger than ordinary players, it was too dangerous. He didn't need to take the risk. Since degenerate players need to absorb the energy of mutation crystals regularly, they must have a lot of stocks on them. He remembered that the system can absorb mutation crystals and convert them into free attribute points. And there is a bonus for killing new bishop members. If he encounters them, Hanyu doesn't mind killing a few and grabbing a few mutation barriers to use. Of course, this will have to wait until he becomes stronger. If they meet now, it is not certain who will kill whom. Yes, every time there are more mutants, these rats become active. Zhang Han explained. This mountain is closed and strictly checked in and out to prevent them from sneaking in. The main peak is checked more strictly, so we can't go there this time. Hanyu nodded to show that he understood and looked up at the sky, where there was an image of a team of players slaying monsters. It looks like a copy of more than 30 levels, and each player is also above level 30. The monsters on the opposite side seem to be fire slugs, rushing towards the 5 players in groups, and flames are burning behind them. The dragon rider with silver armor put the shield in front of him, charged, and rushed into the group of monsters. All the fire slugs were knocked away instantly, but just as he got up, he was taunted again, and the target became the dragon rider who rushed into the group of monsters. The ice master in the back controlled the ice rain to fall, and the fire on all the fire slugs was gradually extinguished, and even their bodies were slowly frozen. Next to the ice master, the spell master made a seal with his hands, aiming directly at the boss behind the fire slugs, who was spraying molten flames. Various debuffs were thrown at the boss crazily, shortening the attack distance, reducing the attack power, and increasing the damage. Perhaps because this is a fire element copy, there is no common main C Pyroblast mage. The rare one to cooperate with him is an archer with a long sword on his back. Most of the god's buffs were thrown to him. Archers need a lot of shooting experience, and must be trained from a young age. Only large organizations, like Shanghai, will have a plan to train archers to deal with various copies. With the joint efforts of the 5 people, the fire slugs in the boss level had no chance to resist, and were quickly cleared. The team received an SS level evaluation, and the copy ended. Chapter 52. Zhang Han explained at the side. The rift group here in Deer Hunter Mountain appeared too suddenly. In order to speed up the clearing, most of us chose the easy difficulty. In fact, the gains are similar. After all, not everyone can get an SSS level score in the nightmare difficulty. The gains in the dungeon are not that the higher the difficulty, the higher the quality of the loot. If you force yourself to choose the nightmare difficulty, you will stumble through the level, and the result is only a B score, or even less experience than the S level rating of the easy difficulty. I was lucky. Hanyu scratched his head. He could rely on summons to cooperate as one, seamlessly connected, and it was not difficult to get a high rating. After walking around the mountain for a while, there were not many scenery, but battle scenes everywhere. The more Hanyu looked, the more shocked he was at the degree of cooperation between the Shanghai team members. It was obvious that they had been trained for a long time. Even if the demon disaster really came, with such a group of players, they could probably stop it. Or maybe the people in the city think so. Hanyu thought to himself. Although Deer Hunter Mountain was sealed, the image in the sky would still be seen by many people. After reaching level 15, players can choose whether to make the battle scenes in the dungeon public. This is why the strategies for low-level dungeons can be found online, with a simple search. After reaching level 15, many dungeon strategies even start to charge. Shanghai's battle here seems to have been made public, probably to let the people in the city see that there are such a group of people guarding them, so they don't have to worry about the demon disaster and live a normal life. After walking around for a while, Jiang Ziyuan and Wu Yunyan also came out of the dungeon. Seeing the two smiling, they should have gained a lot. After a tour on Lilu Mountain, the four people went down the mountain. Su Mingkai invited Hanyu to have lunch in the canteen of Lilu Mountain and asked them when they were going to return. They had almost finished playing in Lingui and planned to take the train back to Haicheng this afternoon. The tickets had been bought. They would rest on the train for one night and arrive in Haicheng tomorrow. Su Mingkai waved his hand and arranged for all four people to take a special sightseeing train, each with a private room, so that they could sleep comfortably back to Haicheng. Jiang Ziyuan wanted to refuse. Why did they need so many private rooms? They only booked 3 rooms for the trip. But Su Mingkai suppressed him. What's this little thing? This is just a little benefit of our Lingui branch. If you can join our Lingui branch, there are many such benefits. You 4 are all talents. After graduation, you will probably be assigned to the Shanghai team for training first, and then go to the front line. In this case, why not choose a better treatment, such as our Lingui? If you think the place is too small, the Guangdong provincial branch is also very good. In the end, it was just one meaning, hoping that after graduation, several people can choose to develop in Guangdong province first. Originally, he wanted to recruit Hanyu to the Lingui branch, but in the morning, he saw Hanyu pass the nightmare copy in less than 30 minutes, and felt that the small place of Lingui could not accommodate him at all. It would be good to go to the province. Jiang Ziyuan sat next to Su Mingkai, feeling flattered. Holding a wine glass, he kept being humble to Su Mingkai, saying that he was just an ordinary student. It was not until Wu Yunyan pinched his lower back that Jiang Ziyuan noticed that Su Mingkai had been looking at Hanyu while he was speaking, and was obviously more concerned about Hanyu's reaction. Jiang Ziyuan smiled awkwardly, put down his wine glass, and ate his food peacefully. Until the end of the dinner, Hanyu did not make any statement, but just said that he would come to Lingui to play next time he had the chance, and was sent out by Su Mingkai with a smile. Watching Hanyu leave, Zhang Hankai said behind Su Mingkai, "Captain Su, you used up 4 special train opportunities at once, which is your annual family visit benefit. How can you go back this year? Vacation? In this situation this year, there is no time to take a family visit leave. It is most important to recruit Hanyu to our Lingui. What's more, if the leader knew about my efforts, he would at least make up for my vacation." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 people finally got on the special train back to the city. As soon as they got on the train, they were taken to the private compartment in the middle of the train by the staff. In 4 days, it was a perfect graduation trip. I just want to. I thought something was wrong. We were here for a trip, but why did we have to play 2 dungeons? Fortunately, the harvest was good. At least everyone got a purple outfit. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki both leveled up, which was a pleasant surprise. After Hanyu and his friends got on the train, the young man behind them crushed the ticket in his pocket, turned around and left the station, and sat on a bench outside the station. He closed his eyes and pretended to rest, opened his game interface, and opened his friend interface. Master Priest, Hanyu changed his schedule temporarily, and got on the AA train. All our plans are useless. Well, did you see which car he got on? The young man saw the reply from the priest, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was indeed the priest who made arrangements on the AA train. It's the middle carriage, which seems to be reserved for official use. I can't get close to it either. Got it, you don't need to do the rest. I give you another crystal when you run out of it. Go and have a rest. Yes, thank you, Master Priest. On the bank of the Li River, a fisherman in a straw raincoat had just finished a day's work, got up from the boat and walked towards home. Ertzi, carry your things and go home. Okay, brother. The man called Ertzi, also wearing a straw raincoat, carried the sundries on his back, and followed the fisherman in front. It's better to say that he was imitating than keeping up. If someone looked from a distance, the two men's steps were almost the same, and every step of Ertzi was on the footprints of the man in front. Suddenly change the itinerary? Shouldn't you have discovered something? The fisherman whispered, just an accident. Then, there are really many accidents this time. The fisherman looked back and saw that not far from where he stopped the ferry was the Jiumahuashan River section. A few days ago, I was almost washed out by the fish hunters. Now all the tourists dare not come here, and the river surface is much cleaner. But, the most talented summoner, this kind of material, I really want it. 8. There should be a little girl over there. As if he had decided something, the face under the bamboo hat showed a smile and glanced at Ertzi behind him. While he was thinking, Ertzi's steps behind him became more and more stiff, and even began to look a little bit like a human. Relax a little, Ertzi. The fisherman patted Ertzi's shoulder. Oh, okay. Ertzi seemed to be slapped back to his senses, and his steps with the fishing net on his back quickened, becoming no different from ordinary people. At this time, Han Yu and the other 4 had settled in the car, but it was still early for rest, and the 4 gathered in a room, playing cards and chatting. But Han Yu was a little absent-minded, and he kept swiping his phone from time to time. He was searching for things about the new bishop. He had only heard of this name before. When he was in school, the school and the textbook seemed to have been deliberately downplaying the new bishop. Perhaps because he was afraid that students whose minds were not yet mature would choose to join the new bishop and pursue the powerful power of degeneration. After Zhang Han mentioned the name, he began to deliberately search for relevant information. Chapter 53. A search revealed that there seemed to be traces of new bishops all over the world. Even under the full-scale suppression by various countries, at least on the surface, the new bishops were still distributed all over the world. Is it possible that the weaker the profession, the stronger it will be after degeneration? Han Yu saw the information that the strength of the summoner after degeneration far exceeded that of other players of the same level, and he murmured in his heart. Maybe most summoners are dissatisfied with reality, so they degenerate more thoroughly? Han Yu smiled bitterly, and shook his head, and could only give this explanation. Han Yu, you played a card. What good things are there on your phone? You're laughing so happily. Oh, look at some information. Han Yu put down his phone. What did you play? Just some information. Why don't I believe it? You're not sending messages to other girls. Jiang Ziyuan raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. What else? What else can it be? Han Yu asked. Playing cards is boring. Why not play a dare? The loser should take out his phone and check it. Jiang Ziyuan smiled evilly, determined to break Han Yu's hypocritical mask. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Jiang Ziyuan and Han Yu became closer and often made some jokes. No need for a dare. How about we put our phones on the table and let others look at it? Han Yu directly put his phone on the table. It was indeed his fault for being absent-minded when playing cards, so let's put on a show for them now. Ah? Jiang Ziyuan was stunned. Are you really showing it to them? You don't have to fight so hard, right? Brother Ziyuan, don't you dare? Ha ha. Ha ha. What am I afraid of? Just look. Jiang Ziyuan felt that Wu Yunyun's hand had been placed on his waist, and hurriedly took out his phone. Isn't it a bit rude? Upon hearing such an exciting way to play, Wu Yunyun and Jiang Ziki immediately sat aside, and carefully picked up Han Yu's mobile phone. Go ahead and take a look. Han Yu smiled and didn't care. After living 2 lives, how could Han Yu not even have this little anti-reconnaissance awareness? Detailed explanation of goblin troops. 6 mutation directions of cat demons, and how to deal with them. Live video. 30 minutes to speed through the Bull Demon Dungeon. Jiang Ziki read out the title while watching. You really watch the dungeon video every day, it's boring. Jiang Ziki pursed her lips. She still wanted to see if Han Yu had any special hobbies. Do you want to check the browser records again? Han Yu said, and smiled at Jiang Ziyuan. Jiang Ziyuan felt cold at the smile, and he hugged Han Yu's shoulders, saying, Brother, why are you so anxious? It's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary. Ziki, don't look at it. It's private. It's not good to look at it. Jiang Ziyuan said to stop him. Jiang Ziki, who had been happily opening the browser, hesitated. It seemed that it was not good to look at other people's privacy. Brother Ziyuan, the most important thing about playing games is to have fun. Just watch it. Han Yu didn't care. Then we watch it. Watch it. Jiang Ziki opened the browser record and scrolled down. His face became very exciting, as if he was trying hard to hold back something. Han Yu, I didn't expect you to watch this kind of thing. Jiang Ziki's voice trembled. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Han Yu with pity. I said I wouldn't watch it, but you insisted on being stubborn. You're dead now. What? Let me see it too. Wu Yunyan saw that Jiang Ziki was about to lose control, and hurried over. What should I do, if I can only change my job to summon? I suggest you find a factory to work. Player status is not suitable for you. Summoner's Guide, 12 ways to lie to your teammates. Summoner's Guide, 3 sentences to let my teammates lead me to clear 18 maps, ha ha ha. This is a catchy title. It turns out that our provincial champion also has moments of confusion. I am so amused. I thought there really are natural academic masters. Ren Yunyun didn't have the calmness of Jiang Ziki and laughed out loud. Hurry up and see what the 3 sentences are. The first sentence, I have money. The second sentence, I am good looking. Female players only. The third sentence, Dad, take me to clear the map. Ha ha, is this the Summoner's Guide? This is too much. Jiang Ziki couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. The 2 girls laughed so hard that they fell backwards. They had never seen a guide for that profession so plain and unpretentious. It was so unexpected. Han Yu, you are not really going to learn these strategies. I am dying of laughter. I thought you were full of confidence in the job transfer summon. No, I don't. He really clicked and out of curiosity when searching. Who knew that strategies were all this kind of thing? Jiang Ziyuan watched them laughing so happily. Is this considered social death? Why is it a little different from what I imagined? Han Yu didn't expect these 2 people to really find something, but now it's his turn. Brother Ziyuan, I've finished looking at my phone. Do you want to see yours? Ah? No. He didn't expect Jiang Ziyuan's reaction to be so intense. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Ziyuan's face at the same time. Well, I'm just like Han Yu. I just read some dungeon guides or something, or let's forget it. Jiang Ziyuan quickly explained, reaching out to take back his phone. Really? Wu Yunyan dragged out these 3 words for a long time, with no concealment of the threat. Of course it's true, Yunyan, you still don't believe me, you still say I'm boring every day. What's so good about my browsing history? Come on, play cards, play cards. Of course I believe you, but I still have to look at the phone. Wu Yunyan directly grabbed the phone on Jiang Ziyuan's table. Ling Gui's travel vlog, okay, you even know how to make a guide. Then, of course, I take this trip very seriously. Jiang Ziyuan immediately replied, my stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable, I'm going to the toilet first. Don't go, wait until I finish reading. Just as he was about to get up, he was pulled by Wu Yunyan. Bunny girl hot dance? I clicked the wrong one. I clicked the wrong one and entered because my hand slipped. Kiki is wearing JK today. Don't you want to come in and take a look? Wu Yunyan looked at Jiang Ziyuan with a bad face. You clicked the wrong one too? Pervert. Jiang Ziki said with disdain. Yes, I clicked the wrong one. When I clicked the first one, I saw these unbearable things. Oh! I was in a hurry and wanted to exit, but I kept clicking the wrong one, leaving so many records. I didn't even look at it. Yunyan, you have to believe me. So you like this type? Why didn't you tell me? Wu Yunyan said softly, as if she had become a gentle lady again. Actually, I didn't. I just took a look. Jiang Ziyuan looked at Jiang Ziki and Han Yu with disgust, and was a little embarrassed to be so intimate. Just take a look? Wu Yunyan said softly, and twisted her hands hard. Twisted Jiang Ziyuan's waist. No, I didn't see it, it hurts. Jiang Ziyuan felt his waist was almost numb. The shield warrior's strength was not to be underestimated. Do you want to see the browser records? Wu Yunyan asked. No. Jiang Ziyuan said immediately, if the browser records were also exposed, he would really be dead. No, there's nothing to see in the browser records. Come on, continue playing cards. Han Yu saw that it was almost done, and finally spoke up to save the situation. If they really saw something they shouldn't see, then the 4 of them would be embarrassed, and it would be meaningless. Yes, play cards. Jiang Ziyuan immediately changed the subject. We still don't know which copy of the strategy Jiang Ziyuan and Ren Yunyun discussed on the first night back in Haicheng. We only know that the next day, Jiang Ziyuan came out of the hotel holding the wall. Okay, I deal with you when we get back. Wu Yunyan put down her phone, play cards. Just as she put the cards away, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Hello, your snacks and fruits. Chapter 54. Snacks and fruits? Do you want them? Ren Yunyan looked at Jiang Ziyuan. Jiang Ziyuan shook his head. No, maybe they are given by this private room. I go check it out. Opening the door, a girl in uniform stood in front of the door. These are fruits and snacks prepared for you. I wish you a pleasant journey. We didn't order them. What are these? Jiang Ziyuan asked. Oh, this is from the conductor. Do you need me to bring it in for you? No, I take it in myself. Jiang Ziyuan took the tray. Thank you for your hard work. The girl bowed slightly. I wish you a pleasant journey. When she stood up, she glanced at Han Yu and the others sitting by the window. Her nose twitched, as if she was smelling something. After closing the door, Jiang Ziyuan came over with a tray. Don't tell me, Captain Su Mingkai is really famous. The train conductor even sent us something. It's not that he is famous, but that every private room has something. Ren Yunyan reached out and took a piece of cantaloupe from the tray. Wait a minute. Jiang Ziyuan quickly adjusted his skill frame and put the purification spell on the standby skill. A purification spell was sprinkled on the tray, but there was no reaction. You can eat it now. You'd better be careful when you go out. Jiang Ziyuan put the tray on the table. The train was moving fast, the sky gradually darkened, and the four people returned to their rooms. As the carriage shook slightly, Han Yu fell asleep in the room. The woman who came during the day stood in front of Han Yu's door and twitched her nose slightly. It's here, Han Yu, right? The woman smiled proudly. The reward for hunting down a provincial champion should be enough for me to complete the job transfer task. There is also a reward from the priest, but it is a bit troublesome to take the body away. A small black ball rolled in from the gap of the door and landed beside Han Yu's bed. Han Yu frowned in his sleep. His high energy made his perception far beyond that of ordinary people, but the movement of this small black ball was too small. The ball stopped, and the figure of a woman instantly appeared where the ball landed. Han Yu opened his eyes suddenly, and he finally felt that there was someone standing beside the bed. When he just reacted, the woman beside the bed stretched out her left hand, and an invisible wave spread across the room. The dagger in her left hand suddenly stabbed towards Han Yu's heart. Equipment: Falling Feather Rain Blade. Han Yu, who felt the danger, wanted to use the life-saving skill of the Falling Feather set as soon as possible. But he immediately found that the backpack could not be opened, could not be equipped, and could not use skills, and the dagger fell without any hindrance. Backpack disabled? Skill disabled? Han Yu panicked instantly. What kind of skill is this? Talent sharing. Han Yu immediately used the shared talent of Hu Yun, strengthened his physique, and his body muscles became extremely tight. Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system's talent sharing can still be used. Awake, I'm so sorry to let you watch me die with your own eyes. The woman said softly, as if directly announcing Han Yu's death. The movement of her hand was not slow at all, stabbing towards Han Yu's heart. The dagger stabbed down, and Han Yu immediately stretched out his hand to block it, and at the same time moved his body to avoid this fatal blow. But he was slapped away by the woman. Don't struggle, provincial champion. Han Yu finally failed to avoid this blow. The dagger pierced his chest, and blood splattered. The dagger stabbed in, and blood spurted out. Han Yu vomited a mouthful of blood, rolled hard towards the bed, and knocked the woman beside the bed away. He opened his mouth to use soul capture, but found that even the talent-sharing skills could not be used. The woman was surprised to see that Han Yu was not dead. Why are you not dead? Your second talent, but you obviously can't use skills. When she received the task, she also received all the information about Han Yu, 2 extremely powerful talents. Summons can be controlled, and the talents of summons can be copied for her own use. But according to common sense, as long as it is an active skill, it will be silenced by oneself. Why is this Han Yu not affected? Han Yu's body fell to the ground, covered his chest, and ran away quickly, while constantly trying to open the backpack and use skills. The woman was very confused about Han Yu's life, but she was not impatient. She was silent for 5 seconds. As far as she knew, Han Yu was only level 12 now, without a title or equipment. He would definitely eat up the control time. As Han Yu retreated quickly, he stared at the woman, guarding against her next attack. But even with that stare, the woman disappeared in front of Han Yu. Han Yu did not hesitate at all and rushed forward. When the assassin disappears, he will appear behind you in the next second, whether you see him or not. Sure enough, just as Han Yu rushed forward, a strong wind passed by his ears and directly cut off a piece of Han Yu's scalp. Fortunately, Hu Yun's agility attribute was not bad, but he had always been used as a front row. Now Han Yu dared not share the talents of other summons, otherwise he might die. After landing, Han Yu quickly stabilized his body, and finally found that the backpack could be opened and the skills could be used. 5 seconds had passed, and the silence effect disappeared. Han Yu opened his mouth instantly, and the woman on the opposite side turned into a cloud of smoke when Han Yu opened her mouth. This is the difference between playing against players and against monsters. Players can make various responses to skills, and will not be controlled by you immediately. Moreover, most players have toughness bonuses, and will not be controlled like monsters. Black fog formed, but it seemed that it could not completely avoid the control of the soul capture and stagnated in the air for 2 seconds. However, Han Yu had already put on the Luoling suit, holding the staff in his hand, and the summoning array had been formed. He held the blood bottle in his hand, and poured it into his mouth. After the silence was lifted, his blood bar appeared. The 2 attacks just now directly left Han Yu with less than 1/6 of his blood. Alas, it was a pity that I didn't kill him. The woman sighed softly. When Han Yu's summon appeared, she didn't want to entangle anymore. There were high-level police officers on this train. Even though the woman had no intention of attacking, Han Yu still had no intention of relaxing his vigilance, and was ready to use the falling feather rain blade at any time to avoid her next attack. In the summoning array, Fin and Huyun walked out, and a falcon flew out from above, flying hard in the small room. At the same time, Han Yu waved his scepter and added an ice flower effect to Ellie. A small black ball appeared in the woman's hand and smashed it out of the window. Looking at the small ball, Han Yu had an epiphany in his heart. The sound in his dream should be the sound of the small ball rolling in, and the assassin also came in through this small ball. Han Yu thought she had some skills to teleport through the wall. Hu Yun blocked the window. Hu Yun's huge body swung its tail gracefully and stood in front of the window. The private room on the train was not big to begin with, and it was barely enough to accommodate Hu Yun's size. Now it was standing in front of the window, and the woman's black ball had no angle to throw out. Do you want to die so much? The woman frowned. The sound of the battle here would soon spread. By then, Han Yu's teammates will be here soon, as well as the train police. If I get caught, even if I kill Han Yu, I won't be able to escape easily. Chapter 55. You can try to see if you can still kill me. Han Yu drank another blood bottle, sharing talent Fin. The dream seeds appeared, and Han Yu threw 2 of them directly at his feet, and threw 1 out. I was sleeping on the train, and suddenly I was stabbed. Can I bear it? Anyway, Han Yu felt that he couldn't bear it, and he would not let this female assassin leave today. The vines under Han Yu's feet grew rapidly and entangled, and Han Yu was tightly wrapped. Facing a real assassin, he would not fight desperately, with the civet blood blade without the certainty of killing. Summoners still have to cherish their lives at critical moments, and let the summons do the risky things. Especially after knowing that the summons would not die completely, Han Yu did not have to worry about the attribute points he consumed being wasted, and he became much bolder in driving the summons in battle. Looking for death. The woman glanced at the door. If the train police responsible for safety came over, she would have no hope of escape. This kind of special train is equipped with high-level players to take care of safety. She has been working on this train for more than a year, and is very familiar with the defense force on the train. Fight to the death? Do you have any chance to fight with me? While Han Yu was talking, Fin's vines had spread all over the room. No matter how luxurious the private room on the train was, the space was only this big. 4 vine seeds were put down, enough to surround the woman. The vines flew in the room, and Ellie raised her hand to shoot at the weakness found by the falcon. But when the bow and arrow were shot, the woman's body disappeared again and appeared behind Han Yu. Han Yu knew her position without even looking. Hu Yun was guarding the window, so she had no chance to go out. The footsteps from the gate had already been heard. Now she had to kill Han Yu to have a chance of survival, but how could Han Yu let her succeed? The vines around her quickly turned up, forming 2 layers of cages around Han Yu. Not to mention the defense, the thickness alone made it impossible for the dagger to penetrate. Then Han Yu saw from the corner of his eye that the dagger in the woman's hand had turned into a long sword. It stabbed along the gap in the vines. Gone, no martial ethics. Han Yu controlled the Yumung vines to wrap around the long sword, ready to use the falling feather rain blade at any time. At this time, Ailey had turned around, and when the woman raised her sword, she held a verdant longbow in her hand and scattered it. The 9 short arrows made it impossible for her to avoid them, and the woman who wanted to stab the long sword into Han Yu's body was slightly repelled. Soul capture. Hu Yun opened his mouth. This time, the assassin was still in the repulsion state, and was hit by Hu Yun's soul capture again. He was stunned on the spot. Ailey shot a string of arrows directly at the weak point of the woman's body. 2 more arrows were fired, and the ice effect was triggered, slowing down and increasing the damage. In less than 3 seconds, the woman woke up from the soul capture and waved her sword to attack again. As long as she could force Hanyu's life-saving skills, she still had a chance to kill with 1 blow. But Ailey's longbow was still shooting. The damage of this level 12 summon made the assassin tremble with fear. She dared not take it head-on, and could only turn around to avoid it. As an assassin, her agility was high enough, and she easily avoided Ailey's attacks again and again. But the vines in the room were still growing, and there were fewer and fewer places for her to hide. "Hanyu, spare my life. I will tell you the mastermind behind the scenes. How about it?" The assassin, who was finding it increasingly difficult to dodge, finally spoke. Even though she was moving quickly to avoid attacks, she was still staring at Hanyu as she spoke. She was waiting for an opportunity. As long as Hanyu was careless, she would have one last chance to kill him. Only if Hanyu was killed would all the summons disappear, and she could survive. No need. For an assassin of your level, I kill 1 for every assassin that comes. You? Hanyu's contempt made her almost crazy. She was obviously the one with a higher level. The vines of Yamung grew more and more crazily, constantly surrounding her, but she slipped away like a loach again, and she had not been able to really tie her up until now. Finally, there was only that piece of empty space left in the room. At the place where she was about to land, there were already vines waiting for her, and there was no way to avoid it. A lone assassin was alone facing a summoner with all his summons, not to mention a summoner like Hanyu who completely ignored the level. If she was controlled again at this time, she would have no chance of turning the tables. Ellie fired 3 arrows in succession again, and this time it was a sure hit. Under her agile body, even the elf Ellie was a little unconfident. She had missed too many arrows before, and now she dared to use her skills only when she was sure to hit the target. After shooting a series of arrows, the woman was still vulnerable to the ice. She leaned back and was about to fall to the ground. The vines had already wrapped around her body. Die! The assassin who was about to fall to the ground stared at Hanyu. Until now, she had not seen Hanyu relax a bit. But she could not wait any longer. A scroll appeared in her left hand, which was instantly crushed, and a sword light came out of the scroll. At a very fast speed, she cut off all the waving vines in front of her and slashed towards Hanyu. The scroll of the swordsman. Hanyu saw the sword light, and opened the falling feather rain blade without any hesitation. The conical feather blade flew out, and just met the flying sword energy. The feather was directly cut open. The sword energy continued to move forward and completely cut the cocoon cast by Hanyu with vines. But there was no way to attack Hanyu floating in the air. The assassin saw that Hanyu was not injured at all, and was hit by another arrow from Ollie. He could only fall down unwillingly, and the dream of desire vines quickly wrapped around him. Or she should have said to Hanyu that if she missed the attack and the silence had not ended, running away would be her only chance to survive. Hanyu did not give her time to regret. The little hand that drilled out of the vine penetrated her skin, injected her with dream of desire toxin, and drew her blood at the same time. The originally fierce eyes quickly became confused. After confirming that she had been tied up, Hanyu fell from the air and walked over. The woman was already in a daze due to the dream toxin. Hanyu walked up to her and said softly, "Take out your mutation crystal." The woman closed her eyes, and seemed to be dreaming. She frowned slightly when she heard Hanyu's words, and seemed reluctant. But she still took out 2 crystals from her backpack. With the help of the vines, she raised her hand and handed it to Hanyu. "That's all?" Hanyu took the 2 crystals, one of which looked like its energy had been almost absorbed. "Yes, sir." The woman lowered her head with a silly smile on her face, but still answered Hanyu's question and called Hanyu sir. Looking at the crystals, Hanyu knew without guessing that the mastermind behind the scenes was the new bishop. Chapter 56. During the day, he saw in the information that many degenerate professions need to use living people as materials. He was still thinking that since he was so famous now, would he be found? He didn't expect that he would come so soon. There was a hurried knock on the door. "Hanyu. Hanyu. Are you okay? Knock on the door. Knock on the door." I clearly heard the sound of fighting inside. Hanyu was about to say that he was fine, but the door was directly knocked open. There was a woman lying on the ground. Her body was entangled by the dream vines, and she still had a smile on her face, but her body had begun to shrivel, and she had no breath. Around her, there were scattered red and blue medicine bottles, and a transparent crystal. However, the energy in it had been absorbed by Hanyu, leaving only a little residue, and the other intact piece was also collected by Han Yu. Han Yu felt that he had overestimated the wealth of the degenerate profession before. The woman's equipment looked good, and her level should be almost level 20, and she would soon undergo the job transfer ceremony. But there were only 2 pieces of mutation crystals on her body. Han Yu was very disappointed. How could the new bishop be so poor? It seemed that he had to work harder. He hoped that they could continue to assassinate him. Seeing the chaos of the battle in the room, Jiang Ziyuan and others rushed over. "Are you okay, Han Yu?" Han Yu's chest was still stained with blood, but his injuries had almost recovered. "I think she should be in more trouble than me." Originally, he wanted to keep her alive for interrogation by Shanghai, but thought that if he interrogated her, he might get into trouble if he took the mutant crystal stone, so he simply killed her. The woman on the ground had completely lost her breath. At this time, 2 police officers ran over from the door. "We heard the sound of fighting here. What happened just now?" Jiang Ziyuan and his men standing at the door quickly moved aside. The 2 police officers saw the body and the mutant crystal on the ground. "There was an assassin, and I accidentally killed him," Han Yu answered easily. Although he was stabbed twice, the process was indeed easy. At least it was solved before Jiang Ziyuan and his men arrived. "New bishop," one of them exclaimed. "The new bishop's people actually sneaked into the car." "Sorry, Mr. Han Yu, this is our negligence. I will arrange to change a room for you and call a doctor for you. But we have to take the body and equipment of this assassin back for inspection temporarily. If there is no problem. These are your spoils of war, and we will return them when the time comes. Well, you guys deal with it. There is no need for a doctor. I have almost recovered." Han Yu was extremely generous. He did not touch the woman's equipment. I believe that the people in the car would not black his equipment. The mutant crystal is the most important to him. "Okay, I'm really sorry." Han Yu removed the vines, and the 2 put on gloves and began to deal with the scene. Beside the Jiuma Huashan section of the Li River, the fisherman had taken off his raincoat. But he looked very young, and didn't look like a person who fished all year round. He was sitting at the table eating fish, but Ertzi, who had been following him before, disappeared at this time. He died so soon? Why didn't they assassinate him when all 4 of them were together? How stupid. The fisherman looked at the interface in front of him, and the avatar of the assassin he had just contacted had turned gray. But it just happened to save a job transfer material. It's useless for such a fool to degenerate. Alas, Ertzi is not doing well anymore. When can I find new materials? The next morning, the train was about to arrive at Haicheng Station. The 2 policemen knocked on Han Yu's door. In front of them, there was a middle-aged man with a badge that read A8 Special Train, Chu Yongchang. The 2 policemen put the suitcase on the table. Chu Yongchang said, "Brother Han Yu, this is all the equipment of the assassin yesterday. We have checked it, and there is no problem. It is all your trophies. Take it quickly." "How did the assassin get on the train?" Han Yu asked. "If I remember correctly, the assassin was the woman who delivered the fruit during the day. It was obviously premeditated." After hearing this, Chu Yongchang looked a little embarrassed. "This is our fault. After graduating from high school, this girl was recruited into the railway system. I don't know when she got in touch with the new bishop. And she is almost at the 2nd level. If the assassination is successful, she will leave directly and return to the new bishop to prepare for the job transfer mission. So I said that classmate Han Yu is really worthy of being the provincial champion of Nanning. He actually killed a member of the new bishop above his level." "Oh, and this." Chu Yongchang took out a bank card from his pocket, and then took out another one from another pocket. "That member still has a mutation crystal on him. I'm very sorry that I can't return it, although the energy in it is almost gone. And the bonus for killing a member of the new bishop, here is a total of 2 million. Please accept it, brother Han Yu." "So fast, and it's not that much, right?" Han Yu looked at the 2 bank cards on the box. "And used mutation crystals can only be worth 1 million, but the one yesterday was clearly the residue thrown away by Han Yu. And according to the information he checked yesterday, the maximum reward for new bishops below level 20 is about 500,000. Well, the reward application has not been received yet, so our train has paid it first. As for the extra amount, I will just apologize personally. It is indeed a problem with our internal supervision." Thinking of what happened yesterday, Chu Wenchang was also sweating. If Han Yu really died yesterday, it is estimated that Nanming Province and Nanjing University would not let him go. The key is that there is such a time bomb on the train. There are often big figures on the special train. If they are not caught, I don't know what big troubles there will be in the future. "Okay, thank you very much." Han Yu was not polite. The other party's meaning was very clear. Don't hold on to this matter. Anyway, Hanyu was not injured, so there is no need to find fault. This is what we should do. We should apologize for failing to protect the safety of passengers. Chua Chang apologized again, and he was also very sincere in front of Hanyu, a junior. This is my business card. If you need a ride next time, I might be able to arrange it. Chua Chang handed out his business card and put it in Hanyu's hand. The front is Haicheng. I have arranged a special passage for you. Just go out from there. Chua Chang said one more sentence before leaving. Hanyu put away the business card. Chua Chang should be the conductor of this A8 special train. Maybe he will be useful in the future. Chapter 57. Chua Chang left. Hanyu opened the suitcase. These are what he worked so hard for yesterday. Inside is a dagger and a string of prayer beads on the top, which should be purple equipment. Below are some medicines and blue equipment on the assassin. Eagle Kiss, main weapon, dagger. Physical attack, 286 to 306. Attack speed fast. Agility +2. Strength +1. Trait 1. Critical hit. Critical hits are guaranteed to be critical hits and cause 200% damage. Trait 2. Backstab. Attack from the back of the enemy, guaranteed to be critical hits and cause 200% damage. Agility greater than 15 can be equipped. Backstab is a trait that most daggers will have, and the attribute is stronger than the Civic Cat Blood Blade, but Hanyu's agility attribute is still a little bit worse, so he can't use it for the time being. Shadow Rosary, Accessory, Bracelet. Spell Defense, 138 to 149. Agility +2. Trait, Bodiless. 2 of the Shadow Rosary can be removed, and after throwing them out, the user can teleport to the location of the rosary. Cooldown. A new rosary can be generated every 15 minutes. Hey, what a good thing. Hanyu didn't expect that the assassin came into his room not by skill, but by this equipment. If it was given to Ellie, wouldn't it be possible to teleport to the tree and quickly use the long-range shooting feature of the verdant longbow? However, Hanyu looked at the +2 agility. If these 2 attributes were added, he could just use Eagle Kiss. Then I wear it myself. There was no extra equipment that increased agility around him, so Hanyu decided to wear it himself. Hanyu took a look at the rest of the blue equipment. There were no traits and the attributes were average. This new bishop is too poor. Doesn't he give benefits to the members? Although he had 2 purple suits, Hanyu was still a little disappointed. Hanyu is now wearing a purple suit, which is really a bit arrogant. Ordinary people don't know how long it takes to save up a purple suit without a scholarship. So most players at level 10 or above use blue suits as a transition. After entering college, they work for the school to earn credits and exchange them for purple suits at a preferential price at school. But it's still more profitable than brushing dungeons. The new bishop is a good man. Hanyu looked at the bank cards and equipment on the table, 2 million plus 2 purple suits. The most important thing is the mutation crystal. Hanyu extracted a total of 12 attribute points. He didn't get so rich even after brushing the dungeon for the first time. If it weren't for Shanghai's management, I'm afraid that players would have killed each other before. Killing players makes more money than brushing dungeons. Hanyu shook his head. It is the greatest luck in the world that the order is still there. I hope it can still be maintained after the level 70 version is updated. Just as he put away his things, Jiang Ziqi's voice rang out at the door. Hanyu, we've arrived. Get ready to get off. Okay. The 4 of them left through the special channel arranged by the conductor, and finally returned to Haicheng. Hanyu and Jiang Ziqi went home, and Ren Yunyun took Jiang Ziyuan away to see with her own eyes what his browser records were. After returning to Haicheng, Hanyu finally lived a normal high school graduate's summer vacation life for a few days, watching the Summoner live broadcast and expressing his own opinions. Of course, he was blocked many times because of this. Now on the platform, he has basically become the public enemy of the Summoner anchor, and all the room managers are familiar with his ID. Hanyu, who had just rested for 3 days, and was watching the live broadcast, received a call from the manager of Mingyao Live Broadcasting Company. Hanyu, how was your rest? There are still 5 live broadcast tasks in the summer vacation. Tomorrow. Hanyu had already made an appointment in advance. He would do a dungeon in the next 3 days, use up 10 opportunities, and then wait for the start of school. It's not that he wants to rest, but Haicheng is a small place, and the dungeon carrying capacity is limited. Moreover, the summer vacation is now at its peak, and the number of people brushing the dungeon has increased. There are often situations where monsters cannot refresh in time, so you have to make an appointment to brush the dungeon, and there is a limit on the number of times. Okay, Then I prepare to go. I will recommend you tomorrow, and show your strength well. According to past experience, the first live broadcast often makes the most money. Of course, you may not be short of money now. Okay. Who said he is not short of money? He has been looking at level 15 equipment and skill books in the exchange. Although the price of Summoner's skill book is much lower than that of other professions, it basically starts at 2 million. There is no way, the explosion rate is too low, and no one is willing to sell it even if it is lower. Live streaming, for the sake of making money, it's not shabby. These 2 days, Hanyu wanted to see how this budding dungeon anchor broadcasts, whether he should do it like in his previous life, saying old Iron 666, small gifts go around when he is clearing the dungeon. But now it seems to be a simple live streaming, the skills of clearing the level are all in the process, you learn it yourself, and those who can explain a few sentences are considered friendly. Thinking that he will officially start clearing the dungeon tomorrow, Hanyu summoned Finn and others through the alien communication. Last time, Finn was given 5 attributes, but he has not yet been strengthened. With the 10 attribute points from the Goblin Dungeon, Hanyu now has 22 attribute points, including enhancements and skills. Thanks again to the good people of the new bishop. I must find them to reminisce when I have time. Finn walked out of the summoning circle with a hoe on his back, and his bones were shining with a faint silver light. Master, fight for you. After shouting the slogan, Finn looked around. Master, this is your home. Why does it look like a palace? Hanyu glanced at his bare apartment. He didn't change his house after receiving the bonus. After all, he was going to college soon. It's much better than my cemetery. Finn said one more sentence. Hanyu's face twitched, and he didn't answer, and directly opened the panel. Added 5 free attribute points to Finn's energy attribute. Finn, who was still looking around, was shocked, and a layer of silver light covered his body, which completely covered his entire skeleton this time. Finn naturally knew what happened, and immediately placed the hoe's staff in front of him and performed a standard wizard salute. Thank you, Master, for your reward. Hanyu finally got the prompt. Then gets enhanced. Skill, Dream Vine. The blood absorption speed is increased by 1.5 times. After absorbing enough blood and flesh, the Dream Vine will produce a seed, which can be used again after collecting. It is equivalent to increasing the damage and reducing the CD, but I don't know how much blood and flesh this is. I can experiment tomorrow. If the Dream Vine could produce seeds during the time with the Murloc tribe, they wouldn't have to jump into the fire and fight the Murloc warriors. It's a very good enhancement. Chapter 58. Hanyu looked at Finn, who was gently stroking his silver skeleton, and asked cautiously, What if your bones are broken again? What should I do if I need to replace them? It's okay, Master. This is the advanced level of Soul Fire. Even if my bones are replaced, they can quickly become silver. The original bones will turn into ordinary bones again after being away from the body for a long time. Then why are you so cautious? Go back and see slowly. Hearing that bones will turn into ordinary bones after leaving the body, Hanyu gave up the idea of asking Finn to dismantle the bones and sell them for money. After adding attribute points, Hanyu took out a piece of leather armor from his backpack. This was the purple quality leather armor made for Huyun. Huyun leather armor. Armor, leather armor. Physical defense, 323 to 363. Magical defense, 212 to 222. Constitution +2. Traits, none. Remarks, made by the future forging master give you a hammer for Hanyu, the 21st provincial champion of Naming province. It is durable and very reliable. It has no traits, but there is one more note. It should be added by give you a hammer. It looks like an advertisement. The defensive attribute is not bad, at least much better than his own Luoling cloth armor. And there are cloud patterns carved on it, and tiny gems are embedded at the intersection of the cloud patterns. It should be the stacking of materials mentioned by give you a hammer, but the whole leather armor is also a lot more gorgeous, a bit like purple equipment. Huyun, this is for you. Hanyu took out the leather armor and put it on Huyun. The leather armor covers Huyun's back and lower abdomen, and there is a buckle. This is a special request from Hanyu. If you add attribute points next time, Huyun can still use it when it grows bigger. After putting on the leather armor, Huyun jumped up and down happily, and the floor began to vibrate. Hanyu hurriedly pressed it down. This is an old residential area with poor sound insulation. If he jumps down again, people downstairs will come up to complain. There are still 17 attribute points. Hanyu calculated how to use them in his mind. He has not used the talent awakening function before. In order to brush the dungeon, he has never been willing to spend such a huge amount of money. Give it to Ellie to try it, and continue to strengthen the output. Hanyu called up the interface, selected Talent Awakening, and spent 10 attribute points to awaken a new skill for Ellie. Elven Archer Ellie has obtained a new skill, Lianju. 3 arrows are shot in succession, and each arrow increases the damage by 25% compared to the previous arrow. Cooldown time, 1. Determined by the user's physical strength. Gaia. Hanyu howled miserably, isn't this a scam? I already know how to use the combo. I never expected that this system could be so tricky. Ellie can use the combo as long as she has the stamina. Now this is considered awakening but not fully awakened, right? Fortunately, the cooldown time is not calculated according to time, otherwise Hanyu would really cry to death. The only benefit is that there is an additional damage increase effect, which enhances the single target killing ability, and if he doesn't have a longbow, he can also use the combo skill by sharing talents. But he has already brought the longbow that Ellie retired, and he is thinking about trying the feeling of an archer tomorrow. He calmed down his breath. Although he cursed the system for being a scam, he still opened the interface and added 5 points of strength to Ellie. Ellie has been enhanced. Please select the enhanced skill. Scattering enhancement. The number of arrows becomes 12, the range is increased, the damage is increased to 100% of the attack power, and the knockback time is slightly extended. Chain enhancement. The number of chain arrows is increased to 5, and each arrow increases damage by 30% compared to the previous one. Free attribute points consumed exceed 50 points. Talent sharing is advanced. The cooling time of a single summon is reduced to 10 minutes. The system prompt made Hanyu stunned for a moment. Talent sharing has actually been advanced. Although it only reduces the cooling time, he finally doesn't have to count the time. Even a copy has been maintained in the state of talent sharing. What is this, a versatile summoner? This is really a big surprise for me. Besides, I have enhanced it without using Talent Awakening before. This is the first time that I have invented the direction of enhancement. After thinking about it, Hanyu still chose Chain Enhancement, and continued to strengthen the single-point killing ability, which can greatly improve the efficiency of killing bosses. It can also be regarded as a benefit of awakening the Chain skill. Hanyu did not plan to use the remaining 2 attributes, so he kept them for emergency use. Hanyu looked at Ailey. Huyun and Finn had changed after being strengthened, but why didn't she change at all? She seems to have grown a little taller? Almost 1.5 meters tall? Maybe the life of the elves is too long, so the changes are almost invisible. Hanyu looked around and found no changes, and gave up directly. Okay, we have to brush a new dungeon tomorrow, go back and have a good rest. Hanyu cancelled the summon, and sent them back. The other falcon summoning skill, after he had been trying to summon it continuously, summoned a level 15 falcon, but it still had no attack power. There is only one auxiliary skill of Hawkeye, and there is no need to strengthen it for the time being. It is better to wait for 10 attribute points and awaken another skill for Huyun or Finn. As for Ailey, the next skill awakening will require 20 points. The next morning, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki came to the Dungeon Challenge Hall of Haicheng, where all the students' 10 challenge opportunities would be used up. Most of the players coming and going in the hall were students. The dungeon entrance of Haicheng was mainly for students on summer vacation. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki came to the registration counter and handed in their student ID cards. Hello, we want to challenge the dungeon. After checking the ID card, the staff looked at Hanyu and his eyes lit up. But she still had basic professionalism and covered her mouth without shouting. After calming down, she asked, Okay, what dungeon do you want to challenge? Any dungeon above level 15 is fine. Hanyu is now very confident in his strength, and there is no problem in challenging the dungeon of level 15. Sorry, no. Your ID card can only challenge dungeons below level 15. I didn't expect this answer. There was no way. This was his first time here. What if I pay for it myself? No, your level is not up to par. In principle, we cannot open high-level dungeons to you, although I believe in your ability. And self-paying also requires an appointment. Unless a high-level player guarantees you, or enters the dungeon with you. The staff smiled brightly at Hanyu. Okay, then choose a dungeon below level 15. One that yields more experience points. Having said that, Hanyu didn't want to find a high-level player to guarantee him. Okay, I have selected a dungeon for you, Bull Demon Dungeon. The monsters in it are very good at charging, so please be careful. The dungeon entrance is straight ahead to the left, walk slowly. Chapter 59. Okay, thank you. Hanyu took the student ID and pass handed over by the staff. Just as he was about to leave, a boy suddenly came up to him. Brother, are there only 2 of you? Yes, what's wrong? Han Yu looked at the boy, and there was a teammate behind him, probably looking for someone to team up. Do you want to join us? We are also preparing to brush the bull demon dungeon. You don't have a shield warrior, so it may not be easy to deal with the charge. Well, I'm a summoner. Han Yu seemed a little embarrassed to say his profession. Ah? The boy scratched his head and took a half step back. Summoner is good, haha, but we have another friend. We have to wait a while before entering the dungeon. You go first. Okay. Han Yu pretended to be disappointed, turned around and left with Jiang Ziki. No way, a summoner can find such a beautiful priest girl to team up with. Why can't I find one? I thought it was an elemental mage. The boy touched his face and complained to his friends. Sure enough, this is a world that values appearance after all. The staff who had been standing at the window couldn't help it. Student, are you serious about taking a half step back? What do you mean? The boy didn't understand what the staff meant. Summoners are also different. Do you know who the summoner just now was? Summoners? What are the differences between summoners? Oh, we can't disclose the guest information. Think about it yourself. Who is the different summoner in Haicheng? The staff seemed to have suddenly remembered, sat down, and stopped talking. Different summoners? How can summoners be different? Yushin. It's Yushin, right? The companion who had just heard the boy's complaints and had been silent reacted first this time. One person, with only one priest girl in the team, is the standard configuration of Yushin. Seeing the staff smiling without saying anything, they knew they guessed right. The two looked at each other and ran directly to the dungeon passage. Yushin, take me with you. I just want to get some experience. But when they arrived, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki had just opened the dungeon. The dungeon is about to open. Bull Demon Dungeon Nightmare difficulty. Please be prepared for battle. The two only had time to watch Han Yu go in, and then stood outside in a daze. It's Yushin. He actually chose a nightmare-level dungeon right away. Awesome. It's all your fault. You didn't recognize Yushin, and missed such a good opportunity. I want a photo with you. I also want an autograph. You blame me. You retreated faster than me when you heard the word summoner. Forget it, go out, find other teammates, see if there are any missing people. No more brushing. Yushin must have signed a contract with Mingyao Company. I'm going to watch the live broadcast. Oh yeah, then I'm going to watch the live broadcast too. I brush it tomorrow. At the same time Han Yu entered the dungeon, the Mingyao platform had been posted for a day, and countless viewers were waiting in Han Yu's live broadcast room. Today, Han Yu started broadcasting for the first time, and the most concerned people were still summoner players from all over the world. After all, they have waited for many years to wait for such a person who can represent summoners. When Mingyao Company issued a notice, the Summoner Mutual Aid group became lively. Why hasn't it started yet? Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? It's already 8:59. Here it comes, the live broadcast room is open. Hurry up and watch it. Although they didn't know how many times they had said that the summoner was a rubbish profession, it would be better to delete it earlier. If they couldn't find the planner for this game, they would have rushed to the door and beat him up. They can complain about this themselves, but every time they hear other people's jokes, they still can't help but feel uncomfortable. How they hope that one day the summoner can stand up. Now the opportunity has come. There is finally a genius among the summoners, and he even ranked in the top 10 in the country. How can they not be excited? When they heard that Han Yu's live broadcast room was finally open, they immediately rushed in. Hey, what's going on? Why can't I watch it? Ah, me too. It shows that you have blocked this user. When did I block Yushin? Ruoshui? This ID is so familiar. Isn't this the one who comes to our live broadcast room when he has nothing to do? It's Yushin. The people in the Summoner Mutual Aid group were stunned. Recently, they often saw a player with the ID Ruoshui commenting on the live broadcast room of the summoner. They thought it was a player from other professions who came to feel superior. So they joined the management of each room and blocked him. They have seen many such people. They have always implemented the strategy of out of sight, out of mind, and blocked them all. Who would have thought that this person was the Yushin they have always admired? Shua! What did I do? Yushin came to watch my live broadcast, and then I blocked him. Look quickly, Yushin didn't block us, otherwise we can't even watch the live broadcast. They hurriedly removed Han Yu from the blacklist, and opened the live broadcast again with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, they could finally watch it normally. Fortunately Yushin doesn't care. They breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can watch the live broadcast. The nightmare-level dungeon was opened. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki had just entered the dungeon, when the roar of a bull came from all directions. Here he comes, worthy of being Yushin. He challenged the nightmare level dungeon right away. Hey, when did you should reach level 13? Maybe the last time the Fishman tribe was upgraded? But the experience shouldn't be so much. Maybe he encountered another dungeon? It's rare to upgrade in the early stage, otherwise most players would not be at level 18 or 19 in the second semester of their freshman year. Originally, there was not much dungeon experience in the early stage, and it had to be distributed with teammates. However, Hanyu has always been a two-person team, and the Goblin Dungeon, the first brush plus the SSS level score experience bonus, allowed him to reach level 13 early. After tasting the sweetness, Hanyu chose the Nightmare level dungeon again. Just after entering the dungeon, the roar of a bull came. 20 bull demons were walking on the plain. The standing bull demons stared at Hanyu and Jiang Ziki with bloodshot eyes. Ailey, Hu Yun, and Finn had already walked out of the summoning circle. The 4 bull demon vanguards, who were originally standing squatted down, waved their 4 hooves, raised dust all over the sky, and charged towards Hanyu's team. People outside the field saw that Hanyu had just stood still when the bull demon vanguards had already charged. Normal players could only dodge and panic. So fast! Is there no pre-swing for this charge? It's really more difficult. In ordinary dungeons, the bull demon vanguards also need to scratch their hooves a few times in place before they can launch a charge. At the nightmare level, there is almost no pre-swing for casting spells. Chapter 60. Monsters of Nightmare difficulty have been enhanced in almost all aspects. The horns of the bull-headed vanguard are golden, which is obviously a sign of impending mutation. Hanyu pulled Jiang Ziki up, picked her up, threw her on Hu Yun, and sat on her. Hu Yun ran quickly. Even with leather armor on his body, there was no need to go head-on with these charging bull demons. He took Jiang Ziki and Hanyu and hid from the side. Hanyu raised the scepter and released the flame totem in the field. The ice flower effect was added to Ellie, and Jiang Ziki also added a weapon enhancement buff to Ellie. Finn stayed alone, threw a seed in front of him, and then dug a pit and hid in it. Hanyu put away the scepter and took out a longbow from his backpack. After sharing Ellie's talent, the longbow seemed to have merged with him. This longbow was eliminated by Ellie. Hanyu had only used the scattering skill before sharing Ellie's talent. This was the first time he used a real bow and arrow. However, after sharing Ellie's talent, all kinds of shooting experience in his mind seemed to grow out of thin air. It felt like as long as he pulled the bow, the arrow would hit the target as he wished. Ellie and Hanyu stood on each side, and 2 longbows shot out, shooting at the fast-charging bull demon, and the red damage numbers quickly floated up. However, the ice flower effect did not seem to work, and the bull demon in a special state was not affected by the deceleration. But at the end of the bull demon's charge, the desired dream vine had grown up, like a big net waiting for the bull demons to rush in. Like a train with a huge impact, the bull demon rushed into the big net woven by the desired dream vine without hesitation, pulling the epidermis of the strengthened desired dream vine to crack. The momentum was perfectly resolved by the mesh vines, and the small hands that emerged from the cracks in the dream of desire vines pierced through the skin of the bull demon vanguard and madly extracted blood. The bull demon could not escape the control of the dream of desire toxin and gradually gave up resistance in the vines. What perfect flesh and blood! Then drilled out from the ground. After the vines were strengthened, they were tougher than he thought. The charge of the 4 bull demon vanguards could not break them. The dream of desire vines that absorbed the flesh and blood of the bull demon grew more wildly and spread in all directions. Hanyu and Ellie also gave up attacking the bull-head vanguard and shot arrows at the giant shield bull demon and giant axe bull demon behind them. After the charge skill was completely ineffective, the bull demon, who was more than 2 meters tall, was no more than a toy of foam kite. Moreover, Hanyu was deliberately driving the bull demon into the range of the dream of desire vines, wanting to try how much flesh and blood the strengthened dream of desire vines needed to mature and produce seeds. 5 minutes later, all 20 bull demons fell to the ground. Half of them were sucked dry by the dream vine. The dream vine had lasted for 3 minutes and had completely withered, and finally a seed had grown on its trunk. Seed? Finn was even more surprised than Hanyu when he saw the seed. It actually produced seeds. A big breakthrough. The plants I made with animal flesh and blood can actually reproduce. This is simply a big breakthrough in the history of undead plants. Pick it and take it with you, and see if it can still produce seeds in the next dungeon. At least it should be able to be used continuously to meet Hanyu's expectations. In this way, as long as there is continuous flesh and blood, Finn's skill has almost no CD, and it plays a much greater role on the front battlefield than in the dungeon. Just now, it probably absorbed the flesh and blood of 12 bull demons to produce a seed. Moreover, the blood of bull demons is stronger than that of ordinary monsters. It seems that the flesh and blood of monsters in the first layer of ordinary dungeons can only produce one seed. Without resting, Hanyu directly pushed the second layer of the dungeon. He is now sharing Ellie's talent, which only lasts for 10 minutes, so he must cherish the time. In the second layer of the dungeon, Hanyu released the falcon to raid, and the summoning array was formed in the air, and a strong eagle flew out. With the help of Hawkeye's discovery of the weakness, Hanyu completely let go of his hands and feet to output. In the third layer, the talent sharing time has expired. Hanyu put away the longbow and shared Finn's talent. The dungeon was full of dream vines. All bull demons died in 4 minutes. The battle was resolved in 4 minutes. All bull demons on the third layer fell down. The new dream vines produced seeds again, which was no different from what Hanyu guessed. On the fourth floor, half of the mutants, Hanyu continued to share Finn's talent. The time limit was about to expire, and he did not hesitate to use the seeds. 6 minutes later, the last bull demon fell. What surprised Hanyu was that even though the talent sharing time limit had expired, the dream vine he created still produced seeds. Although Hanyu could no longer activate it, he could still give it to Finn to use. On the fifth floor, Hanyu pushed open the bright red door, and before he teleported in, he heard the piercing sound of electricity. As soon as he landed, the entire copy was covered by lightning. Hanyu and his companions reacted, but they still could not avoid the skill that covered the entire map. Their bodies were numbed by the electricity, and fell into a paralyzed state. Then, it was the charge of the bull-headed vanguard. Hu Yun, who was standing in the front, did not react and was directly knocked away. Then the people standing behind Hu Yun were also knocked away by the 4 bull demon vanguards. It was a seamless combo that caught Hanyu off guard, and his health was reduced to 2/3. The rest of the people were in a similar state. Before entering the bull demon dungeon, he had done his homework, and knew that one of the powerful mutants was the electric bull demon. But he didn't expect that the electric bull demon in the nightmare boss level would have the first attack skill directly cover the entire map. Got a combo. Dangerous feather god. The audience outside the venue saw this thrilling scene, and their hearts were in their throats. This was simply a force combo. Unless Hanyu used the falling feather rain blade as soon as he entered the dungeon, he would not be able to avoid the lightning attack that covered the entire map. In the nightmare level dungeon, once you are connected, you may face continuous attacks. Sure enough, after the charge of the 4 bull-headed vanguards, 2 more bull demons charged. And the electric bull demon standing in the middle flew a lightning ball from his staff towards Hanyu in the air. The speed was not fast, but it aimed at the position where Hanyu was about to fall. However, Hanyu in the air had no place to gain leverage, and had no way to change his posture. Another bull demon vanguard was charging towards Hanyu. If he took this attack and fell into paralysis again, he would be hit by the bull-head vanguard again, and might take the next attack from the electric bull demon. Chapter 61. It seems that the electric bull demon wants to kill him first. As long as he dies, all the summoned beasts will disappear. This made Hanyu feel relieved. If the bull demon's next target is Jiang Ziki or Ai Li, he may not be able to rescue them in time. Hu Yun, who landed first, has stopped under Hanyu, and his legs are strong, ready to resist the charge of the bull-headed vanguard. Hanyu was not panicked. He could still share Hu Yun's talent. He would not be killed in 1 second anyway. However, 10 minutes have passed, and Ai Li's talent sharing has been turned around. What he is thinking about now is how to output. Falcon. The summoned falcon just woke up from paralysis, and hurriedly controlled to fly towards him. The falcon flew over Hanyu's head. Hanyu grabbed the falcon's claws, and the momentum of his body falling was temporarily stopped. At the same time, his body was moved to the left. The lightning ball just flew over Hanyu's feet. But the falcon had not been enhanced by Hanyu, and it had not even left the category of animals. After being caught by Hanyu, its body was falling rapidly. Hanyu pulled hard with his hand, and the body in the air jumped up. The falcon fell suddenly after being caught by Hanyu, screaming, and spun in the air for a few times before stabilizing its body. Fortunately, Hanyu did not add attribute points to the falcon, otherwise he would have scolded himself in his heart. In the short hovering state in the air, Hanyu took out the longbow. Ellie's talent-sharing CD had been turned on. Hanyu stabilized his body, and drew the bow to shoot an arrow. Weakness discovery. Eagle eyes stared at the electric bull demon, and the weakness was refreshed in the left eye socket. Healing, weapon enhancement. After landing, Jiang Ziki, who was hiding behind skillfully, added 2 buffs to Hanyu, and Han Yu's blood volume recovered a quarter, and the healing effect was slowly recovering. 5 consecutive arrows. 5 arrows shot at the electric bull demon, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard. 5 arrows hit the left eye socket of the electric bull demon at the same time, and the damage increased. The last arrow almost shot through the head. The electric bull demon's magic staff danced, and the lightning ball flew around. Han Yu also began to fall in the air. Hu Yun saw that Han Yu had changed his position, and there was no need to fight the bull demon vanguard head-on. He directly changed direction and stopped below Han Yu again. He opened his mouth and roared, and all the bull demons around him stopped their actions temporarily. Seeing that Hu Yun was already below to catch him, Han Yu drew his bow and shot arrows again in the air, and 2 arrows hit the eye socket of the electric bull demon again. The bull demon who used the charge on the ground was also trapped by Finn's dream vines. Ellie dodged the charge of another bull vanguard, and the same consecutive arrows shot into the other eye socket of the electric bull demon. Except for the different directions, the arrows were exactly the same as those shot by Han Yu. This was the power of talent sharing, which completely copied the talent of the summoned creature. The electric bull demon, who had lost both eyes, completely lost his deterrent power, waving his staff and releasing lightning balls. Many of them even hit his kind. Hu Yun jumped up lightly and steadily caught Han Yu, who was falling from the air, removing the last bit of the impact of the fall. After stabilizing his body, he arched like a full moon and shot another arrow, piercing the head of the electric bull demon directly. The electric bull demon's staff released the last lightning ball, which hit the giant shield bull demon next to him, and his nearly 3-meter-tall body fell down. Unable to send out the second full-map lightning control, the nightmare-level boss, the electric bull demon was directly killed within 30 seconds. From falling into crisis to killing the electric bull demon, it took less than 30 seconds, and Han Yu's blood volume was almost full under the healing effect. The only group control output that could threaten Han Yu and his team was solved, and the remaining bull demons were killed by Han Yu and his team. Finn did not hold back and threw all the seeds. The dream vine grew rapidly, and after absorbing the bull demon's flesh and blood, it began to spread rapidly throughout the dungeon. The remaining bull demons did not even have space to charge. 6 minutes later, all the monsters on the 5th floor were cleared, announcing the official end of this nightmare-level dungeon. Extreme counterkill. So cool, this output is too terrifying. So calm, at such a dangerous moment, the first thing you think of is not to avoid the attack, but to counterkill. Awesome. This is a real summoner. When can I be half as strong as Yushin? Summoners upstairs, your reaction arc is a little long. If you discuss the last wave of wonderful counterkills, Han Yu will exit the dungeon. When the summoner players were still sighing at Han Yu's operation, they found that the battle on the screen had ended and was being settled. Congratulations on clearing the Bull Demon Dungeon Nightmare difficulty. Settlement in progress. Clearing time, 29 minutes and 32 seconds. Rating, SSS, Double Dungeon Experience, Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, 50% increased experience. Rewards have been issued. The time is much slower than Han Yu planned, and he wanted to break the record. But these bull demons are indeed more difficult to deal with than goblins. The card appears, and Han Yu flips it open. Congratulations on obtaining purple quality equipment, Bull Demon Great Axe. Small Physical Recovery Potion X5, Small Energy Recovery Potion X5. Bull Demon Great Axe, Main Weapon, Axe. Physical Attack, 387 to 417. Attack Speed Slow. Trait, Shockwave. Every third attack will be accompanied by a shockwave, slightly repelling the enemy. It's just one piece of purple equipment, and it's really not as much as what you get from the first dungeon. Han Yu was a little disappointed with his gains this time, but fortunately, there was a nightmare-level experience bonus. Even so, Han Yu still needs half a tube of experience to reach level 14. Even with the double bonus, the experience of this low-level dungeon is not enough. Han Yu ended the summoning and exited the dungeon. If he couldn't brush the high-level dungeon, he might have to use up 10 dungeon challenge opportunities, all of which were nightmare level, to successfully reach level 15. It is estimated that the whole summer vacation will be spent here. The early upgrade is too slow. After the summoning ended, Han Yu gained 10 attribute points again. He and Jiang Ziki appeared outside the dungeon entrance. What? It's over. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. Why did it feel like they hadn't recovered yet, and the nightmare level dungeon was flattened just like that? Since yesterday, the Sprout has been launched. Many people have been looking forward to it all day. Han Yu chose a nightmare difficulty dungeon and thought there would be a good show. As a result, now, it has been flattened in less than half an hour. Didn't have time to give gifts, how come it's over? Ah, should I say that Yushin is too fast, or that Yushin is too powerful? He cleared the nightmare level dungeon in 30 minutes, and it was a dungeon of the same level, not a downgrade to bully noobs. Chapter 62. After Hanyu exited the dungeon, today's live broadcast officially ended. Hanyu had made preparations in advance. He combed his hair into an adult style, and repaired the durability of all weapons and equipment to perfection. Even before entering the dungeon, he thought of today's combo, and he must shock all the audience. He wanted to play the style of his first live broadcast. After the live broadcast ended, he quickly came to his live broadcast room to see the reactions below. As expected, almost all the audience were stunned, and there were praises below. Hanyu was also very satisfied with his performance today, and was secretly proud of himself. Until he saw a comment, "God, you is so fast." Before I reacted to the gift, the dungeon was already over. Awesome. Just this one comment was ranked 3rd on the hot comment list. There were people replying, "Yes, yes. I didn't even have time to send out my rocket. Oh yes, yes. I didn't have time to send out my sports car." Hanyu's face turned pale. Half an hour. You didn't even have time to send out gifts? With this reaction speed, what kind of game are you still playing? Can you find a factory to work in? Hanyu felt a pain in his chest, feeling that he had missed a large bonus. He hurried to the window again, and it was still the same service staff. "Can you open a dungeon for me again?" "No, according to the regulations, students can only use the dungeon challenge opportunity once every 3 days. Yushin, you know, our Haicheng is a small place, there are not many dungeons, and monster refreshes also take time, so this is the only way." Really? Hanyu decided to exercise the privilege of the provincial champion and showed his student ID. The service staff whispered, "Don't worry, Yushin, I will keep it a secret and won't reveal that you are Yushin." It seems that his identity as the provincial champion has no privileges here. Hanyu looked back and saw that everyone was looking at him with respect and eagerness. Everyone recognized him, so why should he keep it secret? "Okay, see you in 3 days." Hanyu chose to ask for the gifts he owed next time. If he didn't leave, some of these players might really muster up the courage to rush up and ask him for autographs and photos, so it would be better to leave first. After quickly leaving the hall, Hanyu returned to his home. After returning home, he checked his live broadcast account. Fortunately, although he didn't have time to send gifts, Hanyu still received gifts worth more than 700,000 yuan. After dividing them, he still had more than 400,000 yuan in his hand. Alas, the first time was obviously when the traffic was the highest. Hanyu, how could you make such a low-level mistake? It's almost level 15. Hanyu is going to change a set of equipment. Skill books and equipment are all money. Then he will buy a set for his summons. With Hanyu's upgrade speed, his equipment must be changed from generation to generation. It is estimated that he will not have enough money to spend in the future. When he was regretting, a message came from the live broadcast platform. Summoner Sherdong, "Yushin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were Yushin before, and I blocked you. I apologize to you on behalf of all summoners on the Mingya platform." Ruoshui, "It's okay, I said a little too much, don't mind it." Hanyu didn't care. He just went to watch the fun. Most of his comments were casual. They didn't have much reference value for ordinary summoners. It was normal to be blocked. Summoner Sherdong, "I knew that Yushin wouldn't care about such a small matter. By the way, Yushin, we have a summoner mutual aid group. Do you want to join it? Although you may not need any help." Mutual aid group? Hanyu had heard about the summoner mutual aid group in the live broadcast room. Summoners often team up to brush the dungeon together. Since the summoned creatures are unstable, they can use quantity to defeat quality. Maybe someone will summon a creature that exceeds the level. But Hanyu had never considered joining before. He didn't need mutual aid, and he couldn't provide much reference value to others, but now he is a little tempted. It is mainly because the information of the new bishops shows that most of the strong ones among the new bishops are puppet masters, who have changed their jobs, and the new bishop's favorite fresh blood is also the frustrated summoners. If the new bishop wants to develop fresh blood, the best place is the gathering place of summoners, the summoner mutual aid group, and talk to the summoners who are resentful. Maybe someone is willing to switch to a degenerate profession. Thinking of this, Hanyu directly replied in agreement. Summoner Sherdong, "Really? Then I will add you to the group right now." Sherdong on the opposite side did not expect Hanyu to really agree, but just tried to ask. Hanyu joining the group will probably make the group members excited for a while. By the way, can you do me a favor? I just started live streaming recently. Can you help me find someone to be my room manager? I can pay him a salary. Han Yu reflected deeply, and felt that he could not only blame himself for his mistakes today. More importantly, he lacked a room manager. He had to maintain the image of Yushin, so he should leave the gift to the room manager. Since Sherdong also frequently broadcast live, there must be a suitable room manager to recommend. Summoner Sherdong. Of course, I will post this message in the group. There must be countless people who want to be one. I will definitely help you choose the most suitable room manager. A month later, Han Yu completed the 10th dungeon challenge. The same SSS level evaluation and nightmare level difficulty as always. However, this time Han Yu did not rush out after challenging the dungeon, but stood there thinking, as if he was summarizing his combat experience. This is the awareness of the provincial champion. Even if he completed the dungeon so easily, and made almost no mistakes, he would still review the entire battle. Yes, this is our Haicheng Yushin. He will do his best in every battle, and summarize every battle experience. Friends, please walk around with the gifts in your hands, and walk around with the free glow sticks. This is Yushin's last live broadcast of the summer vacation. Please cherish it. The room manager reminded everyone in time not to indulge in the wonderful battle and forget to brush gifts. In an instant, gifts were brushed on the screen. Rocket sports cars flew everywhere. Han Yu stood there for a minute before opening his eyes. He looked like he had a deep understanding, waved his hands gently, and exited the dungeon. Since the second time brushing the dungeon, Han Yu has developed the habit of summarizing his experience after the end. In fact, they are all dungeons of 10 to 15, even if they are nightmare level difficulties. What is there to summarize? It's just time for the audience to brush gifts, and since the end of the first dungeon, Sherdong found 3 room managers for Han Yu to choose from. Sure enough, with the help of the room manager, the help from the brothers in the Summoner Mutual Aid group, and the 1 minute Han Yu set aside after each battle, the level of gifts in the live broadcast room rose rapidly. The income soared. After these 10 live broadcasts, Han Yu made at least 7 to 8 million yuan, and was very satisfied with the income. Han Yu walked out of the hall again, and ended the live broadcast. He finally reached level 15, and was about to officially leave the rookie player camp. Chapter 63. After reaching level 15, players can completely get rid of the novice title, unlock the title system, and unlock the skill book function. Han Yu can also learn a professional skill again, which is one of the most powerful skills in the early stage, just like the elemental mage's star summoning. The summoner's level 15 skill is very simple, Rage. It consumes 2 skill points to learn. Rage, summoner's professional exclusive skill. After using it, all summons enter a rage state. All summons gain benefits. 4-dimensional attributes overall plus 6. Attack speed, plus 50%. Critical hit rate, plus 50%. All summons gain debuffs. Physical defense, reduced by 50%. Magic defense, reduced by 50%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooling time, 30 minutes. A skill that is as powerful as the elemental mage's star summoning skill, but it also has a strong negative effect. Level 15 is also one of the few levels of summoners that can surpass other professional players. After using Berserk, the summoner's strength can even surpass the level to kill monsters, but it's a pity that it can't be sustained. It's okay for short-term battles, but it will still be disliked when it comes to brushing maps. After learning the 15th level professional skills, Han Yu took out 2 skill books. The skill book that was previously dropped in the Goblin Dungeon, Summoning, Shadow Blade Mantis, and the skill book that he spent 2.9 million to buy at the exchange, Summoning Molten Lizard. Even though the Summoner skill book is not in the market, the Molten Lizard skill book is sold for nearly 3 million. There is no other reason. The Molten Lizard has a taunt skill, and its body is covered with a thick layer of leather armor. A stable taunt control is too important for the summoner. Even if the luck is too bad, and the summoned creature is 3 levels lower than himself, the taunt skill, and the Molten Lizard with its own armor can also buy enough reaction time for the summoner. Shadow Blade Mantis? From the name, it should be some kind of creature that is good at sneak attacks, and it should have assassin-type skills. Just now, Han Yu has shared Ellie's talent. Although he looks like an assassin, he can only use the Civic Cat Blood Blade Backstab. After choosing to learn, Han Yu used the skill, and a mantis only half a meter tall came out of the summoning array, with some mucus on its body, obviously a juvenile. Level, LV12. Han Yu's face twitched. This is too unlucky. He summoned a creature 3 levels lower than himself right away. He ended the summoning, and waited for the CD of the next summoning. Half an hour later, he started summoning again, and a scarred mantis came out, even with a broken leg. LV15. Shadow Blade Mantis, status, injured. Hanyu cursed inwardly, and cancelled the summoning again. After Hanyu tried 8 times, he took a bottle of energy potion, and finally a mature Shadow Blade Mantis came out. It is nearly 2 meters long, with sharp wings shaking, bringing up strong wind vortexes. The 2 transparent forelimbs under the mouthparts are like sharp blades, shining with a light golden luster. They are 2 real biological mantis knives. Hanyu felt a chill on his neck just by looking at them. LV-18, Shadow Blade Mantis. Energy, 16. Constitution, 15. Strength, 28. Agility, 29. Skills, Miss Shadow. After using the skill, Shadow Blade Mantis gains a short-term invisibility, 3 seconds, and gains a movement speed bonus. Attacking will make Shadow Blade Mantis appear from the invisible state, but the first attack after the invisible state causes 150% damage. Within 10 seconds of appearing, the skill can be used again. If it is not used again within 10 seconds, the skill will enter a cooldown of 10 minutes. Finally, Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. The rules of this world are too malicious to summoners. In 8 times, Hanyu summoned the 12th level Shadow Blade Mantis 3 times, which was already the lower limit, but only this time did he find the 18th level Shadow Blade Mantis. That's it. Hanyu felt exhausted. Each summoning not only consumed energy, but also consumed brain power. In the same way, Hanyu began to select his own lava rock lizard. After knocking 2 bottles of energy potion, he finally summoned an 18th level lava rock lizard. A 2-meter-long giant lizard crawled out of the summoning array, with a thick layer of rock armor on its body, and there seemed to be molten flames flowing in the gaps. The tail, as thick as an adult's thigh, rubbed against the floor, making a harsh sound. Lava Rock Lizard, LV-18. Energy, 15. Constitution, 31. Strength, 19. Agility, 16. Skills, Taunt. After using the Taunt skill, enemy creatures within 3 meters are forced to attack the Lava Rock Lizard for 3 seconds. Lava Armor. Lava lizards are naturally covered with a layer of rock armor on their bodies, which can resist 310, Physique X10, points of damage and gain 10% damage reduction. After the rock armor is broken, it will reform after 5 minutes. It took 10 attempts to find this lava lizard. Hanyu looked at the lizard in front of him and felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. After the summoning was successful, Hanyu felt his head swell. Hanyu had never felt this way before. After all, 1 summon can be used for 1 copy. And the summoned creature is too powerful, which results in more energy consumption. After the summoning is successful, it is to add attribute points. Hanyu has already prepared 40 attribute points, just for these 2 as a backup. This summer vacation, he gained a total of 112 attribute points, including a few extra points from 2 nightmare-level dungeons. Hanyu had already used Talent Awakening on Ellie, Huyun and Finn, awakening their second skills. As for the second Talent Awakening, 30 attribute points are needed. Hanyu can't afford it for the time being. Now there are 40 points left, which are prepared for Shadow Blade Mantis and the next summoned beast. Opening the interface of Shadow Blade Mantis, Hanyu first consumed 10 points to use Talent Awakening and learn skills for Shadow Blade Mantis. Shadow Blade Mantis consumes free attribute points and obtains Talent Awakening. Unlock skills. Shadow Leap. Shadow Blade Mantis jumps a long distance in the air and strengthens the Mantis Blade, increasing the attack power of the Mantis Blade by 150% for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Dash Enhanced Skill. It's pretty good, and it fits the identity of Shadow Blade Mantis as an assassin. In any case, it's better than Ellie's Talent Awakening. After he spent 10 attribute points to strengthen Ellie, he ended up unlocking the skill of Continuous Arrows, a skill that Ellie had already learned. He was a little speechless. After spending skill points on Shadow Blade Mantis, Hanyu also connected to Shadow Blade Mantis's brain, and could sense some simple thoughts of Shadow Blade Mantis. But he only felt words like hunt, devour, hungry. Just sensing Shadow Blade Mantis's thoughts made Hanyu feel a wave of killing intent. After Shadow Blade Mantis recovered its memory, it only roared twice in front of Hanyu, and did not show too much closeness. Chapter 64. This should be the summon with the lowest IQ that Hanyu summoned. No, it is not the one with the lowest IQ, but it has put all its talent points on hunting. When the thoughts were connected, Hanyu could clearly sense how many ways it could tear its prey apart. It was a complete killing machine. And this killing machine was about to be used. After the skill was unlocked, Hanyu consumed 10 free attribute points again, to add points to Shadow Blade Mantis. Strength increased by 7, Agility increased by 3. Since Shadow Blade Mantis only thinks about hunting, he will completely turn it into a hunter. With its elusive skills, it can definitely make the enemy die without knowing how. Shadow Blade Mantis gets enhanced. Please select an enhanced skill. After 10 attribute points were smashed, Shadow Blade Mantis got the first enhancement. Enhanced skill. Miss Shadow can be invisible 3 times within 20 seconds, and then the skill will enter cooldown. Enhanced skill. Shadow Leap after killing the enemy. The cooldown of Shadow Leap skill is refreshed. After thinking about it, Hanyu chose to strengthen Shadow Leap. Although it cannot be invisible, it can continuously refresh skills as long as it kills. High mobility is too important for an assassin-type summon. Then it is the Molten Rock Lizard. The same process, first awaken the talent. Unlock skills. Flame Armor. The Molten Rock Lizard's rock armor is covered with molten flames. The enemy's attack will be countered by 15% of magic damage. Enemies with the Molten Flame effect will receive reduced treatment, and the treatment effect will be reduced by 30%. The strengthened Molten Rock Lizard has tall spikes on its back, and the Molten Flame on the gaps in the rock armor has increased. The rock armor and the flame armor are fused together. Hanyu looked at the spikes on the back of the Molten Lizard. Isn't this Godzilla standing up? No wonder, I felt familiar with it before. After adding the back spikes, this lizard is simply Godzilla's biological son, but one is in the soil, and the other is in the sea. Then all 10 attributes are added to the physical fitness. It must be as tough as can be. The enhanced skill is to increase the taunt time to 5 seconds. After all, this is the most important function of the Molten Lizard. After the enhancement, Hanyu summoned all his summons. All the summons appeared at the same time, and Hanyu felt that his mind was dazed for a while, and then quickly returned to normal. This shows that he has been a little bit struggling to maintain these summons. When the summons appear, they will consume the summoner's energy. The stronger the summons, the more energy they consume. In the future, it may not be the summons that are dragging down, but the summoner himself. If the number of summons has reached the limit of the summoner's energy, continuing to summon will fail. However, Hanyu's equipment now mainly adds points for agility, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in energy. Moreover, the summons in his hand are all at level 18, so it is normal to be a little bit strenuous. After the first round of strengthening, the golden color on the body of Shadow Blade Mantis is more obvious. Under the sunlight, it reflects the dangerous color unique to insects. Then, his whole body has turned silver, and even a faint golden light has appeared. He has completely turned into a silver skeleton, and is heading towards the golden skeleton. Now his bones are not something that ordinary monsters can bite off. The attributes of each summon: Fin, Energy, 36. Constitution, 13. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Skills: Dream Vine, Flesh Spores. Fin releases 10 spores forward. When the enemy inhales the spores in the air, they will grow rapidly in the enemy's body. At a slow state to the enemy. If the spores are not cleared out of the body after 10 seconds, they will cause an explosion in the enemy's body. Ali, Energy, 11. Physique, 12. Strength, 28. Agility, 23. Skill, Scattering. Linking. Huyun, Energy, 10. Physique, 24. Strength, 18. Agility, 19. Skill, Soul Capture. Yunchi, Huyun gains a permanent 20% movement speed bonus. As for Hanyu himself, the 2 free attribute points at each level are added to energy, plus the equipment bonus, and now the energy has just exceeded 26, and the agility has exceeded 22. In addition, he equipped himself with some purple decorations, and gave the Shadow Rosary to Ellie to ensure that she could output at high altitudes at any time. He was obviously the summoner, but his current energy attribute was not even as good as Fin. This system was really prepared purely for summons. Now his summons, in terms of attributes alone, should not be inferior to a normal level 20 player. Of course, if it is a 1v1 battle, it still won't work. After all, players can have all kinds of strange skills and various equipment characteristics. Everything is ready. It's time to contact my brother Wang. Hanyu took back all the summons. After everything was sorted out, Hanyu turned on his mobile phone, logged into the chat software, and switched to the small account. Account name: Summoner Wei Yigiao, and in the column of the personal signature, he also wrote, Summoning Garbage Profession, and the big brother Wang he mentioned was a summoner named Wang Hongbo in the group. After Sherdong invited him to join the group, he created this small account. Hanyu explained to Sherdong that he had always been uncomfortable using his big account to speak in the group, and wanted to create a small account to chat with everyone. Sure Dong readily agreed. He was surprised that Han Yu agreed to join the Summoner Mutual Aid group, but he just thought that he joined because he was embarrassed to refuse him. He didn't expect that he was willing to speak in the group now. Originally, he needed to verify his summoner identity before joining the group, but Sure Dong directly helped him skip this step. After joining the group, as Han Yu guessed, the group discussed dungeon strategies. There are also many complaints every day, most of which are self-deprecating about how bad the summoner profession is, and why this profession has not been deleted. Some even said directly that after reaching level 20, they would go home and work in the factory. The harder it is to brush resources, the less they can gain from dungeons. For free players, the official will not give too much support, and they need to pay a fee to enter the dungeon. After all, dungeon monsters are not infinitely refreshed, and maintaining the dungeon entrance also requires continuous resource investment. Han Yu is looking for this kind of complaints, and the new bishop may be among these people. I tried to add a few players, who often complained in the group, but I got nothing every time. I found that they were just complaining. The next day, I heard that there was a dungeon to brush, and I ran over immediately. Just like the office workers in the previous life, I said I would quit every day, and I rolled up at the company the next day. After several failures, Han Yu simply gave up looking for it himself, and turned on the crazy complaining mode. When others scolded the summoner, he scolded even more harshly. If there were someone in the group of the new bishop, it would probably not take long for him to find me. Sure Dong, the only one who knew Han Yu's identity, was stunned. Does this feather god have such a big grudge against the summoning profession? Chapter 65. Or is Yushin just bored and teasing his friends? If his true identity is revealed, he will be killed on the spot. As the group leader watched Han Yu's speech become more and more radical and constantly slide towards the edge of danger, Sure Dong always felt that he was becoming less and less safe as the only person who knew about it. After a heated discussion, few people dared to respond to Han Yu's words. It was forbidden to post too many negative comments in the group. This Wang Hongbo was one of the players, who still agreed with Han Yu. At Sure Dong, this Wei Yidio and Wang Hongbo are your relatives, right? Why don't you ban them for talking like this? Finally, a group member couldn't stand it anymore and tagged Sure Dong. Sure Dong, who had been watching Han Yu's speech with fear, could only remind him in the group, although the summoning is not that strong, don't be resentful. Since it is a game, there will be a day when the version is updated. Maybe the next version of summoning will not be a sewer. Wang Hongbo, it has been almost 100 years since the version was updated. I am afraid that I will not live to see that day. Wait, yo. Indeed, if you ask me, the summoning profession should not exist. This profession is designed to disgust people. Yushin, give me some face. Sure Dong wailed in his heart. If it were someone else, he might have already sent the plane ticket. Seeing that Han Yu had no intention of giving in, Sure Dong could only press the mute button with trembling hands at Wei Yidio and Wang Hongba. You two should not be so resentful, and don't spread such remarks in the group. The mute will be for 1 hour, and it will not happen again. After the two were mute, Wang Hongbo added Han Yu as a friend within a few minutes. After that, Wang Hongbo would complain to Han Yu every day about how bad the summoning profession was, and he looked like he wanted to give up every day. Every time Han Yu agreed with him wholeheartedly, and they were two bosom friends who had met too late. But Wang Hongbo still didn't mention anything about the new bishop. Until 8 days ago, Han Yu searched a lot of summoner complaints on the internet and sent them all to Wang Hongbo. Wang Hongbo sent a mysterious message. Brother Yidiao, I have a way to make summoners stronger. Do you want to try it? Wei Yidiao, what method? Skill book? Wang Hongbo, no, what's the use of a skill book? This method is to fundamentally change the summoner. By then, it is not impossible to be as strong as Yushin. Wei Yidiao, Brother Wang, I have always treated you as a brother, and you actually wanted to cheat me. How much money can a summoner like me have for you to cheat? Money? We are family. Can I ask for your money? Don't worry, I won't ask for a penny. Yours. And I guarantee you can become stronger. Really? Really? I'm your brother Wang. How can I lie to you? But I can tell you in advance that becoming stronger is not that easy. You must have enough determination. These days, I saw that you seemed very dissatisfied with the current situation, so I told you this method. The method has a certain degree of danger. As for whether to use it or not, it depends on your choice. Wei Yidiao, what method? Han Yu held the phone with a smile on his face. He finally took the bait. It was worth it for him to risk social death every day to complain in the group. Secret, a very secret method. I will tell you when you decide. Wei Yidiao, can I think about it first, Brother Wang? Wang Hongbo, of course, come to me when you're ready. At this point, Han Yu was basically sure that this person had contact with the new bishop, at least he was a middleman. This Wang Hongbo was quite hidden. He usually posted guides in the group, but he was always there when he complained. In the eyes of others, he was the kind of person who loved and hated the summoner profession, which was also the norm for most summoners. After confirming it, Han Yu was not in a hurry. He did not take the initiative to ask Wang Hongbo about becoming stronger. Instead, he concentrated on upgrading. At least, he had to be level 15 before he could trouble the new bishop. According to his speculation, in a small city like Haicheng, the strength of the new bishop would not be very strong. After all, they had a huge demand for mutation crystals. The closer to the front battlefield, the stronger the new bishop would be. However, Wang Hongbo came to ask Han Yu every 2 days about his consideration. Han Yu's answer was that he was still considering it. Although the mutation crystal is a good thing, you have to be alive to get it. As of today, he is level 15. The points are basically used up, and all the summons have been strengthened. It feels like the time is almost right. Han Yu picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Hongbo. Brother Wang, is there really a way to make the summon stronger as you said before? After asking Han Yu several times, Wang Hongbo almost gave up. He rarely complained to Han Yu in the past 2 days. It seems that he had given up. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a message from Han Yu. Wang Hongbo, brother you. Dragged it on for too long. Wei Yidiao, brother Wang. Please really help me this time. My girlfriend despises me for being a summoner, and wants to break up with me. This time, I must become stronger to show her. Wang Hongbo, oh it's difficult. If I had told you a few days earlier, there would still be a chance, but you've been thinking about it for too long. Wei Yidiao, brother Wang. I'm sorry, I didn't believe it before, but now I can only find you, help me brother Wang. Han Yu found a pleading emoticon, and sent it over. Wang Hongbo, okay, we are brothers. You are in Haicheng, right? I give you an address. Go find someone there, and tell them I asked you to go. They will help you. Wei Yidiao, can you really become as strong as Yushin? Brother Wang, you didn't lie to me, did you? Wang Hongbo smiled proudly in front of the phone, with an expression of a fish on the hook. This kid is really cautious. Then he continued to type and replied, I tell you a little bit of information. This method can also stabilize summons, which is equivalent to one of Yushin's talents. Don't worry, kid, as long as you are willing, it's just a matter of time before you become as strong as him. Wei Yidiao, no, I want to become stronger than Han Yu. Every day when I see him live, I hate him so much. Why are they both summoners? He can do it, but I can't. Thinking that Wei Yidiao's resentment was so deep, Wang Hongbo felt even more proud, knowing that this time it was stable. Wang Hongbo, don't worry, after tonight, you will be on the road to becoming a real strong man. After that, Wang Hongbo sent an address, which seemed to be a private house outside the 3rd ring road of Haicheng. Okay, thank you, brother Wang. Han Yu sent an inspirational expression. It's okay, we are all brothers, hurry over, I have already explained it to them. Haicheng is not big to begin with, and the address is close to the suburbs, and there are several cracks at that 3 kilometers. It doesn't affect life, but it's a bit annoying after all, so anyone with some money has moved away. After adjusting his state, Han Yu officially went out, and headed for the location set by Wang Hongbo. At the same time, he took out his new mobile phone that he had prepared long ago, set the phone number of the Shanghai branch as a smart call sign, and if he could beat them, he would kill them all, and then take the mutation crystal and equipment and leave. If he couldn't kill them, he would call the police directly to get the bonus. With Shadow Blade Mantis, it shouldn't be difficult to escape. When Han Yu arrived at the designated location, the sun had already set halfway, and the sky became dim. Standing in a corridor, Han Yu knocked on the door in front of him. There was no response. He knocked twice, but still no response. At this time, the phone rang. It was a message from Wang Hongbo. Brother, I'm sorry, I said the wrong address. It's not Unit 1, but Unit 3. Chapter 66. Han Yu looked around. From the moment he entered the community, he felt someone was watching him. His high energy made him more sensitive than ordinary people. But he couldn't feel where the gaze came from. It seemed that it was still far away from him, but he could guess that it was someone from the new bishop, watching him from a distance. Han Yidiao, okay, I go to Unit 3 now. Han Yu ran downstairs, ready to use the talent-sharing Shadow Blade at any time to escape in stealth. But nothing happened. Han Yu came to Unit 3, but when he knocked on the door, there was still no response. The phone rang again. Wang Hongbu, brother, look at my brain. It's the next community, not this community. Han Yidiao, brother Wang, you are kidding me, right? Wang Hongbu, don't worry, it's really the last time. The address this time must be correct. In front of a window in the opposite community, a high-powered telescope was staring at Han Yu's every move. Well, it's confirmed. It's the same person. It's just that his hair makes him look a little bit unintelligent. What's the matter with the unintelligent? This guy has a deep grudge against summoning. He must be very strong after degeneration. Hurry up and accept it. Okay, hang up. He will be here soon. After walking around again, Han Yu finally came to the last address given by Wang Hongbo. This time, there was finally a response when he knocked on the door. Who is it? A rough voice sounded in the house. Did Brother Wang ask me to come? Han Yu said in a timid tone. Which Brother Wang? We don't have this person here. It's Brother Wang Hongbo. He said you have? Okay, stop talking, come in. The door opened, revealing a man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he often stayed up late, and there was a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. The man glanced at Han Yu's hair and made a sound of tisk, still non-mainstream. This must have been a popular hairstyle 100 years ago. Before Han Yu came again, he bought a wig and put on some makeup. He was a celebrity in Haicheng, and it would be bad if he was recognized as soon as he entered the door. Han Yu smiled awkwardly. Trends are always in circulation. I think our non-mainstream era is coming. Wei Yidiao? The man took Han Yu into the room, sat down in the living room, and asked. In addition to him, there were two other people sitting on the sofa in the living room. The first one was a pale and thin man with a scepter next to him. It looked like a summoner. There was a high-powered telescope on the windowsill, which should be the one looking at him just now. It seemed that Wang Hongbo did not give the first two addresses casually, so he could see Han Yu clearly here. Yes, I am Wei Yidiao, and Brother Wang asked me to come here. Han Yu secretly looked at the three people, looking a little uneasy. Don't be nervous. When you become stronger, we will all be a family. Can you really become stronger? My girlfriend always says that summoners are the most hopeless profession. Is there really a way to become stronger? Hearing about becoming stronger, Han Yu immediately became excited. The man laughed and took out a mutation crystal from his backpack and put it on the table. Hold it in your hand and try to absorb the power inside. You will take the first step to become a strong man. Han Yu looked at the crystals on the table, which obviously had little energy, and was a little disappointed. The crystals used to recruit new people have almost been used up, and the new bishop branch in Haicheng doesn't have much stock. But he still tried his best to make a surprised expression. Mutated crystals? You are? The new bishop's people? You don't seem to be particularly surprised? Said the thin man who had been sitting still. My acting skills need to be improved. Han Yu silently gave himself a 0 for his acting skills in his heart. He continued, I actually guessed something. You are the new bishop's people, right? But I still want to give it a try. The man with dark circles under his eyes glanced at Han Yu's messy hair. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Since you figured it out, just absorb it. There is only one chance, so don't waste it. Is the puppet master really better than the ordinary summoner? I heard from Brother Wang that you can fix the summoned creatures like Han Yu here. Can I take a look before deciding? You kid, do you think you still have a chance? Either join us or die here. The man with dark circles under his eyes stood up and stared at Han Yu fiercely. Old Zhang, don't be so anxious. Brother Yidiao will be one of us soon. Brother Huang is the puppet master. You can show him. The man sitting in the corner of the sofa spoke to smooth things over. Brother Huang, what do you think? The thin man nodded. Okay, but let's extract the crystal energy first. After the crystal energy is extracted, ordinary people are equivalent to being polluted. Even if they do not change their jobs to degenerate professions, there is a risk of mutation at any time. Han Yu gritted his teeth. Okay. Thank you for your care in the future. Then he picked up the crystal on the table with trembling hands and held it in his hands. Found a low-level energy stone. Do you want to absorb it? Already absorbed. Get a free attribute point. Just 1 point. I hope I still have some in stock, otherwise it will be a big loss. It took him nearly half a month to catch such a fish. After absorbing it, Han Yu put the mutant crystal on the table. The energy inside had been completely sucked out, without a trace of impurities. You are quite good at absorbing. This is my weekly amount. The man, with dark circles on his face, was in pain. He shouldn't have opened the door. Now he has lost 1/10 of a crystal stone. I didn't notice it, and I sucked it all. Han Yu scratched his head. He really didn't know that this thing has a quantity. And it's just one attribute point, which is actually his weekly amount. No wonder these new bishops are stingy. You have a good talent. The thin man chuckled and said, "Don't feel sorry for Lao Zhang. The priest will reward you for recruiting such an excellent seedling. Then I will show you another way to summon, to control the puppet." The man waved the scepter in his hand, forming a summoning circle on the ground. When the man cast the spell, Han Yu also saw the player's nameplate on his head, LV21, Puppet Master. A Puppet Master at level 21 should be the strongest combat power among them. Han Yu had a plan in his mind, and it was estimated that he could eat it safely today. A giant ape and a man with a long sword on his back walked out of the summoning circle. But both of them had their eyes closed, and did not even say something like "the master fights for you." Chapter 67. These are just some of my collections. You can take a look at their power. The man with the long sword on his back suddenly opened his eyes, swung the long sword behind him, and a cross-shaped sword energy flew out. A deep groove was left on the cement ground, and the wind almost blew Han Yu's wig away, which Han Yu quickly held down. Cross slash? This summon is a swordsman player? Han Yu was really surprised this time. Now he really understood what a puppeteer was. It was before, but now I have made it into a puppet. As for the skills, it has inherited most of them. It is definitely much stronger than the summoned creature. As long as you change your job to a puppeteer, you can make your own puppet to replace your summoned creature. If you don't like it, after the second job, you can keep trying, kill the powerful summoned creature, and make it into a puppet. Then you can summon it all the time. Of course, it is still best to be a player. Just keep a few skills, and it will be much stronger than the summoned creature. It is not much different from Han Yu's talent. Even for the new bishop, puppet control is one of the most powerful professions. It is far behind. Han Yu looked at the expressionless giant ape and swordsman in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. Why don't you show my summoned creature, and see if it is suitable for refining puppets? Han Yu took out his scepter. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even reached level 20. You can only do it if you change your job to a puppeteer. The thin man was a little surprised, but Han Yu's summoning array had already appeared. Are you so anxious? Okay, I help you, but don't forgive me when you become rich. He was very satisfied with Han Yu's talent. At least the speed at which he absorbed the mutant crystals just now was not something that ordinary people could do. Of course, such players usually don't live long. Don't worry, you won't be able to wait for that day, Han Yu said in his heart. The scepter in his hand waved, and a summoning array appeared. There was only one summoned creature, Shadow Blade Mantis, but under Han Yu's control, he became invisible as soon as he came out. Hey kid, where is your summoned beast? Why can't I see it? Is it because the skill is not working? The man with dark circles said unhappily. Originally, Han Yu used the summoning array without consent, which made him unhappy, but Wang Han, who was the highest level, didn't say anything, so he couldn't get angry. The three people didn't see anything, staring at the summoning array made by Han Yu strangely. This was the first time they saw that the summoning could still fail. Could it be that the summoning had been tortured by the malice of the game planner like this? It's right there, Han Yu said with a smile. The three suddenly felt a strong wind blowing on their faces, and it came from beside them. What is that? The man with dark circles exclaimed, and then saw the big head of the puppeteer Lao Huang, who was sitting in the first seat, flying high, and blood splattered more than half a meter high. The head fell to the ground, and the eyes were still staring unwillingly. This puppeteer at level 21 didn't know what killed him until he died. As for his two puppets, they fell down directly after his death without playing any role. A strong wind rose, and the head fell. Then, there was no movement again, as if nothing happened, except for the blood that was still splattering and the head rolling on the ground. This is the hunting talent of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Before launching an attack, it can emit no breath. Fuck. What did you do, kid? The man with the eye circles jumped up from the sofa in horror. But the wind blew again. The head of the man sitting at the end left his neck, as if the head and body were two different things, without any obstruction. The terrified man with circles under his eyes finally saw a blurry shadow, a 2-meter-long mantis phantom, and the shadow disappeared again after just one glance. If his companion's head had not flown up, he would have thought that he was dazzled. While he was still in a daze, he could already feel the wind, gently patting his face, and it was his turn. Thinking of the miserable state of his companion just now, the big man who had just jumped up from the sofa instinctively squatted down with his head in his arms, and was directly scared to pee. He had faced many monsters, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he was about to die without even seeing what it was. Stop! Han Yu ordered in time. The man with circles under his eyes felt a chill on his neck, but the terrifying feeling disappeared with Han Yu's words. The shadow blade mantis retracted its sharp forelimbs and stopped on the coffee table in the living room with dissatisfaction. Its fist-sized compound eyes stared at the man with dark circles under his eyes, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. The man with dark circles under his eyes looked at the huge beast that landed on the coffee table, and was so scared that he huddled on the sofa, his lips trembling, and he couldn't speak for a while. Brother, big brother. No, Grandpa. I was wrong. I don't know how we offended you, but I know I was wrong, really wrong, Grandpa. Spare my life, please spare my life. I ask you, are there any other new bishops in Haicheng? Han Yu took out the eagle kiss and swung it in his hand. If you don't answer well, you can just kill them with one knife. No. There are no others. Haicheng didn't even have a new bishop branch. It was last year when Huang Han changed his job to control the puppet and came back, and pulled the two of us to join. We didn't dare to recruit people in a big way, and there have always been 3 people. Really, there is nothing else? Han Yu approached with a dagger in hand. Think it over, if you say it wrong, you lose your life. Since the new bishop is planning to expand his power, there can't be only 3 people. Wait. Yes. Huang Han said, there are companions in Haicheng, but he never told us, only he knows. Speaking of the latter, the man with dark circles under his eyes became smaller and smaller. Brother, I really don't know, spare my life, spare my life. I haven't had time to do bad things yet. By the time you have time, it will be too late. Han Yu retracted the dagger, and let the shadow blade mantis eat by itself. Dealing with these degenerates, who stab people, and refine them into puppets, he had no mercy. Seeing Han Yu retract the dagger, the man with dark circles under his eyes, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the half-meter-long mantis knife appear in front of him again, and then he flew into the air. Let out a final scream, followed by the sound of blood splashing. Han Yu had also guessed before that the puppeteer with the highest level should know the most. But Han Yu still had to respect the puppet master of level 21. If he could kill directly with a sneak attack, he would not let him use tricks. Han Yu searched the room and found nothing extra. There were 3 intact mutant crystals and 2 almost used ones, which gave him a total of 35 attribute points. The corpse in the living room had been gnawed beyond recognition. But the mantis did not seem to be full. Its stomach was simply a bottomless pit. Okay, I call you next time I hunt. Go back first. After putting away all the equipment, Han Yu took back the shadow blade mantis. When it was over, the shadow blade mantis roared at him twice, which was considered a sign of closeness. Chapter 68. This surprised Han Yu a little. He thought that the mantis only had killing and eating in its mind. It would be friendly to people if it was fed. After everything was packed up, Han Yu cleaned up the traces of his presence and walked out. Today, he only used the shadow blade mantis, and the effect was better than Han Yu expected. It was a real killing without form. So when he asked about the whereabouts of the others, Han Yu did not ask Finn to use the dream vine. Others did not know the existence of the shadow blade mantis, so he could hide. The previous live broadcasts, especially the Murloc tribe, made Han Yu use almost all his means. The assassin of the new bishop last time was obviously well prepared. That man knew his means very well, and even the last scroll had to wait until his life-saving skill was used before using it. The shadow blade mantis was regarded as a trump card of Han Yu, and it would only be used in undisclosed copies or assassinations in the future. Han Yu's current summons can handle dungeons of the same level or higher levels without much difficulty. But this leaves only Ellie as the output. No, I have to buy a skill book. I'm short of money, Han Yu wailed. The price of a summoning skill book is cheaper than that of other professions, but not much cheaper. There are quite a few summoners. After all, there are the most mediocre people. In this dangerous world, although summoning is a sewer, it has more self-protection ability than ordinary people. The reason why skill books are cheap is not that there are few summoners, but that summoners are generally poor. After leaving the building, Han Yu took off the wig on his head, and used the mobile phone he had prepared to call the Shanhaihaching branch. 10 minutes later, the gathering place of the 3 new bishop members was surrounded by Shanhai's cars. The Shanhai team members looked at the broken bodies in the room, and even they, who were well informed, almost vomited. Looking at the transparent mutated crystal on the ground, and the swordsman made into a puppet, the identity of the 3 broken bodies was self-evident. When they wanted to call back and ask for specific information about the informant, they found that the phone was no longer connected. They only received a text message. Please send the bonus to this account. XXXX. The captain of this team looked at the text message and was silent for a while. Originally thought it was a report from an enthusiastic citizen, but when they arrived, they found that the people had been killed and even their equipment had been stripped clean. It seems that they were murdering for money. After killing them, they found that they were members of the new bishop, and they didn't forget to make another fortune. Captain, are you going to give out the bonus? Of course we will. It's better to ask for money than to cause trouble. It will be even more troublesome if such a horrible player causes trouble. The team members looked at the bloodstains and incomplete bodies in the room. This is too cruel. I don't know how the new bishop offended them. Put this person on the list of dangerous players in the sea. Codename Ripper. Characteristics are cruel and bloody methods. He may have a powerful pet that likes to eat human flesh and blood. The estimated level is between 25 and 30. Yes. The team members wrote down all the information. Just after writing, another team member who was checking said, "The energy of the mutant crystals here has been consumed, and there are only 3. The number is too small. We suspect that they were taken away or absorbed by the informant. Plus, it may be a non-new bishop fallen professional with a powerful pet or a high-level puppet master. In addition, find people who meet these characteristics in various player organizations. In addition to official organizations such as Shanghai, there are many player organizations organized by players in the city. After all, they often play together, so it is normal to form an organization. As long as they report normally, and do not gather players to make trouble, Shanghai will not interfere. But this player codenamed Ripper is obviously extremely dangerous, and is not in Shanghai's records. His methods seem to be much more cruel than the new bishop. He is a time bomb in the city. The captain of this team has to pay attention to it. Hanyu originally planned to give up the bonus, as long as the mutation crystal is enough, but when he went to the black market to buy phone cards, he found that there are also good things like anonymous savings cards. The players are powerful, and even have their own organizations. Shanghai cannot force everything to be handled in the sun. So he also acquiesced to the black market, the existence of the city, and some gray transactions that do not touch the bottom line. When Hanyu tentatively asked if he could buy the mutant crystal, the other party looked at him strangely, and picked up the phone stealthily. If Hanyu had not run fast, he would have been reported. It seems that trading mutant crystals is also one of Shanghai's bottom lines. At least it cannot be bought on the open black market. After turning off the black phone, Hanyu opened the chat software. It was not easy to get such a fish, so he couldn't use it only once. Wei Yidiao, Brother Wang. What's going on? Why is the address you mentioned surrounded by Shanghai people? I was so scared that I didn't dare to go over. Wang Hongbo, what? Wei Yidiao, I don't know. When I came, I saw that there were many Shanghai cars outside, so I didn't dare to go over. But after Wang Hongbo said 2 words, there was no news. Until Hanyu returned home, he sent a message to Wang Hongbo again. Brother Wang, what's going on? Do I have no chance to become stronger? Still no reply. Hanyu thought about the benefits of the new bishop to him, and sent a message again. Brother Wang, you are actually a member of the new X-Church, right? After waiting for a while, Wang Hongbo sent a message. Did you guess it? Yeah. Hanyu replied a message. Brother Wang, I guessed it before, so I have been hesitating, but now I have decided. What's wrong with the new bishop? I just want to become stronger now. Can you give me another chance? Wang Hongbo, brother, Haicheng is not stable now. I don't know why Shanghai knows our location. Let's talk about it in a month or 2. Are you so cowardly? Hanyu was a little disappointed that he would not be in Haicheng in a month or 2, but he knew that if he asked again now, he might be exposed. This Wang Haibo is the only seedling he spent almost a month to find. He can't scare him away, otherwise it will be difficult to find the new bishop. Unexpectedly, Wang Haibo sent another message. Brother, Haicheng is not possible, but other cities are okay. If you have time to go to other cities, contact me and I will arrange it for you. Wang Haibo is now upset. Recently, there have been constant changes in the dungeon, and the new bishop's hidden personnel have also begun to move. He is given a new recruitment task every month. If he fails to complete it, there may be no place for the mutation crystal next month. So Hanyu failed to join, which made him feel more uncomfortable than a team in Haicheng being taken down. After all, he didn't know that team. He just contacted another hidden team in Haicheng, but the other party was unwilling to contact him. A member was just arrested. Now is a high-risk period. They are ready to go deep into hiding as before. Chapter 69. Wait, yo, really? Brother Wang, I'm going to the provincial capital in about a month. I see if there are any suitable teammates there. Wang Hongbo, okay, we contact each other then. By the way, Don't let anything about us leak out easily. You know, Shanghai is very strict with us. Wait, Yao, don't worry, Brother Wang, I keep it a secret. Since we can't wipe out the new Bishop of Haicheng, let's make things bigger in Zisong City. I just don't know if I can handle it. Having confirmed that there will be another chance, Han Yu is relieved. Check today's harvest. 3 intact mutation crystals, and 2 incomplete ones, each of which only extracted 2 attribute values. In total, Han Yu gained 35 free attribute points today. There are also 4 purple equipment, and some blue equipment. This harvest is almost as much as the harvest from 3 dungeons. I just don't know if they will give me the bonus after I sent an account to the Shanghai branch. There was only 1 purple suit that Han Yu liked. Huang Han, who looked poor, actually had a heritage purple suit cloak with a wearable limit of 25 energy. The attribute was much better than Han Yu's Luoling cloak, but unfortunately Han Yu's Luoling suit skills were more important now, so it could only be thrown into the warehouse to collect dust. There were still 35 attribute points. Since Shadow Blade Mantis was going to be used as a means of hiding, it would be better to add another output summon. It was too monotonous to rely on Ellie alone to output, and it would be better to have another group damage and magic damage. Han Yu sold the extra equipment in his hand, and went to the skill book trading market. Compared with equipment, skill books are always the most scarce, consumables, and the explosion rate is lower, which makes the price of skill books continue to rise. Because there are too many low-level players, there is even a phenomenon that the price of a high-quality low-level skill book is not much different from that of a high-level skill book. After a round of searching, Han Yu still couldn't find the right summon in his mind. Finally, he chose a fairy summoning seller's description, one of the branches of the orc race, but most of them have high intelligence and magic affinity, and most of the race are female. It is indeed a must-have skill for summoners to travel at home and play. Price, 1.88 million. Usage requirements, level greater than 15. Stamina greater than 20 magic affinity. This is the only one. Han Yu looked around but couldn't find the mage he wanted. He could only find a skill book that framed the race. After payment, the transaction was completed, and a skill book with a black cover appeared in Han Yu's hand, with several fairies floating in the air embossed on it. Han Yu calmed down and put down 2 bottles of energy potions beside him. The next battle might be another fierce one. It would probably take many attempts to select the right summon from a race. Fairy summon. The first skill used, a half-orc with tiger stripes on his face came out of the summoning circle, carrying a mace on his back. Liar! Didn't we say that it was mainly female? Bah! Didn't we say that there was magic affinity? What kind of magic affinity is this mace on his back? LV-15, Fairy Spirit Tiger. The third attack will be accompanied by a wind blade attack. It counts as such. Without any hesitation, Han Yu cancelled the summon, waited for the CD to end, and tried to summon again. LV-16, Fairy Long Ears. Can a half-body rabbit be considered a fairy? The skills are too weak. After drinking 3 bottles of energy potion, it was already late at night. Han Yu felt dizzy now, but he still started the next summon. A humanoid summon walked out of the summoning array, and the private parts of the body were blocked by its original hair. He held a wooden staff in his hand, and the 2 animal ears on his head trembled slightly as he walked. Well, at least this one has a humanoid shape and is holding a staff, so the level should not be low. Han Yu gave his first evaluation. LV-18 Flame-Tail Fox. Energy, 29. Strength, 13. Constitution, 12. Agility, 18. Skills. Flame Earth Fire. Flame-Tail Fox selects the target position, and after 1 second, it sprays earth fire from the ground to cause 435, energy x15, damage to the enemy on the ground, and erupts again after 2 seconds, causing 580, energy x20, damage, with a range of 1 meter. Cooling, 2 minutes. Finally here. Han Yu stood up directly after reading the attributes, and finally found the magician he wanted. Master, I will fight for you. The flame-tail fox walked up to Han Yu and performed a fairy's etiquette. The flame on the staff in his hand condensed, ready to fight at any time. Don't be nervous, sit down first. Yes. The flame-tail fox that came over now had no self-awareness, and could only fight according to instinct. He followed Han Yu's order, and sat down. 30 attribute points. Just right for you. Before level 20, this flame-tail fox was probably the main magic output in the team. 10 attribute points awaken the ability first. Flame-tail fox unlock skill, Spark, cause 580, stamina x20, damage to the target, and add the burning and slowing state. After 2 seconds, the spark spreads to the creatures around the target, adding the burning and slowing effect up to 3 people. Spend another 10 attribute points, all added to the energy, and the flame-tail fox reaches the first enhancement standard. Strengthen the range of the ground fire to 2 meters, or the number of people that the sparks spread. Within and the group control, Hanyu still strengthened the range of the ground fire. After controlling it, he could deal 2 bursts of damage, which made up for the lack of magic damage in the team. After the strengthening was completed, Hanyu felt relieved in his heart. He found what he needed from the skill book that only framed the race, which almost exhausted Hanyu. Hanyu looked at the flame-tail fox, who was still sitting in his seat like before. No, won't the memory be restored after consuming attribute points? Why doesn't this fox react at all? However, Hanyu soon saw that the exposed skin of the opposite fox began to turn red, and his head lowered slightly. Ahem. Hanyu coughed twice and said, "Fox, do you have a name?" "Master, my name is Finghua." Hanyu looked at the fox tail swaying behind her. There was a fiery red mark on the tail, which should be the source of the name of the flame-tail fox. It's just that the tail is shaking a little too fast. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Or do you feel any changes? Hanyu asked. He just looked up and down, and wanted to see if there were any changes in the fox. After adding some points to Huyun and Fin, there were obvious changes, but after adding some points to Aili and Fenghua, no changes were found. "Master, my tail is a little itchy." Fenghua's voice was as low as a mosquito, but Hanyu asked her, so she could only tell the truth. Chapter 70. Is it going to grow a tail? Could it be that fairies also have 9 tails? Hanyu thought to himself, watching Fenghua's body turn red. "I send you back. There's no battle today," he said, and lifted the summoning spell. After lifting the summoning spell, Hanyu didn't even have the strength to wash up, and fell asleep on the bed. This high-intensity summoning was too tiring. As soon as he got up the next day, Hanyu received a message about the bonus, a total of 2 million, a new bishop, a fallen professional, and 2 new bishop players below level 20. A message from the Shanghai branch came with him. "Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your help. The bonus has been transferred to your designated account. Please go to the Shanghai branch in your location to register your identity information in time. If you are a fallen professional, after registration, you can complete simple tasks and receive a mutation crystal every month. Shanghai Haicheng branch. There is such a good thing." Hanyu didn't know that the fallen had such benefits before. Shanghai's attitude is very clear. The new bishop is an enemy, but not all fallen people are. Those who can cooperate should cooperate as much as possible, as long as they don't cause damage and give some benefits. But Hanyu is not a fallen profession, so he can't register his information. Moreover, this mutated crystal is not free, and he still needs to complete the task. But after thinking about it, Hanyu still sent a message. "There is another team of new bishops in Haicheng, be careful." After the message was sent, he immediately received a reply. "Thank you, Mr. Ripper, if possible, come and register as soon as possible." Shanghai was relieved when he received Hanyu's message. It seems that the Ripper has no malicious intentions. Ripper? Hanyu chuckled. He didn't expect that he would have such a title. It seems that Shadow Blade Mantis's methods are too fierce. He has become famous in Shanghai. Hanyu has no news about where the other team of new bishops in Haicheng are gathering. He can only rely on Shanghai to find them. He will start school in a few days, and he has no time to find the new bishop's rat. In the next few days, Hanyu will wait for the start of school. He is in the 15th grade during the summer vacation, which is also the top level among all students. On the first day of school, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki left Haicheng and went to the provincial capital Zisong City with the farewell of Jiangwen and Lu Baofeng. Nanming Province, Zisong City. Nanjing University, one of the top 10 universities in the Han Kingdom, is located at the north end of Zisong City, backed by Zisong Mountain, one of the largest rift groups in Nanming Province. Surrounding it is a moat with a width of nearly 3 meters. The university stands on the edge of Nanming City like an isolated island, suppressing the monsters that keep trying to rush out from under the rift. The suspension bridge on the moat was suspended high, and even though today was the day for new students to enter the school, there was no intention to lower it. Zhang Yi, the contact teacher, took Hanyu and Jiang Ziki into an ancient palace beside the moat and said, "This is the only suspension bridge on the moat, and it is usually not lowered. Normally, the teleportation array will be open 3 times a day for students or teachers to go out. If there are special needs, they can also apply for it." Hanyu looked at the palace engraved with teleportation arrays. This was the first time he saw the style of the teleportation array. The style seemed to be similar to his summoning array, and magic crystals of various colors were placed in the corners of the array. Hanyu didn't recognize the others, but the transparent one in the middle was the abnormal crystal that he had been thinking about every day. Does Hanyu look familiar? Johnny asked with a smile, as he looked at Hanyu examining the magic circle. Yes. Hanyu nodded. Apart from the magic crystal, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this teleportation array was similar to the summoning array. This teleportation array was developed by our school's predecessor, the summoning instructor Su Lan, 80 years ago. Johnny said proudly. He is also a legendary summoner. According to records, he is also a dual talent player. Except for some setbacks at the beginning, he has been outperforming his peers since level 30. However, his talent is not to lock summons, but to give all summons a super high bonus. However, after he pushed forward all the way and reached level 59, something strange happened. His experience value stopped increasing. It was like he was stuck, or it was a bug in the game. He tried various copies, and even took various props to increase experience, but it still didn't work. It's like his maximum level is 59. Under level 60, you can't awaken your own ultimate skill. This means that Su Lan will always be one step behind the top combat power. After countless attempts, Su Lan finally gave up and concentrated on studying his secondary profession. Geniuses will not be buried anywhere. A year later, he analyzed his own summoning array, and combined it with the original scenes with teleportation functions in the game to create a teleportation array that can be controlled by humans. But not long after, Su Lan disappeared. When the others found him, there was only a teleportation array that had stopped working in his room. No one knows where he teleported himself to. Hanyu frowned and listened to Zhang Yi's words. No, the information I checked clearly shows that many summoners have reached level 60. Even though the summoning profession is a sewer, after so many years, there are still some children from noble families who can pile up resources to level 60. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, Su Lan is just an exception, and we don't know the reason. Other summoners have never encountered such a thing again, and Su Lan has become a flawed legend. But to this day, the teleportation arrays used by various countries are all derived from the teleportation arrays modified by Su Lan. For this, all countries need to pay a considerable fee to me. You can still see the statue of Su Lan in the School of Law. Looking at Han Yu's thinking, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "These are not secrets. They can be found in the library. It's just that summoners are weak now, and few people pay attention to them. If you are interested, you can go to the library to check the relevant information. I have no other meaning in telling you this, but I just want to say that the road of summoners may be very difficult. Hanyu, you must be mentally prepared. If the game invasion is a joke played by the world when it is bored, then the summoner is the part that bears the greatest malice in this joke." Hanyu nodded gently. He had heard of Su Lan's name. The records of him in the books are that he is a great pioneer of mankind and a legendary figure, but he suddenly disappeared when he was at his strongest. Chapter 71. Is it limited to level 59? If it had always been the level 60 version, Hanyu would be confident that he could still sweep the level 60 dungeon at level 59, but if it was updated to the level 70 version, that would not be certain. And why was Su Lan the only one stuck at level 59? Was it because he was the most talented summoner? Okay, now that we have all the people, let's go in. Zhang Yi led Hanyu and Jiang Ziki to the teleportation array. It felt similar to entering the dungeon. When the two opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the school gate, and the moat was behind them. "Teacher Zhang, this is the junior, right? Leave it to us." As soon as the few of them entered the school gate, two girls came up to greet them. They had already been waiting when they saw Hanyu's tall figure from afar. "Junior, this is the freshman registration form. Leave the things to us." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You guys are busy, I take Hanyu to report." He turned around and said to Hanyu, "Let me take you to the freshman registration office to register first." Hanyu nodded and followed. The two girls were left standing there in a daze. Hanyu. Is that Hanyu? Hanyu, the most talented summoner in the past 80 years, looks even more handsome than in the video. Don't add the modifier of summoner. He is now recognized as the strongest freshman in Nanming province. I just don't know if anyone can surpass him in this freshman competition. The exclamations of the two also attracted many freshmen who reported today. They had deeply remembered Hanyu's name during the summer vacation. If it was just the college entrance examination, many people would not be convinced. After each exam, some people thought they performed poorly or attributed their failure to bad luck. They thought Hanyu was just lucky and summoned several powerful summons in the college entrance examination. But later, He killed a level 18 Jiaodong student with one move and fought against a level 20 Fishman dungeon, all of which proved that Han Yu's talent had made up for the biggest shortcoming of the summoner. When the summons can be consistently higher than the summoner's level every time, the summoner is no longer a so-called sewer profession. If the students were still a little unconvinced before, now they just regard Han Yu as a target to challenge. All the students recruited by Nanjing University are elites. The stronger Han Yu is, the more he can arouse their fighting spirit. Han Yu looked at the students around him with his peripheral vision. Seeing that his eyes were full of fighting spirit, but no one moved forward, he felt much more relieved. At least when school started, no one jumped out to fight with him, which saved a lot of trouble. Because of Senior Su Lan, our school never looks down on summoners. You don't have to worry about someone making things difficult for you because of your profession. Following Zhang Yi to the freshman registration office, after registration, a crystal-shaped square waist badge was handed out from inside, with 001 engraved in the middle. Take it, I take you to see your dormitory, but it's specially prepared for you. Zhang Yi took Han Yu through various strange buildings in the school, and came to the back mountain of the teaching building. Speaking of it, classmate Han Yu, what level are you? Just level 15. That's pretty fast, you can choose a skill book. Are you ready for your job change? Summon the stars or the moon? Summon the moon, it's more suitable for me to summon powerful single creatures. Indeed, summoning the moon is very compatible with your talent. Summoners can transfer to two professions, calling stars and calling moons. Calling stars wins by quantity, and then learns auxiliary skills to strengthen the summoned creatures. Most of the skills are also the communication between the other worlds, which can summon 2 or 3 creatures at a time. This is also the path chosen by most summoners, using enhanced skills to make up for the uneven levels of summoners. Or it is to call the moon, summoning a single powerful creature. Han Yu has been walking this way, which can make his attribute point enhancement play a real role. We are here. The two said this, and they had already walked halfway up the mountain. In front of them was a villa built in the mountains. It was a 2-story building with floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor. The luxurious decoration inside could be seen from the outside. There was also a large open space in front of the house, on which various training equipment were placed. You told me this thing is called a dormitory? Han Yu had a big question mark floating above his head. Take out your name tag. Han Yu took out the waist tag numbered 001 and took a step forward. A circular light curtain lit up outside the villa. Authentication successful. Please come in. The mechanical voice sounded, and the door opened directly. At this time, Han Yu saw the structure of the villa, a 2-story villa, with a large open space at the door, and various weapons and targets placed around it. The top 10 students in the school are allocated single-family villas, but the villas of the rest are below you. When Han Yu just came up, he did see a row of small villas below. This is simply shrimp meat and pig heart. In the future, every time Han Yu comes up, he will be seen by the students below. Those who can enter Nanjing are all favored by heaven. How can I tolerate someone looking down on me from above? Han Yu felt that he had just entered the school gate, and the harmonious atmosphere among classmates would be gone forever. So, there are many people watching the door plate in your hand. Next you will face various challenges, either dungeon racing or going to the arena. Of course, you can also refuse, but you must accept a challenge every 3 months. If you are already strong enough that no one dares to challenge you, you don't have to worry about this. I know it. Han Yu had guessed it in his heart. This is a reward and an incentive for the rest of the school. The students of Nanjing University are all favored by heaven. How can they tolerate someone stepping on their heads all the time? The first game is naturally the freshman competition in a few days. If you fail to keep the first place at that time, there will be no future. Zhang Yi smiled and looked at Han Yu. So, classmate Han Yu, prepare well. As he said, Zhang Yi also glanced at Jiang Ziki. Don't worry, as long as I stay in school for 1 day, no one else can take this position. What Nanjing University wants is your youthful vigor, come on. Before this place, mages and swordsmen lived here, but summoners never lived here. When this place was built, Mr. Su Lan disappeared, otherwise he might have become the first owner here. Before you came, we expanded it again and doubled the training grounds, which should be enough for you and your summons. Behind this is Zisong Mountain, one of the largest rift groups in Nanming Province. Here you can overlook the entire school. Above you, only the school leaders of Nanjing University live. Of course, it is also one of the closest locations to the rift. If the demonic disaster breaks out again one day, you who live at the entrance of the dungeon will also be the ones to bear the first wave of monster attacks. This is the philosophy of my Nanjing University. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 72. I have said almost everything I should say. If you have any questions, please read the Freshman Handbook. It has all the necessary introductions. The last page is the manual for this villa. I am leaving first. I hope you can get a good score in the freshman competition. Thank you, teacher, for telling me so much. Hanyu saw Zhang preparing to leave, and walked out of the villa to see him off. Nothing to thank you for. I am an enchanter. If you need enchantment for high-level equipment in the future, you can come to me. After saying that, Zhang Yi left. Zhang Yi seemed to be too nice to Hanyu. Even though he was the first in the school, he would probably not stay in school next year. Enchanters generally do not lead teams to leave school, so the two of them should not have too many interactions. Hanyu could not figure out the reason, so he could only think that Zhang Yi was a very nice person. As for the freshman competition in a few days, Hanyu was not worried at all. After a summer vacation, he has already maximized his attribute points. Now, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. There is no difference for him in dungeons below level 20. You're homesick right after you came out? Hanyu asked Jiang Ziki beside him. Why didn't you talk much along the way? After leaving Haicheng, Jiang Ziki has been a little taciturn. I'm making an important decision. I want to solo clear the dungeon of the rebirth competition. Jiang Ziki paused and said with gritted teeth. Ah? You are a priest. Why do you want to solo clear the dungeon? Hanyu didn't expect for a long time that Jiang Ziki was actually thinking about this. Who told you that I'm a priest? I'd be a sorcerer in the future. I'm not going to change my job to a divine envoy, so the skills I learn after level 15 are also in the spell system. Jiang Ziki has been working with Hanyu during the summer vacation, and is still ahead of most people in terms of level. Hanyu looked at Jiang Ziki. Why do you suddenly have this plan? It's not good to be a priest. You know, I actually want to change my job to an elemental mage. The first time I changed my job, I just listened to my dad's advice, and thought that all professions were similar. As a result, I didn't feel my presence at all when I teamed up with you. I don't feel the value of a priest, so I chose the spellcaster system for my skill book after level 15. Hanyu was about to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Ziki. No kidding, I'm serious. I want to find my own way, not always under your halo. My talent may be more suitable for the path of a sorcerer. So I'm going to play the dungeon solo in the freshman competition to prove myself. The sorcerer is another route for the priest to change his job. It's like the shadow priest in the online game. When the skills are released on the enemy, they will become erosion damage. The skills are mostly debuff/curse effects, and delayed explosion damage. If it's a battle between players, it's also one of the most difficult opponents. If the sorcerer takes the initiative, the opponent may not even be able to exert half of his strength. Hanyu knew before that Jiang Ziki looked weak, but in fact, his character was extremely strong, but the sudden decision still caught Hanyu off guard. After a pause, Hanyu still said, I knew that you couldn't bear to hide behind and use skills, but if you feel dangerous, just exit the dungeon in time. In fact, whether to play the dungeon alone or not has little impact on my score. Hanyu guessed some of Jiang Ziki's thoughts. The score of two people playing the dungeon must be lower than that of playing the dungeon alone. She didn't want to drag Hanyu down in the freshman competition. During the college entrance examination, everyone was a level 10 player with few skills, and it was forbidden to use purple equipment that ignored the level. Most people chose to play the dungeon in a team. But in the freshman competition, there are not so many restrictions. You can use any equipment, even scrolls, but using too many scrolls will affect the final score. I believe that no student of Nanjing University will use them in the dungeon. But after a summer vacation, those geniuses will not be idle. I am afraid that many people will choose to play the dungeon alone in this freshman competition. Jiang Ziki's ranking among freshmen is not low. She is 99th in the country, and is also in the top 50 students in Nanjing University. It is normal for her to choose to play alone. TSK, do you think the sorcerer is still a pure auxiliary? The skill books I learned are all about damage and control. Besides, have you forgotten my talent skills? Maybe the sorcerer is more suitable for me. I won't choose the nightmare difficulty. Those monsters will be gone before they get close. Jiang Ziki's talent skill is mark stacking. Every time a skill is released, a layer of enhanced mark is obtained, and each layer of enhanced mark provides 10% effect enhancement for the next skill. Before, both of them only saw the traditional priests. After the skills are stacked, the treatment and enhancement effects are continuously strengthened. If she changes her job to become a sorcerer, the enemy may not be able to move under the stacking of debuff skills, and then wait for the spell to take effect, the damage will burst, and directly control to death. My talent is getting stronger in the later stages. Maybe after a solo, I will be stronger than you. But you can't refuse when I ask you to form a team in the future. I'm counting on you to lead me through dungeons. Don't worry, as long as you say, I lead you through any dungeon. What about the competition after the competition? Will it be a team or a solo competition? I will sign up to participate alone. The sorcerer is just as good in a one-on-one duel. Jiang Ziki replied. There is another competition the day after the freshman competition. You can choose to participate as a team or individually. It will not affect the results of the freshman competition, but there will be another arena ranking and credits. It also affects which instructor you can study with in the next year. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to see my dormitory. I don't want to see your big villa anymore. Jiang Ziki said and walked out. No, this villa is so big. Why not just give you a room? TSK, I fight for a room myself when I get back. Since the school has set this rule, it is to motivate students like me. Wait, maybe we will be neighbors in a few days. Jiang Ziki left, which made Han Yu feel a sense of loss. It was indeed as Jiang Ziki said, in the later stage of the summer vacation, as his attribute points were added to the summons little by little. Jiang Ziki's bonus became less important, and its role became to add healing effects, but Han Yu's summons were less and less injured. Han Yu had noticed Jiang Ziki's changes before, but he didn't know how to say it. There was indeed not much room for her to play in the team with him. Now Jiang Ziki chose to change her job to a sorcerer, which might be a better choice. Chapter 73. After thinking it through, Han Yu walked into the villa, sat on the sofa, and checked the freshman guide in his hand. There is a detailed introduction to Nanjing University, and a complete map of the college. Nanjing University has 4 colleges, the Battle College, the Element College, the Miscellaneous College, and the Liberal Arts College. The corresponding professions are basically the Physics Department, the Magic Department, and the Secondary Vocational College. Under these colleges, there are subdivided professions. The Liberal Arts College conducts various data-based research on monsters, providing data support and combat strategies for combatants. If nothing unexpected happens, Han Yu will join the Element College after the freshman competition. In addition, this school separated by a moat is almost self-contained and has almost everything players need. You can buy weapons in the game mall, and there are special venues for training. Enchanting, forging, strengthening, and so on can all be done in the school. But almost all activities in the city require credits as a basis. With credits, you can use the most favorable price, anything that can be bought in the game mall, with higher quality and lower price. But if you don't have enough credits, you won't be able to move forward in school. The initial credits are distributed according to the ranking. Han Yu, as a freshman, is ranked first by default, and has 3,000 credits in his account when he enters school. The students behind him have fewer credits. The credits of the lowest ranking students are only 200. Credits are good, they can save me a lot of money. And I can buy a lot of scarce items. Han Yu looked at the points in his account, and was very satisfied with the school's rewards. But I guess a lot of people are jealous again. After getting a basic understanding of the school, Han Yu prepared to go to the library. He was very interested in Su Lan's experience that Zhang Yi had just mentioned, and wanted to find some information about him. As soon as the door number was pressed, the entire villa was separated by a protective cover, and the scene inside could not be seen at all. Han Yu returned to the villa, and came to the underground floor. According to the introduction of the villa in the freshman handbook, there is a small teleportation array here, which can be teleported to various major buildings in the school. This is also the privilege of dormitory number 001. After the energy is exhausted, someone can be specially replaced. Han Yu just came down, and the lights came on automatically. There was no damp smell in the basement. Instead, it looked like a training room with various equipment installed. The teleportation array was inside the training room, and there were 2 cars parked outside the training room. A luxury sports car, and a black car, that would not be noticed by anyone when entering the crowd. Really thoughtful. Seeing the 2 cars, Han Yu realized how much the school valued dormitory number 001. Han Yu walked to the teleportation array, selected the library, and the teleportation array was activated. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in a room. After a beep, a mechanical voice sounded. Welcome, Han Yu. Room 001 is the electronic reading room prepared for you. If you need to copy, please apply for it on the electronic reader. If you need to read paper materials, please go out to the right. Wow, there is also a dedicated room. This school is really meticulous. Han Yu sat down in the room and searched for all the information about Su Lan. Su Lan, legendary summoner, legendary enchanter, pioneer in array research, father of teleportation array, father of pet contract scroll. 2011, personal experience, intelligent, was a doctoral student at Hanwha University before the disaster. When the demonic disaster first appeared, Su Lan obtained the player qualification, but the initial attributes were mediocre. He planned to transfer to the Academy of Literature and become a researcher after the summoning. Awakened dual talents, performed well on the battlefield, and obtained. Disappeared in his room in 2038. Achievements: in the Battle of the Sealed City, he and his team members defended the city alone, fought for 7 days to wait for reinforcements, and defended the Sealed City Huicheng front. After the demonic disaster stabilized, he transferred to the Research Institute and invented the teleportation array and the pet contract scroll, which are still in use today. There are many introductions about Su Lan, but most of them are about achievements and experiences. Han Yu is still interested in how he analyzed the teleportation array from the summoning array, why he could not reach level 60, and how he disappeared. Is the secondary profession an enchanter type? It seems that Su Lan started his research on the teleportation array from the enchanter. Han Yu originally had no idea about the secondary profession, and most combatants were similar. The secondary profession and the professional profession did not conflict, but they also required energy to study. Now because of Su Lan, he wanted to change his profession to an enchanter, to see what the relationship between the teleportation array and the summoning array was, and whether he finally found the answer he wanted. Han Yu, who only found a little useful information, turned to the paper archives, wanting to see the notes or other things left by Su Lan, but unfortunately he still only found a record similar to a biography. It seems that the notebooks have been put away. I could only ask the instructor after the freshman competition. Han Yu, who failed to find any information, stretched and left the library. This teleportation array is actually one way, which makes Han Yu a little speechless. Maybe he is afraid that someone will use the teleportation array to sneak into the 001 dormitory. After all, he, the first one, has too much hatred, so safety is still very important. It is almost evening, and the freshmen are almost here. Han Yu started from the foot of Zitsong Mountain and walked slowly to his villa. There is a special mountain elevator at the foot of the mountain, but it is built on the side of the mountain road. Although the elevator will be fast, taking the elevator in the past always gives people a feeling of taking a detour. Another little trick of the school. Han Yu walked up step by step. Sure enough, the students who were arranged at the foot of Zitsong Mountain saw Han Yu going up the mountain, and they all looked over, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Young people should not be so aggressive. Isn't it better to be calm? Han Yu pretended not to see it and returned to his villa, but before he walked up, he saw more than a dozen young people sitting cross-legged at his door. It's been an hour, and he doesn't even dare to come out. This is the number one in the school, this is it? He doesn't even dare to go out when we challenge him. Oh, if it weren't for this protective shield, I would have smashed his door. Before coming here, I still felt that Han Yu was worthy of my admiration for both strength and courage because of the battle with the Fishman tribe, but I didn't expect him to be scared so soon. A summer vacation has passed. Why do you still assume that he is the number one, with 3,000 credits, which is more than our dormitory? I don't accept it. Han Yu's upward steps slowly paused. These idiots waited at his door for more than an hour? Just to cause trouble for him. Chapter 74. Han Yu thought about whether to share the talent of Shadow Blade Mantis, go back invisible, and let them wait for another night. Thinking that he had not found the back door of this villa yet, it was a bit unrealistic. But he still used the shared talent Shadow Blade, and walked silently behind the dozen people sitting cross-legged at the door of his house. Ahem, let's just say, is there a possibility that Han Yu is not at home? Han Yu stood behind everyone and coughed lightly. Not at home? How could it be possible? I saw him come up and never went down. That's right, we all saw him come up and never went down. It seems that these people don't know that there is a teleportation array in dormitory 001. After all, who would have thought of it? A dormitory can be so luxurious, with a sports car inside, and no matter how expensive it is just a few purple clothes, but there is actually an official facility like a teleportation array. You are? As he said, the boy in front of Han Yu turned his head. Han Yu. Why are you here? Han Yu scratched his head, and was a little speechless about this group of students. A cry of surprise immediately attracted everyone's attention. The dozen people who were sitting cross-legged stood up immediately. Han Yu. Han Yu is here. He actually ran away. I didn't even see how he slipped out. The dozen people were so loud, and obviously had been waiting for more than an hour. They were a little anxious. Hanyu took a step back when he saw the momentum. No, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to hit anyone. Also, why are you blocking my door? What? Have you never seen such a nice villa before? Do you want to go in and take a look? Behind the crowd, a boy with a long sword on his back walked out. We are all here to invite you to the arena. You can't sit in this position for long. Yes, we are all here to challenge you. Accept it. As soon as the sword-carrying boy spoke, everyone responded. There are too many people. Hanyu didn't mind going together, but the school didn't allow fighting except in the arena. At this point, he was too lazy to run to the arena. This first place really has no deterrent power at all. Hanyu muttered softly. How about this, after 5 days, when the freshman competition is over, if you still feel qualified to challenge me, I will challenge you one by one. Now you don't know your own weight. You? The sword-carrying man's face flushed. They waited for an hour, but they didn't expect to wait for such a sentence. Okay, I'm going back to the villa, you guys hurry back to your dormitory. Hanyu took out his door plate, swung it twice in the air, and the shield opened. Hanyu walked past the crowd, and walked into the dormitory gate. Hanyu, remember this. My name is Chi Ming, and I'm the one who's going to defeat you. Hanyu turned his back, and was about to respond politely. A continuous stream of voices came from behind him. My name is. I came first. It was obviously me first. Hanyu turned off the shield directly. I thought that Chi Ming was their boss. It seems that this group of people don't accept anyone. Above them, in a conference room, the leaders of various colleges and the vice president of Nanjing University, Chu Zhua, were gathered together. Just finished watching a good show in front of Hanyu's villa. How many people came this year? Principal Chu Zhua asked. 17 people, 5 more than last year. Dean of the College of Arts Zhong Rou said. However, when they came up, their villa was also blocked by people. And there were more people than in previous years. Haha, sure, that shows that the quality of our enrollment this year is very high. Chu Zhua was not worried at all that the freshmen would have uncontrollable conflicts. If they are not angry, are they still called young people? Anyway, there are always people watching, so nothing serious will happen, and if they don't go to the arena, both sides will be punished. How many people fought? Chu Zhua asked again. No, they have dispersed now, except for a few people outside the 50th place who went to the arena. No. Why? In previous years, there would be several fights on this day. I just said that they were angry, so why didn't many people fight? They all learned Hanyu's words. After the freshman competition, you will feel qualified to challenge me again. Although they failed to fight Hanyu, they all returned to the villa with their heads held high. This Hanyu is really arrogant. I like this Hanyu. Chiu Huaqing, the dean of the War Academy, laughed. I think he is quite good at using daggers. How about this? Anyway, your Element Academy can't teach summoners. Why don't you let him come to our War Academy and teach him fighting skills systematically? Who said our Element Academy can't teach? The copy of Mr. Su Lan's notebook is still in our academy. What can your War Academy teach? Teach a melee summoner? Zhu Sun, the dean of the Element Academy, sneered and immediately refuted. I've long felt that Hanyu's fighting style is wrong. How can a summoner risk his life and use a dagger to attack the back row? When he enters the Elemental Academy, I will definitely have a good talk with him and let him know what a summoner should do. Well, no matter which academy Hanyu is in, remember to let him come to the Miscellaneous Academy to train his secondary profession after training. It would be best if he could switch to an enchanter. It was Zhang Yi who spoke. Hanyu did not expect that he was the dean of the Miscellaneous Courtyard. No! Chiu Huaqing and Zhu Sun said at the same time. Secondary professions are a waste of time. There are many people who enchant weapons, but there is only one provincial champion, and we need him to quickly upgrade to level 20. What if he is also talented in his secondary profession? He may become the next Mr. Su Lan. There are so many what-ifs. I suggest that Hanyu give up his secondary profession directly. I think so too. Young people should not bite off more than they can chew. Well, should we fight for the dean? The assistant next to the dean of the College of Arts, Zhong Rou, said. What are you fighting for? Let him be a researcher. Won't the three of them swallow me up? Zhong Rou's eyes rolled. Hanyu's academic performance is very good. If his talent is average, she would have wanted to bring him to the College of Arts. But with this situation, how can the College of Arts have a say? Oh, I just feel that the quarrel is so fierce, and the literary college is silent, so it's too uninvolved. Have we ever had a sense of participation, except when they want strategies and battle plans. It seems so. Chujwa tapped the table with his index finger. Okay, let's talk about it after the freshman competition. After a summer vacation, who knows if he can still keep the first place. Since the students this year are so crazy, let's increase the difficulty of the dungeon. Dean Zhong, which dungeon was originally planned? The Howling Caves, still a level 15 dungeon. The assistant behind Zhong Ro answered immediately. It's a dungeon that has been played to death. I guess these guys have read the strategy. It's just a pure race when they enter. It's boring. Let's change to the Cursed City. This strategy should not have been circulated yet. Let's do something more difficult. Otherwise, these guys really think that this game only has low-level dungeons. Killing minotaurs and chopping goblins will make them invincible. Chapter 75. Isn't this Cursed City too difficult? It's already a medium-sized dungeon. And we've just started exploring. Most of them haven't had time to build teleportation arrays yet, so they can't use return scrolls. Zhong Ro hesitated. Then let them choose. If they feel they need to use return scrolls, choose the ones we've explored. They don't even have the courage, and you're still expecting them to go to the front line. It's a level 15 dungeon anyway, how difficult can it be? Let's just leave it at that. Chujwa finally made the decision to change the dungeon for this freshman competition to the never-before-publicized Cursed City dungeon. Okay, I arrange it after the meeting. Zhong Ro nodded in agreement. On the second day of freshman enrollment, most students began to get familiar with the school and experience the various facilities in the university. After experiencing it firsthand, they really knew how important credits are in this school. If you have enough credits, you can even use various training rooms for free and exchange credits for rare items in the store. Even if the credits are not enough, you can pay a certain amount of credits, and you can also buy various equipment or enchantment enhancements at a very low discount. This made other students even more dissatisfied with Hanyu. They thought that credits could be earned by attending classes. But now the classes have not officially started yet. The credits they spent are all based on ranking rewards. Hanyu alone got 3,000 credits, and the others who did not have enough credits had no other places to get them. It's been 2 months and a summer vacation. Everyone's strength has changed dramatically. Why is Hanyu the default number 1 and gets 3,000 credits as soon as he comes in? This is too unfair. Let the freshman competition start quickly. I can't wait to see Hanyu being pulled down from the altar. Why should I watch? Aren't you going to participate? Why should I participate? I can't beat him myself. As long as I can move up a little, it's fine. This person has a clear understanding of his own strength. Everyone has this idea in their mind. Even if the target is not Hanyu, they are ready to pull down the person in front of them. A higher ranking means more resources and more opportunities to explore dungeons. Hanyu also went around the school and walked around in person. Only then did he know how big this Nanjing University is. It is like a small city. There are not only teaching facilities, but also weapon shops, enchantment shops. And the quality of equipment is generally higher than that of those circulating on the market. The owners of these shops are not all school staff. Some are simple businessmen, but they also prefer to trade with credits rather than money. Credits can still be exchanged for money at the Academic Affairs Office, and there are additional subsidies. Now everyone is rushing to use credits to improve their strength before the freshman competition. In order to show better strength in the freshman competition in a few days. Only Hanyu is just strolling around. Credits are good things and must be used wisely. After entering the school, as long as there is no limit on the number of copies, he can quickly upgrade. Using it to strengthen the amplification, or buy the next set of equipment, is the most valuable way to use it. And he still remembered that Ingyuji told him that the school still needs him to quickly upgrade to level 20, and his next level should increase rapidly. Wandering aimlessly, Hanyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he actually saw a pet store on the side of the road. Pets? Hanyu was stunned. Is the school so awesome that they can even get pets? Pets are much rarer than high-quality equipment. To contract a player's pet, it must be a monster cub, otherwise even the contract scroll cannot control it. Moreover, the origin of pets is not an ordinary copy. It is said that only by approaching the front line can you have the possibility of capturing pets. Hanyu has never seen any lucky person find a cub that can be used as a pet in an ordinary copy. Wait! Hanyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. This game originally had no pets. Right? Hanyu remembered what he saw in the library yesterday. Su Lan, inventor of the pet contract scroll. And the monsters that came here are not the real bodies. Huyun died once in a copy, and he was sure that the monsters in this copy were not the real bodies. The contract scroll. Can it keep monsters in this world forever? This great god Su Lan is too powerful. Han Yu's heart was filled with a huge wave, and he felt that he had underestimated Su Lan's research on the summoning array before. With doubt in his heart, Han Yu walked into the pet store. If the teleportation array is just a replica of the game rules, then the contract scroll is a challenge to the game rules. Student Han Yu, you are a rare guest. Come in and see what you need. As soon as Han Yu entered, a man in a robe came over and recognized him at a glance. Want to buy a pet? I just take a look. Han Yu looked at the store. Compared with other stores that were bustling every year when school started, the pet store was much quieter. In the cages in the store, there were only a few low-level monster cubs such as goblins and bull demons. After all, the price of pets is much higher than that of ordinary equipment, and they need to be cultivated by themselves. Unless their own improvement has reached a bottleneck, or they are simply rich, there will be no low-level players who buy pets. Look at this new one, a bull demon cub. It has absorbed mutation crystals, and the mutation probability is 20% or more. It can be transformed into an electric bull demon in a moment. The owner saw Han Yu scanning the cages in the store, and took the initiative to introduce it to him. What's the price? 1,000 credits, plus 8 million cash. So expensive? Knowing that the price of pets is not low, Han Yu is still a little scared by the price. This is the price in credits. If it is the pure price, it will be at least tens of millions, and the owner's meaning seems that he will not sell it at the pure price. In addition, I give you 3 more contract scrolls. This is already the lowest price. Pets are hard to catch and rare. But if they grow up, it's like having an extra teammate. The shopkeeper held up 3 fingers to Han Yu. If other students came, he wouldn't bother to greet them. Now among the freshmen, only Han Yu could afford this price. 3 contract scrolls? Why do you need so many? Student Han Yu, you don't know this? Pets need to use contract scrolls again every year, and they must be used when the previous scroll is about to expire. Han Yu frowned. Is it still the principle of the summoning array? It just extends the summoning time to 1 year? Impossible. How much energy does it take to maintain such a contract scroll? With Han Yu's current energy, after summoning all the summons, they can only last for 40 to 50 minutes at most. A scroll can keep monsters in this world for a year? This is completely against common sense. Chapter 76. Boss, give me a contract scroll. How much? Han Yu is not interested in pets now, but he is very interested in the pet scroll invented by Su Lan. Contract scroll. What's the use of just a scroll? You have a monster cub? The boss didn't expect Han Yu to buy a contract scroll instead of a pet. This scroll has only one function. Without a pet cub, the scroll is useless. I'm going to study it. Why don't you sell it separately? Sell, 1 million per copy, or 10 credits plus 500,000. The store manager immediately responded, but I think it's useless for you to buy it. This ratio is reasonable. When the store owner talked about the price of pets, Han Yu almost doubted the value of credits. Buy 1, pure price, no credits. Han Yu doesn't plan to use credits for these items that can be purchased at pure price. In the future, when he strengthens the high level or buys rare items, he will need credits the most. Okay. The shopkeeper took the money, and took out a palm-wide scroll from the cabinet, and handed it to Han Yu. Remember to come to me when you need a pet. Okay. Han Yu put the scroll into his backpack and left the store. He was not even an enchanter, so he was just talking about research. He just wanted to try it. Since the scroll can keep monsters in this world, can the scroll be used on summoned creatures? After buying it, Han Yu did not visit the rest of the shops and returned to his dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he summoned Hu Yun. Han Yu took out the scroll and pulled it open. The formation engraved on it was indeed not much different from the summoning formation, and it even looked much simpler than the summoning formation. Following the instructions, Han Yu pressed his thumb on the scroll, and the scroll began to glow, indicating that it had been activated. Then he pressed the scroll on Hu Yun's head, and the formation on the scroll began to rotate. Hu Yun thought Han Yu was touching it, and rubbed it on the scroll. The scroll slowly floated into the air, and a summoning formation formed between the scroll and Hu Yun. Really? Is the priority of the contract scroll so high? But before Han Yu finished being surprised, the scroll fell directly in the air. Hu Yun shook his head, and nothing happened. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Han Yu picked up the reel, and the formation was still running, but it couldn't be applied to Hu Yun, as if it was bounced away by some kind of power on his body. If the contract scroll and the summoning array are the same, Hu Yun actually already has a layer of array on his body, so it is normal that he can no longer be affected by the contract scroll. But how did Su Lan do it? keeping a monster that was not the original body in this world for such a long time. Hanyu couldn't figure it out. This Su-lan is the real god, I surrender. He is even more unreasonable than the system. Put the scroll away, the array on it will only last for 3 minutes, and then it will be scrapped. It seems that today is simply a waste of 1 million, except for knowing once again how strong Su-lan's research on the summoning array is, there is no other gain. Forget it, I will apply for Su-lan's notes after the freshman competition. He has contacted Ingyuju, and the school does have a copy of Su-lan's notes, but it needs to be applied for before it can be seen. As for the original, it was put away by the Shanghai headquarters after Su-lan disappeared. After feeling sorry for his 1 million, Hanyu finally received the news from his long-missed brother Wang. He sent a message to Wang Hongba in the morning, saying that he had arrived in Zizong City, but he had some things to deal with. Could he arrange for him to start becoming stronger in 5 days? Wang Hongba immediately agreed, saying that he would arrange everything properly, and said shamelessly, this arrangement will definitely not go wrong, and will definitely let Wei Yidio quickly embark on the road to becoming a strong man. It's not up to you to decide whether it goes wrong or not, brother Wang. Hanyu complained in his heart. Hanyu put down his phone with satisfaction. It's a pity, I guess this is the last chance, I don't know where to get the wool next time. If it goes wrong twice in a row, Wang Hongba will probably find out that he is abnormal, and it will not be so easy for people who want to find a new bishop next time. I just don't know if there are other summoner mutual aid groups. After this is over, Hanyu plans to ask Sherdong. In the next few days, Hanyu did not go out much, but called out a few summons to test the coordination after adding the flame-tailed fox. For days later, the freshman competition that everyone was looking forward to was finally about to begin. Hanyu went down the mountain from his villa, but unfortunately, there was no teleportation array directly to the square. Hanyu walked down the mountain, and people gradually followed behind him. Hanyu was used to setting off on time, but he didn't expect that several people living at the foot of the mountain were waiting for him. Hanyu didn't go out, and one of them was waiting at the door to calm down and rest. Seeing Hanyu coming down, they all got up and followed Hanyu, without saying a word, just silently following behind Hanyu. They have tried every possible way to improve their strength these days. Most of them have spent all their credits, and the quality of the equipment in the school is much higher than that in the game store. But they rarely see Hanyu go out, and have never seen Hanyu in the weapon store or the enchantment store. It seems that Hanyu is never worried that he will be surpassed by anyone, which has aroused the competitive spirit of these proud sons of heaven, and they have been watching Hanyu's every move. But they only saw Hanyu basking in the sun in the yard of his villa on the hillside, and even moved the beach chair to the yard, without any intention of preparing for the freshman competition. This made them even more angry. In the past few days, everyone was holding their breath, determined to pull Hanyu down from the first place. Hanyu walked to the square of Nanjing University, as if nothing had happened, and more than a dozen people followed him, all of whom were top-ranked students. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hanyu's back, which was their goal for this freshman competition. But Hanyu's steps were not impatient at all, and he walked leisurely, completely ignoring everyone. When he walked to the square, he also walked to Jiang Ziki and asked, "How is it? Are you ready?" "Don't worry, I have treatment, damage and control now. There is no pressure to solo the dungeon, but you have to be careful without treatment." "Treatment? Just watch how I sweep the dungeon." Compared with this freshman competition, he is more concerned about the strengthening plan arranged by Brother Wang for him. Principal Chuzhua looked at the audience, and the large group behind Hanyu. It seems that these students have a deep resentment towards Hanyu. Hanyu doesn't seem to have done anything. Why is the hatred greater than that of the first pull in previous years? Chapter 77. The problem is that he did nothing. Zhongrou said with a smile. These 5 days were originally reserved for them to use credits to strengthen themselves again. Every student is trying their best to strengthen their own strength. Only Hanyu went out for a stroll on the first day, but he didn't even go into the weapon store or the amplification store. After that, he did morning exercises and leisure like at home every day, and even opened the shield of the villa and put sofas in the yard to bask in the sun. It's like, before the exam, everyone is studying hard, but the person who always gets the first place in the school is sleeping soundly. How can other hard-working people not be angry? Sometimes doing nothing can attract more hatred than doing something. These people are probably waiting for Hanyu to fall from the altar. What you said makes me a little curious. Is Hanyu simply arrogant, or is his strength really to the point of ignoring the dungeons of the same level? I wonder if he can have the style of Master Su-lan. Although Su-lan has never reached level 60 in his life, he is still recognized as the most legendary summoner. Even among the later summoners, many of them reached level 60, But none of them could match the style of Su Lan and his team defending a city when the demonic disaster first appeared. Principal Chu, the time is up. The assistant standing next to Chuzhua reminded. Well, let's start. Chuzhua stood up, walked to the rostrum, and added a battle formation skill to himself. Encouragement. Hello, students. I am Chuzhua, the vice president of Nanjing University. I will host this freshman competition. You should be ready. The students in the audience responded in unison. Ready? During these 5 days, everyone was waiting to prove themselves, and wanted to take this opportunity to prove their strength again. During these days in Nanjing University, you should have found what you wanted, right? Whatever you want, Nanjing University will give you, whether it is equipment, level, or future, whatever you want, you can get it at Nanjing University. But what I want to say is that our top 10 colleges are not only in the top 10 in terms of strength, but also in the top 10 in terms of annual casualties. Every year, 15% of the students who graduate from our Nanjing University die in dungeons, and a quarter of them are permanently disabled when they retreat from the battlefield, and may be useless for the rest of their lives. Don't think that you can be a good person in school. It is safe. The casualty rate of our school has also reached 1 in 10. It is better to die in school than to let you die on the battlefield and drag down your teammates. Here, rights are responsibilities. Here, there is no place for cowards, and it is not a breeding ground for maggots. Here, there are only warriors who died on the battlefield, or gods of war who killed all monsters and protected mankind. Fight! For everything you want to protect. Chuzhua's words, coupled with the inspiring skills, raised the morale of all students to the peak. Now everyone's heart is surging with boundless fighting spirit. Now I just want to enter the dungeon and kill all these monsters that invaded my world. Fight! 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 Okay. Chuzhua waved his hand, and 2 blue doors appeared in the air. Why are there 2 doors? 2 dungeons? Seeing the 2 dungeon portals appearing in the air, the students were stunned. Could it be that there is more than 1 dungeon this year? The dungeon for this freshman competition is Cursed City. Chuzhua continued to speak loudly. Or you haven't even heard of the name. This is a newly appeared rift. We haven't even had time to set up teleportation arrays in each dungeon. On the left, there is a dungeon with a teleportation array already built. You can use the return scroll. On the right, it is the first dungeon. The return scroll cannot be used, but the rewards will be richer. It's up to you to choose. Which side you choose will not affect the final score. Make your own choice. After saying that, Chuzhua did not return to his seat, but quietly watched the choices of the students below the stage. Han Yu, who was standing at the front, took a step forward and walked to the dungeon entrance on the right. Connect your mind. Cursed City LV15 to LV20. Choose difficulty, Nightmare level. Enter the dungeon. The person also disappeared on the spot. Nightmare level? What's so great about it? The people who followed Han Yu before immediately followed, with the same difficulty, and the same choice of single brush dungeons. After they made their choice, the others quickly followed suit, and everyone chose the first dungeon on the right. The lowest difficulty was normal, and no one chose the easy difficulty dungeon, which was their bottom line. There were also many people who chose to play the dungeon alone. Each choice would increase their score, but it would also increase the difficulty of their clearance. Chuzhua returned to his position only after everyone entered the dungeon. The annual freshman competition officially began. Although it was not as sensational as the college entrance examination, the competition of top universities such as Nanjing University would still attract countless eyes. The top 10 schools will also compete secretly to see which school's students have the most potential. How is it? How many people choose the nightmare difficulty? Chuzhua returned to his seat and asked. A total of 41 groups chose the nightmare level, which is 9 groups less than last year. It is probably because of the new dungeon that they lowered the difficulty for themselves. The assistant beside Chuzhua immediately replied. Although these students are all eager to fight, they also have a clear understanding of their own strength. It can be said that they are self-aware. Chuzhua nodded lightly. A completely different dungeon is completely different from the difficulty of the dungeon that has been seen by others for countless times. A total of 52 people chose to play alone, and 18 of them chose the nightmare difficulty, which is 3 more than last year. Seeing Han Yu still aroused their blood. These 18 people will be the focus of attention in the future. If they perform well, just like in previous years, any first-time dungeons with higher difficulty will be given to them in the future. Yes. This is of course not a challenge, but the school's training for them. The first-time dungeon with a high level means more gains. Credits are also required to enter the dungeon. If you can get the school's first copy, it is equivalent to getting a resource tilt. Let's start. Let's take a look at the Nightmare difficulty copy first. The screen appeared in front of everyone, and Hanyu was the first one. He was now standing in front of an ancient city, with a puzzled look on his face. The wind from nowhere with a rotten smell drilled into Hanyu's nose, making him feel uncomfortable. But around Hanyu, no monster appeared. Hanyu also felt strange. According to past experience, this kind of first copy should be roared by various monsters, but now it is quiet around and only the sound of the wind can be heard. The problem must be the city in front of him. Hanyu summoned all the summons except the Shadow Blade Mantis and walked to the city gate. In the middle of the city gate, it should have been written as the first floor, but now it was replaced by a big word of sadness. Story mission copy? Hanyu was stunned. Is there a mission copy at level 15? Chapter 78. Hanyu drove the falcon to fly in the sky, wanting to see what the scene was like in the city. Unfortunately, he could only see a layer of fog. It seemed that he had to go in to see the scene of the dungeon. Hanyu walked forward and pushed the city gate open with force. Hanyu heard a sobbing cry. As soon as he stepped into the city, he received a game prompt. Additional negative status to the whole team. Physical fitness reduced by 20%. Special status cannot be removed. Negative status of the scene? It is indeed more advanced than the ordinary dungeon. Hanyu pushed open the door, and the first thing he saw was not a monster, but a normal-looking city street. At the end of the street, there was another closed city gate. On both sides of the street, there were two deep ditches filled with all kinds of filth, almost overflowing from the gullies. On both sides of the gullies, dozens of ragged women and children were kneeling. Each looked like a skeleton, with only skin and bones left on their bodies, but they seemed to be sobbing something in their mouths, proving that they were still alive. I thought I was back home. Then muttered silently. At first glance, Hanyu thought these women were the monsters in this dungeon, but they didn't seem to have any attack power. They were obviously just humans, and they were so hungry that they didn't have any attack power. Hanyu still couldn't take action immediately. Judging from the experience of the strategy videos he had watched, there were very few pure human monsters in the dungeon. Even the humanoid monsters in the dungeon were mostly mutated humans, zombies, mutants, etc. But the dozen women and children in front of him seemed to be alive except that they were a little thinner, and they didn't even seem to have any attack power. Plot mission? Where can I trigger the plot? Plot dungeons are also divided into mandatory plots and triggered plots. To trigger a plot dungeon, you need to find clues by yourself, and only when the triggering conditions are met can you officially access the plot. After successfully accessing, you can get more generous rewards than the usual plot, or trigger a hidden mission. But to trigger the plot, you can also ignore the mission and push forward all the way to past the dungeon. This dungeon obviously requires players to find clues by themselves, and then trigger the hidden plot. But at the same time, in the other dungeons, the elemental mage has already released a raging fire, burning all the creatures in front of him. When attacking, countless rats emerged from the filth in the street and rushed towards the player one by one. The swordsman stabbed the woman who was touching him with a sword, and the huge rat stained with filth rushed out of the sewer and began to attack the player, but was easily solved by a set of combos. When they entered the door, they also found that this might be a dungeon with a hidden mission, and more rewards could be obtained after triggering the mission. But this is the freshman competition. Everyone wants to quickly pass the dungeon and get a better score. They don't have time to waste on triggering the plot, so they all choose to push forward. Why didn't Hanyu move? Zhang Yi, the dean of the compound, asked. Maybe he found out that this is a plot dungeon. Zhong Ro explained, but we have cleared nearly 100 copies of the Cursed City, and still haven't found out how the plot is triggered. In the end, we chose to directly clear all the carriers, clean up this batch of copies as quickly as possible, and then try to trigger the plot. Hanyu walked towards the next gate with the summoned creature, which was closed. Hanyu gradually approached, and the women and children on both sides of the street still did not make any aggressive moves. Ellie pulled the bow and said to the people around her, Master, these humans don't seem to have any malicious intentions. Be on guard, they might turn into monsters in the next second. Hanyu said softly. He was not a kind-hearted person. If he had to kill all the creatures in the copy to pass the level, he would not hesitate at all. But this copy obviously had a plot, and he just wanted to see what changes would happen next. Since it was a plot that required the player to actively trigger, there would definitely be some hints. When he passed the first woman, the thin woman, who was as thin as a skeleton, stretched out her hand to Hanyu. My lord, give me something to eat. Give me something. As she said this, She knelt and moved to Han Yu's side, raised her hands high, begging Han Yu to give her something. Han Yu took a step back subconsciously. Ailey pulled the bow to its full length, but Han Yu pushed her down. Han Yu did not throw anything down, but the woman began to kowtow. Thank you, sir. Then, in the ditch full of filth beside, a 3-inch-long mouse crawled out and ran into the broken bowl in the woman's hand. The woman grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth, but before she could chew it, the cat-sized mouse climbed directly onto her head along her hand. It instantly appeared behind the woman's head, for claws pierced through her scalp, and the sharp claws grabbed the woman's head, making a squeaking sound. The woman's face showed a look of intense struggle, and her face skin was pulled tight from both sides by the plague rat. Her face, which was already so thin that you could see the skeleton, was really pulled like a mouse. Squeak, woo. Sir, hiss, woo. The woman let out a roar like a monster and trembled as she stretched out her hand towards Han Yu. The expression on her face was struggling violently, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. But the struggle only lasted for a moment, and the woman's eyes were replaced by red light, and she completely lost her mind. She rushed towards Han Yu. Han Yu took a step back. This must be a plot copy. But he still had no idea what the plot was. But now the battle is about to begin. Han Yu took 2 steps back. Ailey had already pulled the bow to the full, and the flame of the staff in Fenghua's hand had begun to condense. Others, don't attack. Han Yu suddenly said, Ailey, aim at the plague rat. Don't attack the woman. Han Yu's mind flashed. Although he couldn't hear the words of the woman's final sobbing cry, that expression should be asking for help. Han Yu didn't have any intention of saving people, but in Han Yu's eyes, this was the task prompt given to him by the copy. Does the plot require me to save her? Han Yu muttered to himself. This was the only intersection between him and the plot of the dungeon. Not knowing how to continue to solve the plot, Han Yu could only give it a try. It can be considered as triggering the first step of the plot, but this will only increase the difficulty of the dungeon. Shong Rose said, as she looked at the scene in Han Yu's dungeon. After these plague rats control humans, they will really begin to mutate. The best option is to quickly clean up these parasites. Han Yu's first one is really dangerous. It has already delayed a lot of time. Chapter 79. This is not Shong Rose nonsense. Rats are not uncommon in low-level dungeons. The rats that emerged from the ditch were only more than 30 centimeters long. Although they were much larger than ordinary rats, they were only the size of adult wild cats, not as big as real mutant monsters, and not even a dish in nightmare difficulty. As long as the human parasites were cleared out first, these plague rats would not cause much trouble to other players. In other players' dungeons, some people had already used group damage skills to clear out the human parasites, and were pulling monsters to clear out the plague rats. Qi Ming, who had been waiting for a challenge in front of Han Yu's door a few days ago, had quickly cleared out the parasites. Only a few plague rats successfully controlled humans, and rushed towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was not panicked at all, pulling the few remaining humans controlled by plague rats. When all the zombie-like humans rushed towards him, the long sword in his hand flew out. Flying Sword 3. The long sword floated in the air, split into 3, and slashed at the 3 plague rats in front of him with sharp sword light. The 3 swords were swung out at the same time, and the plague rats in front of him with human heads were directly cut off and rolled to the ground. The 3 swords returned to 1 and fell back into Qi Ming's hand. Fortunately, it was handled in time. If all the plague rats controlled the humans, it would be a bit difficult to kill them. When he first entered the copy, he also did not take the initiative to attack. After realizing that this might be a plot copy, he also stopped to check. But when those plague rats controlled the humans to attack him, he immediately started to counterattack, and cut the mutating human in front of him into 2 with 1 sword. After being killed with 1 sword, more and more plague rats ran out of the ditch, looking for their own carriers. Qi Ming first cleared the humans on the ground to prevent them from becoming carriers of plague rats. Before the plague rats and carriers combined, the monsters in this nightmare difficulty dungeon were no different from those in the normal difficulty. After clearing all the monsters, Qi Ming easily sheathed his sword. Turning around to check, the second city gate had indeed become loose. There was a big word on it, bitter. Gently pushing open the city gate, I came to the second level city, and a noisy sound came. The debuff didn't disappear? Qi Ming looked at his own state. He thought that the negative effect would disappear after leaving the first level dungeon. But he didn't expect it to still be there. Not only that, there was an extra layer of debuff on his body, strength reduced by 20%. Special negative effect, cannot be removed. Sure enough, this is the difficulty of this dungeon. Qi Ming sighed. The difficulty of the first level made Chi Ming feel that the difficulty of this freshman competition was a bit too low, and he was even a little worried that he could not open up the gap with others. But the negative effects added to the second level made Chi Ming really pay attention to this first public copy. If it was just a physical weakening, Chi Ming had enough confidence in his positioning, as long as he was not attacked. But the weakening of strength is a targeted debuff for physical players like him. Zhong Ro outside the field explained, "This is the special feature of the Cursed City. Every time you enter a level, you will have an additional debuff effect. As the monsters become stronger at each level, they will also weaken the players. When it comes to the boss level, the player will have 4 layers of debuffs. At this time, facing the final boss, you will suffer a big loss if you are not careful. No wonder this place is called the Cursed City. This should be the most difficult dungeon in the freshman competition in recent years," Zhang Yi said. Their compound specializes in secondary professions, and has not paid much attention to new dungeons. Moreover, the higher the attribute points of this negative effect, the greater the impact. Principal Chuzhua chuckled and said, "Every year, some children from noble families rely on equipment to stack attribute points, otherwise we don't have to hold competitive games. However, the one who has been weakened the most is still Han Yu. All his summons have been added with debuffs. Han Yu, is he still on the first floor?" Everyone just saw Han Yu trying to trigger the plot, and went to see the clearance of other students. Now several teams have passed the first floor dungeon, among which Chi Ming is still Nightmare difficulty plus solo. But turning around to look at Han Yu, he is still on the first floor dungeon. There are already many women lying around him, and several of them have 4 blood holes on their heads, but the plague rats on their heads have disappeared. More women were entangled by vines, and dragged away from the ditch. 2 are about to come out of the ditch on the left. Han Yu saw the movement in the ditch clearly through his eagle eyes. Muttering in his mouth, Ai Li fired an arrow at the command. "Shoot down the plague rat that was about to climb on the head of the child next to him. Kill it instantly with 1 arrow, and nail it to the ground." Another arrow was fired, and another plague rat that had already climbed on the woman's head was also shot down. The 2 rats were shot dead, and the vines on the ground quickly moved, pulling the woman and the child together, and at the same time extracting the flesh and blood of the plague rat to replenish themselves. As for the rest of the summons, the lava rock lizards quietly guarded the ditch, ready to taunt the plague rats that Ai Li missed at any time. The flame-tailed fox was completely idle. Her attack was very contagious. Han Yu was afraid that she would attack the parasite, so he asked her to stop for the time being. Anyway, it seemed that the monsters here were not very strong. Under Han Yu's attribute suppression, it seemed that there was no difference from the nightmare difficulty of level 10 to 15. This was the difficulty of the pure plague rats. As for the plague rats finding the parasites, Han Yu did not give them any chance to perform. Outside the field, everyone was confused. At this time, nearly 10 people had already passed the first level. Why was Han Yu still cautious? And he obviously did not use his full strength. Now only 1 elf archer was allowed to output, and the rest of the summons were paddling. As for Han Yu himself, he sat quietly on Hu Yun's back, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, but did not make any movements. He just watched Ai Li shoot arrows one by one, and issued instructions from time to time, asking Ai Li to attack the plague rats that had just sprung out. What is he doing? Why doesn't he attack with all his strength? Do you think that 1 summon can clear the level? Don't mention it. The output of this summon is not low. 1 arrow kills 1 plague rat monster, but now he is behind. Is Han Yu a little too arrogant? The teachers watching the game looked at Han Yu's actions, and became anxious for him. They were looking forward to Han Yu's performance this time. He can easily get rid of the plague rat with only 1 summon. It is really strong. But this is a freshman competition, and the competition is about dungeon racing. Your score will not be increased just because you don't use all your strength. Dean Zhong, what do you think? Chuzhua did not make his own comments, but asked Zhong Ro. Regarding the strategy research of the dungeon, the School of Literature has the most say. He should be trying to trigger the plot. The same as what we tried at the beginning, Zhong Ro said. Chapter 80. From his initial actions, it can be seen that he was trying to trigger the plot of this dungeon, but the monster started to attack in the middle. He seemed to want to kill only the plague rats without hurting these humans. This judgment should be made at the beginning. The parasite stretched out its hand to him, which he judged as a call for help, which was consistent with our team's judgment when entering the dungeon. We have tried this method, but it failed in the end. Within 3 seconds of the plague rats controlling humans, the women will be completely infected by the plague rats. As for the children, their resistance is even worse, and they only have 2 seconds to react. And we didn't call in high-level archers that were accurate enough to eliminate the plague rats so quickly and accurately. After several attempts, there will always be humans who die, and even if a few humans are saved, there is no feedback. I don't know if this method is right, so I gave up and chose to speed through the dungeon directly. Prepare to try to trigger the plot after the first batch of monsters are cleared. Now, is Han Yu's solution correct? Johnny asked. I don't know. Our data group has not yet analyzed any useful information. We have only given several possibilities for triggering the plot. But from the copy, Han Yu has not received any feedback, just like our previous attempts. So this method may not be right. Maybe the triggering conditions for the hidden plot are not on the first level at all, so Han Yu is just wasting time. In the field, Han Yu is still calmly directing Ellie to attack the plague rats. Just like Shonro said, he has prevented most of the plague rats from parasitizing humans, but still has not received any feedback. Nothing special happened. Even the people who had just been bitten by the plague rats, whose already fragile bodies had lost the last bit of strength to struggle, lay quietly on the ground, breathing only slightly. Han Yu also began to doubt whether his guess was right. If the attempt on this level failed, he would choose to push the dungeon on the next level. Han Yu was very curious about the first plot dungeon he encountered and wanted to solve it to see what kind of plot it was. But he still had to fight for the first place in the freshman competition. If he exerted his full strength, he was confident that he could catch up with others quickly. No, Chi Ming has already cleared half of the monsters in Kuching. I'm afraid Han, you will not be able to catch up. A teacher watching the game said. Why rush? If the rest of his summons are as strong as the elf archer, Han Yu will be able to catch up in a short time if he exerts his full strength. Zhang Yi looked at Han Yu's unhurried cleaning of the plague rats, and was very confident in his strength. I just don't know if the attempt is right, Zhongrou said softly. This dungeon has only been around for a short time, the first round of cleanup has not yet ended, and the plot mission has not yet been tried on a large scale. Han Yu's attempt in the field has come to an end, but he is not impatient, and calmly directs Ailey to attack the plague rats. The last wave of plague rats rushed out again. 6 of them came out from the ditches on the left and right. And they all rushed towards the women who were still running around. Ailey, you are responsible for the left one. At the same time, Han Yu raised his longbow and shared Ailey's talent. An arrow was shot out, and a plague rat that had just appeared was nailed to the ground by Han Yu. Thin's vines also moved the carrier away from the ditch, giving Han Yu and Ellie time to attack. In just a few seconds, the last few plague rats were cleared. After waiting for a few seconds, no other monsters came out, and Han Yu put down his bow and arrow. Han Yu smiled, and he finally received the reminder he had been thinking about. Trigger the hidden plot, the cause of the curse. Negative status. Physical fitness reduced by 20%, lifted. The debuff of 20% physical fitness reduction on Han Yu finally disappeared, making Han Yu feel lighter, and it seemed that his guess was right. Looking up at the door of the second floor, it had indeed begun to loosen, indicating that it was now openable. The woman underground was still panting, which meant that these humans were not monsters, and would not affect the opening of the next layer of the copy. All the monsters on the first floor had been cleared. Okay, let them go. Thin lifted the restrictions of the vines, and the woman who still had strength immediately got up and instinctively ran towards the sides of the street. Han Yu walked to the gate with the summoned creature, although he did not receive any positive feedback. But before leaving this floor, the negative effects that could not be removed were removed for him. Not bad, this can be regarded as triggering the hidden plot, deemed Zhong? Zhang Yi looked at the status bar on Han Yu, and the negative effect disappeared. Although he had not seen this copy before, other players entered the second floor, and the negative status did not disappear, but one more layer. This difference was enough to prove that Han Yu successfully triggered the hidden task. You are thoughtful and delicate, and you are better than other students. Dean Zhong, I have solved the problem for you. Chu Shua also nodded, and it can be seen that he was very satisfied with Han Yu's performance. Did it disappear? The special status disappeared? Zhong Ro exclaimed directly. She, who knew the most about this new dungeon, was the most shocked. Han Yu triggered the hidden task. Zhong Ro was surprised but not shocked. After all, this was Han Yu who was highly expected, and the accuracy of the elf archer he summoned was not inferior to that of high-level archer specialized players. What shocked her was that the first effect of this hidden plot, and the first feedback of the task, was to remove the special status that was clearly marked as cannot be removed. You know, it was because of the addition of a negative status on each layer that the exploration speed of the first batch was greatly slowed down. If we had known earlier that the effect of the hidden plot was to remove the negative status, No matter how troublesome it was, we would have triggered the hidden task first. This would greatly improve the exploration efficiency. It's a pity that there are not enough archers. Let's see what the plot of the second layer is like. As the Dean of the College of Literature, Jong-ro immediately called the assistant beside her. Collect all the videos of Han Yu's clearance this time, and use them as research materials for the strategy of the Cursed City. Jong-ro, who was shocked at first, calmed down. They had tried the same plot-triggering method before, but it was too difficult to meet the requirements. Archers are a profession that can only be changed at level 20. It would be a waste to use them in clearing this level 15 dungeon. If the subsequent tasks are triggered by the same conditions, Jong-ro may have to give up. If the subsequent cities are triggered by other methods, you can also adjust the team configuration and let the elemental mage's single ice cone skill try. Han Yu stretched out his hand and pushed open the bitter door, and a layer of debuff was added to his body again. Strength reduced by 20%, special debuff state, cannot be removed. Another forced debuff effect. Han Yu quickly looked around the interior of the city, and what caught his eye was a group of warriors in heavy armor, who looked completely different from the skinny women and children on the previous floor. Chapter 81 Cursed City, Hidden Mission, Cause of the Curse. Requirement of this layer: protect the Plague Doctor from being killed by the soldiers. After completing the mission, the negative status of this layer can be removed. Penalty for mission failure: negative status cannot be removed until the end of this dungeon exploration. Han Yu received prompts from the game one after another. In front of him, a team of fully armed soldiers were driving 5 people wearing black robes and crow head masks towards the inner city. Han Yu used identification to check the properties of these creatures in front of him. Plague Rat Heavy Armor Warrior, LV-18. Skill: Armor Cover. Charge: Plague Rat Magic Swordsman, LV-18. Skill: Breaking Mountain Slash. Heavy Sword Enchantment. Magic Swordsman Captain, LV-20. Skill: Invigoration. Battle Formation Skill: Breaking Mountain Slash. Heavy Sword Enchantment. Disease Spread. The attack of the Magic Swordsman Captain is accompanied by disease, and a negative status is randomly attached. Plague Doctor, LV-15, Neutral Skills, Healing. Purification more than a dozen heavily armored warriors, a total of 3 arms. And 5 level 15 Plague Doctors. The Birdbeak Plague Doctors are the targets that Han Yu wants to protect. The health bars above their heads are different from those of the enemies. They are yellow health bars representing neutrality, which means that they will not actively attack anyone. Then the target of this level should be these heavily armored warriors? We can brush the dungeon well. The first level of protective parasites really made Han Yu a little restrained, and he didn't show any strength at all. But the names all have the word Plague Rat in front? Is it a mutant human race? Rock Lizard, attack. Without caring about so much, Han Yu ordered the Rock Lizard to start attacking before those heavily armored warriors reacted. At the same time, he placed a flame totem on the battlefield to add a layer of ice effect to Ellie. The lava rock lizard had been lying on the ground, supporting its body with its sturdy limbs. Its seemingly bulky body burst out with an astonishing speed. It rushed towards the heavy armored warrior in front of it. With a roar, it attracted the attention of all the heavy armored soldiers who were advancing. The team of warriors who were escorting the Plague Doctor turned back quickly when they heard the heavy footsteps of the lava rock lizard, but it was too late to react. It was directly knocked to the ground by the huge lava rock lizard, and the heavy armor smashed a big hole in the stone-paved street. The lava rock lizard pressed on a heavy armored warrior and hit the helmet of the heavy armored warrior with its head. The hard steel armor was actually hit by the lava rock lizard to create a dent the size of a watermelon, but the Plague Rat warrior, who should have been injured in the head, did not bleed. When the heavy armored warrior was preparing to attack separately, the lava rock lizard's taunt skill was activated, and the heavy armored warriors within 3 meters of the lava rock lizard were affected. Originally preparing to charge and attack Han Yu and others behind, they were forcibly pulled back by the ridicule and attacked the molten lizard at the same time. In her left hand, Ellie took out a black rosary, which was the bodiless skill of the Shadow Rosary. Throwing the rosary onto the roof of the street, Ellie's body turned into a ball of black mist on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already on the roof. Occupying the high ground, Ellie could maximize the advantage of an archer. Fenghua waved the staff in his hand, and the ground fire was brewing under the feet of the molten lizard, and the breath of the flames gushed out. The molten lizard was born with 50% fire resistance, and Fenghua could completely ignore it and output at full strength. The heavy steel armor on the Plague Rat warrior blocked the first wave of fire attacks, but it also caused the temperature inside the armor to rise rapidly. The second round of underground fire began to erupt again, and the fire column with molten flames gushed out from the ground again. The remaining molten flames were still attached to the heavy armored warriors, with a burning effect. The warriors in the steel helmets screamed, and the plague rat warrior whose helmet was flattened by the molten rock lizard tilted his head, and 3 plague rats about 40 to 50 centimeters long crawled out of his armor. With flames still on his body, he hurriedly escaped from the armor. As the plague rats came out of the armor, the heavy armored warrior, who looked tall and mighty, just now collapsed instantly, leaving only an empty shell. It's not a human. Hanyu could only see a black hole through the gap in the armor. I'm afraid that this so-called heavy armored warrior only has a layer of human skin left. Behind the heavy armored warrior team, the captain of the magic swordsman raised his broadsword, in courage. All the plague rat warriors were covered with a layer of shields, and then turned around and rushed towards the direction of the third city gate. The taunting skill of the lava lizard did not affect him, but after releasing the skill, he did not attack Hanyu and his men. Instead, he led 5 doctors to rush to the inner city. Each of those plague doctors was wearing heavy shackles. Even most of the plague rat warriors were tied up by Hanyu, and had no way to escape. The captain stabbed them in the neck with a broadsword. Ratman, right? You still have intelligence. Hanyu did not expect the monster to run away. He grabbed Finn's little arm. Finn, it's up to you. Finn, ? Master, now. I don't need to resist the damage. Finn looked at the lava lizard in front of him, who was chopped by the heavy armor knight, and sparks flew out of his body. Looking at his small skeleton, even if it turned into a silver skeleton, it couldn't withstand the attack of so many heavily armored knights. Use your vines to protect those plague doctors, just don't let them die. As soon as he finished speaking, Finn was thrown out by Hanyu. The light skeleton frame spun in the air, and landed at the end of the plague rat warrior team. Before the captain of the magic swordsman could react, a figure fell from the sky and fell in front of him. At the same time, Hanyu sat on Hu Yun's back and ran towards the plague doctor. It was not difficult to kill these plague rat warriors, but I was afraid that they would get excited and kill the plague doctor. At that time, the mission could not be completed, and if the negative effects were difficult to eliminate, the speed of the next clearance would also be affected. The captain of the magic swordsman was escorting the plague doctor, and suddenly a skeleton fell in front of him, blocking his way. But he reacted immediately after leaving, raised his broadsword and chopped at Finn. Finn scattered a seed and raised his hoe, trying to dig a big hole on the spot. As a result, only a piece of sparks was smashed, and he uttered an incomprehensible curse from his mouth, and hurriedly retreated to avoid the attack. Fortunately, the dream vines can still grow normally. When they spread rapidly, they changed their targets to plague doctors, dragged their ankles, and dragged them to Finn. At the same time, Finn swung his hoe staff, and 3 tiny spores floated towards Captain Plague Rat, and quickly drilled into his nostrils. Inhaling spores will be slowed down, and explosive damage will be produced after a delay. Captain Plague Rat looked at the plague doctor he was escorting, who was being dragged away by strange vines, and immediately wanted to catch up, but he didn't expect that as soon as he moved his body, the speed that was not fast became even slower. Seeing that the plague doctor was about to be dragged away, the magic swordsman raised a broadsword in his hand, and chopped it on the head of the person closest to him. Even if he executed them now, he couldn't let these people escape. Chapter 82. Hu Yun. Soul seizing. Hanyu was sitting on Hu Yun's back and approached quickly. Hanyu raised his longbow at the same time and scattered it, repelling the demon sword captain, who had already raised his broadsword. Hu Yun opened his mouth and roared while running. The plague rat captain, who had just been repelled, was ready to attack again, but was directly controlled by soul seizing and fell into a trance. Finn's vines exerted force again, pulling all the plague doctors away from the plague rat warriors. All the control skills were released in an instant, because Hanyu didn't know whether this fragile 15th level plague doctor could withstand this attack. Seeing that the plague doctor was temporarily out of danger, Hanyu patted Hu Yun's head lightly, and Hu Yun's running speed slowed down a little. Hanyu raised the longbow in his hand, and the 5 streams of light flew out in a row, shooting towards the plague rat captain's eyes, which was the weakness marked by the falcon in the air, and the place that the armor could not cover. Ellie pulled the bow to its full length, aiming at the same target as Hanyu, and also shot 5 consecutive shots at the other eye socket of the magic swordsman captain. The level 20 monster's long health bar instantly reached the bottom. Hanyu was about to shoot another arrow, but the body of the plague rat captain shrank rapidly. 3 half-meter-long plague rats crawled out of the armor. Disease Plague Rat, LV-18. Skill, Control God. Disease Transmission. Being bitten by a plague rat will randomly add 2 negative states. 2 lives. It's really troublesome to clean up. These heavy armored warriors seem to be all controlled by the plague rat's control god skill, and they are much stronger than the woman on the first level. These controlled heavy armored warriors all have their own skills. After receiving fatal damage, they will turn into plague rats again and continue to attack. Fortunately, there are no extra parasites here, otherwise there would be endless descendants. Han Yu, who had just relaxed, stared at the plague rats that came out of the magic swordsman captain's body, but they did not rush towards them, but flew towards the plague doctor, who was temporarily controlled by Finn. They were looking for new parasites. Continue to attack the plague rats, Han Yu and Ellie ordered. 2 bows and arrows were aimed at the running plague rats at the same time. The vines in front of the plague doctor grew rapidly, waving their branches and claws, ready to deal with the plague rats that were about to rush over. A level 20 monster? Killed in one set? This damage is a bit high. Outside the field, a teacher watching the game saw that the magic swordsman captain, who was wearing heavy armor, fell to the ground and turned into a pool of rotten meat in less than a few seconds under the joint attack of Han Yu and Ellie, and couldn't help but sigh. What level is Han Yu now? This summon is too strong. Zhang Yi smiled, which just proved that his confidence in Han Yu was right. I asked him at the beginning of the school year, and he is level 15. The level is not low, but even if it is level 15, according to the maximum summon, the summon should be level 18. It has such high damage, which is simply too outrageous. After his summon is locked, he can wear equipment, which is naturally much stronger than other summons. This is normal. Zhang Yi chuckled and said, he also specially customized equipment for the summon. Zhong Ro looked at Han Yu and chose to attack the plague rat captain first and said, in fact, our previous cleaning strategy was to ignore the plague doctor and let the captain take people away. After this group of doctors disappeared at the gate, they would not appear again. The remaining plague rats are less than level 20, which is much easier to clean up. Han Yu's primary goal after entering the dungeon seems to be to protect these plague doctors. He should have received a hint of a hidden task. If the negative effects of this layer are removed, Han Yu's first place is probably secure. In the dungeons of other students, most people chose the clearance method mentioned by Zhong Ro, letting the captain leave with the plague doctors, and they focused on dealing with the heavy swordsmen and plague rat warriors. In fact, even if they wanted to attack the captain, they couldn't do it. They couldn't taunt him, and the team of heavy armored warriors couldn't get past him. They could only watch him leave with the plague doctors, but without the most powerful monster, it was much easier to clean up. Qi Ming, who was still high-spirited on the first floor just now, is now carefully dealing with the plague rat warrior in front of him. The buff of weakened strength reduced his damage by nearly 1/5, and the weakened physique made his already low health even more dangerous. If he was hit by a broadsword, he might lose 1/3 of his health in an instant. Without the cooperation of teammates, facing the hordes of monsters, he could only use the edge of the long range to carefully wear down the health of the heavy armored warriors bit by bit, while avoiding the heavy armored warriors' charge. Just as he dodged the attack of a magic swordsman and was about to harvest, 2 heavy armored warriors charged. Qi Ming could only give up the attack and dodge the charge of the 2 heavy armored warriors. As they attacked and swayed, Qi Ming threw out the long sword. Sword of the Six. The long sword was sent out, split into 6 in the air, and stabbed towards the gaps in the armor of the 2 heavy armored warriors. These warriors who can charge are too annoying, so it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. 3 swords attacked a heavily armored warrior, and Qi Ming began to retreat quickly. He knew that when the health of these plague rat warriors reached the bottom, they would turn into plague rats again and attack again. Sure enough, as the heavily armored warrior fell, 6 plague rats flew towards him, and the long sword returned to Qi Ming's hand again. But just as he was about to react, Qi Ming suddenly felt a pain in his ankle. A plague rat that had escaped before had been hiding in the ditch next to it. When Qi Ming approached, it suddenly jumped up and bit Qi Ming. Additional deceleration, fragile state, lasting 30 seconds. Fuck. Qi Ming cursed inwardly, and quickly dodged to the left. 2 more layers of negative effects were added. Qi Ming completely gave up attacking, and could only passively dodge and wait for the deceleration and fragile effects to disappear. It's a bit difficult. The teacher outside the field leaned on Qi Ming, and carefully dealt with the attacks of plague rats and heavily armored warriors. After all, I have not experienced enough actual combat, and I am not prepared. Most of the students who are playing alone are in a similar situation to Qi Ming. While they are attacking the plague rat warriors with all their strength, they also have to be careful of the attacks of the plague rats. If they are bitten by the plague rats by accident, they can only run away and wait for 30 seconds before they can attack again. On Han Yu's side, the scene is much more harmonious. The 3 plague rats that rushed towards the plague doctor have been stopped, but unfortunately the plague rats are not slow, and one of them still ran into the ditch. Chapter 83. Hanyu had almost cleared out the ordinary heavy-armored warriors, leaving only 1 plague rat magic swordsman and a heavy-armored warrior still attacking tenaciously. In the center of the battlefield, 7 or 8 plague rats with flames on their bodies were running around. The level of the plague rats on the second floor was generally higher than that on the previous floor, and the strength of all the team members was reduced. These plague rats could no longer be dealt with by 1 or 2 arrows. Hanyu chose a different strategy from the other teams. He planned to deal with all the heavy-armored warriors first, and then use the ground fire to deal with these annoying plague rats. He wanted to make up for the time wasted on the first floor on this floor. Otherwise, he might really lose the first place. Of course, this was just Hanyu's idea. Most students were tortured by plague rats now, and they were not as relaxed as Hanyu. The plague rats on the field did not sit still and wait for death, and kept trying to attack Finghua and Hu Yun. Unfortunately, they were all stopped by the molten rock lizards. Even if 1 or 2 of them ran away occasionally, they were noticed by Ellie on the high ground. After being shot by an arrow, they fled in panic and hid in the ditch full of filth nearby. In addition, there were vines planted by Finn in front of the flame-tailed demon fox, ensuring that it would not be attacked by the sudden charge. Hanyu sat on Hu Yun's back and did not need to dodge at all. Even if the plague rat rushed over, it might not be able to keep up with Hu Yun's speed. Under the simultaneous attack of Hanyu and Ellie, the last plague rat heavy swordsman fell, leaving only the last plague rat warrior. Finghua, prepare the earth fire. Hanyu ordered. It was time to finish. Yes, master. The molten rock lizard's next taunt was still 30 seconds away. After dealing with this last heavy armored warrior, only the plague rat was left in the field. At that time, after the taunt and Finghua's 2 rounds of ground fire eruption, the bloodline can be lowered, and all the plague rats can be quickly eliminated. At this time, the plague rat shield warrior raised the shield in his hand. Finn, get ready, he is ready to charge. The target of the charge is the flame-tailed fox at the back, and the molten rock lizard standing in front of it directly avoids it. During the charge of the heavy armor warrior, the potential energy is very large. Even the huge molten rock lizard will be knocked away. It simply avoids it, and lets Finn's Dream Vine deal with it. Facing the charge, it is not possible to resist it head-on, but this elastic defense can work wonders. Not far behind the molten rock lizard, the Dream Vine has grown upright, like a giant net, blocking the charge route of the plague rat shield warrior. The heavy armor warrior completely ignored the Dream Vine. The shield emitted white light, and rushed towards the vine net in front of him with unparalleled momentum. At this moment, a plague rat jumped out of the ditch, half a meter long, obviously the one that had just escaped from Captain Majian. The plague rat made a piercing squeaking sound in the air, and all the plague rats running around on the ground stopped temporarily, and looked at the rat flying up from the air. The plague rat that jumped out of the ditch was not aiming to attack anyone, but the heavily armored warrior who was charging. Hanyu watched it fly up, but it was too late to stop it. Following it, all the other plague rats ran quickly towards the heavily armored warrior at the same time. All the plague rats ran towards the last heavily armored warrior, fell behind him one after another, and then drilled in from the gaps in the armor. Why, do you want to merge? And are rats also liquid? Can they get in such a small gap? Hanyu watched the plague rat disappear on the armor, and secretly complained. Before he finished speaking, the plague rat heavy armor warrior, who was charging, began to swell. Blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor, and then flesh and blood tried to squeeze out from the gaps. Roar! The plague rat warrior let out a scream that was beyond the scope of human beings, and with a charging posture, he slammed into Finn's dream vines, and was quickly entangled by the vines. Maple Fire, get out of the way! Without Hanyu's reminder, the flame-tailed demon fox had already left the front of the dream vines, and at the same time, a ground fire was placed at the feet of the heavy armor warrior, and the ground fire was about to erupt. But the heavy armor warrior's body continued to swell, and the heavy armor on his body finally couldn't bear it, and exploded directly. Hanyu finally saw the full picture of the human inside the heavy armor. His back and head were occupied by plague rats. Unlike the woman on the first floor, these plague rats had drilled into his body. Only a thumb-thick tail was exposed, dangling outside, leaving black holes on the skin like dried lotus pods. The monster entry above his head also changed. Mutation. Hateful Plague Rat LD22. It can really combine. Hanyu was a little caught off guard by this change. The entry of this humanoid creature changed to Plague Rat as a suffix, indicating that this ghost thing, compared with humans, is closer to Plague Rat in biological nature. What the hell is this? A mutant that exceeds the level of the copy, it comes again. Zhang Yu looked at the hateful plague rat in the field and remembered the mutant boss Han Yu met during the college entrance examination. This is a copy of LV 15 to 20. How come there is a mutant that exceeds the level again? Outside the field, even Zhong Ro did not expect this sudden change, and looked at several teachers looking at her. Zhong Ro could only shake her head. We have never encountered this situation. It seems to be a rare mutant. We can only blame Han Yu for being too greedy. We quickly cleaned up all the plague rats that just appeared. That little thing is really annoying. It takes time, but it is also safer. Han Yu may have been trying to save time, and was ready to use taunts and group damage to get rid of all the plague rats at the end. Unexpectedly, these plague rats still have a trick up their sleeves. It is estimated that they will cause a lot of trouble for Han Yu. In this case, the speed will lag behind. The hateful plague rat seemed to have completed the combined transformation. It still held the broadsword in its hand and roared again. Han Yu could see the corners of his mouth crack from behind. It was really a bit unlike a human. The broadsword was raised and slashed at the vines that entangled him. Behind it, the plague rat's tail stood upright. This was a simultaneous attack from all the plague rats. After the sword was slashed, the hateful plague rat's attack paused. What happened? Why didn't they cut it off? The hateful plague rat's little head seemed to have no reaction at all. Why didn't he even cut off these vines with his full-strength attack? Do you really think my vines are made of mud? Then watched from behind with a hoe on his back, not panicking at all. A few copies ago, Han Yu had strengthened the strength of Finn's vines. After several uses, Han Yu had long realized that this skill was a magical skill if used well. Moreover, Finn's attribute points were all added to energy. He didn't need to take into account both agility and energy points like Mantis or Ellie. With high energy blessing, Finn's desired dream vines are much tougher than before. However, if the desired dream vines were not blessed with flesh and blood, the range would still be small. In addition, they were afraid of fire, so they had not been attacking together with Maple Fire just now. Now all the plague rat have entered the encirclement of the desired dream vines, and they just saved the taunt skill. Chapter 84. Ah, what happened? Is this mutant actually a muscular dystrophy? The audience, who were still worried at first, now saw that the mutant's full-strength attack only caused the vine's epidermis to crack, and the reaction on their faces was almost the same as that of the hateful plague rat. It was hard to understand and doubted their eyes. It looked so scary, and looked no weaker than the dungeon boss. So why was its attack so weak? Well, I didn't see it wrong. That mutant is a mutant, right? It's level 22, not level 12, right? The teachers watching the game were a little suspicious of the identity of this mutant. It looks like it's attacking with all its might, but why does it become so limp after touching the vines? This is a level 22 mutant. How can it be like this, just like this? A level 15 summoner's summoned creature's skill can withstand a level 22 mutant's full-strength attack? Does this make sense? I think so. Han Yu's summoned creatures all have special skills. The principal looked at the stunned expression on the face of the huge mutant that had just appeared in the field, and said faintly. At first they just thought that the archer's output was explosive, and a single point killed it instantly. But they didn't expect that the big lizard went in and chased the monster and bit it, and the broadsword could only splash sparks on it. Even the monster's health was more than the health of the molten rock lizard. After finally breaking the shield, the ground fire with a range of 2 meters directly cleared the field, and it erupted twice in a row, and the parasitic plague rats fled frantically. The damage is not lower than that of a serious level 15 elemental mage. A cheetah, so fast that no monster could catch up with it, it rushed madly on the battlefield with Han Yu, roared, and controlled the entire group. Moreover, they had watched Hu Yun's previous battle recordings and knew that this cheetah could fight and run. It was a bit of a waste of talent to just be a mount now. The only little skeleton who looked weak and frail, carrying a hoe on his back, was still staggering when he walked. His small skill could actually withstand the full force attack of a level 22 mutant. This Han Yu is too strong. Zhu Sun, the dean of the Elemental Academy, could no longer hide his smile. Don't talk about letting Han Yu change his secondary profession and go to the Battlefield Academy. This is a pure waste of talent. If you say so, the principal will not agree. Such a talented summoner is a killer on the real battlefield. Zhu Sun is now very satisfied with Han Yu. He wishes that the freshman competition would end now, and he could quickly register Han Yu as a student of the Elemental Academy. Qiu Huaqin, the dean of the War Academy, did not speak. He was still wondering when Han Yu would take out the dagger and rush forward, so that he would have a chance to speak. Zhang Yi paused and said, actually, a secondary job doesn't waste much time. With Su Lan's example, He believed that a highly talented summoner would most likely have the same high talent for enchanting arrays, so he always wanted Hanyu to switch to an enchanter after fighting. In the field, the hateful rat had come back to its senses. Although it was puzzled, it did not prevent it from making a second attack. Its entire body began to tense up. The muscles of the human body parasitized by the rat bulged, like a balloon about to explode, preparing for the next stronger attack. But before the broadsword was raised, the underground fire under his feet began to erupt for the first time. A circular column of fire with a diameter of 2 meters sprang out from the ground, wrapping the whole body of the hateful rat. Hiss, squeak. The hateful rat made a shrill cry. The stench of burnt fat came from his body, and all the rats drilled deep into the parasite again, trying to avoid being attacked by the flames. After the hateful rat roared, a layer of earth shell covered its body. It came from the skill of the plague rat heavy armor warrior, armor cover. I didn't expect that after becoming like this, I could still use the original skills. The armor wrapped around the whole body of the hateful rat, quickly isolating the flames, but the second round of ground fire gushed out again. Unfortunately, due to the obstruction of the earth shell, it failed to cause substantial damage, but the armor that had just appeared could only resist this attack. When the flames went out, the earth shell that had just been covered broke into pieces, turned into dry and cracked yellow soil, and fell off the hateful rat piece by piece. Just right, so as not to hurt my vines. Just now, in order to avoid colliding with Fenghua's ground fire, the dream vine only blocked the first attack of the hateful plague rat, and then retreated, not wrapping around it tightly like usual. Now even the last ground fire was extinguished by the armor. Finn had no scruples, and the dream vine, which was originally around the hateful plague rat, quickly wrapped around it, and tied up the hateful plague rat that had just reacted. If it was a heavily armored warrior wearing heavy armor, the dream vine might have some difficulty in dealing with it, but now the hateful plague rat, in the eyes of the dream vine, is just a huge piece of meat, and the tentacles can drill wherever they want. The tentacles of the dream vine quickly stretched out from the cracks, and the tentacles like human hands drilled into the body of the hateful plague rat. With the nourishment of flesh and blood, the dream vine began to become thicker and stronger. The body of the hateful rat struggled violently, constantly trying to break free from control, but he could hardly cut the vines with his weapon in hand, so how could he leave with his physical strength now? At the same time, Hanyu and Ailey were not idle, constantly drawing bows and shooting arrows. Especially Hanyu, whose talent-sharing time was about to end, did not cherish his physical strength at all, and frantically drew the bow, shooting arrows at the back of the hateful rat's head. The hateful rat, unable to break free, made a low squeak again, and a thick black smoke floated on its body, condensing on the surface and not dispersing, while some of it drifted around. Unfortunately, Hanyu and his friends were far away, and the black fog could not affect them at all. There are still skills? Because of the level limit, Hanyu could not see what skills the hateful rat had. But the dreaming vine wrapped around it began to become listless, and small black spots appeared on the vine, as if it was affected by the black fog. Master, the dreamy vine is affected by weakness and disease. Finn could sense the state of the vine, and spoke immediately. An enhanced version of disease transmission? No need to bite people, smoke will do. Through the previous skills of the plague rat, it is not difficult to guess the impact of this black fog. Hanyu watched the black smoke spread, and took 2 steps back. Fortunately, the vines controlled him, otherwise if he rushed over, it would be really troublesome to be affected by the smoke. But even if the vines continued to extract the flesh and blood of the hateful plague rat to replenish themselves, they still began to wilt it uncontrollably. Now the growth rate of the dreamy vine is still not as fast as the rate of weakness. It is estimated that it can only control the hateful plague rat for another 30 seconds before it escapes. But now, will Hanyu give him 30 seconds? Taking a deep breath, Hanyu pulled the longbow in his hand into a full moon, and the long unused beads were charged again. See through the weakness. The falcon, which had been soaring in the sky, found the weakness of the hateful plague at the back of its neck. Chapter 85. Hanyu's arms were tense. After the chain arrows were strengthened, there was no cooldown when they were used, and they only consumed physical strength. However, the physical strength consumption of the 5 chain arrows was much greater than before. Even Ellie could not use 2 consecutive arrows now. Standing on the roof, Ellie saw Hanyu pull the bow to the full length. Without instructions, he also prepared a chain of arrows, aiming at the weak point of the back neck of the hateful plague rat. 2 consecutive arrows, 10 arrows, each arrow increased the damage by 20% compared to the previous arrow, and were shot at the same time, hitting the back neck of the hateful plague rat almost at the same time. The single attack, which originally had no diffuse damage, had great power and directly smashed a big hole in the back neck of the parasite, causing its head to fall uncontrollably. A plague rat parasitized there. As the pieces of meat fell from the parasite's body, it fell to the ground and lost its breath, and there was no chance to escape from the parasite. The hateful rat, who was still struggling, leaned forward suddenly, but the vines were still wrapped around him, so he couldn't even release the force, and could only continue to infect the dreaming vine with black mist. After firing the bullets, Hanyu felt his arms go numb, and he didn't even want to lift them. Hanyu sat on Hu Yun's back and stepped back slightly. He could leave the battlefield to the summoned creatures, and he could also do a proper summon. After being injured, the hateful rat had no choice but to make a piercing roar and continue to try to pull the dreaming vine. Finally, the vines became thinner and thinner, and it seemed that there was hope of escaping. But the flame-tailed fox's skills had already been turned. The vines looked like they could break at any time, so while the hateful rat was still controlled, he could take another full damage earth fire. The flame-tailed fox's staff danced, first releasing sparks, then tiny sparks fell on the parasite and spread all over the body. The body of the hateful rat, which was almost unable to support itself, was instantly ignited. Flame earth fire. 1 second later, the earth fire gushed out from under the feet of the hateful rat, instantly burning the epidermal fat of the parasite, and the parasite, which was manipulated and expanded by the rat, shrank by a circle. Then, the earth fire erupted for the second time, and the first to be injured was the desired dream vine. All the branches were directly burned dry, and could no longer trap the body of the hateful rat. Finally, the desired dream vine was no longer entangled, but the hateful rat, which had endured 2 earth fire attacks, could no longer support its body. The desired dream vine withered, and what awaited it was not escape, but death. The huge body was shaky, and the tail of the rat on the parasite was burned bald, but it still stubbornly supported its body with a broadsword. The other hand trembled and raised the shield, silver light appeared on it, and the charge skill was about to be activated. The plague rat that occupied the head now had only one thought in his mind: let me charge again with this parasite. But the lava rock lizard watching on the side had already been ready. When the hateful plague rat escaped, it rushed over with its strong body at an explosive speed and hit the back of the hateful plague rat violently. The hateful plague rat, which could not support its own body, was knocked into the air by the lava rock lizard before the charge began. In the air, Eliabov shot 2 arrows on the head. The plague rat in its body finally couldn't bear the damage, and immediately drilled out of the parasite, fled in all directions, and wanted to return to its own ditch. But the taunting skill of the lava lizard after the charge was already prepared. With a taunt, all the plague rats that were about to flee back to the ditch were pulled back. These plague rats still had the burning effect on their bodies, and most of them were left with only blood skin. They bit the lava lizard twice because of the taunting. The lava lizard was fine, but the plague rats were killed on the spot by the counterattack damage and spark burning of the flame armor. All solved. Looking at the cooperation of the summoned creatures before, Hanyu felt that if he continued to strengthen it, he could go shopping on Hu Yun's back in the dungeon with peace of mind. That would be a real summoner, but it would be a bit boring. Hanyu looked back at the door behind him, and the color changed, indicating that it was already open. All the monsters on this floor have been destroyed. In addition to them, the only living creatures left were the plague doctors. Hanyu did not rush to the next level, but walked to the parasite of the hateful plague rat. On the head of the parasite, he saw a familiar flash, which seemed to be an extra reward. After being attacked multiple times, the parasite no longer looked like a human. Hanyu squatted down, took out a dagger, and cut a crack on his forehead. I knew it was you. Hanyu's eyes lit up, and his head split open, revealing the luster of the mutant crystal. This is the position occupied by the plague rat that ran out of the captain's body. It is still inside now. When the abomination's health was at the bottom, it couldn't even escape and died directly in the parasite. Holding back the nausea, he reached his hand in. Low-level energy stone, high quality, detected, absorbing it can gain 20 free attribute points. Do you want to absorb it? High quality. What a loss. Hanyu was stunned. The appearance of high-quality mutant crystals did not surprise Hanyu, and he even felt a little distressed. After all, it can only be handed over to Shanghai and get a bonus of 1 or 2 million. It's okay if it's ordinary, but now it's actually a high-quality energy stone that can produce 20 attribute points. Hanyu admitted that he was tempted, but he still bent over and took out the crystal from the parasite's head. When he stood up, he held the crystal in his hand and pretended to examine it carefully. But when he looked closer, the crystal in Hanyu's hand was transparent, and there was no much energy left in it, and it didn't look high quality at all. When Han Yu bent over, he had taken out another empty shell of the mutated crystal from his backpack. It was the crystal he had absorbed. Even if there was only an empty shell left, it couldn't be thrown away. Han Yu had been keeping it in his backpack, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. The absorbed crystal is more transparent than the ordinary crystal, but through the live broadcast, it should only be seen that the quality is relatively poor. And the crystal produced by this abomination was secretly received by Han Yu in his backpack with a hat trick. Isn't it easy to earn 10 attribute points? But after the dungeon is over, Han Yu still needs to hand in a crystal to Shanghai, but Han Yu doesn't even have an ordinary one. He can only look for dear brother Wang after the dungeon is over, and arrange the next opportunity to become stronger as soon as possible, so that Han Yu can get another low-level crystal. Unfortunately, it's just a low-level mutation crystal. The mutation degree of this mutant is quite high. The teacher who was watching the game said when he saw the crystal in Han Yu's hand. The crystal is just a byproduct. Look at other people's live broadcast rooms. Now Han Yu has caught up with everyone's clearance speed and returned to the first place. It's just a mutation crystal. In the eyes of these teachers, it's really nothing. They can't use it themselves. If they hand it over to Shanghai, the price is only 1 million. What they care more about is that Han Yu's clearance progress has returned to the first place again. Chapter 86. While Han Yu was harvesting the spoils, the other players were still carefully dealing with the monsters. After finally dealing with the tough heavy armored warrior, it would split into 3 plague rats. If you don't clean it up immediately, there is no way to continue attacking. If you are bitten by the plague rat by accident, you can only run for 30 seconds and wait for the 30-second negative effect of the disease to end before restarting the battle. Originally, everyone who entered the first level of the dungeon wanted to speed up, get a good ranking, and surpass the people in front. When you reach the second level, there is only one thought left: be careful, and be careful. This time, the competition chose a new dungeon such as the Cursed City. All students have not read the strategy, and they can't even use the return scroll, which makes the difficulty increase sharply. Each team is trying to reduce the error tolerance rate. The result of the freshman competition is important, but only by surviving can you get a ranking, otherwise you can only be on the morning list. Han Yu's copy was, and after pretending to check the mutant crystal, he put it in his backpack and walked to the plague doctor, who was tied up by Finn. Finn let them go. Han Yu said, let the dream vine absorb more flesh and blood, produce seeds, and use them in the next copy. Okay, master. Finn let go of the dream vine, and began to extract the flesh and blood of the plague rats next to him as his own nutrients. He picked up the hoe, and carried the corpses into the range of the vines. The benefits of the multifunctional staff were instantly reflected. There were so many monsters on this layer that it was enough for both vines to produce their own seeds. Unfortunately, the other one had completely died under the influence of the poisonous fog and fire. The plague doctors were untied and struggled to stand up, but the shackles still controlled their hands and feet, making them move slowly. Han Yu walked forward, swung his dagger, and split the shackles. You are safe, let's go. Han Yu looked at the 5 plague doctors, looking forward to their response. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you, thank you. Originally, these doctors were terrified by the battle just now, and they were still entangled by this strange vine, which was stronger than the shackles. They didn't expect Han Yu to help them get out of trouble. After the shackles were removed, the doctor suddenly felt relaxed all over, and immediately saluted to Han Yu to thank him, and then he hurried to leave here. Wait, don't you have anything to give me before you leave? Seeing the plague doctor get up and leave, Han Yu hurriedly called out. Aren't you plot NPCs? I saved people, and asked you to hand in the task. Next, I should give you rewards. Why did you really leave? Ah? The plague doctors were about to leave when they paused. They were caught by soldiers, and all their belongings were searched. If they were not to be executed as plague doctors, they might have lost their suits now. There was nothing else to give, but they had just seen the fight between Han Yu and the plague rat warriors. None of them was easy to mess with. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the leading doctor felt that if he didn't take something out, he might be the same as those plague rats. The leading plague doctor turned around. I wish you a blessing. Han Yu was a little speechless. What was the point of just blessing? It seemed that these doctors really had nothing. But as the plague doctor's voice fell, Han Yu added a state. Specific cleansing. Within 10 minutes, you will not be affected by the negative status brought by the specific monster, plague rat. After saying this, the plague doctor continued. I wish you the best. Another halo fell, and Han Yu felt his body lighten, and his physical strength recovered a lot. This should be the skill of the plague doctor, the healing technique. It's a pity that Han Yu was not injured and recovered a little. Compared with this, specific cleaning is much more important in this dungeon. In the next dungeon, even if there is a black fog like the hateful plague rat, there is no need to be restrained in the battle. As a tank, the lava lizard can probably kill 7 in 7 against the monster, and can ignore the influence of the plague rat disease. After that, each doctor released a skill on Han Yu's summons, adding a layer of specific cleaning status to each person. Thank you, doctor. Han Yu bowed slightly, and sent them away. You can leave, be careful. Han Yu was satisfied with the reward, and was finally willing to let them go. After getting Han Yu's permission, they walked towards the third gate. The gate did not open, and they disappeared at the gate. It's still a low-level plot copy after all. Han Yu looked at the way the plague doctor disappeared without paying attention to the plot. It is said that when you reach a truly high-level copy, the scene inside is like a complete replica of a small world, and there is no difference between entering the copy and the outside world. If you enter a mandatory plus role-playing plot task copy, players may even be addicted to it. Unfortunately, the copy here only has a chance to appear at a high level, and the guide is rarely released. The plot will continue to develop, and the scene may be different every time the player enters. Watching the plague doctor leave, Han Yu received another prompt. Complete the hidden task. The cause of the curse phase 2, remove the negative effect, reduce 20% strength. After that, Han Yu and his friends took a short break. Under the treatment of the plague doctor, their physical strength has almost recovered. The main thing is to wait for the skill to cool down. 3 minutes later, Han Yu got up and pushed open the door to the third floor. On the third floor city gate, a sign was written in white paint. Han Yu pushed open the gate, and the city scene was still the same, but the street seemed much more crowded. It wasn't that the road became narrower, but on the street, there were human corpses lying in all directions, with black spots on the exposed skin. From time to time, rats covered with filth crawled on the corpses. These were just ordinary rats, but with the corpses everywhere, they gave people a sense of terror no less than plague rats. Curse City, hidden mission, cause of the curse. Requirement of this layer's mission, clear all enemies within 3 minutes. Penalty for mission failure. Negative status cannot be eliminated until the end of this dungeon exploration. Han Yu heard a game prompt. Chapter 87 Negative effects of the game scene. Energy reduced by 20%. Special status cannot be removed. Curse City. Hidden task. Cause of the curse. Task requirements for this floor. Clear all enemies on this floor within 3 minutes. Task failure penalty. Negative status cannot be removed until the end of this dungeon exploration. Han Yu heard a game prompt. As the game prompt sound ended, the bodies lying on the street began to twitch. One by one, they turned over, knelt on all fours, bent their joints backwards, and moved their bodies to turn towards Han Yu. The corpses that had been dead for who knows how long, their eyes were wide open, and their blood-red eyes stared at Han Yu. The narrow street was almost crowded with corpses lying on the ground. A sharp roar like sandpaper rubbing came from the throats of these zombies. They were eager to tear apart all the creatures in front of them. Zombie, LV-17. Skill, disease transmission. The zombies attack, breaking defense, and blood, 1 second after contamination, carry the disease toxins of the plague rat. Once contaminated, a negative effect will be added randomly. Each creature can be added with up to 3 negative states. Clawed zombie, LV-18. Skill, disease transmission. Triple claw attack, 3 consecutive claw attacks, with extremely fast attack speed. Note, a lucky corpse has claws on its palms, with a larger attack range and faster attack speed than ordinary zombies. At the back, there is a bloated zombie, as if it was soaked in water after death, and its body is filled with liquid. On its body surface, dark green viscous venom keeps flowing out, flowing forward along the ground. Around him, the zombies that were stained with the green juice looked more energetic than when they were alive. They kept passing the zombies in front, and rushed towards Han Yu. First level infected, LV-19. Skills, plague upgrade. The venom sprayed from his mouth will strengthen ordinary zombies, and there is a 10% chance of evolving into clawed zombies. Devour. If the first level infected is injured, he can recover his injuries by devouring ordinary zombies. Note, he is not the source of the plague, but he is the messenger who spreads the plague. His bloated body makes it difficult for him to move. It is recommended to attack first, provided that you can pass the zombies protecting him. The zombies rushed towards Han Yu and his companions along the street quickly. Han Yu only had time to take a rough look. This densely packed group of crawling zombies seemed to have more than 40 of them, squeezed in the narrow street. In addition to a first-level infected, there are 5 clawed zombies, which are fast and have a wider attack range. Hanyu had to deal with all these monsters within 3 minutes. There were several alleys on both sides of the street. Ordinary players could use the alleys to fight with groups of zombies, and kill all the zombies bit by bit. But Hanyu only had 3 minutes. The only advantage was that they had the purification effect brought by the Plague Doctor, so they could attack without restraint, and didn't have to worry about the negative effects brought by the zombies. Hanyu originally thought that the hidden plot of this dungeon was not very relevant, but he understood it after seeing the tasks on the 3rd floor. If he didn't get the purification aura of the Plague Doctor, it would be impossible to ignore the negative effects of the disease transmission. Even if he exerted his full strength, it would be difficult to clear all the zombies within 3 minutes. What's even worse is that you have to trigger this purification aura yourself. This plot is really a bit too hidden. The street is not long, and there is not much buffer space for Hanyu and his friends. The zombies are getting closer and closer to Hanyu. The first-level infected person lying at the back opened his mouth, which almost occupied half of his face. 3 balls of venom sprayed out and fell in the middle of the zombies rushing towards Hanyu. Zombies touched by the venom immediately became excited, and 3 of them grew claws, obviously evolving into clawed zombies. Hanyu and Ellie knew who to attack first in an instant. Without issuing orders, all summons were ready for battle. The lava rock lizards rushed into the zombies, and crashing into the zombies was a taunt. The zombies, which were already extremely dense, immediately changed their targets to lava rock lizards, and the lava rock lizards were directly buried by the zombies. But their claws could only leave scratches and bite marks on the rock armor of the lava rock lizard. Instead, they themselves were burned by the flame armor, and their bodies were on fire. Maple Fire's ground fire had begun to form under their feet, and thin seeds were thrown out to avoid Maple Fire. However, the negative effect of this layer was that their energy was weakened, and their damage was not as high as the previous layer. Moreover, Thin Spore attack was useless against this group of guys, who didn't breathe at all. Double weakening is. Ellie used the Shadow Rosary to occupy the high ground. Hanyu danced with the scepter in his hand, and the flame totem was released, covering all summons, and the ice flower effect was given to Ellie. Huyun, don't worry about me, just go and help the rock lizard. After the skill was released, Hanyu put away the scepter and took out the dagger, Eagle Kiss. The upper level is still thinking that he can be a proper summoner on Huyun's back safely, but his current strength does not allow it, so he has to go up. Shared talent Shadow Blade Mantis. Since Shadow Blade Mantis cannot participate in the battle, let's share its talent so that Shadow Blade Mantis can also have a sense of participation in the other world. After sharing Shadow Blade Mantis's talent, Hanyu felt his body lighten, but then all kinds of crazy thoughts began to appear in his mind. Hunting. Devouring. Hanyu felt his eyes turn red, and he drooled at the group of zombies in front of him. He really eats everything. Hanyu shook his head to make himself clear. He just wanted to swallow all these corpses into his stomach. Calming down his mind, holding the Eagle Kiss, he rushed towards the zombies. Occupation. Assassin Summoner. A summoner who doesn't want to be an assassin is not a good archer. Here it comes. Here it comes. Chiu Huaqin, the dean of the War Academy, finally waited. The dagger is out. Hanyu is obviously going to be a melee summoner. He still needs to come to our academy to learn combat skills. But compared to Hanyu taking out the dagger, other teachers were more surprised that Hanyu rushed directly towards the zombies. Are you so reckless when you clean up the dungeon? Zhang Yi looked at Zhong Ro. In his opinion, such a large number of monsters obviously cannot be fought head-on. Zhong Ro shook her head. Not at all. These zombies are a large poison pool. Every attack that breaks through the defense will have negative effects. Even if you kill the zombies, you will be infected by their poisonous blood and will be affected within 1 second. Generally, our normal process is to go around the alleys next to us, use the narrow alleys to prevent the zombies from attacking at the same time, and slowly eliminate the zombies. But Hanyu's confidence lies in the fact that he triggered the plot mission and obtained the purification aura, which can temporarily ignore the negative effects. I think he wants to eliminate all the zombies before the purification aura disappears. Chapter 88. Our normal process is to go around to the alley next to us, use the narrow alley to prevent the zombies from attacking at the same time, use the shield to resist the damage, and use the mage to occupy the high ground to slowly eliminate the zombies. But Ju Sun looked at Hanyu rushing into the zombie group with a dagger in hand, frowned, and said, after Hanyu obtained the purification aura, he rested for a few minutes on the upper floor. Now there are only about 5 minutes left to fight these more than 40 zombies. There is also the first infected person sitting in the middle, and ordinary zombies can evolve during the battle. It's a bit difficult. As a traditional mage, he was very dissatisfied with Han Yu's risky behavior. How can a summoner with a fragile body take risks to increase the speed of passing the level? Although he knew that Han Yu had talent sharing, he could only share the archer talent with outstanding energy and agility with a dagger, and his body was still very fragile. If the summoner died, the battle would end immediately. In Jusun's view, it was meaningless to take such a risk in pursuit of speed. In the field, Han Yu rushed towards the zombies with Eagle's Kiss in hand, at a very fast speed, but the zombies had already blocked the narrow street. It seemed that Han Yu had no way to cross the zombies, and attack the number one infected person behind. He could only face the zombies head-on, even if he ignored the negative effects brought by all the zombies. How many attacks could his fragile body withstand? But Han Yu's footsteps did not hesitate at all, and he did not even have the intention to dodge, and he just rushed forward. Huyan also followed at the same time. Since Han Yu did not need his help, he chose to join the battlefield directly. 1 meter, when Han Yu was only 1 meter away from the zombies, a strong smell of corpses came into his nose. Even though he was immune to negative effects, the smell made Han Yu a little dizzy. At the same time, the zombies that were not affected by the taunting used their limbs to pounce on Han Yu. If they were pounced, Han Yu would be attacked by zombies one after another. When the zombies jumped up, Han Yu kicked his legs, and his feet seemed to have springs to help him. He bounced up suddenly, and his height instantly exceeded the 3 zombies that pounced on him. Shadow Blade Mantis Shadow Leap. After Han Yu used this skill, it seemed that he only had amazing jumping ability. With one step, Han Yu's body drew a perfect arc in the air, directly passing over the running zombies, and was only a few steps away from the first infected person. Most of the zombies had already rushed in the direction where Han Yu came in, but next to the first infected person, there were 2 claw zombies, and 2 ordinary zombies surrounding him. These zombies are both protection and healing potions for the infected number 1 when they are injured. Behind Han Yu, the zombies that noticed him landing immediately turned around, and 4 ordinary zombies chased Han Yu. Weakness found stomach sack. After landing lightly, Han Yu ignored the zombies chasing him behind him, and continued to rush towards the infected number 1 at the fastest speed. At the same time, he controlled the falcon in the sky and found the weakness of the infected number 1. Of course, the infected number 1 also noticed Han Yu's approach and drove the 2 clawed zombies around him to attack. Even if he passed the zombies, Han Yu still had to face the siege of 6 zombies, and there were 2 clawed zombies with improved speed and attack range. But Han Yu was not panicked at all, and even began to speak the lines in Shadow Blade Mantis's mind. I will only focus on valuable prey. Han Yu, with a stern face, was actually very embarrassed in his heart. He hoped that what he said would not be broadcast live. This talent sharing seemed a bit too thorough. Embarrassed in his heart, but it did not affect Han Yu's reaction speed at all. 2 clawed zombies stood in front of Han Yu at a very fast speed. At the same time, the left and right claws attacked Han Yu at the same time, and the positions they wanted to attack were Han Yu's head and heart. And behind him, 4 zombies flew over, and the attacks of 6 zombies would arrive at the same time, and one blow would tear Han Yu into pieces. Without thinking, Han Yu reacted completely by instinct. Leaning back, bending his legs, tightening his waist, and raising his heels, except for his legs, Han Yu's body was parallel to the ground in an instant. The distance from the ground was less than 30 centimeters. And only the toes of his body were touching the ground, and the friction with the ground was almost 0. It seemed that he was about to fall, but he was in a delicate balance. With the help of momentum, Han Yu, who was lying down, was like an arrow from a bow, passing through the gap between the attacks of the 2 clawed zombies. After dodging the attack, he landed on his heels, straightened his waist and bounced up, and his body leaned forward slightly. Han Yu did not release the force, but continued to rush forward with the help of momentum. Holding the Eagle Kiss in his hand, he stabbed at the number 1 infected person lying in front of him. The dagger stabbed out, and the cold light flashed on the tip of the knife. In an instant, it reached the stomach of the number 1 infected person, and green blood splattered, and even the handle of the knife was completely immersed in the body of the infected person. This was Han Yu's full-strength attack, and it also came with the damage bonus of the end of Shadow Leap. From dodging the attack to hitting the infected number 1, the set of movements was smooth and flowing, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. When Han Yu's attack ended, the clawed zombies behind him collided with the ordinary zombies. The necks of the 2 ordinary zombies were instantly torn by the 3 consecutive claw attacks, and green blood gushed out. Roar! The infected number 1 let out a shrill cry, grabbed the ordinary zombies beside him, and opened his mouth to stuff them into his mouth. But as soon as his mouth opened, the sound of breaking air passed by Han Yu's ears, and a series of arrows shot from above, straight into the open mouth of the infected number 1. 5 arrows sealed his throat. The infected number 1, who was just about to devour, couldn't even make a cry this time, and his head was nailed directly to the ground. Verdant Longbow, the trait stacking critical hit is triggered. The next attack will definitely be a critical hit and cause 200% damage. The ice effect is triggered, and the infected number 1 is covered with a layer of ice shell on his body, increasing the damage. The sound of breaking air exploded in Han Yu's ears. Ellie's next attack came, a long-range arrow with multiple attack bonuses, nailed on the head of the number 1 infected again, and the skull was shattered. Han Yu leaned forward, Eagle Kiss reverse grip. The dagger still had venom from the stomach of the number 1 infected, and swept towards the neck of the number 1 infected. With a clean and sharp knife, the head was separated from the body. The number 1 infected died. From Han Yu landing to the death of the number 1 infected, the process was less than 10 seconds. Han Yu took advantage of the momentum, and was already behind the number 1 infected. At this time, the Claw zombies who had just killed his 2 teammates turned around and continued to chase Han Yu, but the number 1 infected they wanted to protect was already dead. Chapter 89. Han Yu, who had solved the infected number 1, stabilized his body, and turned around to rush towards the zombies again. Killing the infected number 1 made him excited. This was the hunting instinct of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Every kill would make the Shadow Blade Mantis more excited. Continuous hunting was engraved in the genes of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Han Yu's right hand dropped, and he held the dagger in reverse, facing the 2 clawed zombies attacking him. When he was about to hit them, he suddenly dodged to the left, and the claws of the zombies only scratched the corner of Han Yu's cloak. And the position of the dagger in Han Yu's hand just moved to the throat of the clawed zombie that failed to attack and fell down again. The dagger was raised, and the sharp eagle kiss scratched the neck of the clawed zombie. The dirty blood splattered, and even the body of the clawed zombie was turned over, and the body floated in the air. Ellie's bow and arrow shot out immediately, a headshot. Han Yu stabbed the claw zombie in the heart with the dagger he had just raised. The claw zombie that Han Yu had just carried in the air was hit twice in the air, and was nailed to the ground, dying directly. After a successful attack, Han Yu dodged again, and avoided the attack of another claw zombie. His super high reaction and agility made him feel like he was in an empty space in the siege, and he could constantly attack and hunt at will. And the arrow shot by Ellie from above always followed Han Yu, and at the same time as Han Yu shot, they shot at the same target, killing instantly and quickly. Han Yu has practiced fighting skills himself? Xiao Huaqing, who was outside the field, opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that Han Yu liked to use a dagger as an assassin and needed to learn some fighting skills. But Han Yu's handling of the siege made Xiao Huaqing stunned. Extreme dodge, interspersed attack, every dodge and attack is just right. Han Yu shuttled through the zombies, like a butterfly flying through flowers. Even the fastest claw zombies could hardly touch the corners of his clothes, but Han Yu could quickly cooperate with the archer's damage to harvest the zombies. I don't think Han Yu needs to go to the War Academy to learn any fighting skills. Can your War Academy teach students with such fighting skills? Zhu Sun looked at Han Yu running and attacking in the field, and then he understood where Han Yu's confidence in rushing directly into the zombies came from. Except for the mage equipment he was wearing, this didn't look like a summon. This is clearly an assassin. He must have trained himself. He didn't master such extreme fighting skills with a dagger before. But this kind of talent is like the confidence that comes from countless battles. This kind of skill cannot be trained. This is a natural assassin. Why does he want to change his job to a summoner with such talent? Principal, this child must join our War Academy. He will be the strongest assassin in our school in the past 10 years. Xiao Huaqing did not give up because of Zhu Sun's words. Instead, he was heartbroken and became more excited. What else can you teach? In my opinion, his fighting skills are already extremely proficient. There is no need to learn more. Zhu Sun continued to speak. He was obviously a summoner, but he was called the strongest assassin, which made him very dissatisfied. No, although his handling was very good, it was too extreme. He was dancing on the edge of a knife. In the situation just now, there are many safer ways to handle it. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the doorway. Zhu Sun saw the shortcomings of Han Yu's fighting process at a glance. With Han Yu's physique, it was difficult for him to withstand the monster's attack. Once he was attacked, he would be overwhelmed by the zombies if he paused for a moment, but he still chose this extreme fighting method. His natural fighting instinct will be restricted by your standard rules. Don't let him destroy it. The principal chuckled and said, "No, principal, I will personally take charge and customize the course for him, and I will definitely bring out his true strengths." Xiao Huaqing hurriedly explained. Chuzhua didn't reply to him, but looked at Zhongrou. "Dean Zhong, what happened to that jump just now? Is it a skill?" Xiao Huaqing saw Han Yu's super fighting skills, but more people noticed Han Yu's first jump. He took a run-up, jumped over the zombies of nearly 5 meters, and started fighting immediately after landing smoothly. There was no pause or hesitation, and the situation was opened up in an instant. Chuzhua originally thought it was a skill, but he thought about it, and didn't expect that similar skills looked like a simple long jump. Zhongrou took out a tablet, which was playing the battle scene of Han Yu just now. "I don't know, I have never seen such skills. But the way of exerting force is completely reasonable. Every muscle activity of the body is to jump higher and farther. It is not uncommon to jump more than 5 meters with a running start. 100 years ago, the long jump record of ordinary people could reach more than 8 meters. So I tend to believe that Han Yu received special training during the summer vacation, and did it completely on his own." The screen of the tablet in Zhongrou's hand was slowed down, allowing her to see every movement of Han Yu clearly. Not only is he very talented, but he's also very hardworking. He's a good prospect. Chuzhua nodded. After the freshman competition, let him follow the team to challenge the level 20 dungeon. "Isn't this a bit too fast? Han Yu hasn't experienced systematic practical training yet," Zhang said. "Following the level 20 team to explore is a requirement for students' practical training after 1 year in school." Zhongrou shook her head. "It's completely possible. I just analyzed Han Yu's data in all aspects. His role in the level 20 ordinary dungeon will not be weaker than other players, let alone drag him down." I agree with the principal's opinion. I remember that when Teacher Ying went to recruit students, he promised to give Han Yu a magic weapon. Ying Yuju was sitting on Ju Sun and immediately answered, "Yes. But the requirement is to get the top 3 in the national competition, which will have to wait until a year later." Seeing Han Yu perform so well, she was excited and nervous. She had agreed with Han Yu that she would choose her as a mentor at that time, but the dean was arguing, and she didn't know if she would have a say. But now she had no chance to speak, so she could only watch silently. "As long as Han Yu reaches level 20, I will pick a suitable artifact for him. If he can keep this level, the top 3 in the country will be easy for Han Yu. Chuzhua will naturally not be stingy with a level 20 equipment." "Okay." The school's equipment has always been managed by the miscellaneous courtyard, and Zhang Yi immediately agreed. Han Yu in the field, constantly moving around, has cleared the zombies in front of him, but more zombies are surrounding him. The attack on the flame-tailed fox and Finn was blocked by Hu Yun and the molten rock lizard, and these two could not bite, so they naturally changed their target to Han Yu. But Han Yu did not want to fight them head-on, and Shadow Leap was launched again. Han Yu jumped high, and the next target he was looking for was the elite monster in the zombie group, the Claw Zombie. Chapter 90. Han Yu jumped up, his eyes focused on a clawed zombie that was attacking Hu Yun. Weakness discovery plus backstab. Han Yu jumped down from the air, and the eagle kiss in his hand was like a mantis forelimb growing from his arm. Taking advantage of the momentum of falling, he accurately attacked the clawed zombie's weak point. After the attack, he attacked again with the dagger without stopping. At the same time, AI Li's bow and arrow passed by Han Yu's ear again and nailed on the head of the clawed zombie. "Really confident, aren't you afraid of shooting me?" Han Yu felt that his hair had been blown away by the wind of the arrow. Although he could share AI Li's talent, he couldn't do this. The confidence of shooting millions of arrows, by hand, was not something Han Yu could compare to for a while. This was a psychological difference. Even if the skills were exactly the same, Han Yu couldn't do this. But every time the talent sharing ended, the talent sharing memory and feel were still there, just like a master archery master possessed and taught. Now, even without sharing talents, Han Yu can still shoot arrows normally. Well, that's all. Han Yu, who knew nothing about bows and arrows before, realized how difficult it was to accurately hit the enemy with a bow and arrow in battle after sharing talents. Although the health of the claw zombies was reduced to 0 after Ellie's second arrow fell, Han Yu also fell into the zombies' encirclement after killing the claw zombies. The intensive attacks will come in the next second. In this case, no matter how extreme the body skills are, it is impossible to dodge all the attacks. Are you arrogant? Why do you put yourself in such a dangerous place? Ju Sun, who was outside the field, was heartbroken. How could such a good summoner do such a thing? What if I enter the war college? Next time, you must give up the summons and rush up by yourself. It's too dangerous. Han Yu's fighting skills are indeed top-notch, but he doesn't seem to have enough judgment of danger. Even Chiu Huaqing frowned. You still need to come to the War College to learn. Even if you are the best swordsman in close combat, you will not jump into the encirclement without an absolute advantage. Han Yu is a taboo on the battlefield. He is about to win, but he still puts himself in danger. In the field, Hu Yun is rushing towards Han Yu with all his strength, constantly pushing the zombies around him to the side. But Han Yu is not worried about the upcoming attack. After killing a claw zombie, his shadow jump skill has been refreshed. Jumping again, at almost the same angle, Han Yu chose the next target. Backstab, bow and arrow headshot, harvest. This time, the claw zombie has been beaten to a residual blood by Feng Huo's attack. Han Yu's feet have just touched the ground, like a dragonfly skimming the water. After killing the claw zombie, he jumped again and rushed to the next target. Han Yu landed for less than 2 seconds each time, but he could quickly harvest a clawed zombie. The pleasure of hunting made Han Yu's blood boil, and his heart beat rapidly. But the numbness in his legs made him know that his physical strength was almost exhausted. If the Shadow Blade Mantis used Shadow Leap, this situation would naturally not happen. With the help of its natural elytra, the Shadow Blade Mantis could even stay in the air for a short time to decide the hunting target. But Han Yu didn't have this thing, and every time he exerted force, he relied purely on his legs. The physical fitness of the Mantis was not high to begin with. After using Shadow Leap continuously, Han Yu felt that his calves had begun to tremble. After determining the location of the last clawed zombie, and completing the harvest again, Han Yu jumped up. This time, the height and distance were obviously reduced, but he still landed next to the flame-tailed fox, who was casting a spell in the back. Although it's very cool, it's also really tiring. The secretion of adrenaline made Han Yu feel extremely excited, but he could ensure the fastest reaction during the hunting process. This may also be one of the talents of Shadow Blade Mantis. Now all the clawed zombies in the field have been cleared, and the remaining dozen ordinary zombies can only try to attack Hu Yun and Molten Rock Lizard in the field. It's not that they don't want to break out. In front of them, and on both sides of the street, there are rapidly spreading dream vines, which are constantly extracting their flesh and blood, and the range is constantly shrinking. Han Yu stood up and put his hand on Feng Huo's shoulder. Take a break, and leave the rest to Finn. These are all food for the vines. It would be a pity if they were burned dry. The sudden physical contact made Feng Huo's face stained with a thin layer of powder, and he put down the raised staff. Yes. The attack of the ground fire stopped, and the vines growing next to the zombies began to shrink faster, entangle, and extract. Just now, the ground fire in the center of the battlefield continued, and Finn did not dare to exert his full strength. The zombies were wrapped up one by one, turning from zombies into mummies, and the Yameng vines grew more vigorously. The branches of the two vines intersected in the air and entangled together. All the remaining zombies were wrapped together, and were about to become food for the vines. What is this? Why do I feel that Han Yu has been flying in the sky? This intensity of close combat? You told me that this is a summoner? Only a second-level assassin can do this. It's a bit outrageous. The teacher who thought he was knowledgeable outside the field had never seen a magic profession play like this. The tablet in Zhong Ro's hand has been playing the video of Han Yu's continuous jumps and attacks, and it was slowed down at the critical moment. Dean Zhong, did you see anything? Chu Shui asked. My previous guess should be wrong. This jump does not seem to be achieved through training alone. When Han Yu used Shadow Leap for the first time, he had a running start, but the subsequent times were completely standing jumps. Without a running start, the height and distance of the jump are almost unchanged. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even players with enhanced physiques find it difficult to jump continuously. So either this is a skill we have never seen before. Killing refreshes the cooldown. I noticed that Han Yu killed a monster before each re-leap. But this level of skill book should have high requirements for agility and physique. Han Yu may not be able to learn it with his attributes. The possibility is relatively small. Or, he has a hidden summon, such as a rabbit, with extremely strong jumping ability. This is the innate skill of the summon, which was shared by Han Yu. This possibility is the greatest. The main work of the Academy of Literature is the study of dungeons. When Han Yu used Shadow Leap for the first time, there was too little information, and Zhong Ro could only guess. But after Han Yu used it continuously, Zhong Ro's analysis was infinitely close to the truth.